A mournful groan, filled with sorrow and eeriness, echoed through the brightly lit confines, reminiscent of a tormented spirit unwilling to accept its fate. This space was a modest 6 square meters, measuring 3 meters in length and 2 meters in width. The ceiling was adorned with 3 rows of 15 glaring spotlight fixtures, while the walls were lined with bright mirrors, and the floor was composed of a metal plate. At this moment, the ceiling lights blazed to life, casting a harsh and unrelenting glare that bounced off the mirrors, creating a disorienting reflection throughout the cramped chamber, rendering the atmosphere unbearably dry and fevered. On the iron surface, dried bloodstains resembled grotesque, grinning visages, dark and purple, mockingly directed at the blinding lights above. The source of the groans emanated from a curled-up figure on the ground, a body that was only recognizable by its exposed skin. This figure writhed and moaned, emitting faint, almost imperceptible sounds from its head. Its body convulsed as if it were a fresh fish floundering helplessly on the earth, embodying despair. The spasms grew increasingly frequent, yet the moans dwindled in strength. Anyone with a modicum of medical knowledge would recognize that this person's vitality was ebbing, their strength fading. At the moment of maximum convulsion, when their energy would be utterly depleted, it would also mark the end of their life. As if to affirm this notion, during the most intense spasm, a gurgling sound escaped the individual's throat, akin to a rooster croaking its last before succumbing to death. With that final groan, the curled body suddenly unfurled in that instant. The person's eyes rolled back in terror, and after a final whoosh, silence enveloped the space. It could have been a second, or perhaps a moment. Suddenly, time seemed to freeze, and the space warped. The stifling heat of the small room transformed as if filled with an immense block of icy chill, the previous temperature of over 60 degrees plummeting. Twisted rays of light and rising wisps of mist signified the clash of extreme temperatures. The distorted light caused violent fluctuations within the confined space, culminating in a muffled pop as a volleyball-sized black hole materialized out of nowhere. From this black void emerged a small figure of faint white gas, its animated face displaying a look of confusion. This bewilderment was fleeting, the figure's radiant eyes quickly fixated on the body on the ground. Elation at the prospect of seizing life from death caused its lips to curl into a smile, and with a brief pause, it dove swiftly into the mouth of the supine figure, akin to lightning. As it entered, the black hole vanished, the frigid air dissipated, and the entire cramped space reverted to its previous stifling warmth, as if the earlier phenomena had never occurred. The body on the ground let out a long groan, and slowly, its lifeless eyes fluttered open. Despite the glare from above, no discomfort was discernible within the depths of its obsidian gaze. Where is this? Where am I? Was I not slain by a dozen formidable foes? How did I end up here? A flood of confusion and questions surged through the resurrected mind like a tidal wave. Visions shattered and reformed in his consciousness, a relentless cycle of fragmentation and amalgamation causing excruciating pain. His mouth opened and closed, yearning to vocalize, yet the agony in his mind rendered him mute. In that moment, he realized that pain reaches its zenith not when one cries out, but when the urge to scream is thwarted. This torment repeated itself countless times, driving him to the brink of madness. If only his dagger were at hand, he would have chosen to extinguish his own existence. Indeed, this resurrected soul was none other than Zhao Dabao, a cultivator from the heavenly sphere. It would not be inaccurate to call him Zhao Dabao. Within his mind resided the memories of the original Zhao Dabao. Yet, one crucial distinction remained. This body was not Zhao Dabao's original form, but that of a recently deceased individual. For reasons unknown, Zhao Dabao's lingering consciousness had attached itself to this lifeless form. What could this be? A resurrection? A possession? Even the revived Zhao Dabao could not provide an explanation. After enduring countless torments, Zhao Dabao finally awoke completely, and with his awakening, the pain gradually subsided. At last, he was truly reborn. As his eyes blinked open, the blinding lights were harsh, yet they held no sway over him. It was the scorching air that rendered him profoundly uncomfortable. He carefully surveyed the arrangement of the cramped space, quickly deducing that the heat emanated from the 15 overhead spotlights. Drawing a deep breath, he attempted to summon his internal energy, aiming to rise and shatter the lights above. However, he remained inert on the heated metal surface, akin to a fish destined to be roasted. Utterly powerless, S's internal energy waned. A resonating boom echoed in his head, obscuring his vision and sending his heart racing. For Cultivator, the loss of internal energy is the most terrifying ordeal, is a fate worse than death. Taking another deep breath, he reassured himself. Do not panic, perhaps the injuries sustained during the ambush were too severe, resulting in the loss of my internal energy. Reflecting on his injuries, Zhao Dabao shook his head, only to discover that the deep, bone-visible wounds had vanished, leaving only a few bruises in their wake. Upon closer inspection, he realized these marks were merely superficial injuries from combat. Zhao Dabao pondered. A wave of memories crashed over him, scenes flashing before his eyes like a cinematic reel. After a long while, he gradually calmed, lying quietly on the metal plate, immune to its oppressive heat. Within him, tumultuous emotions swirled. He now understood that he was no longer the same individual he once was. In essence, the current Zhao Dabao was a fusion of his original consciousness and a foreign body, fortuitously sharing the same name. Though this unfamiliar Zhao Dabao had perished, the revived Zhao Dabao inherited his thoughts through the surviving brain cells. Once, this unfamiliar body was known as Zhao Dabao, a proprietor from a small county in the northern region of the Earth star, Xiagua. Yet, Zhao Dabao could not fathom what this Xiagua was truly like. He merely sensed a vague resemblance between this Earth star Xiagua and his original realm, the Tianxiu star Huagua. The only distinctions being the shift of planetary existence and the variation in names, set in the mid-1990s of Xiagua. Zhao Dabao, a former entrepreneur at the tender age of 23, had lost contact with his family after gaining admission to university due to certain circumstances, thus embarking on a path of self-employment while juggling work and study. At 21, he established the Dabao Group, named after himself, amassing assets exceeding 10 million. However, it was that very year when he caught the attention of local officials, not for his character, but for his substantial wealth. During a convivial drinking session with the deputy county chief, Zhao Dabao became inebriated. Upon awakening the next day, he found himself firmly pinned down by several police officers in a private room. The deputy county chief, equally intoxicated, lay beside him, pale and bleeding from a wound on his forehead. Zhao Dabao and Amp, Apos, S gaze fell upon the deputy and Amp, Apos, S forehead, which bore a dark gunshot wound, with mingled brain matter and blood oozing from it. At that moment, he clutched a Type 54 pistol, although it had been seized by the authorities as he regained consciousness. At this juncture, if Zhao Dabao remained oblivious to the fact that he had been set up, he would be akin to a foolish and ignorant pig. The mastermind behind this scheme was none other than his close companion, Zhang Wuji, who testified that Zhao Dabao had attempted to bribe the deputy and, in a fit of rage, had fatally shot him, with Zhang Wuji conveniently present as a witness. Faced with this flimsy testimony, the judicial authorities of Songyuan County displayed an unprecedented speed in handling the case, concluding evidence collection, prosecution, and sentencing all within a week. Without the fervent defense of Zhao Dabao's confidant, it is likely he would have faced immediate execution. Even during the trial, despite the prosecutor and defense attorney engaging in heated arguments, Zhao Dabao was tragically sentenced to death with a 2-year reprieve, the harshest punishment available in Xiagua. Zhao Dabao filed an appeal, but the second instance was dismissed without even a hearing, and within 2 weeks of his sentencing, he was transported to a prison located 300 kilometers away in HB province. On the very next day of Zhao Dabao's incarceration, his so-called good brother, Zhang Wuji, brandished a transfer agreement signed by Zhao Dabao himself and took complete control of the Dabao Group's assets, renaming it the Jubao Group a month later. Zhang Wuji swiftly transformed into the youngest entrepreneur in Jie province, with assets surpassing 10 million, earning accolades as one of the top 10 young entrepreneurs in the province that year. In the second month of Zhao Dabao and Amp, Apos' imprisonment, his beloved confidant was forced to flee the country to escape Zhang Wuji and Amp, Apos' relentless pursuit. Since Zhao Dabao and Amp, Apos' imprisonment, a series of unfortunate incidents plagued him. Electrical shocks occurred during bathing, collapses of structures happened while working, and even explosions in the latrine, each event seemingly aimed at jeopardizing Zhao Dabao's life. He understood that someone was covertly orchestrating his demise within the prison, and the mastermind was not hard to deduce. Yet, Zhao Dabao was unwilling to accept his fate. He harbored too much resentment and unfulfilled grievances. Thus, he remained vigilant, and with the assistance of a few fellow inmates, he narrowly evaded several crises. When unexpected accidents failed to eliminate him, his former ally resorted to bribing inmates to directly end Zhao Dabao's life. The incident that led to his confinement in the solitary chamber was a result of a brawl with these adversaries. However, unlike his assailants, Zhao Dabao bore the brunt of punishment and was confined, while they faced no repercussions. The physical blows and the harsh conditions of the solitary confinement took a toll on Zhao Dabao, ultimately leading to his demise. Yet, at the moment of his last breath, the spirit of the cultivator Zhao Dabao miraculously surged into the body of the erstwhile entrepreneur Zhao Dabao, resulting in an extraordinary resurrection. At this juncture, one could say Zhao Dabao had been revived as the cultivator, yet the thoughts of the original entrepreneur remained intertwined within the spirit of the cultivator. The cultivator Zhao Dabao practiced the 9 turns profound art, which traces its origins to Taoism, purportedly created by the ancient figure Pingzu. The 9 turns profound art comprises 9 stages: the first turn of bright strength, the second of dark strength, the third of postnatal, the fourth of prenatal chi refinement, the fifth of foundation establishment, the sixth of elixir formation, the seventh of nascent soul, the eighth of integration, and the ninth of great completion. Before attaining immortality, Pingzu inscribed the 9 turns profound art on a jade talisman. After millennia, the talisman split into 2 halves, with Zhao Dabao acquiring 1 half, which contained the upper segment of the 9 turns profound art. The whereabouts of the lower half remain unknown, despite Zhao Dabao's exhaustive search through ancient texts yielding no clues. The upper half details the techniques from the first to the 5th turns: bright strength, dark strength, postnatal, prenatal chi refinement, and foundation establishment. Since acquiring it, Zhao Dabao dedicated decades of effort, only managing to reach the advanced stage of the 3rd turn, postnatal. With merely this advanced stage of the 9 turns profound art, Zhao Dabao found himself unmatched on Tianqiu Star. Had he not encountered a dozen seasoned masters in ambush, he would not have met such an untimely end. Understanding the chain of events, Zhao Dabao could only laugh and cry at the absurdity of his transmigration into the alternate realm of Xiaogua. A flicker of solace came from the realization that this Xiaogua was remarkably similar to his original Huagua in terms of culture, society, climate, and environment. However, he felt disheartened by the fact that he had inhabited the body of a namesake death row inmate who was beset by manifold tribulations and crises. Presently, Zhao Dabao faced the dual threats of a formidable enemy seeking his life and assassins plotting his demise, compounded by the complicity and tacit approval of the prison guards, making his escape from this predicament exceedingly arduous. Despite the perilous environment, the newly reborn Zhao Dabao faced it with unwavering courage. The dangers he confronted on Tianqiu Star were magnitudes greater than those he faced now, and yet he had persevered. The only variable now was the absence of the 9 turns profound art. He possessed not a shred of internal energy, and it was unrealistic to expect to cultivate it within a short period. Lacking this energy, he had no choice but to rely on the capabilities of his current body. Fortunately, Zhao Dabao found some reassurance in the overall quality of this body, which, while not meeting the basic requirements of a cultivator, still held a commendable state among his peers. After assessing his surroundings, Zhao Dabao resolved to begin practicing the 9 turns profound art, even if it meant cultivating a modicum of internal energy to enhance his physical abilities by 30%. Resolute, he recited the incantation of the 9 turns profound art, seeking to absorb the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth into his meridians. However, an alarming scene unfolded. The moment Zhao Dabao entered a meditative state, he was struck by a searing pain in his head, causing his vision to blur and nearly rendering him unconscious. This sudden agony left him disoriented. In his previous life, he had never encountered such an ordeal, not even during moments of deviation in his cultivation. Why was this happening? Gradually controlling his breath, he sought to restore calm to his mind. Zhao Dabao pondered the cause of his excruciating headache. Drawing upon the experiences of his past life and the reflections of his current existence, he arrived at a startling conclusion. The source of this pain lay in the dissonance between the 9 turns profound art and the consciousness of his new body. For the cultivation of the 9 turns profound art, a tranquil mind and focused spirit were of utmost importance. At this moment, although Zhao Dabao's and Amp Dabao's spirit resided in another realm. A small fragment of his thoughts from this world lingered within him. This duality hindered Zhao Dabao from achieving the essential concentration required for his spiritual cultivation. Thus, to master the nine turns mystical technique, he must dissolve or integrate the current Zhao Dabao's thoughts. Otherwise, his pursuit of the technique would be rendered a mere jest. Realizing this posed a formidable challenge for Zhao Dabao, as reconciling or merging the contemporary thoughts within him was no simple task. A person's thoughts, as manifestations of their mental prowess, are anchored in the brain. As long as the brain thrives, so too does the spirit. When the brain ceases to function, the spirit dissipates. Modern medicine corroborates this notion. For instance, brain-dead patients have lost their mental faculties along with their brains. Although their bodies may exhibit faint reactions, they can no longer be classified as human, merely as living organisms with residual awareness. The dilemma confronting Zhao Dabao was that the mindset of a former entrepreneur still resided in his brain, and unless he could somehow resurrect his brain, he could not eliminate the existing thoughts. However, once the brain succumbs, the individual truly ceases to exist. The instant Zhao Dabao's spiritual essence penetrated the entrepreneur's mind, the entrepreneur and Dabao's body had already succumbed to death, leaving only a flicker of consciousness within the brain. This allowed Zhao Dabao to successfully experience a sort of resurrection. Otherwise, even with immense spiritual strength, he would not have attained his current state. In the realm of cultivation, Zhao Dabao possessed a certain understanding of mental prowess. It is widely recognized that one's martial strength does not solely depend on cultivation levels but also on the strength of their mental faculties. Without formidable mental power, one cannot ascend to higher levels of cultivation. Despite his knowledge, Zhao Dabao had never encountered a scenario akin to his. No records existed of such an experience. Presently, Zhao Dabao had no examples or relevant materials to reference, leaving him to explore this uncharted territory alone. Nonetheless, he had a sense of direction. He believed that the persistence of the former entrepreneur's thoughts was primarily due to his lingering resentment. This notion echoed the beliefs surrounding spirits. It is said that a person burdened with grievances at the moment of death may transform that resentment into a form of consciousness, potentially giving rise to what is commonly referred to as a ghost. Undoubtedly, at the moment of the entrepreneur's demise, the intensity of his resentment would have peaked, and this potent emotional residue should linger within Zhao Dabao's thoughts. To alleviate this mental burden, the first course of action must be to exact revenge. Only by avenging the entrepreneur could the resentment dissipate, thereby achieving the desired resolution of his thoughts. With a clear objective in mind, Zhao Dabao began contemplating methods for avenging the entrepreneur. However, even if it were not to resolve the entrepreneur's thoughts, Zhao Dabao would still pursue vengeance. The rationale was straightforward. Having revived through the entrepreneur's body, it would be remiss of him not to act on behalf of the original owner of this vessel, which contradicted Zhao Dabao's character of repaying kindness and settling scores. Thus, having established his goal, Zhao Dabao ceased to dwell on the inability to cultivate the nine turns mystical technique and redirected his focus towards achieving his aim. He raised his gaze, surveying his surroundings, and recognized that he was in the disciplinary chamber of a provincial prison. This chamber was distinct from a standard confinement cell. It was smaller and considerably more oppressive in temperature. Once inmates were confined in the disciplinary chamber, survival was exceedingly difficult. The reasons for this were threefold. First, the extreme heat resulted from 15 powerful floodlights and heated iron walls. Second, the intense light not only raised the temperature, but also emitted harmful radiation. Finally, under such extreme heat and brightness, normal rest was impossible, leading to a breakdown of mental faculties long before physical limits were reached. Historical cases indicated that inmates began losing consciousness after 12 hours, with a gradual decline over 24 hours and complete mental dissolution by 36 hours, leaving only a lifeless body devoid of awareness. By the 48-hour mark, individuals retaining any semblance of consciousness were virtually non-existent. In the annals of disciplinary cases, only 3 inmates had survived beyond 48 hours, and those who did emerged as vegetative states. The entrepreneur had demonstrated remarkable resilience, enduring until the 46th hour before his body succumbed, followed by his consciousness. This could be directly linked to his profound resentment. Since his revival, Zhao Dabao's formidable mental prowess had played a significant role, a culmination of prior mental training and the extraordinary effects of the nine turns mystical technique. Within the chamber, despite his physical discomfort, Zhao Dabao's consciousness remained acutely alert. This clarity, in turn, facilitated his body's adaptation. Although he felt utterly exhausted, he could still manage slight movements. He gently tapped the ground beneath him, producing a resonant sound that indicated the iron floor was not particularly thick. Upon listening intently, Zhao Dabao discerned the sound of flowing water. Could there be an underground river beneath the disciplinary chamber? After some contemplation and considering the remnants of the entrepreneur and Apos' thoughts, he dismissed this possibility. The provincial prison was constructed amidst mountains, without a visible river, a fact he had noted during his transport. Since no rivers were present, the sound of flowing water could not be from a river, but rather from the prison's sewage system, as only such systems would produce such a faint trickle. The sound indicated that the flow rate and volume were minimal, consistent with domestic water usage. Concurrently, Zhao Dabao felt several slight protrusions around his waist, and upon inspection, discovered 4 metal screw caps. A thought struck him. Could this be a movable iron panel? Intrigued, Zhao Dabao probed the screw caps and surrounding edges. After careful examination, he deduced that this was a square iron panel secured by the 4 screw caps, measuring approximately half a meter on each side, large enough to accommodate an adult and Apos' body. Upon realizing the panel's potential for movement, Zhao Dabao felt a surge of excitement. Why not pry open this iron panel? Doing so could lead him to freedom, allowing him to exact revenge on the original owner of this body. With this thought, he instinctively tightened his grip with his thumb and forefinger, attempting to loosen the screw caps. However, reality proved harsh. According to his own estimates, a slight exertion should suffice to easily unscrew them. Yet, despite exerting all his might, the screw caps remained steadfast. Indeed, he had forgotten that he was no longer the adept practitioner of the 9 turns mystical technique. At present, he was merely an ordinary individual, lacking the strength to loosen the caps. Zhao Dabao's feelings mirrored that of a man yearning for an unattainable pleasure, discovering, at the critical moment, that he lacked the means to pursue it. The tantalizing prospect lay before him, visible yet beyond reach, evoking a deep sense of frustration and despair. Confronted with this tantalizing yet inaccessible opportunity, Zhao Dabao reassured himself that if one path was blocked, he would seek another. However, after extensive contemplation, he found no other escape route apart from the sewage system beneath the iron panel. Since the very first day the original entrepreneur had been imprisoned, thoughts of escape had consumed him. Entrepreneurs understand that the moment they are sentenced to a 2-year reprieve from death, they have essentially been stripped of any hope for life. According to the laws of Xia, a 2-year suspension of the death penalty equates to a life sentence or a fixed-term imprisonment. Conventionally, as long as no unforeseen circumstances arise during this 2-year period, upon its conclusion, the sentence is often commuted to life imprisonment. While serving a life sentence, if one behaves well during the initial 5 years, they may eventually be reduced to a 20-year term. This reflects a humanitarian concern and spirit within the penal system of Xia. However, the entrepreneur is acutely aware that such a scenario is unlikely to apply to him. From the very first day of his incarceration, troubles abound. Whether facing attacks or engaging in fights while defending himself, the constant brawling renders any hope of sentence reduction utterly futile. Moreover, the most pressing concern is that he may not survive to see the end of his 2-year reprieve, potentially falling victim to a killer within the prison walls. Thus, from the outset, the entrepreneur is perpetually vigilant, scrutinizing the prison environment and discipline in search of an opportunity to escape. Yet, a month later, that hope begins to fade. This provincial prison is renowned throughout the nation as a top-tier facility. Aside from its location in a mountainous region, the internal architecture is exceedingly secure. Surrounding the prison are 6-meter-high brick and concrete walls, impeccably smooth, topped with a 1-meter-high barbed wire fence. From this alone, attempting to scale the walls is a daunting challenge. At the 4 corners of the prison, watchtowers are manned by armed guards. This formidable barrier is merely the first line of defense. Beyond the high walls lies a 20-meter-wide concrete pathway, regularly patrolled by guards. Further in, there is a recreation area enclosed by 4-meter-high barbed wire, situated over 80 meters from the inmates' cells. At night, aside from the fluorescent lights suspended from the wire, there are 10 high-powered searchlights that continuously sweep the area between the walls and the cells. Inside the cells, security is even more stringent, with iron doors, barred windows, and reinforced walls making any breakout attempt without substantial tools utterly fanciful. Coupled with the thrice-daily roll calls and vigilant guards within the cells, the prospect of escape is rendered virtually impossible. As a premier institution, there have been instances of inmates escaping, but only during labor or medical outings when guards were caught off guard. Since the prison's inception, there has not been a single successful escape from within its walls. The meticulous precautions serve as a significant factor contributing to the entrepreneur's despair. He is acutely aware that, following the reprieve, the likelihood of sentence reduction is nil. Even if reduced, he would still be required to serve a minimum of 20 years. By the time he completes his sentence, not only would vengeance be unattainable, but his adversaries may no longer even be traceable. The futility of escape only deepens his despondency, leading him to resign himself to despair in the dismal punishment chamber. Thus, the only conceivable means of escape lies beneath the iron plates in the sewers, a prospect far-fetched unless someone intervenes to exonerate Zhao Dabao, absolving him of his punishment, an unlikely scenario indeed. As Zhao Dabao wrestles with these thoughts, a loud clang resonates as the small iron door of the punishment chamber swings open, and two large hands drag him out like a dead dog. Reacting swiftly, Zhao Dabao cleverly feigns unconsciousness the moment the door opens. He understands that this moment of feigned fainting is a strategic move to lay a solid foundation for his survival in the future. As Zhao Dabao is pulled from the punishment chamber, a voice of astonishment rings out. "Hey, this kid still has some fight left in him. He's really tough." Tough? What does that matter? No matter how tough he is, his life will end in this Qinling prison, comes the grim reply. There are people out there who are buying his life. Old Zhang, have you heard? The price for this kid's life has already reached 500,000. Can you believe a worthless life is worth that much? Li Gu, are you genuinely unaware or just pretending? This kid's situation is deeply entangled, and it's best if we don't get involved. We don't want to end up in a mess without any reward, another warns. With a hint of resignation, Officer Li reflects, "Old Zhao, I know. While our line of work may be morally questionable, I still have my principles. I know which money to accept and which to refuse. As for this Zhao Dabao's life price, I wouldn't dare take it. It would weigh on my conscience." Indeed, Li Gu, I share your sentiments. This kid's misfortune is compounded by being betrayed by his own brother, who now spends money to secure his life. The world has changed far too swiftly, he laments. Forget about these troubling matters. So, he has survived the punishment, but his spirit is utterly broken. What do we do? Return him to his cell, or what? Officer Li contemplates before sighing. Let us take him to the infirmary. If he has to die, let it be in peace. If we bring him back to the cell, he will suffocate tonight. Thus, they resolve to assist this unfortunate soul, lamenting his dire circumstances. Upon reaching the infirmary, located at the far eastern side of the prison, they find it staffed with a doctor and 2 nurses. Their primary duty is to address any emergencies within the cells. While serious ailments require transportation to a major city 200 kilometers away, it is now a little past 3 in the afternoon, indicating that Zhao Dabao was thrown into the punishment chamber 2 days prior at the same hour. Once inside the infirmary, the solitary Dr. Lu promptly conducts a superficial examination on Zhao Dabao. At this moment, Zhao Dabao has fully harnessed the mentality of an entrepreneur, keenly aware of the events surrounding his confinement. The punishment chamber, known as the most terrifying place in the prison, boasts an unparalleled deterrent effect. Over the past decade, only 3 individuals have emerged alive from its confines, all of whom were subsequently rushed to the infirmary for emergency care. However, such care is merely a fade. It consists of inserting various tubes and administering nutrients to prolong life signs for a mere 7 days. If the individual does not regain consciousness after this period, the doctor declares brain death, removes the tubes, and returns the patient to their cell, where they are assigned 2 inmates to oversee them until life signs cease. The so-called care is, in reality, an abandonment of rescue efforts. If the assigned inmates grow impatient, even the basic sustenance required to sustain life may be withheld. Under such circumstances, a patient might only survive a week or even less before succumbing entirely. Upon being carried out from the punishment chamber, Zhao Dabao feigns unconsciousness. He knows that according to established protocol, he will be taken to the infirmary for 7 days of treatment, and these 7 days are crucial for him. The environment he now inhabits is perilously hostile, with 2 ruthless cellmates constantly seeking his demise, and the guard within the cell has been bribed by his own brother, Zhang Wuji. His physical condition has already been severely depleted during his time in the punishment chamber. In this weakened state, he would be utterly defenseless against a second assault from his cellmates. Thus, as Zhao Dabao is carried out from the punishment chamber, he resolves to use his time in the infirmary to recuperate and devise a plan for escape. striving to flee the confines of the prison at the earliest opportunity. Although Zhao Dabao is unable to cultivate the nine-turn profound art, the experiences from his past life remain intact. He is adept at feigning unconsciousness and controlling his breath, navigating these actions with remarkable ease. As for the simple examinations conducted by the doctors, they are utterly incapable of discerning Zhao Dabao's true condition. The medical room is equipped with various instruments, but in the eyes of the physician, Zhao Dabao has already been condemned to death, rendering any further examinations unnecessary. When the nurse was administering the nutritional solution, she casually inquired about its type. The nutritional solutions available in the prison's medical facility are classified into two categories: ordinary and premium. The ordinary variety is merely a few coins per vial, serving only to maintain vital signs, while the premium option, costing several dozen coins, not only sustains life, but also possesses remarkable restorative properties for nourishing organs and tissues. To illustrate, the ordinary solution is akin to a steamed bun, satisfying hunger without providing substantial nourishment. Conversely, the premium solution resembles shark fin soup, filling the body while also offering genuine nutritional benefits. Upon hearing the nurse's question, Dr. Liu cast a glance at the barely conscious Zhao Dabao. He felt a twinge of sympathy for this condemned man. Since Zhao Dabao's imprisonment, news of his plight has circulated widely within the prison. Although there are numerous cases of injustice, few are as extraordinary as Zhao Dabao's. Not only is he a millionaire, a formidable figure in the Summer Kingdom during the 1990s, but he also represents a rare instance of a wealthy individual being wronged. His case is particularly egregious, as it not only involves the confiscation of his assets, but also a sentence of death. Most of the prison staff harbor a sense of compassion for Zhao Dabao, and Dr. Liu is no exception. Therefore, when asked about the type of nutritional solution to use, he unhesitatingly opted for the premium variety. After all, the cost is covered by the state, so why not choose the best option? It could even contribute to his own moral merit. Under Dr. Liu's directive, the nurse administered the high-quality nutritional solution to Zhao Dabao. As for other invasive procedures, Dr. Liu refrained from them, believing that Zhao Dabao would scarcely survive the next 7 days, since the treatment would not save his life. There was no need to subject him to further pain and discomfort. In cases of brain death, although consciousness has faded, the body still retains a degree of sensitivity to pain, making surgical interventions particularly distressing for the patient. The two prison guards, having witnessed the final act of humane treatment, exchanged a few words before returning to their respective posts. Outside the treatment room, another guard remained on watch over the patient. The nutritional solution gradually infused into Zhao Dabao's body, and he immediately sensed a peculiar difference. As someone who traversed from another world, his sensitivity to elixirs was heightened. From the moment the first drop of the solution entered his bloodstream, he felt a faint energy coursing through it, albeit in minuscule quality and concentration. Nevertheless, it held some potential for cultivation. The energy-laden solution continued to permeate Zhao Dabao and Appo's blood, invigorating his pulse and gradually restoring his bodily functions. After 24 hours, his physical condition had improved to approximately 80%. This was not solely due to the efficacy of the nutritional solution, but also because Zhao Dabao subtly guided the minuscule energy within the solution to permeate his organs and tissues. Although he could not practice the 9-turn profound art at present, he was capable of leveraging his past cultivation experience to expedite his recovery. 48 hours passed swiftly, and Zhao Dabao's body fully returned to its pre-punishment state. Feeling completely restored, he found joy within himself. In such a perilous environment, full recovery was the greatest assurance of survival. During these 2 days of recuperation, Zhao Dabao was not merely lying in bed. His mind was racing as he contemplated how to escape from this death trap of a prison. Ultimately, he fixed his sights on the drainage system of the punishment room as his escape route. The sole, and indeed greatest, obstacle was how to unscrew the 4 bolts. If he could cultivate the 9-turn profound art, this would pose no challenge. However, as a mere ordinary person, he lacked the strength to turn the screws with his fingers. Since he could not unscrew the bolts by hand, the only remaining option was to utilize a tool. Yet, this was a heavily guarded prison, not his home. One could not simply obtain a pair of pliers at will. Not to mention that even commonplace items like toothbrushes could not be carried. Particularly, prior to being confined to the punishment room, all belongings were stripped away, leaving him solely with the clothes on his back. Thus, it was utterly impossible to bring any tools into the punishment room. Lying in bed, Zhao Dabao racked his brain but could not devise a feasible plan. Finally, he consoled himself. Well, there will surely be a way when the time comes. For now, I should focus on enhancing my own capabilities. He realized that without formidable strength, surviving in a prison rife with danger and deceit would be akin to scaling a mountain. The situation was particularly precarious given that there were those who had their eyes on him. Currently, he relied on two factors: his past life experiences and martial arts, particularly his combat experience, which significantly bolstered his chances of survival. The second factor was his two cellmates, sworn brothers he had met in prison. The elder brother, Yang Erling, and the younger brother, Zhang Sanpao, had formed a bond during their incarceration. Yang Erling's father had once fallen gravely ill, and it was Zhao Dabao who provided the funds for his treatment, thus saving his life. Zhao Dabao trusted these two companions completely, but he did not wish to entangle them in the perilous situation he faced, preferring to keep them out of harm's way. Beyond this support, he was left with only his past combat experience. However, Zhao Dabao understood that even the most extensive combat experience would be ineffective without a robust physique or advanced cultivation. Presently, he lacked the time to enhance his physical strength. Although Zhao Dabao's constitution was decent, it was merely adequate. Relying on it to execute high-level combat techniques would be challenging. The prospect of rapidly improving his physique was equally impossible. After much contemplation, the only viable path appeared to be cultivating the 9-turn internal force. Yet, the mindset of an entrepreneur firmly resided in Zhao Dabao and Apos' mind. And the moment he sought to cultivate, he would experience a strong sense of rejection. At this juncture, Zhao Dabao harbored a glimmer of hope. During the past 2 days, as he consciously directed the energy from the nutritional solution, he had not encountered any rejection from his entrepreneurial mindset. He wondered whether he would face a similar resistance when attempting to cultivate the 9-turn profound art again. In his mind, the desire to cultivate the 9-turn profound art burned brightly. After all, mastering it would allow him to seize his destiny firmly in his grasp. Ultimately, Zhao Dabao resolved to pursue the 9-turn profound art, even if it meant enduring excruciating pain. Otherwise, escaping from this prison would remain an empty ambition. With this thought, he prepared to enter a meditative state. Just before he began, an idea struck him. Why not attempt to communicate with his entrepreneurial mindset? Perhaps it would yield extraordinary results. This so-called communication involved engaging in an internal dialogue, a means of adjusting his emotions and thoughts through self-conversation. This bears a resemblance to the self-encouragement that ordinary individuals employ when confronted with challenges, utilizing conscious thought and self-talk to alleviate psychological stress, thereby calming turbulent emotions to perform at their true potential. Zhao Dabao employs precisely this method. Through self-suggestion, he reassures himself that in order to seek vengeance, he must first escape from prison, and the foundation for such an escape is survival. At present, within his cell, there are 2 assassins dispatched by Zhang Wuji, intent on taking his life. These assassins, in terms of physical prowess and combat skills, surpass Zhao Dabao significantly. The only path to triumph over these 2 adversaries lies in mastering the 9 transformations mystical art. To cultivate this art, he must first eliminate the influence of his existing mindset. Only by diminishing or eradicating this mental impact can he begin his training. Through this cultivation, he can expedite the enhancement of his physical abilities, thus paving the way for his revenge. From 3:00 and Apos clock in the afternoon until 11:00 and Apos clock at night, Zhao Dabao engaged in this mental self-affirmation. Through the strength of his current mental state, he sensed that the haze in his mind was gradually dissipating under the continuous self-suggestion, while his clarity of thought was steadily improving. As midnight approached, silence enveloped the surroundings. In the depths of the Qinling Mountains, the prison felt even more desolate amid the dense forest. The air was infused with the refreshing scent of post-rain, mingled with the essence of burgeoning life that wafted throughout the mountains. For Zhao Dabao, a former practitioner, midnight in the forest represented an optimal time for cultivation. At this hour, not only was there an absence of sound, facilitating meditation, but the spiritual energy of the universe was also at its most vigorous, conducive for absorption and refinement. Moreover, the purity of the air in the depths of the Qinling Mountains was exceptionally pristine, far exceeding that of bustling urban environments. As midnight arrived, enveloped in a tranquil and serene atmosphere, Zhao Dabao gently rotated his eyes, slowly closed them, pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth, allowing his entire being to enter a state of relaxation, with thoughts quiet, unburdened, and breathing slow. At the moment his breath became faint, he guided his energy from the lower dantian to the perineum, along the Ren meridian through the Guanyuan, Shinkei, Danzhong, Tiantu, and Lianquan to the crown of his head. With a slight whirl, it descended from the Du meridian through the Fengfu, Dazui, Ji, Mimin, and back to the perineum, finally returning to the dantian. One complete cycle through the Ren and Du meridians constituted a single turn, and 9 turns were required for a full cultivation session. Time passed gradually, and within the medical room, silence reigned, punctuated only by the ticking of an old clock, a reminder of time's passage in the stillness. From the moment Zhao Dabao initiated his cultivation, intense pain surged forth, yet its intensity was significantly diminished, entirely within his capacity to endure. Despite the agony, Zhao Dabao maintained a state of calm contemplation, cautiously and devoutly practicing the 9 transformations mystical art. 3 hours swiftly elapsed, and Zhao Dabao's and Appo's initial session of cultivation concluded as his thoughts guided the energy back to the dantian. He gradually opened his eyes, carefully discerning the subtle changes within the Ren and Du meridians and the dantian. For an ordinary individual at the onset of cultivation, such changes would likely go unnoticed. However, for Zhao Dabao, who had practiced the 9 transformations mystical art for decades in a past life, he could perceive a faint distinction. After the complete session, Zhao Dabao's formidable mental strength detected a trace of nearly imperceptible true energy, indicating that his training had indeed yielded results. Although this true energy remained exceedingly weak, it sparked a profound excitement within him, igniting hope that was immensely powerful. Since arriving in this world, Zhao Dabao had harbored a lingering anxiety, fearing that he might be unable to cultivate the 9 transformations mystical art. Initially, the weighty thoughts of his former life as an entrepreneur had greatly impeded his ability to cultivate. Additionally, the uncertainty of whether this world possessed the requisite foundation for cultivation lingered in his mind. For over 50 hours since awakening, these 2 concerns had troubled Zhao Dabao incessantly. He had traversed into a foreign realm devoid of any support, particularly as a condemned prisoner, which filled him with profound trepidation. Thus, the ability to cultivate the 9 transformations mystical art became his greatest reliance. To cultivate this art was essential for survival in this unfamiliar world. Without it, his precious second chance at life would swiftly lead to demise. Although today's cultivation had been arduous and tenuous, the faint trace of the 9 transformations true energy significantly bolstered Zhao Dabao's courage to survive. Moreover, a crucial insight had emerged. Upon discovering the 9 transformations mystical art, the inscription on his jade pendant contained the words, "When the 9 transformations reach perfection, the heavens and earth shall shift." This phrase had become Zhao Dabao's and Appo's most profound secret. Through the continual contemplation within the realm of cultivation, he arrived at a monumental deduction. Once the 9 transformations mystical art reached its utmost pinnacle, it would lead to liberation from worldly constraints, breaking through dimensional barriers, and ascending to the celestial realm. Zhao Dabao felt a 50% certainty in this hypothesis, given that the legendary creator of the 9 transformations was said to be Pengzu, a figure of divine mythology. In the cultivation community, there existed a notion that upon reaching the state of ultimate perfection, one could provoke a transformation in the heavens and earth. When this anomaly subsided, those who had transcended to this state would vanish without a trace. This phenomenon was not merely mentioned in one ancient tome. According to the principle that deeper cultivation yields longer lifespans, a practitioner who attained ultimate perfection would gain an infinite lifespan. Thus, the disappearance of such an individual post-transformation could not be attributed to the end of their life, but rather suggested that they had breached dimensional barriers and transitioned to another realm. While ancient texts contained references to ascension, Zhao Dabao had traversed the martial world for many years and had not encountered any scriptures beyond the 9 transformations that spoke of such phenomena. From this perspective, it was evident that the 9 transformations mystical art was indeed a top-tier cultivation method capable of leading one to ultimate perfection. Since commencing his practice of the 9 transformations, Zhao Dabao had relentlessly searched for the lower half of the jade pendant, for only upon acquiring it could he complete the full 9 transformations mystical art. However, after decades of searching, he had found no trace. In his heart, he pondered whether this lower half of the jade pendant truly existed. Even if it did, could it exist within this realm? Ultimately, Zhao Dabao relinquished his quest. One reason for this was that it remained uncertain whether he could fully master the initial 5 transformations inscribed on the upper half of the pendant. Why concern himself with distant possibilities? Consequently, his enthusiasm for acquiring the complete 9 transformations mystical art waned. The faint trace of internal energy that had manifested finally allowed Zhao Dabao to relax his mind. The fact that he had cultivated even a semblance of internal energy indicated that the 9 transformations mystical art could indeed be practiced in this world. With a sense of relief, Zhao Dabao fell into a deep slumber, marking his first complete sleep since his rebirth. Time swiftly passed, and soon Zhao Dabao found himself on the 7th day of cultivation within the medical room. Throughout these 7 days, through his diligent efforts, that almost imperceptible trace of 9 transformations internal energy finally materialized. Although still feeble, it had ultimately manifested, and the path of cultivation would now proceed step by step. This trace of 9 transformations internal energy could not immediately enhance Zhao Dabao's physical abilities. Only upon reaching the early stages of the first transformation would he witness significant effects. Yet, the 9 transformations internal energy did yield some benefits. For instance, his hearing had improved slightly compared to 7 days prior. If measured in percentages, his hearing had increased by approximately 3%. On the afternoon of the 7th day, Zhao Dabao unexpectedly awakened under the astonished gaze of the doctor and nurses. Upon witnessing Zhao Dabao's and Appo's awakening, Dr. Liu promptly conducted a thorough examination. Ultimately, with an amazed tone, he announced that inmate Zhao Dabao had successfully regained his health through the comprehensive efforts of the medical staff and could return to his cell to continue serving his sentence. Zhao Dabao's prison cell is located on the 2nd floor of the main cell block at Qinling Prison, which consists of 5 stories, each featuring 10 cells, with each cell encompassing nearly 100 square meters, resembling a spacious classroom. Within the cell, 2 rows of double-decker iron beds accommodate 40 inmates. The main cell block houses serious offenders, typically serving sentences of over 10 years, predominantly violent criminals involved in robbery and murder. Upon Zhao Dabao and Appo's arrival, nearly half of the inmates spontaneously burst into applause. This was due to 2 reasons. First, he was the first inmate to return soberly after the construction of the disciplinary room. Second, during his months of incarceration, Zhao Dabao's indomitable spirit had earned the respect of these violent offenders. However, among those applauding were 2 inmates, one tall and one short, near the door. These 2 had been sent to Qinling Prison a month prior, charged with robbery. As the 2 approached, Zhao Dabao and his companions, Erlingzi and Sampiozi, shared a warm embrace. Erlingzi exclaimed with excitement, "Brother Bao, you are truly remarkable, having emerged alive from the disciplinary room. Brother, a narrow escape surely brings great fortune." To which Zhao Dabao replied coolly, "Erlingzi, Sampao, we shall settle the score in due time. There is no need for haste." Since his release from the disciplinary room, Zhao Dabao had resolved not to remain passive and endure beatings as before. He intended to take the initiative, eliminating threats before they materialized. At that moment, the tall and short assassin swaggered towards Zhao Dabao and Appo's bunk, their astonished gazes transforming into malevolence, akin to the eyes of ravenous wolves. Erlingzi immediately stood alongside Sampiozi, both glaring fiercely at the 2 newcomers. It was these very individuals who had ambushed Zhao Dabao while he was working, attacking him 2 against 1, resulting in severe injuries and false accusations against him. The taller inmate sneered maliciously, patting Erlingzi's shoulder with disdain. "What's the matter, kid? Wanna act tough? Don't be foolish, or you might find yourself in over your head." Erlingzi, incensed, brushed the tall man's hand away and retorted, "Get lost. If you're a real man, face us directly. Sneaking around behind someone's back? What kind of coward are you?" The short one arrogantly chimed in, "You think you can play the hero? You don't know we've taken lives before. Want to measure strength? You can join us. But you want to be a challenge." Just as Erlingzi was about to respond, Zhao Dabao raised a hand to restrain him. Engaging in a brawl in broad daylight within the confines of the cell was unwise. A momentary verbal confrontation was unnecessary. Zhao Dabao calmly addressed the 2 men, "Gentlemen, when the mountains shift, the waters will flow. We shall inevitably meet again." The tall man retorted, "You have quite the audacity. Let us wait for that day. I hope you don't meet your end before then." He then shoved Sampiozi aside, barking, "Get out of the way, dog." Sampiozi's face flushed crimson with rage, fists clenched, ready for a fight. At that moment, a low, ominous voice interrupted, "Settle down. Are you going to let others rest? Sampozi, behave yourself. You think you can stir up trouble in 205? The voice belonged to Zhang, the leader of Cell 205, whose presence was intimidating enough to deter any challenge. Zhao Dabao narrowed his eyes in the direction of the voice, knowing full well that the individual he feared the most was not the two assassins but Zhang, whose shadow loomed over many past incidents. What are you looking at, Zhao Dabao? You've got too much time on your hands. Have you forgotten your lesson from the disciplinary room? You think you want to go back there? Sleep now, and keep your two brothers in line. I remember they're due for release soon. It would be a shame if you all ended up extending your stay for another 5 or 8 years. Don and Amp, Oppos, T say I didn't and Amp, Oppos, T warn you. The menacing tone dripped with threats and intimidation. As Zhang and Amp, Oppos, S voice faded, several seasoned inmates rose, their threatening gazes fixed upon Zhao Dabao and his brothers. Confronted with Zhang and Amp, Oppos, S blatant intimidation, Zhao Dabao suppressed his fury. Engaging in a fight within the cell would only disadvantage him and expose him to their collective assault. He took a deep breath to calm himself, gently signaling his brothers to remain patient, as there was no need to clash with them today. The score would be settled eventually. That night, Zhao Dabao and Erlangzi began strategizing their future actions, prioritizing the elimination of overt threats. A thief can evade capture for 100 days. But how can one guard against a thief for 1,000? As for Zhang, we shall set him aside for now and deal with him when the opportunity arises. The following day, as per the usual routine, the inmates returned to work in the prison factory. In this institution, inmates did not simply serve time. They were required to engage in labor, euphemistically referred to as reform through work. The tasks were not sophisticated. They involved simple weaving, such as crafting baskets and straw hats. In the northeast corner of Qinling prison stood a modest workshop where inmates labored. On this day, half of Zhao Dabao's cell was assigned to weave straw hats, which would later be transported to a nearby warehouse. Observing the clouds drifting above, Zhao Dabao diligently studied the surrounding mountains and terrain, preparing meticulously for a potential escape. During his observations, he noticed a wisp of white smoke rising from the hillside to the southeast, a sign that a mountain farmer or hunter was cooking. Estimating the distance to be around 6 or 7 kilometers, he mentally noted the location of the smoke before shifting his focus back to the workshop. As noon approached, it was time for the inmates to transport the completed straw hats to the warehouse. Noticing the tall assassin moving the hats, Zhao Dabao exchanged glances with Erlangzi and Sampiozi, signaling them to follow. Upon entering the warehouse, Erlangzi and Sampiozi positioned themselves on either side of the door, effectively blocking the view from the workshop. In the prison, fights were commonplace, and as long as they did not escalate into a riot, the guards typically ignored them, as they preferred inmates to fight amongst themselves, which indicated internal conflicts. The guards were wary of inmates banding together, as it usually led to trouble, either an escape or some form of rebellion. Upon seeing Erlangzi and Sampiozi's actions, the distant guards recognized that a duel was about to occur in the warehouse. As long as no one was killed on the spot, they would not intervene. The moment Erlangzi and Sampiozi obstructed the entrance, the short assassin realized the gravity of the situation, abandoning his half-finished straw hat and sprinting towards the warehouse entrance. Before he could reach the warehouse entrance, he was firmly held back by several prison mates who were close to Erlangzi. In the confines of the prison, forming alliances is the most effective means of survival, particularly for individuals like Zhao Dabao, who occupy a dominant position in the prison hierarchy. The primary reason for this is his sentence, death with a 2-year reprieve. Even if he were to behave well and receive a reduction, he would still face a minimum of life imprisonment or 20 years. It seems unlikely that he would ever be released, which renders him fearless in the prison environment. For inmates like Zhao Dabao, who have no hope of release, engaging in fights becomes a source of amusement, often executed with brutal ferocity. In contrast, those with shorter sentences remain fixated on reducing their time and exhibit exemplary behavior during their incarceration. Previously, Zhao Dabao had been somewhat feeble due to his temperament, which had led to numerous unfortunate incidents. However, after emerging from the disciplinary room, he displayed a remarkable transformation, shedding his former cowardice and becoming exceptionally fierce. This unexpected change did not surprise Erlangzi and his companions. They assumed that the death threats from the disciplinary room had prompted Zhao Dabao to undergo such a drastic metamorphosis. The night prior, Zhao Dabao had conferred with Erlangzi about dealing with the taller and shorter inmates in the warehouse, aiming for a more comfortable prison experience. He specifically instructed Erlong Zi and his brother to refrain from intervening, merely to block anyone at the entrance. The rationale behind this was Zhao Dabao's desire to avoid involving them should anything go awry, as their sentences were not particularly lengthy, and with a couple of reductions, they might soon be released. In this endeavor to eliminate threats, there was a risk of fatality. After all, Zhao Dabao was already serving a suspended death sentence. If someone were to die, he would bear the burden alone without fear. Upon entering the warehouse, the tall inmate set his straw hat on the ground and turned to leave. Just as he did so, a dark, looming straw hat suddenly appeared before him. Startled, he instinctively raised his hands to shield himself from the impending blow. However, before he could react, a large foot clad in green canvas shoes struck him fiercely in the chest, sending him staggering backward. Following the impact, Zhao Dabao's right foot connected with his target, while his left foot forcefully stomped the ground. With his elongated figure propelled upward by the momentum, he clasped his hands together and brought them crashing down onto the tall inmate and Apos' forehead with the force of a hammer. Aware that his current agility and strength were insufficient to execute some of his more powerful techniques, he maximized his strength by interlocking his fingers. Utilizing the inertia from his descent coupled with the force of his hands, he delivered a crushing blow to the tall inmate's forehead. The tall inmate was momentarily dazed by the combination of the kick and the strike, and as he began to topple to the ground, Zhao Dabao and Apos' entire weight crashed onto his chest. With relentless determination, he rained down blows, punching, kicking, and stomping over 20 times, until the tall inmate lay motionless on the ground, akin to a lifeless dog. Satisfied that the tall inmate was incapacitated, Zhao Dabao turned to Erlong Zi and whistled. Filled with excitement, Erlong Zi, accompanied by San Pao Zi, rushed towards the shorter inmate, aided by several other prisoners, forcibly dragging him into the warehouse. Upon entering the warehouse, the shorter inmate was met with the sight of his companion lying motionless in the middle, prompting a frenzied attempt to escape. However, before he could act on his escape, Zhao Dabao launched a furious barrage of punches, striking the shorter inmate's chest and abdomen with unrestrained ferocity. The onslaught of dozens of furious blows left the shorter inmate gasping and crumpling to the ground, frothing at the mouth. Zhao Dabao signaled to the others to bring both the tall and short inmates together, squatting beside them while casually picking up a bamboo stick used for weaving straw hats. With a cold, unyielding expression, Zhao Dabao addressed the two. Gentlemen, you should grasp the purpose of today's actions. From the moment you entered this facility, your actions against me have been relentless. I am aware that you have been instructed by someone else. Today, we shall bring this to a definitive conclusion. You are cognizant of my conviction for murder, resulting in a suspended death sentence. Even if I were to serve my time faithfully, I may never see freedom again. In light of this, how audacious or foolish must you be to accept a commission to take my life? At this moment, the tall inmate finally regained some breath, and, though his speech was slurred, he stammered, Zhao Dabao, we were not here to kill you. We were merely instructed to create some trouble. Some trouble? Zhao Dabao retorted, his voice dripping with disdain. Your and Apos, trouble and Apos, has nearly cost me my life in the disciplinary room. Speak up. Do you have any accomplices left in the prison? Don't feign ignorance. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in this predicament. As Zhao Dabao posed his question, the tall inmate and Apos' eyes rolled back, conveying a clear message. With a chilling, mirthless smile, Zhao Dabao and Apos' countenance hardened, resembling an ancient block of ice. With a swift motion of his left hand, he suddenly thrust the bamboo stick downward, producing a sharp, penetrating sound as it struck. Amidst the distortion of the tall inmate and Apos' face and his agonized shriek, a bloodied eyeball was sent soaring into the air alongside the bamboo stick. Zhao Dabao cast a cold glance at the tall man writhing on the ground, his bloodied bamboo stick unwaveringly aimed at the right eye of the shorter man. His fierce gaze and deathly pallor conveyed a chilling silence, fixating on the shorter figure without uttering a single word. The shorter man, though accustomed to the underworld, found himself utterly intimidated by the sight of the thrashing tall man and the gruesome injury. Stammering, he confessed, brother, I'll tell you, in our prison. Zhang is our contact. He instructs us on everything. Zhang, Zhao Dabao murmured to himself, fiddling with his earlobe. Seems there are many who wish to do me harm. They mistake my restraint for weakness. A cruel smile flickered across his face as he suddenly thrust the bamboo stick forward, piercing the shorter man and Apos' right ear with a sickening squelch. You may lose your sight, but a lesson must be imparted. With that, Zhao Dabao and Appo's piercing gaze swept across the surrounding inmates, his voice icy and authoritative. Gentlemen, these two have brought this upon themselves. Do you comprehend? The brutality of Zhao Dabao's actions left the veteran inmates in stunned silence. Although fights were common in prison, witnessing such immediate bloodshed was unprecedented. His innate coldness resembled that of a cinematic assassin, devoid of any regard for human life. As Zhao Dabao inquired about the unfolding situation, the surrounding inmates nodded eagerly. Acknowledging the gravity of the moment, he lowered his gaze to the two men, delivering his chilling ultimatum. Listen closely. If you dare to speak the truth, next time at 1T merely be your eyes or ears at stake. I will have you both butchered and fed to the dogs. I have no desire for freedom. Death would be a mercy. Do you understand? In that fleeting moment, as he punctured the tall man and Appo's Zhao Dabao re-emerged as a ruthless cultivator, resolved to confront this unfamiliar world with ferocity. No matter the dangers lurking ahead, he was undeterred. He refused to believe that this world, with its hardships and perils, could surpass the trials of his previous existence. After attending to the two men, Zhao Dabao surveyed the room, discarding the bloody bamboo stick onto the ground. Now, gentlemen, speak up. Will you stand with me, or will you follow another? Though Qinling Prison lay nestled within mountains, its environment mirrored that of any other correctional facility, rife with factions. In Zhao Dabao and Appo's cell, several gangs existed, with Zhang and Appo's group being the largest, comprising 9 members. Following closely was a 6-member organization led by Yang Guang. Additionally, there were 2 smaller groups of 3 or 4, while the remaining inmates were solitary figures. Having dealt with the 2 men, Zhao Dabao had effectively positioned himself against Zhang and Appo's faction. According to prison customs, once blood was spilled and opposition formed, there was no chance for reconciliation. It would inevitably lead to a showdown, where one side would triumph over the other. The surrounding inmates exchanged glances, hesitant and silent. They understood Zhao Dabao and Appo's intent. He was urging them to declare their allegiance. Yet, such declarations were fraught with peril. To choose a side meant committing to that faction, risking their own downfall should their leader falter. In prison, many sought merely to serve their sentences in peace, wary of the consequences of choosing poorly. Perceiving their reluctance, Zhao Dabao's voice carried a frosty undertone. I comprehend your thoughts, and I shall be candid. You all know how I arrived here and the events that transpired. Someone wishes to see me rot in this prison. I am sentenced to death with no hope of release. It's either languish here or perish at someone's hands. Since I have no escape, why should I fear death? To be frank, I wish to live comfortably, regardless of my fate. If you desire to avoid misfortune within these walls, your only option is to align with me. I will not tolerate anyone who isn't my brother by my side. Mark my words, tonight, I will take down Zhang. If you do not pledge your allegiance, I will deal with you first before confronting him. Upon hearing this, the inmates realized that Zhao Dabao intended to secure his position before challenging Zhang. The gravity of his declaration resonated deeply. 3 Pao, the first to speak, asserted, brothers, what kind of person is Bao Guo? You have witnessed how he has cared for us over these months. In times of danger, he has always stood at the forefront without hesitation. Bao Guo is a man of loyalty. Those who follow him will be well cared for. Indeed, Erlingzi chimed in. Bao Guo was once a prominent entrepreneur, wronged by others, landing him here. His connections remain strong. If we align with him, we will surely benefit when we are released. Isn't that better than anything else? With a decisive kick, Zhao Dabao silenced the groaning tall man, proclaiming, listen, everyone, as Erlingzi and 3 Pao have said. If you follow me, I will assist you even outside these walls. So, what will it be? Are you with me? Speak plainly, without hesitation. As Zhao Dabao concluded, a bespectacled man in his 40s stepped forward, declaring, Bao Guo, I, Uz, will stand with you. If I waver, may the heavens strike me down. Yes, Bao Guo. I, Hozi, will follow you. Whatever you decide, I will abide, echoed another. With similar affirmations from the surrounding inmates, Zhao Dabao felt a sense of relief. Without securing the loyalty of these men, he could not stand against Zhang. Currently, he lacked the sufficient strength to confront Zhang and Appo's faction directly. However, by consolidating these supporters, he would present a formidable front against Zhang. Now that we are brothers, let me be clear. Tonight, I will confront Zhang. I do not require you to engage directly. Just ensure that his associates are restrained. I will handle Zhang myself." The surrounding inmates felt a weight lift from their shoulders. The prospect of direct confrontation with Zhang was daunting, yet they found comfort in merely standing by Zhao Dabao. They readily agreed to assist as needed. Zhao Dabao ordered the injured tall and short men to be taken to the infirmary. As the details of their injuries circulated, it was evident that Zhao Dabao and Apos' ruthless actions had gone unnoticed by the guards. When questioned, the victims attributed their injuries to their own mistakes. Since the victims had not claimed to be harmed by another, the guards showed little interest in the matter, content to allow the inmates to settle their disputes amongst themselves, as long as no one died. As the day drew to a close, the time for dinner arrived at 5:30. The cafeteria of Qinling Prison comprises 10 expansive sections, each exceeding 300 square meters. The entire dining area is a spacious rectangular room devoid of barriers, featuring rows of stainless steel rectangular tables arranged like soldiers in formation. The stools are welded to the tables, rendering any attempts to move them futile. Zhao Dabao sits with a group of about 10 individuals in a row, facing Yang Laoda and a few of his fellow inmates. Yang Laoda, whose real name is Yang Yanzhao, is a bespectacled man in his 50s, previously a state employee. Rumored to have ended up here due to dereliction of duty. Yang Laoda is astute and has connections that facilitated his entry into prison, quickly amassing a following of 5 or 6 individuals. He navigates the prison dynamics adeptly, maintaining a cordial relationship with Zhang Laoda, and is recognized as a prudent individual who knows how to preserve himself. Upon noticing Zhao Dabao and his group across the table, Yang Laoda experiences an unsettling sensation. He is familiar with Zhao Dabao, a man wronged and stripped of his assets. While he feels a tinge of sympathy for Zhao Dabao, it does not extend to a desire to offer assistance. He outwardly expresses sympathy for Zhao Dabao and Apos' misfortunes in prison, yet remains emotionally detached. Today, however, he senses a shift. Facing Zhao Dabao feels akin to confronting a bloodied blade drawn from its sheath. Zhao Dabao takes his seat, casually sampling his meal before placing his soft plastic chopsticks in a cross formation atop his bowl. With unwavering eyes, he directly addresses Yang Yanzhao. "Brother Yang, I wish to discuss a matter with you today." "Oh, what matter?" Yang Laoda inquires nonchalantly, sensing a difference in Zhao Dabao and Apos' demeanor but feeling no immediate concern, as his influence is firmly established. "Brother Yang, first take a look at the bowls of my brothers here." As his words conclude, Yang Laoda casts a puzzled glance at the bowls of Zhao Dabao and Apos' companions. A chill runs through him as he realizes that the chopsticks of all 17 or 18 bowls are arranged in a cross pattern, and the eyes of their owners are fixed on him like ravenous wolves. Yang Laoda inhales sharply, understanding that this synchronized behavior signifies that these individuals are all aligned with Zhao Dabao, indicating a united front. A weight settles in his chest. What does Zhao Dabao intend? Is he flexing his muscles and demonstrating power, attempting to coerce him into an alliance? Thoughts swirl in his mind as he maintains a composed facade, asking Dabao, "I haven't wronged you, have I? What do you mean by this today?" With a warm smile reminiscent of a spring day, Zhao Dabao replies, "Brother Yang, do not overthink it. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to have a conversation." "A conversation? Dabao, is there such a thing as a casual chat? Speak plainly. What do you desire?" "Brother Yang, don't misunderstand. I am aware of your character, honorable yet non-confrontational. You know my predicament. It cannot be unknown to you, right? I have a general understanding of your situation, Dabao, but I am unable to assist you. As for the issues you face in prison, I have the will but lack the means. However, I assure you, I will not add to your troubles. You understand that, right? I too wish to serve my time and return to my family outside that relies on me." Zhao Dabao, uninterested in Yang Laoda's explanations, waves his hand dismissively. "Brother Yang, I am fully aware of all this. But you know there are those who wish to see my end. Thus I cannot remain passive. I sought you out today to request your assistance. Whether you can oblige or not, I, Zhao Dabao, shall bear no resentment towards you." Upon hearing this, Yang Laoda breathes a sigh of relief. It appears Zhao Dabao is not targeting him. Yet, concerns linger as he asks, "Dabao, what exactly do you need from me?" "Let it be clear, I will not engage in actions that contravene prison regulations. It is nothing grave. To be frank, I wish to orchestrate a little affair in the dormitory tonight and hope you can provide cover, ensuring the guards remain oblivious. Is that agreeable?" Upon hearing this, Yang Laoda has a sudden realization. Zhao Dabao intends to confront Zhang Laoda. Not opposed to this, Yang Laoda harbors no affection for the domineering Zhang Laoda, who often abuses his power, evoking discomfort among the inmates. In comparison, Zhao Dabao exhibits a greater sense of reason, not resorting to intimidation. With this in mind, Yang Laoda readily agrees. Very well, Dabao, I shall provide you with cover. I can even arrange for my men to invite the guards out for drinks during your endeavor, allowing you ample time. With a light clap of his hands, Zhao Dabao expresses his gratitude. Brother Yang, such significant matters require no thanks. You know what sort of person I am. We shall meet again in due course. Thus, Zhao Dabao and Yang Laoda reach an agreement. Later that night, Yang Laoda's group would provide cover for Zhao Dabao's actions. At 9:00 and amp. Oppos clock that evening, the dormitory buzzes with laughter and merriment. Yang Laoda has procured several bottles of white liquor through his connections, albeit locally produced sweet potato liquor, which is quite a treat in prison. According to Yang Laoda's associates, today marks his birthday, prompting the gathering of a few bottles of liquor and some peanuts and sausages to celebrate. The guards, having left by 9, are tacitly understood to be entertained elsewhere, as it is customary to offer them tribute during such celebrations to facilitate goodwill. Under envious gazes from other dormitories, the festivities commence in dormitory 205. Yang Laoda's group, positioned near the entrance, engages in raucous drinking and chatting. Scattered amid them are Zhao Dabao and his men, while at the innermost beds, Zhang Laoda's group converses in hushed tones, oblivious to the ongoing revelry. As the noise at the entrance swells, Zhao Dabao retrieves a sturdy bamboo strip, measuring a hand and amp, Oppos, breadth and length and width, from beneath his mattress. This was prepared earlier in the day, smuggled into the dormitory under the guise of protection from his associates. Zhao Dabao glances toward Yang Laoda at the entrance, who nods in affirmation, indicating that the guards have indeed departed. With a swift motion, Zhao Dabao signals to Air Lingling and San Paozi, who rise simultaneously, followed by the rest of the group, ready to act. Zhao Dabao led the crowd, who followed closely behind, surging into the depths of the cell. The sudden movement of so many individuals startled Zhang Laoda and his companions, who immediately became alert, scanning the scene with a mix of confusion and wariness. Zhang Laoda, a burly man in his 30s with a gleaming bald head, had been sentenced to 15 years for inadvertently killing someone during a brawl. He rubbed his smooth scalp, squinting at Zhao Dabao at the forefront. Initially, he sensed something amiss when he noticed the two of them had returned to the cell without any explanation. But upon seeing Zhao Dabao surrounded by a throng, he realized the situation was dire. Although Yang Yanzhao and others at the entrance continued to drink and revel loudly, their eyes were fixed on the unfolding drama, causing Zhang Laoda and Amp, Oppos, heart to race. Could it be that his plot against Zhao Dabao had come to light? Despite a flicker of fear, Zhang Laoda, a man with blood on his hands, stood resolute. In an explosive movement, he leapt up beside his bed and barked. What is the meaning of this? Are you plotting a rebellion? Don and Amp, Oppos, do you know who the boss is? I and Amp, Oppos, VE taken lives before. Do you wish to see more bloodshed? Before he could further assert his dominance, Zhao Dabao charged forward, planting his right foot firmly before unleashing a lightning-fast kick aimed at the small man beside Zhang Laoda. The impact echoed like a thunderclap, sending the smaller man crashing into the corner like a rag doll. Zhao Dabao sought to seize the moment. After all, Zhang Laoda had been tyrannical for too long, and allowing him to regain his intimidating presence would surely terrify the newly gathered inmates. As anticipated, under Zhang Laoda and Amp, Oppos' menacing words, the crowd, previously hesitant, found renewed courage in Zhao Dabao and Amp, Oppos' thunderous strike. Under the leadership of Air Lingzi and San Paozi, they swiftly encircled Zhang Laoda, with some audacious individuals even shoving and threatening his subordinates. Faced with Zhao Dabao and Amp, Oppos' formidable kick, Zhang Laoda, albeit slightly flustered, shouted, Zhao Dabao, what are you doing? Daring to make a move in the cell? His voice boomed, yet it was swallowed by the raucous laughter and cheers from Yang Yanzhao and others in the corridor. Hearing the hint of fear and confusion in Zhang Laoda's shout, Zhao Dabao stepped forward with a sinister smirk and said, Zhang Laoda, I suppose you didn't expect this day to come? With that, he swung his left fist, the knuckles protruding sharply, delivering a sudden blow to Zhang Laoda and Amp, Oppos' right eye. You think your numbers matter? I and Amp, Oppos, VE seen blood before, Zhang Laoda retorted, raising his foot to kick. His massive foot struck like a giant and amp. Oppos. S hammer aimed at Zhao Dabao's and amp. Oppos. Abdomen. In a swift motion, Zhao Dabao's tightened his core, pivoted forward, and met Zhang Laoda and amp. Oppos. S assault with an unwavering left punch to his right jaw. As his fist collided with Zhang Laoda's rough skin, Zhao Dabao's and Oppos' fingers transformed into claws, tearing downward, sending crimson droplets flying as they ripped through flesh. In an instant, Zhang Laoda and amp. Oppos' right cheek became a grotesque mask of blood and tissue. A pain scream reverberated through the air as Zhang Laoda, in a desperate bid, swung his right fist down toward Zhao Dabao's forehead. He was cunning in his approach, targeting the brow to minimize evasive maneuvers from Zhao Dabao's. However, he was unaware that Zhao Dabao's had transformed from the unskilled fighter of the past into a seasoned practitioner of combat, replete with experience. Zhao Dabao stood firm, legs anchored to the ground, channeling his strength into a head-on collision with the incoming fist. The resounding impact echoed as Zhao Dabao's thrust a sharp bamboo stick into Zhang Laoda and Oppos' raised armpit, a sickening sound of flesh being pierced accompanied by a blood-curdling scream. The bamboo penetrated deeply, almost 2/3 into his armpit. In that instant, Zhao Dabao's expelled a breath and thrust upward powerfully, the sharp tip driving into the vital artery beneath Zhang Laoda's armpit, rendering his right arm useless. Zhang Laoda's right arm hung limply, devoid of strength. In agony, he attempted to retreat, but the iron bed obstructed his path. Zhao Dabao's delivered a fierce knee strike to Zhang Laoda's abdomen, and as he gasped, Zhao Dabao's unleashed a rapid series of knee strikes that forced blood from Zhang Laoda's mouth and nose. Confronted with an opponent now devoid of combat capability, Zhao Dabao's expression remained cold and devoid of emotion, as if facing not a living adversary, but a mere pig awaiting slaughter. With a fierce thrust, he drove the bamboo stick into Zhang Laoda's left armpit, replicating his previous maneuver, rendering Zhang Laoda's left arm incapacitated amidst anguished cries. Years of fighting had taught Zhao Dabao's that crippling the vital arteries in an opponent's armpits would ensure their arms were rendered useless. Recovering without the aid of a skilled martial artist would be but a distant dream. Zhao Dabao's ruthlessness stemmed from two reasons: Zhang Laoda's previous disregard for life and his desire to eliminate Zhao Dabao's, and the reality that if Zhao Dabao's escaped prison, his allies would continue to serve their sentences. If Zhang Laoda was not thoroughly neutralized now, his allies would face repercussions later. Zhang Laoda lay crumpled on the concrete floor, blood streaming from his armpits, utterly defenseless. The agony of his broken arms twisted his face into a grotesque expression, resembling a wild dog with a broken back, evoking both sorrow and fear. Zhao Dabao's crouched down and gently patted Zhang Laoda's bald head, asking, "Zhang Laoda, tell me, who has been instigating you to trouble me these days?" In that moment, all defiance drained from Zhang Laoda. Since Zhao Dabao's had mercilessly crippled him, he understood that his fate was sealed. Given the severity of Zhao Dabao's actions, Zhang Laoda saw no possibility of a comeback. Throughout the years, he had been a formidable character. Yet in comparison to Zhao Dabao's, he felt utterly insignificant. Hearing Zhao Dabao's inquiry, Zhang Laoda trembled, both in pain and fear, and stammered, "Zhao Dabao's, today I concede. If you ask me who is behind this, I can tell you. But I want to know if after I reveal this, our grievances will be erased?" "Erased? Certainly. You are merely a pawn. I have no intention of seeking revenge on someone of your stature. Now speak, who sent you?" With a long, drawn-out breath, Zhang Laoda lowered his voice and replied, "This goes back to not long after you entered prison. A former cellmate of mine, Guojin, wanted to see me after his release for reasons unknown. During our meeting in the visitation room, he told me that someone had offered 50,000 for your life. But as you know, I had 6 or 7 years left until my release. It wasn't worth the risk for 50,000, so I declined. A few days later, Guojin approached me again, saying I wouldn't need to take action, just cooperate, and they would offer 20,000. He said all I had to do was provide information about your daily whereabouts and assist when outsiders came in. Seeing as I could earn 20,000 without lifting a finger, I agreed. Guojin? Zhao Dabao whispered this name before inquiring, "How do you contact him? Does he come every time?" "Not at all," came the reply. "Ever since I agreed, Guojin has not shown his face again. He only calls the prison whenever he needs my cooperation, and then the guard fetches me to take the call, where I am instructed on the next steps." Zhao Dabao pondered for a moment, then slapped Zhang Laoda's right cheek lightly, his tone as cold as ice. "Zhang Laoda, let's leave it at that. You know how to speak to the guards, right? How about this? Consider changing your cell. I need not elaborate further. Zhang Wuji, dejected and crestfallen, replied, All right, Zhao Dabao. I know what to do. No need for you to say more. I'll apply for a transfer tomorrow. At this moment, the bleeding from Zhang Wuji's armpits had ceased. While his arms were rendered useless, the wounds inflicted by the bamboo strips were not severe. The most serious injury was the damage to his meridians, which could not be treated by an ordinary doctor. Zhao Dabao waved his hand, signaling Zhang Wuji's former subordinates to bandage him up. Upon noticing the gesture, 2 average-sized inmates quickly approached and wrapped him up with strips of cloth. With Zhang Wuji's capitulation, his subordinates also became noticeably more compliant. It seemed they had fallen to the lowest echelon within cell 205. After tending to Zhang Wuji, Zhao Dabao cheerfully walked to the cell door. Seeing Zhao Dabao approach, one of the younger men beside Yang Yanzhao immediately stood up, beaming with respect and addressing him as Brother Bao, ushering Zhao Dabao to sit next to Yang Yanzhao. Zhao Dabao nodded and plopped down beside Yang Yanzhao, reaching for a bottle of liquor. He filled Yang Yanzhao's cup first, then filled his own, gently clinking his glass against Yang Yanzhao's. Brother Yang, the matter is settled. Thank you for your assistance. Let's drink to that. With that, he tilted his head back and downed his drink. Yang Yanzhao, also smiling, finished his drink as well. He had witnessed the earlier events in the cell and was still in shock. Although he was a government official, he had never encountered such a bloody scene. A person could be rendered useless just like that. Was it due to his limited experience, or was the world inherently this way? Regardless, the ruthless young man before him was not someone he could provoke. Henceforth, he would avoid him at all costs. After all, a person's life is singular, and what use is there in discussing matters once one is dead? Judging by Zhao Dabao's ferocity, it was clear he was a daring character willing to risk everything. After finishing a glass of liquor, Yang Yanzhao eagerly refilled Zhao Dabao's cup, expressing camaraderie. Daba, it's unfortunate we met late. Had we known each other earlier, things would have been different. My brother's past shortcomings shouldn't be held against you. Consider this drink an apology. He raised his cup, preparing to drink. Zhao Dabao, however, intercepted the glass, feigning reproach. Brother Yang, what are you saying? No need for apologies. Let us not digress. On that note, I do have a favor to ask. Sure. Brother, what is it? Whatever I can do, just say the word, Yang Yanzhao replied gallantly, thumping his chest. Zhao Dabao leaned in closer. His voice lowered as he whispered into Yang Yanzhao's ear. Brother Yang, you know, whether inside or out, there are people who wish to see me dead. I too will not sit idly by. I must either die in prison or escape, but regardless, we will be stuck here for some time. As long as I'm in this cell, things are manageable, but if I am gone, I fear my 2 foolish brothers will be bullied. I hope Brother Yang can lend a hand. If I have a future, I promise to repay you. Hearing these words stirred something within Yang Yanzhao. What is brotherhood? What is loyalty? Even in dire straits, one thinks of those around him. That is true brotherhood, that is loyalty. With this thought in mind, Yang Yanzhao resolutely replied, Daba, rest assured, to put it bluntly, regardless of the circumstances. Even if you are no longer in the cell, I will take good care of the 2 fools. You need not worry. And as for gratitude, let us not speak of it. You are a friend I have committed to, so relax. Hearing Yang Yanzhao's heartfelt response, Zhao Dabao felt a wave of relief wash over him. From now on, he could focus entirely on plotting his escape. Subsequently, Zhao Dabao enjoyed a period of comfort, as the previous turmoil ceased to occur. Now, the entire cell held Zhao Dabao in utmost respect. Not only did they assist with daily chores, even the tasks of fetching meals and laundry were eagerly volunteered for. To be able to do such things meant that they recognized Zhao Dabao and accepted his allegiance. Within the cell, the likes of Air Lunzi and San Posi referred to Zhao Dabao as Brother Bao, while the other ordinary inmates addressed him as Master Bao. This clearly illustrated that wherever there are people, there exists a hierarchy, and the strong have always held sway. Although life was somewhat comfortable, Zhao Dabao found little joy in it. After all, a suspended death sentence signifies endless imprisonment, even death itself. He had not forgotten about a good brother awaiting him outside, constantly thinking of him. Unless he escaped from Qinling prison, Zhao Dabao would forever remain under the threat of death. The current situation was that Zhao Dabao was in the open while Zhang Wuji lurked in the shadows, capable of striking at any moment. Trapped in Qinling prison, Zhao Dabao felt as though a dragon was stuck in shallow waters, a tiger fallen in the plains, unable to exert his strength, thus to seize control of his fate. The primary condition was to escape from Qinling prison. As time passed, the weather gradually grew cooler, signaling the end of summer. One day, in the prison cafeteria, Zhao Dabao sat listlessly eating the bland, watery prison food. The cafeteria was a vast hall of several hundred square meters, lined with over 40 long tables, each accompanied by 40 sturdy, welded iron stools, essentially one table per cell. Frustrated, Zhao Dabao jabbed his chopsticks into the rice on his tray, then tossed them aside, unwilling to consume the pig-like slop. San Paozi, noticing Zhao Dabao's actions, chuckled. "Brother Bao, what's wrong? Not fond of this terrible food. Should I ask Xiao Jun to fetch some sausage or something?" "Forget it. What's sausage? It's all just tasteless paste, not even a hint of fat. It's utterly bland." Zhao Dabao replied dismissively, shaking his head as if to shake off his annoyance. In an unguarded moment, he noticed a bespectacled fat man seated at the first table, someone he had never seen before. According to custom, new inmates were always seated at the first table. Gazing at the bespectacled man, a brilliant idea sparked in Zhao Dabao's mind, invigorating his thoughts. Lowering his voice, he said to Herr Lunzi, "Lunzi, do you see that bespectacled fat man eating at the first table by the door?" Hearing the question, Herr Lunzi quickly glanced over, responding without concern, "Brother Bao, are you talking about that fat guy? He new, apparently convicted of embezzlement, sentenced to 12 years? Do you know him? Who knows him? I'm interested in those glasses he's wearing. Lunzi, get those glasses for me. I have a use for them." "Glasses?" Herr Lunzi looked perplexed at the object perched on the fat man's nose, unable to fathom why Brother Bao would want them, especially since he didn't seem to need them. Confusion aside, Brother Bao's words were commands, and without hesitation, Herr Lunzi replied, "All right, Brother Bao. I'll have them for you by tonight." The following morning during breakfast, the stout man in the front row squinted his eyes as he struggled to sip his thin porridge. His chubby face bore bruises of green and purple, which he reported to the guard were the result of a mishap during a midnight trip to the restroom when he collided with the wall due to poor visibility. Meanwhile, Zhao Dabao feigned wearing a pair of glasses, pondering to himself just how severely myopic this hefty fellow must be, as donning the glasses left him feeling dizzy. Fortunately, through days of relentless training, Zhao Dabao's vision had significantly improved, enabling him to adjust the muscles around his eyes as needed, allowing for a swift adaptation to the prescription of the glasses. It had been over 2 months since he emerged from the disciplinary chamber, and progress with the 9-turn profound art had been agonizingly slow, yielding minimal inner strength, rendering him incapable of engaging in any confrontations. Yet, certain auxiliary effects began to manifest gradually. For instance, when wearing the high-prescription glasses, Zhao Dabao could subtly manipulate the muscles surrounding his eyes to counteract the dizziness induced by the lenses. Zhao Dabao did not acquire these glasses on a whim. Over the past 2 months, thoughts of escaping from Qinling prison consumed his mind, particularly how to unscrew the bolts in the disciplinary chamber, which had become his foremost dilemma. Yesterday, upon spotting the stout man's glasses, a sudden epiphany struck him. He could harness the bright lights in the disciplinary chamber along with the principles of lens optics to heat the bolts, causing them to expand. At the peak of their expansion, he could then exert force to unscrew them. Previously, Zhao Dabao had never considered employing the principle of thermal expansion, primarily due to the absence of inmates who wore glasses in Qinling prison. After all, the vast majority of those incarcerated were violent offenders charged with robbery or murder, with few educated individuals like the stout man among them. Thus, upon seeing the stout man's glasses today, Zhao Dabao was struck by inspiration and recalled this ingenious method. During work today, Zhao Dabao intended to conduct an experiment to ascertain the feasibility of his idea. Under the blazing sun, he leisurely leaned against the tall prison wall. Due to his formidable reputation, Zhao Dabao had ascended to the position of leader among the inmates, assisting the guards in managing the prison population. In this context, whether he participated in labor or not was of little concern to the guards, as long as the overall production targets were met. Zhao Dabao squinted his eyes, feigning slumber, while discreetly holding the glasses with the concave side facing the sun and the convex side directed towards his left hand, carefully gauging the temperature generated by the focused rays. Gradually, the lenses began to heat, reaching a palpable warmth, then exceeding it, until they became almost scorching. At the moment they reached their peak, Zhao Dabao deftly retracted the glasses, closing his eyes to reflect on the sensations of the heat. Based on his calculations, under the direct sunlight of late summer, he deduced that his palm could endure the heat for approximately 15 minutes. This suggested that raising the temperature to around 80 degrees Celsius would take roughly the same amount of time. given the average rate of temperature increase. Reaching above 100 degrees would likely require about 18 minutes. Continuing to heat the glasses further would probably result in a gradual decrease in the rate of temperature rise. Through this experiment with focused sunlight, Zhao Dabao concluded that heating a bolt to 100 degrees would take approximately 18 minutes, and the thermal energy from the 15 intense lights in the disciplinary chamber would be comparable to the current sunlight. Thus, this method held a significant chance of success. After completing his experiment, Zhao Dabao reminisced about the disciplinary chamber and all related matters. Since the very first day of his incarceration, he had faced two immutable paths. The first was a 2-year death sentence, after which execution would be carried out. The prospect of a commuted sentence to life imprisonment was utterly impossible. The unexpected occurrences in recent days, along with the prison's demeanor, clearly indicated that his existence was intolerable to certain individuals. The second path was escape. Aside from that, no other options were available. Fantasizing about overturning his case was utterly futile. There was no chance whatsoever. In the early 1990s, in the Xia state, once a case was adjudicated, whether true or false, those sentenced seldom found their cases revisited. Thus, the sole avenue remaining for Zhao Dabao was that of escape. With this thought, he clenched his fist fiercely, muttering to himself, "If I'm to die, let it be on my own terms. I refuse to linger in this hell for eternity. I shall fight." As his tumultuous emotions gradually settled, Zhao Dabao gazed at the brilliant sunshine and immersed himself in his cultivation of the 9-turn profound art. Although progress was painfully slow, it was yielding some results. According to the spiritual energy density of his world, reaching the initial stage of the first turn of bright strength would take at least 6 months, not accounting for the effects of any spiritual elixirs. Even upon achieving this stage, his capabilities might not suffice for a successful escape. Due to the diminished spiritual energy in his present world compared to the original cultivation realm, Zhao Dabao's training pace had significantly slowed. To effectuate an escape through force, his 9-turn profound art must reach the advanced stage of the first turn of bright strength. However, in the prison environment, devoid of elixirs and external force, attaining that level in less than a decade or 8 years was an unattainable dream. Ultimately, if he wished to survive, the only path that lay before Zhao Dabao was to flee from the disciplinary chamber. The day passed in a tense calculation for Zhao Dabao. As night fell, Erlangzi approached his bedside and whispered, "Bro, I've heard news from cell 103 that they've received some new inmates today, 3 robbers. Strangely enough, these 3 have stuck together since their arrival and are inquiring about you. I suspect there's something afoot from the outside." Upon hearing this, Zhao Dabao's mind shifted instantly. "Erlangzi, you're right. They should have arrived by now. How long has it been since we dealt with the tall and short fellows?" Erlangzi lowered his head to calculate. "Bro, it's been about 2 months. 2 months? That's more than enough time for them to have committed a crime and ended up here. It seems outsiders are sending in more people," Erlangzi growled. Zhao Dabao waved his hand, a wry smile gracing his lips. "Erlangzi, hold your horses. Wait for my signal tomorrow before you act. I intend to seize this opportunity." Confused by Zhao Dabao's words, Erlangzi was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why his brother spoke this way. Did he have a clever plan? Although Erlangzi was simple-minded yet physically adept, he was far from capable of tackling complex problems. It would be easier to assign him to solve the Goldbach conjecture. Despite his confusion, Erlangzi accepted Zhao Dabao's words as law. If he was told to wait for a signal, he would do just that. In an instant, the confusion vanished from his mind. The next day at noon, during the inmates' lunch hour, Zhao Dabao naturally cast his gaze towards the front row, where 3 tall, muscular men were seated not far from him. Coincidentally, their seats were in close proximity to the area designated for returning trays. As he observed, one of the burly men with a scar on his face grinned wickedly, his large hand mimicking a knife across his throat, conveying a clear message. Regarding this blatant provocation, Zhao Dabao remained expressionless, internally resolved that today would mark the first step in his escape plan. He quickly finished the 2 buns on his plate, then snatched 2 more from a fellow inmate beside him, swallowing them swiftly amidst the astonished expressions. He understood all too well that after this meal, he might not know when his next would come. After finishing his meal, Zhao Dabao stood up without hesitation, clutching the iron tray and making his way towards the large bin at the entrance of the cafeteria designated for the return of utensils. The prison cafeteria was devoid of staff. Inmates were required to place their used dishes into the recycling bin after dining. with the duty of cleaning them falling to the on-duty prisoners. As Zhao Dabao approached the recycling bin, several inmates formed a line behind him, walking in an orderly fashion. Just as he neared the bin, Zhao Dabao abruptly raised his left hand and forcefully thrust a small segment of plastic chopstick into the gap between the shoulder blades of a burly man. Although plastic chopsticks were relatively soft, a small piece could still possess considerable rigidity. Zhao Dabao and Appo's combat experience told him that there was only a joint to target here, devoid of any solid bone structure. A scream of agony echoed as Zhao Dabao's hands met the iron tray with a sharp sound, crashing down upon another burly man's nape with a swift, unadorned motion. As the man's forehead barely grazed the table, Zhao Dabao stomped forcefully on the ground, propelling himself into the air. At that moment, the scarred-faced man turned in horror, only to be met with Zhao Dabao's fists crashing into the sides of his temples. Zhao Dabao's physical prowess had reached its zenith during 2 months of relentless training, while he had yet to master the ability to channel internal energy throughout his body. His strength had nonetheless doubled to an unprecedented level, striking one of the human body's most vulnerable points, the temple, with the full force of a youthful adult could only yield catastrophic consequences. Even though the scarred-faced man was a fierce robber, at his core, he remained an ordinary man, and the sudden blow sent him reeling into unconsciousness. At that moment, the man who had been struck with the chopstick revealed a frenzied side, roaring as he sprang up, his arms wrapping around Zhao Dabao like two powerful serpents, dragging him down to the ground. In the struggle, Zhao Dabao exerted every ounce of strength to break free from the tight embrace, but the man's iron grip held firm, rendering his efforts largely ineffective. Nearby, another burly man, dazed, crawled from the table and charged at Zhao Dabao, delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen with a size 45 foot. Faced with such a forceful blow, Zhao Dabao bent his legs, buckling as he was thrust backward, inadvertently pulling the other man with him. In that sudden jolt, the head of the man behind Zhao Dabao tilted slightly upward. In that fleeting moment, as Zhao Dabao leaned forward, he struck backward with his own head, the hard crown of his skull colliding violently with the bridge of his opponent's nose. In an instant, the sickening crack of bone echoed as blood gushed forth in an arc simultaneously. Zhao Dabao curled his legs, resembling two springs compressed to their utmost, unleashing a tremendous force upon the single leg in front of him, concentrating this force onto a small point. Unless that point was made of solid steel, the result for a human leg would be inevitable destruction. Martial artists understand that a powerful strike is achieved by concentrating all strength onto a single point. The higher the concentration, the greater the impact. Despite Zhao Dabao's lack of advancement in cultivation, his technique in channeling energy was remarkably adept, allowing for such ferocious attacks. In an instant, chaos erupted within the prison cafeteria as inmates flocked toward the entrance, drawn by the thrill of combat. Food flew through the air, and soup splattered everywhere, swirling like a tempest through the once quiet cafeteria. At the onset of Zhao Dabao's assault, the cafeteria transformed into a battleground, with only 3 individuals truly engaged in a life-or-death struggle, while others merely cheered on from the sidelines. As the riot escalated, prison guards swiftly intervened, their rubber batons cracking against flesh. The tumultuous uproar quickly dissipated under the force of their intervention, leaving only Zhao Dabao and the 2 men still grappling on the ground. According to the patterns of conflict, Zhao Dabao had ample opportunity to conclude the fight, but he calculated that the chaos needed to escalate further before he could conclude his actions. As the guards quelled the disturbance, the instigator of the commotion came to light. And once again, Zhao Dabao found himself confined to the punishment room. This time, however, it was not an act of desperation but a calculated maneuver. At the moment when the 15 bright 2-kilowatt lights flickered to life, Zhao Dabao sat up promptly, swiftly removing his glasses. With a forceful twist, he snapped them in two. Aligning the 2 lens frames together, he focused the sunlight onto a screw cap. As time elapsed, the heat generated by the lenses became substantial, far exceeding that of a single lens during his previous experiments. In less than 10 minutes, the screw cap began to change color, and when it started to glow red, Zhao Dabao ripped a piece from his prison uniform, layering several folds between his fingers before twisting with all his might. With hopeful anticipation, he observed the screw cap gradually twisting loose. Within seconds, the first screw was successfully removed. With that initial success, the remaining 3 screws were swiftly unscrewed as well. Placing his fingertips on a square meter of iron plate, he gave it a slight shake, and the plate was lifted, revealing a rush of cool, steamy air. Though tinged with a slight odor, the scent invigorated Zhao Dabao. Without hesitation, he leaped down, carefully replacing the iron plate behind him. This was a circular drainage pipe over a meter high, with about 10 centimeters of flowing water at the bottom, and Zhao Dabao began to descend with the current. After emerging from the punishment room, he had gathered intelligence on the guard's routine. Typically, prison guards would check the punishment room at every shift change, primarily to ensure inmates had not succumbed to death. This meant he had approximately 8 hours before the next inspection, leaving him with roughly 7 hours and 10 minutes to escape. Thinking this through, Zhao Dabao quickened his pace. The drainage pipe was not long, and within 7 or 8 minutes, he could see the light at the end of the tunnel, a view revealing a tantalizing glimpse of green. This verdant hue represented not just life, but freedom itself. Upon reaching the exit, he was astonished by the terrain surrounding it. It became clear why the prison's drainage outlet lacked any protective barriers. It was positioned atop a cliff, dropping at least 37 or 38 meters down. For an ordinary individual, descending such a sheer drop would be impossible. Peering over the edge, Zhao Dabao assessed the geography, feeling a slight sense of relief. Wastewater cascaded down the cliff into a small river below, which spanned 4 to 5 meters wide, its flow calm, likely fed by mountain springs or rainwater. Given the recent rainy season, it was more probable that rainwater had gathered. Zhao Dabao felt fortunate to have initiated his escape plan early. Had he delayed, reaching this point in autumn without rain would have rendered his escape futile. Estimating the straight-line distance from the drainage exit to the river, he calculated it to be around 15 or 16 meters, a distance that far exceeded the jumping ability of an elite athlete. The absence of any protective measures at the drainage outlet was directly related to this height and distance. Zhao Dabao calculated that with his inherent jumping ability, combined with the physical transformation brought about by the 9 transformations of the profound art during this phase, he could potentially leap nearly 10 meters when running at full speed. However, regardless of his efforts, he could not reach the other side of the small river. After a brief contemplation, Zhao Dabao resolutely retraced his steps. Of course, he was not returning to surrender. Rather, he intended to retrieve the iron plate that had been removed from the punishment room. The 1-meter-long iron plate was forcefully wedged into a crevice of the exit, tilted at an angle of approximately 70 degrees. His aim was to utilize the angle of the plate to enhance his speed upon jumping. With the existing jumping distance supplemented by the iron plate's support, there was a possibility he could reach 15 or 16 meters. As for whether he would succeed, Zhao Dabao was uncertain. Moreover, he was unaware if the depth of the small river would be sufficient to withstand his descent from a height of 37 or 38 meters. Nonetheless, there was no alternative. Waiting for death was not an option for Zhao Dabao. Whether in his role as an entrepreneur or as a practitioner, his blood was infused with the thrill of gambling. The endeavor relies on human effort, but the outcome is dictated by fate. In the end, one must take a chance. Having firmly resolved in his heart, Zhao Dabao immediately set his plan into motion, wasting not a moment. He retreated approximately 27 or 28 meters, let out a fierce shout, and with all his might, sprinted forward. Even in the ankle-deep murky water, his speed rivaled that of a galloping horse. At the moment he reached the cave entrance, he exerted force with both feet, delivering a powerful kick to the iron plate, propelling his body upwards in a diagonal line. Just as the force of his leap dissipated, Zhao Dabao spread his limbs wide, falling flat towards the small river. Inhaling and exhaling, he swiftly circulated the 9 transformations' internal energy to reduce his descent speed. Though the effect was minimal, it served its purpose, however slight. With a resounding crash, Zhao Dabao's body plunged into the small river, sending up a tremendous splash. Had he been competing in a diving contest, it would have been a complete failure, scoring 0. Yet in this moment of desperate escape, he achieved his objective. Despite his efforts to increase the surface area of contact with the water, the tremendous impact drove him down to the riverbed. Fortunately, as he reached the bottom, the inertial force had already been countered by the water. He pushed against the riverbed with his hands and swiftly floated back up. Thankfully, he had landed in the deepest part of the river, right at its center. Quickly swimming to the riverbank, Zhao Dabao did not emerge onto the shore, but instead carefully surveyed his surroundings. He found himself behind the prison, and there were only 2 possible routes for escape, downstream or upstream. After assessing his location, he unhesitatingly chose to swim against the current. He reasoned that while descending with the flow would undoubtedly increase his speed, the pursuers would likely consider the same. Conversely, swimming upstream might very well elude the pursuer's thought processes. Moreover, and most importantly, 2 months earlier, Zhao Dabao had noticed smoke rising upstream from the small river. This indicated that by swimming against the current, he could potentially reach the source of the smoke. The Qinling prison was nestled deep within the mountains, far from any signs of human habitation, let alone a village or town. Dressed in a prisoner's uniform, he knew that failing to find civilian clothing quickly would make it exceedingly difficult to evade law enforcement should they catch sight of him. According to his original plan, he needed to reach a populated area first and somehow procure a suitable outfit in order to facilitate his next steps toward escape. Zhao Dabao chose a shallower section of the riverbank, wading upstream with careful, measured steps. He dared not step ashore. Doing so would expose his whereabouts. The banks were overgrown with wild grass, devoid of paths, and stepping onto land would undoubtedly leave traces behind. Glancing at the sun, he estimated it was already past 1 o'clock. Urgently, he quickened his pace. There were less than 7 hours remaining until the next shift change for the guards in the punishment room. He had to distance himself from Qinling prison within that time frame. Walking in the water was entirely different from moving on land. The resistance of the water combined with the silt at the riverbed reduced his speed to a mere third of his usual pace, and his stamina was draining rapidly. In less than 2 hours, Zhao Dabao found himself breathless, his energy expended. He turned to look back, realizing he had only traveled 4 or 5 kilometers. Although the trees obscured his view of the dreaded Qinling prison, he understood that at this distance, the guards could catch up to him at any moment. After all, the guards would not be trudging through the water as he was. They would make full use of various means of transportation. Having come so far, he could not afford to fail now. Zhao Dabao silently encouraged himself, taking a deep breath and pushing forward with great difficulty. Despite the exhaustion overwhelming him, the 9 transformations' internal energy exhibited remarkable effects. A slender stream of internal energy, akin to a small finger, began to circulate within him, particularly in his legs, gradually restoring their strength despite the slow pace of recovery. Truly, this was the extraordinary power of the immortal arts established by Peng Zhu. Even so, by 7 o'clock in the evening, Zhao Dabao was nearly drained of all energy. He surveyed the banks of the river, which were flanked by towering trees. He chose the largest willow tree, its branches lush and sprawling, as his refuge for the night. Cautiously, he approached the tree, shedding his clothing and tightly wrapping them around his neck, leaving only a pair of shorts to prevent snagging or leaving marks as he climbed. Fortunately, the large willow was not difficult to ascend. Within minutes, Zhao Dabao had reached the canopy, where the dense foliage concealed his figure. As long as he refrained from making any sudden movements, it would be nearly impossible for anyone from a distance to detect his presence among the branches. The branch he selected was perfectly suited for resting, thick and evenly distributed, allowing him to recline comfortably. Though utterly fatigued, Zhao Dabao dared not fall into a deep sleep. Should he doze off and tumble from the tree, all the preparations he had made over the past 2 months would be in vain. Listening to the gentle rustle of the late summer breeze, he summoned his focus, channeling his mind into the Du and Ren meridians. He knew that by practicing the 9 transformations, he could not only stave off drowsiness but also aid in the recovery of his strength. Time gradually passed, and the moon slowly ascended and descended. At the moment the first rays of sunlight broke through the horizon, Zhao Dabao opened his eyes, the clarity in his gaze revealing his regained vitality. Although his strength had returned, he made no immediate move, instead attentively listening for sounds from the small river. By calculating the time, he deduced it was just past 4 in the morning, indicating he had been evading capture for 13 hours since his escape from the punishment room. Under normal circumstances, the pursuers would have already spent at least 4 hours searching. He had factored in the time lost in reporting the breakout and deploying search parties. The prison authorities were not fools. Upon realizing Zhao Dabao had escaped, they would certainly calculate the time of his flight, his speed, and the distance covered. Based on the trajectory of his escape, the time for the upstream pursuit should soon arrive. If they were pursuing him both downstream and upstream, their timeline would be expedited by another 2 hours. However, during Zhao Dabao's meditation, he noticed no signs of boats or guards patrolling the area. After all, while practicing the 9 transformations, he developed a heightened sensitivity to his surroundings. Any rustle or disturbance would not escape his keen ears. After silently waiting for over half an hour, the distant hum of a motorboat reached his ears. The pursuers had arrived. Zhao Dabao held his breath, concentrating on the sound of the engine to gauge the speed of the pursuing vessel. From the noise, it appeared the pursuing craft was not moving swiftly. merely matching the pace of an average person walking. Zhao Dabao could easily surmise that the prison guards aboard the vessel were scanning the shoreline, attentively observing the fallen shapes of the vegetation to ascertain whether anyone had disembarked. At this moment, he could not help but feel a sense of relief for his cautiousness upon landing, despite a few blades of grass being bent. They had largely returned to their upright position after a night's passage. Moreover, in Zhao Dabao's estimation, the pursuer's focus would be primarily concentrated within an 8-kilometer stretch of water. After all, the physical endurance of an ordinary individual is finite, and traversing 8 kilometers against the current is nearly at the limit of human capability. The guards would never conceive that the escapee, Zhao Dabao, could cover a distance of 12 or 13 kilometers. Such a feat is certainly beyond the realm of an ordinary person. However, the reality is that Zhao Dabao is far from ordinary. He is a half-cultivator. Having practiced the 9 transformations of mystical arts, the pursuit vessel swiftly passed by, and according to Zhao Dabao's calculations, it would return within 3 hours. The sound of its engine indicated a significant increase in speed, more than doubling. It seemed the pursuers had not brought breakfast, likely returning to partake in their morning meal. This was understandable. The pursuers were merely simple prison guards. Even if a jailbreak had occurred, it bore little consequence to them. Having chased through the night, they had already demonstrated a commendable level of dedication. It was unlikely they would continue their relentless pursuit, especially since Zhao Dabao held no deep-seated enmity with these ordinary guards. Perhaps 1 or 2 sympathetic guards might even speak a kind word on his behalf. As the sound of the engine faded into the distance, Zhao Dabao leaped down from the large willow tree, plunging into the dense forest. Throughout the morning, he dared not don his prison garb, keeping it wrapped around his neck for fear of snagging it. The branches and leaves within the forest were formidable. Some were soft, while others were hard, and a few even bore barbs. Within just a few hours, his body bore no trace of unblemished skin. It was marred with numerous cuts and scratches, each one a testament to his struggle. There was little choice. The dense trees meant that with each step, branches would strike or snag him, causing not only pain but also an intense itch. Thus, Zhao Dabao persevered until noon, at which point he rested briefly on a stone before donning his prison uniform. Judging by his location, he had successfully navigated to the mid-right flank of the Qinling prison. The smoke rising in the distance indicated he was not far from the source of the cooking fire. Zhao Dabao, a cultivator of the celestial sphere, has traversed the martial world throughout his life, exhibiting remarkable acumen in navigating the mountains and forests. Should he lack such fundamental skills, he would risk becoming one of the rare cultivators to lose his way, an amusing predicament indeed. Zhao Dabao expresses profound gratitude for the lush, bountiful forests, filled with a plethora of fruit-bearing trees. Although the paths may be arduous, the abundance of fruit alleviates any concerns about food. Along his journey, he indulged in a variety of wild fruits, one of which evidently enhances his internal energy cultivation. After a morning of climbing, he felt no fatigue. Instead, he sensed a slight augmentation in his 9 turns internal energy, a level of improvement that would typically require 2 to 3 days of training to achieve. He intentionally gathered several of these red and slightly yellow mountain fruits, planning to consume them whenever hunger or thirst struck. After a brief half-hour rest at noon, Zhao Dabao resumed his ascent. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, he arrived at a place where smoke billowed into the air. It turned out to be a rudimentary wooden shelter, constructed from logs and barely resembling a proper abode. From a distance, it resembled a northern melon shed. Supported by a dozen stout logs in a triangular formation, the structure was covered with branches for insulation. The ground inside was strewn with wild grasses, barely allowing one to stand. Only sitting or lying down was possible. Judging by its condition, the shelter appeared to be a temporary resting place, seldom visited by others. In front of the shelter lay a pile of burnt wood ash, indicating it had been extinguished for about a month. Zhao Dabao ventured inside the shelter and discovered a simple backpack and a small hoe, suggesting it served as a resting place for a herbalist. Feeling the dry grass beneath him, he noted its excellent condition. Upon looking up, he saw that a layer of plastic sheeting covered the wooden frame, pressed down by dense branches, explaining the dryness of the grass. Zhao Dabao reclined on the grass in a starfish position, releasing a contented sigh. Having escaped prison just yesterday, he had not rested properly for nearly 30 hours, and the overwhelming sense of comfort and fatigue washed over him like a tide. After resting for about half an hour, he reluctantly rose, realizing it was still not the time for rest. He needed to ascertain where the path leading to this shelter might lead. hoping it did not lead back to the Qinling prison, for if he were to fall asleep, he might indeed be caught like a fish in a barrel. Following the faint path to the right of the shelter, Zhao Dabao walked for over 10 minutes. From the direction of the trail, he surmised that it wound over the mountain in front of the prison, heading away from it. Reassured, he returned to the shelter, consumed a few red fruits, and fell into a deep slumber. He slept soundly until around 9 o'clock the following morning, awakening from his restful state. After wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth and stretching his back, Zhao Dabao emerged from the shelter. It had been over 40 hours since his escape, and according to the prison's pursuit protocols, the current situation was likely to be relaxed internally while tightened externally. The area surrounding the prison was no longer a focal point for searches. Rather, the scope of searches had expanded to several dozen kilometers, primarily focusing on checkpoints along major thoroughfares. As for searching the mountains, that was nearly impossible due to their vastness, requiring thousands of people to encircle them. Given Zhao Dabao's status as a fugitive, it was unlikely to provoke such a significant response. Overall, he felt relatively safe. The remaining task was to navigate the checkpoints upon exiting the mountains. With this in mind, Zhao Dabao decided to remain in the shelter. However, his stay would only be overnight. During the day, he would conceal himself within the forest. He aimed to linger in the mountains for some time, waiting for the external checkpoints to relax, or perhaps even be dismantled, thus allowing for a safer exit. Moreover, the enticing red and yellow wild fruits that enhanced his cultivation were a rare find in the cultivation world, especially in this reality where spiritual energy was scarce. He resolved to fully utilize these fruits to maximize his cultivation speed. By early September, the climate remained pleasant as summer transitioned into autumn, and wearing a single layer of clothing posed no issue. Even though the nights were slightly cooler, Zhao Dabao's physique could withstand it. Thus, from early September until the 26th, he spent 25 days in seclusion, dedicated to his cultivation. On the 27th, Zhao Dabao realized it was time to leave the mountains. During his explorations over the past days, he had deduced that he could traverse the mountain via a herbalist's path, effectively avoiding the checkpoints surrounding the prison. Furthermore, after consuming the red fruits for an extended period, he sensed he was on the brink of the initial stage of the first turn of his cultivation. Unfortunately, the effects of the red fruits had diminished, a realization that struck him on the 24th day. With the fruits no longer effective, there was little purpose in remaining hidden in the mountains. Zhao Dabao's physique had undergone a significant transformation. In terms of strength, speed, and agility, he had improved by a remarkable 80%. Even if he were to encounter the 3 burly men from the prison cafeteria again, he felt confident in facing them head-on. In their previous encounter, he had relied on the element of surprise and his combat experience. A direct confrontation would have surely favored him. Dressed in a blue outfit, essentially his prison garb, Zhao Dabao had discovered a wild fruit in the mountains with dyeing properties and used its juice to transform his gray prison uniform into blue over the course of several hours. He had torn the collar to fashion a simple blue garment. As for his shoes, they had become caked in mud during his climbing, rendering their original design unrecognizable. With a backpack filled with medicinal herbs slung over his shoulder and a small hoe in hand, he had successfully transformed into a mountain herbalist, shedding any resemblance to his former identity as a prisoner. The subtle adjustments made to his facial muscles through the 9 turns internal skill altered his once slightly arched eyebrows into straight ones, further enhanced by the tightening of his facial features. Even acquaintances might struggle to recognize him as the former entrepreneur Zhao Dabao. Confident in his new appearance, Zhao Dabao set forth with an unprecedented sense of relaxation, climbing higher along the herbalist's path. Along the way, he hummed an unfamiliar tune, casually foraging for common herbs. This served a dual purpose: to align with his new identity as a herbalist and to consider exchanging some herbs for money in crowded marketplaces, as he was currently without any resources. As the sun ascended higher in the sky, Zhao Dabao's figure gradually ascended to the mountain's peak. Upon reaching the summit, he surveyed the surroundings and couldn't help but break into a broad smile. He, Zhao Dabao, had triumphed over countless hardships and finally escaped from the Qinling prison. Now, he was on the verge of re-entering a world filled with joy and sorrow, love and hate. Summer Kingdom, I, Zhao Dabao, have returned. Before him lay a winding road, white and serpentine, leading into the distance. At the foot of the mountain, a bustling town was nestled, its inhabitants appearing as tiny as ants from his vantage point. A month had passed since his escape, and a sense of excitement and eagerness to return to the mortal realm stirred within him. After adjusting his herbalist's backpack, he energetically descended the mountain. Whether it was the exhilaration of rejoining humanity or the thrill of engaging with this genuine world, Zhao Dabao's steps were light and sprightly. Within 2 hours, he had reached the mountain's base. As predicted, the Qinling prison has now ceased its pursuit of Zhao Dabao. It is speculated by the prison authorities that Zhao Dabao has already escaped far beyond 1,000 miles, having withdrawn all checkpoints 10 days prior, merely reporting to the Summer Kingdom's Prison Management Bureau to issue a nationwide wanted notice. Strangely, the photograph on the wanted notice is a bald image of Zhao Dabao taken on his first day at Qinling prison. However, the current Zhao Dabao is not only sporting longer hair, but also bears slight alterations in his facial features, rendering him unrecognizable from the image. No one could suspect that the figure carrying a basket of medicine is indeed the escaped Zhao Dabao. Listening to the bustling sounds of the street, Zhao Dabao felt as though he had awakened from a long, fantastical dream. He strolled slowly along the sidewalk, his gaze aimlessly surveying the surroundings, observing leisurely men drinking by the roadside, brightly dressed women shopping in stores, and children frolicking and laughing as they ran about. A sudden wave of realization surged through his mind. In that moment, he truly sensed the world's authenticity and beauty. The accented chatter and the cacophony of voices harmonized into an ancient and extraordinary symphony that resonated within Zhao Dabao's consciousness, stirring his spirit and awakening his soul. In an instant, an unprecedented surge of energy coursed through Zhao Dabao's meridians, akin to crashing waves relentlessly striking against the walls of his energy channels. Suddenly, a massive internal force surged forth, striking against the walls of his meridians, producing faint creaking sounds as they expanded by a third. At the initial stage of the first transformation of the 9 transformations of mystic power, Zhao Dabao broke through the moment he entered the world. In that instant of breakthrough, his eyes widened, a fleeting glint of crimson flashing within his pupils. Indeed, this signified the initial success of the first transformation of the 9 transformations of mystic power. Clenching his fists, Zhao Dabao felt the ceaseless circulation of internal energy within him, a powerful urge to roar in triumph. From this day forth, he, Zhao Dabao, possessed the means to contend with this world. Although his resources were still modest, they were significantly greater than those of an ordinary man. The skills he once possessed could now exert a measure of power. Standing silently by the street, after carefully sensing the flow of his internal energy, Zhao Dabao lifted his head and strode confidently towards the center of the market. Should the simpleton see the current Zhao Dabao, he would undoubtedly feel as though he were facing a lion. Indeed, the present Zhao Dabao was akin to a newly awakened lion. Yet this awakened beast would become a nightmare for certain individuals. Upon reaching the town center, Zhao Dabao joyfully spotted a pharmacy. From the signage, it was evident that they engaged in the procurement of medicinal herbs. As he approached, Zhao Dabao pushed the door open and entered. The moment he stepped inside, a fragrant aroma of herbs flooded his senses. This was a modest establishment primarily dealing in traditional Chinese medicine. In the Summer Kingdom, pharmacies were generally categorized into 3 types: those focusing on Western medicine, those specializing in traditional Chinese medicine, and those combining both. The staff at the pharmacy were familiar with Zhao Dabao's presence, as during the summer and autumn seasons, herbalists often descended from the mountains to sell their wares. A lean attendant greeted him with a smile. "Welcome back, old customer. Do you have some herbs to sell?" Acknowledging the attendant's inquiry with a slight nod, Zhao Dabao handed over the basket, indicating for him to inspect its contents. He refrained from engaging in conversation, primarily due to his unfamiliarity with the local pricing norms. It was wiser to feign familiarity and allow the attendant to propose a price. The lean attendant, not minding Zhao Dabao's silence, assumed he was a seasoned herbalist. Given the full basket of herbs he carried and the faint scent of herbs emanating from him, coupled with his worn-out shoes, the attendant expertly spread the herbs on a 2-meter square table, quickly sorting through them with his right hand while calculating on an abacus with his left. Before long, he cheerfully announced, "Old customer, these herbs are quite good. We can offer you 380. How does that sound?" Zhao Dabao, uncertain of the true value of the herbs, relied on his entrepreneurial instincts. Frowning slightly, he expressed dissatisfaction. "That seems a bit low. You know how arduous and perilous our work can be. How about 500? 500 is a bit much. Since it's your first visit, I'll give you a fair price, 450. What do you say? I hope you'll return after gathering herbs. This shop is my father's, so I'm able to offer you such a high price. Other shops won't exceed 420. Besides, you clearly know your craft, and your herbs are mostly whole and intact. I hope we can collaborate more in the future. Listening to the attendant's words, Zhao Dabao, with his formidable spirit honed from 2 lifetimes, discerned that the attendant was not lying. He gladly accepted the price. After all, this transaction was merely a means to earn some money for clothing and travel expenses. With 450 yuan in hand, Zhao Dabao exited the pharmacy. He casually sought out a store to purchase a tracksuit and a pair of sneakers. As for his old, dyed prison uniform, he discreetly wrapped it in a brick and tossed it into a latrine, preventing anyone from recognizing its origin. In the Summer Kingdom during the 1990s, items were not particularly expensive. A complete outfit and a pair of sneakers cost exactly 160 yuan. After a simple meal of noodles at a street stall, Zhao Dabao found the only inn in town, spending 50 yuan for a single room. He intended to ponder his next steps thoroughly. Unfamiliar with the terrain surrounding Qinling prison, he deliberately purchased a map of the Summer Kingdom from a newsstand. Spreading the map across the bed, Zhao Dabao scrutinized it closely. After a while, he grasped his location and the surrounding provinces. He discovered that the town he was in was called Dadao Town, part of T Province. Situated 2,000 kilometers from the hometown of entrepreneurs, Songyuan County. To return to Songyuan County, he would need to traverse 3 provinces. The distance of 2,000 kilometers did not concern Zhao Dabao. The transportation system in the Summer Kingdom was remarkably advanced, and a flight would certainly take only 3 hours. The problem was that Zhao Dabao currently had only 230 yuan left, insufficient for even a train ticket, let alone a flight. Thus, his immediate priority was to acquire funds. Only with money could he return to Songyuan and seek vengeance. At this moment, Zhao Dabao was not the youthful entrepreneur of his past, but rather a practitioner seasoned by over 2 decades of experience in the martial world. He understood that without a certain level of strength, recklessly seeking revenge could lead to his own demise. Therefore, he realized that vengeance required careful planning. Contemplating this, Zhao Dabao resolved to first find a place to settle down, then devise a means to earn money. With sufficient funds, he could procure herbs to enhance his cultivation. From the red fruits on the mountain, Zhao Dabao knew that while the world lacked spiritual energy, the quality of herbs was exceptional, rivaling or even surpassing those from the celestial sphere. He began to suspect whether the spiritual energy had been absorbed by the herbs, resulting in the depletion of energy on Earth. Tracing his finger along Dadao Town, he followed the road extending towards the prefecture-level city of Sui City in T Province, deciding that Sui City would serve as his initial base. Zhao Dabao understood the wisdom of hiding in plain sight, knowing that larger cities offered convenient transportation and abundant information, making it easier to obtain the knowledge he sought. In large cities, opportunities abound, allowing for the swift discovery of lucrative paths and the rapid accumulation of wealth. Once financial resources are secured, one can procure an abundance of items necessary for personal cultivation. With a plan established, Zhao Dabao no longer frets over the means of acquiring money. He is confident that a road will manifest in due time. His current task is to rest adequately. After sleeping from the afternoon until 9 the following morning, Zhao Dabao finally awoke from his tranquil slumber. After a casual wash and settling his hotel bill, he joyfully enjoyed breakfast. By the time he boarded the long-distance bus to Sui City, it was already 3 in the afternoon. There is only one night bus to Sui City, meaning he would travel from 3 in the afternoon until 5 the next morning, a total of 14 hours. The long-distance coach is equipped with sleeper berths, transforming conventional seats into elongated benches that allow passengers to recline comfortably. The coach features 2 tiers of berths, and at a modest price of 120 yuan per person. Zhao Dabao found himself with only 110 yuan left after paying the fare. Considering the cost of meals during the journey, it seemed he would arrive in Sui City quite destitute. As the bus sped along the relatively smooth road, the 20 or so passengers swayed gently, most in a state of drowsiness. Zhao Dabao occupied a lower berth at the front, beside a woman in her 40s, still possessing an air of elegance, who was evidently a businesswoman. She was accompanied by her daughter, an innocent girl wearing glasses. Since boarding, the middle-aged woman had been quite talkative, and Zhao Dabao found their conversation to be quite congenial. After some introductions, he learned her name was Zhao Min, hailing from Dadao Town. In her 20s, she had worked diligently to escape the mountains and had established her own business in Sui City. This return home was to visit her elderly parents, bringing along her daughter, who had just been accepted into university, with the intention of persuading her parents to move to Sui City. However, her parents, having long adapted to the tranquility of rural life, found the chaos of city life unbearable and gently declined their daughter's proposal. respecting her parents' steadfastness. Zhao Min did not press the issue. Given that Dadao town is situated deep within the mountains and lacks a train station, she and her daughter Zhao Xiaoying opted for this long-distance sleeper bus back to Sui City. As a successful businesswoman accustomed to navigating the complexities of commerce, Zhao Min immediately noticed the young man beside her. Zhao Dabao, as a cultivator with 2 lives, exuded an aura of sharpness and poise that could not be concealed by his inexpensive sportswear. Particularly evident was the subtle confidence that blossomed after mastering the 9 transformations of profound arts, lending him an air of distinction. However, this also indicated that Zhao Dabao's cultivation was still nascent, as he had yet to fully master the brilliance of a practitioner, a quality deemed undesirable in the realm of cultivation. In this sphere, returning to simplicity is synonymous with profound mastery. Aware of the challenge in concealing his brilliance, Zhao Dabao had deliberately chosen muted colors and plain styles for his attire as a means of disguise. Nevertheless, certain unintentional gestures could still be perceived by discerning observers. And Zhao Min was one such individual. From the moment she boarded, she sensed a depth in Zhao Dabao, and the nuances in their conversation hinted at something extraordinary about him, although she had yet to uncover its essence. With the belief that more acquaintances yield more pathways, she sought to befriend him, even if the future utility of this friendship remained uncertain. Particularly striking was the clarity in his gaze, which stood in stark contrast to the greed she had encountered elsewhere. As a seasoned woman who had navigated the vicissitudes of life, Zhao Min felt confident in her ability to discern genuine intentions. Zhao Dabao, in turn, found no aversion to the engaging conversation initiated by the middle-aged woman. Given the lengthy journey ahead, he was far from inclined to sleep. After resting for over 10 hours in the hotel, he doubted he would feel drowsy even if it were midnight. Initially, he had thought that had he known he would be on a long night bus, he would not have slept so long at the inn. Zhao Min's initiation of conversation alleviated his restlessness, and the two lay side by side, discussing a myriad of topics from their respective experiences in the business world. As a former successful entrepreneur, Zhao Dabao naturally possessed unique insights into commerce, while Zhao Min, with her extensive experience navigating the business landscape for over a decade, shared her own wisdom. Their dialogue flowed effortlessly, brimming with engaging exchanges on the nuances of trading. However, as the conversation thrived, Zhao Xiaoying, unable to contain herself, gently reminded them that it was already past 9 in the evening and suggested they pause their discussion, considering the presence of other passengers who might wish to rest. Heeding Zhao Xiaoying's timely suggestion, Zhao Dabao and Zhao Min finally ceased their chatter. Zhao Min took the opportunity to share her contact information, expressing a desire to dine together in the future. Zhao Dabao readily accepted her invitation. Given their shared surname, their addresses naturally evolved into a brother-sister dynamic. Despite Zhao Dabao being only a few years older, Zhao Xiaoying flatly refused to call him uncle, opting instead for brother Bao. Thus, an unusual scenario unfolded, with the mother addressing him as younger brother while the daughter referred to him as older brother. As night deepened, by 10 o'clock, the bus was filled with a medley of snoring and the hum of the engine. Zhao Dabao, lacking in sleepiness, found that his extensive conversation with Zhao Min had reignited his entrepreneurial ambitions, even though he currently faced 2 significant obstacles: a lack of capital and connections. Regarding his previous network as an entrepreneur, Zhao Dabao was reluctant to leverage it too soon, primarily to avoid alarming Zhang Wuji. Engaging with his former network without alerting Zhang Wuji would be a considerable challenge. Zhao Dabao had no desire to resolve matters with Zhang Wuji through simple elimination. While taking Zhang Wuji's life might quell the grievances of the entrepreneur, it was not as straightforward as it seemed. Should Zhao Dabao choose to infiltrate Song Yuan and lay in wait, he could surely seize an opportunity to strike successfully. With his current cultivation level at the initial stage of the first transformation, assassinating an ordinary person would be a trivial matter. Zhao Dabao was acutely aware that in order to eradicate the entrepreneur's grievances, it was imperative to leave Zhang Wuji impoverished and utterly devoid of value, allowing him to experience the depths of human suffering before ultimately taking his life. Without completely quelling the entrepreneur's resentment, Zhao Dabao knew that advancing his cultivation of the 9 transformations to the 3rd transformation would be an impossible feat. Achieving the initial stage of the 3rd transformation necessitated a heightened concentration and unity of the practitioner's will. Otherwise, failure would be inevitable. The higher the level of cultivation, the more emphasis is placed on the unity and focus of mental strength. Presently, Zhao Dabao's mental fortitude had grown remarkably, surpassing his former limits. and he assessed that he could likely break through to the third transformation. This was directly linked to the black hole phenomenon, and thus, once the entrepreneur's grievances were resolved, the very essence of his mental strength, crucial in overcoming cultivation bottlenecks, would become Zhao Dabao's greatest ally. As long as he could procure the necessary medicinal materials in his future cultivation endeavors, regaining his original advanced level of the third transformation would pose no challenge. And he might even break through to the fourth transformation, ascending to become an unparalleled master in the realm of cultivation. Entering the innate stage would equate to achieving immortality, a universally acknowledged truth in the celestial star cultivation world. However, this notion of immortality diverged significantly from Zhao Dabao's aim of mastering the 9 transformations to the point of complete perfection. Nevertheless, it underscored the fact that the transition to innate qi cultivation represented a stark demarcation in the realm of cultivation. Through the dialogues of the past few days, Zhao Dabao had gleaned the means to dispel the entrepreneur's grievances. All that remained was the execution of his plan. To achieve his objectives, he must first bolster his own strength, which entailed not only enhancing his cultivation, but also amassing economic power. To render Zhang Wuji worthless, there were essentially 2 paths: entering the realm of governance or engaging in business. Engaging in officialdom, wielding power over the law, one could easily crush Zhang Wuji under the weight of authority. However, for Zhao Dabao, a man devoid of academic credentials and connections, this path was insurmountably challenging. Moreover, Zhao Dabao harbored no interest in the intricate machinations of the bureaucratic realm. With no intention of pursuing a political career, he found himself drawn to the world of commerce. By establishing a robust economic foundation through business, he aimed to undermine Zhang Wuji's colossal treasure group, driving it to bankruptcy and ultimately striking a decisive blow. As he contemplated the most lucrative avenues for his ventures, an abrupt and jarring screech of brakes pierced the air, sending the passengers lurching forward due to the bus's sudden halt. Zhao Dabao, having cultivated his skills to the early stage of the first transformation of clarity, reacted with remarkable swiftness, extending his hands like lightning to firmly grasp the bar in front of him. The other passengers, lacking his level of agility, were not as fortunate. Amidst the cacophony of collisions, cries of pain erupted, with some enraged individuals vocally expressing their frustration at the reckless driving. Among the passengers, Zhao Min, a delicate woman, was no exception to the chaos, crying out in pain as she instinctively rubbed her head where she had collided. Positioned in the second row, Zhao Dabao, not far from the front window of the bus, noticed, illuminated by the vehicle's lights, a stalled car blocking their path. As the bus doors swung open, 3 figures, each donned in low-brimmed baseball caps, boarded. The foremost figure wasted no time, swiftly snatching the bus keys from the ignition. With the engine silenced, the second assailant brandished a glimmering knife, pressing it menacingly against the attendant's chest while barking a harsh command. "Be compliant. We are here to rob." Following this threat, the final assailant raised a long-barreled weapon, loudly proclaiming, "Everyone keep calm. My brothers and I are merely in need of some funds. Hand over your valuables without any foolishness, or I cannot guarantee your safety." Upon hearing this brazen declaration, Zhao Dabao could not help but curse his misfortune. To encounter robbers while riding a bus was indeed a stroke of bad luck. However, he brushed off the situation, recognizing that he possessed little of value, just a mere 100 or so yuan. He had no intention of playing the hero or attempting to thwart the robbery. His primary concern lay with the firearm held by the last assailant, which instilled a deep sense of dread within him. In the confined space of the bus, evading bullets would be nearly impossible unless he advanced his skills significantly. At that moment, the attendant, surprisingly calm, addressed the robbers with an air of familiarity. "Gentlemen, this vehicle belongs to Hao Gu. How about you show some respect? I can offer you a little something for your trouble." As he spoke, he produced 500 yuan notes from his pocket. The assailant with the knife, smirking coldly, seized the cash. "Who the hell is Hao Gu? I'm Lei Gu here." Just as the attendant began to respond, a knife plunged viciously into his thigh, followed by a violent kick that sent him sprawling against the front windshield. "Enough of your blabbering about Hao Gu. It's Lei Gu who calls the shots now." With a flick of his wrist, the robber wiped the blood from his knife, exclaiming, "Listen up. We're here for money, not blood. But don't test my patience. I won't hesitate to take both if necessary. Hand over your valuables quickly." This brutal act silenced the passengers, who huddled in fear, each shrinking back into their seats. Among them, a woman named Zhao Xiaoying wept silently, tears streaming down her delicate cheeks. The first robber, now hatless and with a menacing expression, advanced deeper into the bus, holding out his cap, signaling for valuables to be deposited inside. The passengers in the front row complied, surrendering their money, watches, and jewelry. Although a few contemplated resistance, the sight of the bloody attendant and the looming threat of the gun quelled their courage. They understood the grim reality. Better to part with their possessions than to risk their lives. In the darkened highway, the thought of being stabbed and left to die was a terrifying fate. Soon, the robber collecting money approached the second row, where Zhao Dabao and Zhao Min's fellow passengers tossed their valuables into the cap. However, when it came to Zhao Min, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. At 43, she was a seasoned businesswoman, possessing striking features that rendered her irresistibly attractive to younger men. As she placed her wallet into the cap, the bus's overhead light illuminated her face, revealing her trembling lips akin to a blooming peony. At that moment, Zhao Min leaned forward, her ample bosom accentuated by her attire, the buttons of her blouse inadvertently undone. The sight captivated the robber, who, lost in his desire, declared, "You needn't rush for your wallet. What I truly desire is your necklace." With that, a large, trembling hand reached toward Zhao Min's chest, clearly intending to explore rather than merely request a necklace. Startled and indignant, Zhao Min instinctively covered herself, attempting to block the unwanted advance. The robber, noticing her resistance, flushed with a feverish excitement and called out to his accomplices. "Hey, guys, we've got a lady here. Let's have some fun." In that moment, Zhao Dabao realized that his intention to remain uninvolved was no longer viable. He valued Zhao Min and could not allow her to be humiliated. Deciding to act, he seized the moment. As the robber turned his attention away, Zhao Dabao struck like a bolt of lightning, seizing the assailant's extended finger and twisting it sharply upward, breaking the bone with a resounding crack and eliciting a scream. As the cry echoed through the bus, Zhao Dabao propelled himself forward, launching a powerful kick at the robber's torso, sending him crashing against the front of the vehicle. Like a leopard springing from its lair, Zhao Dabao advanced, knowing that only by positioning himself behind the assailant could he evade the threat of the gun. The armed robber, peering into the bus, felt the atmosphere shift as his accomplice screamed in pain. Realizing that a confrontation had erupted, he instinctively turned to avoid the incoming body, but found himself in a precarious situation. In a split second, the attendant, who had been crouched by the windshield, lunged at the gunman, forcing the barrel to aim downward. The deafening bang of the gun discharging against the bus's undercarriage reverberated through the air. As the robber attempted to raise his firearm for another action, Zhao Dabao hurtled from behind the second robber. With a swift movement, his fists descended like iron hammers, aimed at the temple of the armed bandit. Unfortunately, the confines of the vehicle were too cramped, and time was too fleeting for a direct hit. Nonetheless, the strike elicited a pained cry from the assailant, and before he could fully comprehend the situation, Zhao Dabao hurtled his left knee upward, crashing it into the robber's face. In an instant, blossoms of blood erupted from the robber's nose and mouth as he fell, dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Dabao had grasped the shotgun that had tumbled to the ground. With a swift twist, he aimed the weapon at the first robber, who had just raised a knife. Faced with the ominous barrel, the leader of the bandits lost his bravado and dropped the blade in trembling fear. The tide of battle shifted dramatically, invigorating the driver and several passengers, who surged forward to pummel the three robbers mercilessly. In no time, the once menacing robbers had been reduced to a trio of feeble cats. Zhao Dabao had no interest in participating in the ensuing punishment. Instead, he turned and gestured for Zhao Min and her daughter to exit the vehicle. Since Zhao Dabao had intervened, the mother and daughter had regarded this stranger as their savior. Without hesitation, they gathered their belongings and followed him. Zhao Dabao held the shotgun firmly in his left hand, while he clasped Zhao Min's delicate, smooth hand with his right. Swiftly making their way towards a Santana sedan parked at the front, he opened the driver's side door, signaling for the two women to enter. Once they were seated, Zhao Dabao professionally engaged the handbrake, pressed the accelerator, and roared into the inky darkness of the night. In that moment of action, Zhao Dabao was already contemplating the necessity of leaving the bus immediately after subduing the robbers. Any robbery involving gunfire on the highway would undoubtedly attract law enforcement. Regardless of his heroic status, he needed to avoid any interaction with the police, especially not returning to the station to give a statement. That would be akin to a mouse serving as a companion to a cat. Thus, he urged Zhao Min and her daughter to depart swiftly. In the back seat of the sedan, Zhao Xiaoying's initial shock had subsided, replaced by an overwhelming admiration for her savior. With a soft voice, she inquired, "Brother Bao, have you practiced martial arts?" The endearing title sent a shiver down Zhao Dabao's spine, nearly causing him to slam on the brakes. He chuckled wryly and replied, "Xiaoying, could you refrain from calling me Brother Bao? It makes me feel like Jia Bao you from Dream of the Red Chamber. Do I appear effeminate to you? We're not that far apart in age. Just call me Dabao. It sounds better." Hearing Zhao Dabao's humorous protest, Zhao Xiaoying burst into laughter. "Dabao, you won't be the spokesperson for the Dabao brand, will you?" The phrase Dabao, we meet every day, was a reference to a popular television advertisement of the time. Before his imprisonment, Zhao Dabao had often been the subject of jest among those familiar with him. As the familiar words echoed in his mind, a flood of memories surged forth. Zhao Dabao shook his head, striving to cast those memories from his mind, a bitter smile involuntarily forming on his lips. The influence of an entrepreneur and Apo's mindset is indeed formidable. A mere hint of a phrase can instantly evoke a multitude of recollections. With a chuckle, Zhao Dabao replied wittily, "If you see me every day, wouldn't I have to apply it on your face daily? Can that delicate visage of yours withstand such force? Or are you simply too timid to try?" The slightly suggestive words, emerging from her tender lips, caught Zhao Dabao off guard, leaving him momentarily stunned. Who would have imagined that such an innocent-looking college student could utter such bold statements? Realizing the impropriety of her comment, Zhao Xiaoying's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, inadvertently revealing a unique charm. This playful banter dissipated the once somber and tense atmosphere like mist vanishing in the morning sun. Zhao Min, a woman seasoned by countless experiences, sensed a subtle difference in Zhao Dabao's decision to avoid public transport and drive alone. Trusting him implicitly, she refrained from probing further and instead inquired with genuine concern, "Dabao's, have you made any plans upon arriving in Swaisher? I notice you're alone, without even a package. Do you have acquaintances there?" Shaking his head gently, Zhao Dabao's, wearing an expression of resignation, remarked, "Sister Min, to be honest, I haven't yet figured out what I intend to do in Swaisher. I'll just take things as they come." Upon hearing this, Zhao Min understood that this young man beside her must harbor many untold stories. After a brief contemplation, she suggested, "Why not stay at my place when you arrive in Swaisher? You can move out once you find a place of your own." Zhao Dabao felt a stirring in his heart at Zhao Min's proposal. Indeed, residing in a local home would be the most prudent choice, sparing him the troubles of hotel checks by the authorities. However, he pondered whether it would be convenient for Sister Min. Not one to be overly sensitive, he decided to inquire, "Sister Min, staying at your home is certainly an option, but would it be convenient? After all, I am not a relative, and I hope your husband won't mind." At the mention of husband, a shadow of sorrow crossed Zhao Min's fair face. "Dabao's, there's no need for such concerns. My husband passed away over a decade ago, leaving only Xiaoying and me. Ever since I met you, I must admit, I feel as if you were like a brother to me, providing a sense of security. Moreover, had it not been for your timely intervention, Xiaoying and I might have faced unforeseen dangers." At this juncture, Zhao Xiaoying chimed in, her tone laden with gratitude. "Yes, brother. I shudder to think what might have happened had you not been there. Since you have no place to stay in Swaisher, please make yourself at home with us. I wholeheartedly welcome you. I've always wished for an older brother. Now, whenever someone bullies me, I can just call upon my brother to teach them a lesson." Zhao Dabao felt a warmth enveloping his heart upon hearing this sincere and enthusiastic welcome. "Xiaoying, no matter where I reside, you will always be my sister. Rest assured, should anyone dare to bully you, I shall defend you fiercely, leaving them unrecognizable." Zhao Xiaoying was charmed by his assertive declaration, bursting into delighted laughter and applauding his arrival. Zhao Min's face also lit up with a joyful smile. She was immensely pleased with this brother figure, not only for his eloquence, but also for his remarkable prowess. Single-handedly defeating 3 armed robbers was no ordinary feat. Zhao Dabao's presence instilled Zhao Min with an unparalleled sense of security. Thus, Zhao Dabao found a genuine refuge in Swaisher. As for the future, he was confident that he would carve out a new path for himself through his own abilities. The sky gradually brightened, a delicate blush of dawn unfurling across the summer heavens. On the road to Swaisher, a Santana sedan sped along, carrying Zhao Dabao and his companions. After more than 4 hours of travel, they finally reached their destination. As a prefecture-level city in T Province, Swaisher boasted a population exceeding 1 million, qualifying it as a major urban center. Following decades of development since the founding of the nation, Swaisher now showcased a skyline filled with towering buildings and bustling streets, epitomizing the vibrancy of a modern metropolis. Zhao Min's residence was situated in Hongxing Community on Imin Street in District B, a modern complex comprising 12 high-rise buildings. After entering the city, Zhao Dabao found a quiet street not far from the community to park the Santana. He suspected that the car he was currently driving might be stolen, and thus hesitated to drive it directly to Zhao Min's residence. Yet, he was reluctant to abandon the nearly new Santana, especially since he was currently empty-handed. Had it not been for Zhao Min's hospitality, he might not have been able to afford a single night's stay in a hotel. Therefore, Zhao Dabao contemplated whether he might devise a way to sell the car for some pocket money. Zhao Min quickly discerned her brother's intentions but chose not to confront him directly, respecting Zhao Dabao's pride. Although she wasn't particularly concerned about finances and wished to support her brother, there had to be a pretext for it. Otherwise, even if she offered help, he might refuse, potentially straining their sibling bond. As they walked and conversed, Zhao Min casually mentioned a spontaneous second-hand car market on Anmin Street in District A, where vehicles of dubious origin were frequently traded. Cars like the one Zhao Dabao was driving were not uncommon in Xiagua. There were often individuals who specialized in buying and selling such vehicles. After undergoing a series of procedures, these black market cars could be transformed into legitimate vehicles, freely traversing the streets. Once they parked the car, the trio leisurely made their way to the Hongxing community, stopping briefly to purchase breakfast. Zhao Min's home was located on the 26th floor of Unit 1 in Building 13. A spacious apartment exceeding 180 square meters, featuring 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and 2 living rooms. Upon entering, Zhao Min and her daughter quickly freshened up and began preparing breakfast, while Zhao Dabao retreated to the adjacent bathroom for a much-needed shower. Having escaped from prison without having the chance to wash properly, he estimated that the sweat and grime accumulated on his body weighed at least half a pound. Once in the bathroom, he eagerly shed his clothes, tossing them onto the nearby washing machine, and stood beneath the shower head, letting the water cascade over him as if to wash away the hardships of the past 2 months. After indulging in a thorough wash for over half an hour, he finally dried off comfortably. However, he faced a dilemma when it came time to dress. While his sportswear could still be worn, his underwear and tank top had seen better days. After all, during the 2 months on the mountain, he hadn't washed them at all, and what was once white had now turned a muddied gray. Resolving to forego them, he donned his sports outfit and turned to leave. Yet, as he pivoted, his eyes were involuntarily drawn to a riot of colors that dazzled him. Initially, he had not noticed, but the drying rack next to the bathroom was adorned with an array of women's lingerie. Delicate lace bras and tiny, exquisite panties bloomed before him like a garden in full bloom. It is said that absence makes the heart grow fonder, having not seen a woman in 3 years. One could imagine how even a glimpse of such garments might stir a response. Though Zhao Dabao had not been in prison long, the total time he had spent away from women was considerable. The sudden appearance of these vibrant items ignited a stirring within him. Zhao Dabao chastised himself. What a disgrace, to be so easily roused by mere lingerie. Just as he was lost in self-reflection, Zhao Min's gentle voice echoed from outside. Dabao, are you done washing? Come out for breakfast. Upon hearing the call for breakfast, Zhao Dabao promptly responded, taking a moment to compose himself before exiting the bathroom. As he stepped out, he encountered Zhao Xiaoying, who was hurrying towards the bathroom, not out of urgency for her own needs, but rather in a flustered realization that the intimate garments hanging there had not been tidied away. A thought that filled her with embarrassment at the prospect of Dabao seeing them. When at home with her mother, they each had their own bathroom. Her mother used the master bathroom, while she opted for the guest one. Each time she washed her undergarments, she would leave them hanging, opting to simply grab a clean piece to wear when the need arose, leading to the accumulation of so many items in the bathroom. Upon hearing the sound of the lock turning, Zhao Xiaoying instinctively approached, eager to tidy up the exposed garments. Just as she reached the bathroom door, Zhao Dabao emerged. Faced with him, her mind raced with mortifying images of him gazing at her lacy underwear, causing her to lower her head, unable to meet his gaze. In doing so, she inadvertently caught sight of Dabao's impressive form, standing tall between his legs like a proud tent, seemingly eager to convey something to the beauty before him. The sudden revelation of such a masculine attribute, especially belonging to someone she admired, turned her face crimson. She quickly raised her head, shooting him a reproachful look, exclaiming, Dabao, this is all your fault, before darting into the bathroom, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Rubbing his nose, he muttered to himself, how is this my fault? What did I do? What does Xiaoying mean? He pondered these thoughts as he made his way to the dining room. Hearing his murmurs, Zhao Min smiled knowingly. She understood why her daughter had rushed in. Xiaoying was embarrassed about her underwear. However, she refrained from interjecting, believing that young people should navigate their own lives without unnecessary interference from elders. As Zhao Dabao entered the dining room, Zhao Min cheerfully said, "Dabao, hurry and eat something. You must be famished after driving all night. Here is the breakfast we bought on our way back, and I boiled some eggs for you. Make sure to eat well, and after the eggs, drink some milk. Then you can rest in your room, which is just to the left of the guest bathroom." Listening to her gentle words, Zhao Dabao felt a warmth envelop him, reminiscent of a long-lost home, a feeling both distant and comforting. At that moment, he felt as if he had returned to a cherished past. Looking at Zhao Min's caring expression, he found her smile strikingly similar to those he had known before, merging into a single visage. With a slight catch in his throat, he nodded appreciatively and began to devour the food on the table. One could not help but admire Zhao Dabao's appetite. The amount he consumed was more than double what Zhao Min and her daughter typically ate combined. Yet he finished everything in less than 3 minutes. As she observed this man's hearty consumption, Zhao Min's eyes sparkled with affection, reminiscent of how she viewed her husband many years ago. Back then, mornings were filled with the same scenes, a nostalgic echo of the past. "Dabao, take your time. Don't choke. There is no one competing with you for the food. If you run out, I'll just make more. There and Appos, as plenty at home. Slow down. Look at you. Getting porridge all over your mouth," she said, extending her delicate hand to wipe a grain of porridge from his lips. At that moment, a voice exclaimed, "Oh my, Dabao. Are you a pig? You eat so much that you've finished my share." Zhao Xiaoying's astonished face appeared before him, her wide eyes full of shock. Taken aback by her exaggerated expression, Zhao Dabao felt his cheeks flush for the first time. "Mom, look. Dabao is blushing. This is so amusing. I never thought such a formidable man could feel shy." She laughed, having previously regarded him as a heroic figure after their harrowing journey home through danger. She now found it delightful that Dabao, whom she admired so greatly, could also experience such human emotions. Watching the two siblings playfully banter, Zhao Min felt a profound sense of happiness. This was the scene she had longed for, a family dynamic enriched by the presence of a caring man. Although it had come a bit late, she was grateful for its arrival. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she lovingly admonished her daughter, "Xiaoying, you must know that your brother has been up all night. He needs to eat well to regain his strength. If you're hungry, feel free to head downstairs to the breakfast shop, but don't cause a ruckus here." Though scolded, Xiaoying remained cheerful, as her earlier teasing was meant to foster closeness with Dabao. "Mom, stop nagging. You're starting to sound like an old lady. I know my brother is tired. I was just playing around with him. Right, my dear Dabao?" Surrounded by happiness, Zhao Dabao simply smiled, not responding to her teasing. Zhao Xiaoying shot him a playful glare. "Look at you, grinning like a fool. Don't forget you owe me something. How will you repay it?" Faced with this question, Zhao Dabao was momentarily bewildered. "What do I owe Xiaoying?" he thought, gazing at her beaming face in confusion. Realizing she had unintentionally revealed her feelings, Xiaoying felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment and annoyance. "I meant what I said. You owe me. Are you trying to back out, brother?" Seeing her adorable frustration, Zhao Dabao chuckled softly and ruffled Xiaoying's dark hair. "All right. If you say I owe you something, then I suppose I do. Who could resist such a charming sister?" Pleased with his playful concession, Xiaoying smiled. "Of course. It's a privilege to be the sister. You'd have the same if you were the younger one." Zhao Min, witnessing the affectionate banter between her children, felt a bittersweet mixture of joy and melancholy. She cherished the warmth of a true family gathering, even if it had come a bit late. With a playful yet authoritative tone, she interrupted their light-hearted exchange. "All right, enough of this. Dabao, once you've finished eating, go rest in your room. Xiaoying, I'll be heading to the market shortly. You should accompany me to pick out a few pairs of shoes for your brother. The local shops are too small for proper footwear. I've already bought you 2 sets of sportswear, and after you rest, you can help him pick out some shoes." As Zhao Min expressed her concern, Dabao opened his mouth to respond, but she raised her hand. "Dabao, don't say anything formal. If you're going to express gratitude, consider how you saved both me and Xiaoying. How should I thank you for that?" "Indeed, Brother Bao, if you continue to be coy, I shall ignore you." "Haha, Brother Bao. Do heed my mother's words. Remember, in this household, mother is Nambwa Wan, I am Nambwa too, and you, Brother Bao, can only be Nambwa Sirui. Isn't that right, mother?" Zhao Min playfully poked her daughter's forehead with a finger, saying, "Oh you, what do you mean by Nambwa Sirui? Dabao is your brother. If Nambwa Sirui were also you, How could it possibly be your brother's turn? Faced with the affectionate yet assertive mother-daughter duo, Zhao Dabao felt a mix of happiness and grievance. Upon returning to his room, Zhao Dabao was pleasantly surprised by the decor. The room spanned nearly 30 square meters, featuring a large bed adorned with a gauzy curtain on the eastern side, measuring 200 by 180 centimeters. The fabric hung from the ceiling, cascading down in a parasol-like fashion, with pink sheets indicating it was a lady's boudoir. The entire space was bathed in warm hues of pink, and opposite the bed stood a vanity, accompanied by a desk piled high with books. Zhao Dabao casually picked up one, discovering it was a high school mathematics textbook. Noticing the oversized Oni bear on the bed, he quickly deduced that this was Zhao Xiaoying's room. Upon entering the Zhao household, Zhao Xiaoying had suggested that brother Bao temporarily occupy her room while she returned to her mother's quarters. She planned to buy a larger bed for the study in a few days. Her willingness to offer her room suggested a significant fondness for her brother Bao. Such admiration and affection are not uncommon. In ancient times, a young woman saved by a heroic man would often pledge herself in gratitude. Though the Summer Kingdom has entered modernity, many traditional notions still persist, particularly for an emotional woman like Zhao Xiaoying, who grew up without a father's love. Her sensitivity toward men is heightened. Throughout her schooling, she maintained an inexplicable animosity towards all boys, likely a product of her single-parent upbringing. However, once someone enters her life, her feelings can become intense and fervent. Zhao Dabao, a man imbued with a subtle melancholy, depth, and a sense of life, especially during the crisis faced by Zhao Min and her daughter, could not help but unlock the previously closed heart of Zhao Xiaoying. On the vanity, 2 sets of male sportswear and undergarments were laid out, purchased by Zhao Min while Zhao Dabao bathed. After donning the undergarments and lifting the gauzy curtain, Zhao Dabao sat cross-legged on the bed. He did not immediately fall asleep, but instead began practicing the 9 transformations of the mysterious skill. Since successfully cultivating this internal energy in the Qinling prison, daily practice had become an unbreakable routine. 3 hours passed swiftly, and Zhao Dabao rolled out of bed, stretching his joints before stepping out of the room. In the spacious living room, Zhao Xiaoying sat bored, watching television. Upon seeing Zhao Dabao emerge, she leaped up joyfully, exclaiming, "Brother Bao, you're awake. You're quite the lazy pig. Come on, let us go out." "Out? For what?" Zhao Dabao inquired. "Brother Bao, you haven't forgotten, have you? My mom won't let me accompany you to the mall to buy leather shoes and a suit." "Suits and leather shoes?" Zhao Dabao glanced at his sports attire and chuckled, shaking his head. "Xiaoying, it's fine. This sportswear is quite comfortable. There's no need to buy a suit." Zhao Xiaoying bounced next to him, insistently shaking his arm. "No way. Brother Bao, Mom said we must buy them, or I won't be able to report back." Patting Zhao Xiaoying's hair indulgently, he replied, "Xiaoying, stop shaking. If you keep that up, Brother Bao might fall apart. How about this? I have some errands to run first, and we can talk when I return." "Brother Bao, what errands can you possibly have? Don't you hardly know anyone in Suisha?" "Xiaoying, I need to take care of that Santana. It can't just sit there." "Oh, you're dealing with that car. Brother Bao, let me go with you. You're unfamiliar with Suisha, and I can guide you." "Forget it. You stay home. Dealing with cars is not something a girl should involve herself in." Zhao Xiaoying tilted her adorable head, realizing he intended to sell the car on the black market to make some money. Understanding this, she obediently nodded in agreement to stay home. Throughout her life, she had always been a well-behaved girl, and now, in the presence of her admired brother Bao, she was eager to comply with his wishes. Tenderly, she adjusted Zhao Dabao's neatly arranged sportswear collar and expressed concern. Then, "Brother Bao, please return quickly. I'll wait for you at home." Observing her gentle gesture stirred a wave of emotions within Zhao Dabao. He had come to regard Zhao Min and Xiaoying as family, and the feeling of having a home, along with the warmth of concern, was truly delightful. Lowering his voice, he said affectionately, "Xiaoying, don't wait for me to have lunch. Handling this car might take a few hours, so prepare something for yourself, all right? Don't stay hungry. Got it, Brother Bao? Don't worry about me. Just be safe out there." "Okay, stop fretting. You know my strength. I'm practically like Popeye after eating spinach. I could swat away an elephant with a single slap." He joked, playfully waving his hand. Zhao Xiaoying affectionately swatted at his exaggerated gesture, teasing, "All right, enough boasting. Hurry back. I'll make you something delicious for dinner." "Cooking? You?" Zhao Dabao feigned shock, as if he had seen an alien. "What else with that expression? Brother Bao, don't you believe me?" Upon saying this, Zhao Xiaoying's delicate hand had already found its way to his side, her meaning clear. At her playful threat, Zhao Dabao shivered slightly. Despite his ruthless demeanor in battle, he felt as helpless as a mouse before a cat when it came to the close-knit Xiaoying. All right, Xiaoying. I believe you. Is that enough? With that, he hurriedly donned his sports shoes and dashed out the door. Zhao Xiaoying laughed and chased him to the entrance, calling out, Brother Bao, remember the house number. Don't get lost. Understood. I've memorized it. Unit 12, first floor, building 13, Hongxing community. Don't worry. Watching him rush away, Zhao Xiaoying shook her head, pouting. Brother Bao runs faster than a rabbit. As Zhao Dabao exited the building, the warm summer sun radiated its heat. Hongxing community, being the premier residential area in Suisha, boasted lush greenery, creating a refreshing atmosphere despite the heat. Following the tree-lined path, he leisurely approached the community entrance. The parking spot from that morning was not far from the community. After a 10-minute walk, he reached the Santana, unlocked the door with his key, and drove towards the second-hand car market located in Area A. This so-called second-hand car market lacked any formal management, formed entirely by local car dealers in Suisha. Situated beneath a second-ring bridge, it sprawled over an area of 5,000 to 6,000 square meters. Beneath the overpass, a variety of vehicles could be found, ranging from large trucks to small rickshaws, all parked under the bridge indicating they were for sale. Zhao Dabao found a spot to park and was promptly approached by potential buyers. He didn't bother seeking an appraisal. Whatever he could sell the car for was acceptable, indifferent to profit or loss. Nonetheless, he exhibited a certain skill, not rushing to sell. He allowed each inquirer to make the first offer, then would raise it by 50%, quickly grasping the value of the nearly new Santana in no time. In the 1990s Summer Kingdom, automobiles were not yet widespread, and their prices remained relatively high. The Santana, fresh from the factory, commands a price of around 150,000 to 160,000 yuan. Even after depreciation, a vehicle in good condition can still be sold for approximately 100,000 yuan. However, due to its status as an illegal vehicle, a further 50 deduction is applied. At this moment, a distinguished middle-aged man approached Zhao Dabao's car, exuding an aura of success through his attire and demeanor, indicating he is likely a seasoned dealer in the used car market. The man scrutinized the vehicle without hastening to inquire about the price. He examined the car from various angles, checked the odometer through the door, and finally opened the hood to inspect the engine. After completing his examination, he turned to Zhao Dabao's, casually offering him a cigarette from a pack he produced. Zhao Dabao's accepted it without hesitation. After lighting the cigarette, the middle-aged man smiled and asked, Brother, this car doesn't have any paperwork, does it? With a nod, Zhao Dabao's confirmed the man's assumption. The dealer, unfazed by Zhao Dabao's acknowledgement, continued, Brother, I've been here for a while and noticed several people have inquired about your price. You seem unfamiliar with this line of work. Possibly doing this for the first time. You likely have an idea of the car's approximate value. I can offer you a fair price of 60,000 yuan. How does that sound? Zhao Dabao's was quite pleased with the proposition, and thus the transaction was amicably concluded. As he exited the used car market, he carried a briefcase typically associated with office workers, containing 6 stacks of 100 yuan bills. This briefcase was a gift from the middle-aged man. Holding the briefcase filled with 60,000 yuan, Zhao Dabao's felt an invigorating sense of confidence, realizing that money indeed emboldens the spirit. However, he acknowledged the impracticality of carrying such a large sum in cash and decided to obtain a bank card for convenience. Spotting the sign of the agricultural bank across the street, he felt a sense of trepidation. To acquire a nationwide bank card, he would need an identification card. Particularly, should the card be lost, he would require an ID for replacement. Currently, Zhao Dabao's found himself essentially without an identity, as he needed to deposit money before he could procure an identification card. Although he considered acquiring a fake ID, he understood that this would not be a sustainable solution. After all, he aspired to establish a business, and once his financial foundation was solidified, he could seek vengeance upon his enemies in Songyuan. However, he realized that conducting business under a false identity could lead to dire consequences if anything went awry. As he pondered, a sudden epiphany struck him. Why not acquire a legitimate identity? In the summer of the 1990s in Xia country, many individuals lived without proper documentation due to 2 primary reasons: the implementation of birth control policies leading to undocumented births, and the isolation of certain indigenous populations in remote mountainous areas who had never ventured beyond their confines, thus never obtaining identification cards. For these mountain dwellers, local police stations would issue identification cards when they ventured out for work or official matters. Zhao Dabao's recalled hearing that Minjia's family resided in Dadao town, a local household with significant influence. He could enlist Minjia's assistance to secure a complete household registration for a mountain dweller, which would greatly facilitate his future endeavors. The journey from the used car market to the Hongxing community would take over 30 minutes on foot. Glancing at the sky, Zhao Dabao's estimated it was already past 10 o'clock. He preferred to return home for lunch rather than dine out. As he left, he had not anticipated the swift resolution of the Santana transaction, expecting it to consume at least half a day. With the deal concluded, he deemed it preferable to return home for a meal. Increasingly, he regarded the Zhao household as his own, cherishing the warmth of belonging that he had not experienced in a long time. Unconsciously, his pace quickened, and he realized he would soon reach the Hongxing community. Suddenly, he noticed a commotion ahead, where a crowd of 30 to 50 people had gathered, creating a lively scene. Since arriving in this world, Zhao Dabao's innate curiosity had resurfaced, a stark contrast to his previous aloof demeanor as a businessman. Since it was still early, he decided to investigate the ruckus. Approaching the crowd, he caught sight of a security guard sitting on the ground, surrounded by 3 men and 1 woman, who were vociferously berating him. Behind the security guard stood an elderly man leaning on a cane, appearing to be in his 70s, with gray hair, yet a robust demeanor, standing tall and exuding a military presence, indicating he was likely a retired soldier. From the exchanges between the individuals involved and the onlookers, Zhao Dabao's quickly grasped the situation's context. The seated security guard was the doorman of the building, on duty that day. 20 minutes prior, a Mercedes sedan had approached the entrance, seeking access to the underground parking lot. According to the building's regulations, vehicles without parking permits were strictly prohibited entry. The security guard, a diligent and honest individual, had just started his shift and did not recognize the car's owner. The driver, a striking woman, claimed to be a resident of the building returning home to retrieve something, but she had forgotten her parking permit. Despite the security guard's polite request for her to present her permit, the woman, displaying impatience, insisted that the previous guard knew her vehicle and questioned why he was being so stringent. In response, the guard requested the woman to call the building's management for verification, assuring her that he would allow entry once confirmed. However, for reasons unknown, the woman erupted in anger, hurling vicious insults and demanding he open the barrier immediately, threatening dire consequences if he did not comply. Though the guard was honest, he too had his limits. Frustrated, he remained steadfast in his principles and refused to allow entry without the necessary confirmation. During the dispute, a man with a gold chain tattooed with a fish emblem exited the passenger side of the Mercedes and attempted to lift the barrier. As the security guard intervened, the Mercedes abruptly surged forward, striking him to the ground. In the ensuing chaos, 2 more men exited the car, appearing to belong to a gang, and began to physically assault the security guard. Despite the presence of over 30 onlookers, none dared to intervene against the 4 individuals from the Mercedes. Only the elderly man with the cane, upon exiting the building, stepped forward to halt the onslaught. Zhao Dabao's arrived just as the elderly man, visibly enraged, confronted the assailants. The assailants, initially taken aback by the elderly man's assertiveness, soon reverted to their brazen attitudes. One of them, visibly impatient, sneered, "What s with you, old man? Just say a couple of words and be done with it. You think you're going to give us a lecture?" Another chimed in with more vitriol. "What is an old geezer like you doing out here? You should be at home resting, not stirring up trouble." As the taunts escalated, the elderly man trembled, struggling to articulate his outrage. You scoundrels, I will take you down." As he spoke, the old man's cane was already raised, his temper akin to a firecracker, ready to ignite at the slightest provocation. Yet, he underestimated the rascals before him. The moment the cane was lifted, one of them, known as the banded fish, stepped forward, grasping the top of the cane and exclaimed, "Let go." With a forceful tug, he attempted to wrench the cane from the old man's grip. The old man, stubborn in his ways, instinctively pulled back on the cane, striving to reclaim it. However, he did not anticipate the audacity of the banded fish. As the old man exerted his strength, the banded fish suddenly released his grip, letting out a cry, "Old man, it's yours now." The sudden shift sent the old man reeling, colliding with the wall of the security booth with a loud thud. Given the old man's age, this unexpected jolt was quite disorienting. Coupled with the force of inertia, the impact was significant enough to nearly leave him breathless. The violent collision caused his already ailing heart to skip a beat, flushing his previously healthy complexion a deep crimson. Observing the old man slump against the wall, his breathing becoming erratic, Zhao Dabao's concern surged within him. Recognizing the signs of a cardiac episode, he rushed forward, employing a gentle yet firm massage infused with a hint of inner energy to ease the old man's heart. Thankfully, this subtle application of energy proved effective, and after a few moments, the old man's breathing stabilized. Nonetheless, the ordeal had visibly drained him of vitality, as he witnessed the beaten security guard and the old man on the brink of a heart attack. Zhao Dabao's indignation flared. He carefully helped the old man to a nearby seat in the security room before stepping outside, his expression darkening as he addressed the ruffians. "Gentlemen, do exercise restraint in your actions. Leave yourself some room for retreat." As the frigid aura of menace approached, the seductive woman among the group regarded Zhao Dabao's intervention with disdain, arching an eyebrow as she mockingly inquired, "And who might you be? Did a seed sprout from the seeds you were cracking? Who dares meddle in our affairs?" "Affairs?" Zhao Dabao's replied, his tone firm. "To be frank, I have no interest in meddling. However, your actions are far from trivial. They are nothing short of a disturbance." "A disturbance? So, you're saying I'm causing trouble? What are you going to do about it?" "Just because you think you're someone special, let me tell you, I have no qualms about taking you down." The banded fish spat, his words laced with bravado. At this juncture, another security guard gently tugged at Zhao Dabao's arm, advising in a hushed tone, "Young man, don't engage with them. They're not to be trifled with. It would be wise for you to leave. Indeed, you may not know, but Mao is a notorious figure around here, someone who is not to be crossed. It would be best for you to depart. It's been quite a while, and no police have arrived. You clearly don't belong here. Stay out of it and leave," an elderly woman cautioned kindly. Even the fallen security guard recognized the danger posed by this unruly group. Though he bore responsibility for instigating the situation, he feared for Zhao Dabao's, the well-intentioned stranger. Struggling to rise, the fallen guard, with a look of contrition, pleaded with the banded fish, "Brother, I apologize for my lack of awareness. I truly didn't mean to offend. Let us forget this incident." Hearing the surrounding murmurs of fear and witnessing the fallen guard's desperate plea, the banded fish swelled with a sense of superiority. He shook his head, declaring, "You little guard, you have no idea what you're in for. Now you see the might of Brother Mao? Let me tell you, even your superior would have to bow before him." "Exactly. Mao is the undisputed king in this area. Everyone must show him respect. And you, a mere guard, think you can challenge him?" One of his cronies chimed in. Another minion, brimming with arrogance, shouted, "Today is truly bizarre. A little guard, an old man, and this country bumpkin dare to stand against Brother Mao? If we don't teach them a lesson, they might think Brother Mao's reputation is mere bluster. Should we call for reinforcements? I can make a call right now." Listening to the security guard's plaintive apologies, witnessing the fearful crowd, and the sycophantic comments from his underlings, the banded fish felt invincible, as if he had reached the pinnacle of his existence. He boasted, "Do we even need backup? The three of us can handle this country bumpkin easily. I suggest you leave while you can. The farther, the better. Do you understand?" Before the cacophony of their bravado could dissipate, Zhao Dabao's, unwilling to waste words on such ruffians, took decisive action. As the word "far" lingered in the air, he stepped forward, swiftly launching a kick that sliced through the air with a sharp whoosh, landing squarely in the abdomen of the foul-mouthed provocateur. The banded fish's astonished gaze lingered on the silhouette of a sneaker, his substantial frame propelled backward by the force of the kick. In a tumbling arc, he collided with the hood of a Mercedes, the impact reverberating loudly, causing the luxury vehicle to sway slightly. Upon witnessing their leader struck down, the two henchmen erupted in fury. In this district, who was unaware of the infamous reputation of Brother Mao, today, someone had dared to defy him. A blatant act of recklessness. With cries of outrage, the two henchmen charged forward, fists raised. Zhao Dabao's chuckled, meeting their advance head-on. Before they could close the distance, he launched a powerful kick into the ground, propelling himself into the air. As he soared, his right leg swept in a wide arc, catching the first henchman off guard, causing him to stumble. Utilizing the momentum from the initial contact, Zhao Dabao's pivoted in midair, his fists thrusting forward like projectiles aimed at the stunned henchman. The sound of impact resonated as his fists collided with the henchman's, a cacophony of force. The henchman, dazed and reeling, attempted to retreat, but it was too late. With a swift motion, Zhao Dabao's curled his legs and propelled the henchman into the air, sending him crashing onto the roof of the Mercedes. The second henchman, just regaining his bearings from the earlier encounter, was still processing the sight of his comrade airborne when Zhao Dabao's unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, each landing with precision and force. In a flurry of strikes, the henchman raised his arms in a futile attempt to shield himself from the onslaught. The sound of fists striking flesh echoed like raindrops on leaves. Although the henchman managed to block a significant portion of the blows, he was unprepared for what followed. In a stunning display of agility, Zhao Dabao lifted himself off the ground, delivering a rapid succession of kicks aimed at the henchman's midsection and legs. With his current skill level only at the initial stage of his training, Zhao Dabao could only execute 6 kicks in quick succession. However, even these seemingly simple strikes were far beyond what an ordinary henchman could withstand. In the midst of chaos, the henchman was akin to a bent shrimp, being kicked back repeatedly until he collapsed onto the still and rising figure of the lead fish, eliciting a long howl from the latter. However, the cry was abruptly cut short as, in a moment of sheer terror, a muddy sneaker slammed into his wide-open mouth, causing 2 yellowed teeth to fly out and knocking the breath from him. The blow was instantaneous, and before anyone could gather their wits, the 3 boisterous ruffians were left dazed, some staggering away, while those still conscious pretended to be unconscious. Only a dazed, enchanting woman remained, her crimson lips agape in shock. Adhering to the principle of not striking a woman, Zhao Dabao approached her with an icy demeanor. Terrified, the beguiling woman plopped onto the ground, her once meticulously made-up face trembling as she stammered, "Don't hit me, don't hit me, I haven't done anything." Zhao Dabao, unyielding, interrupted her feeble defense, declaring, "It doesn't concern you, but I see it's you who instigated this. I won't strike you, but tell me, how shall we resolve this?" I'll pay, big brother. Just say how much." "Very well, since you're willing to pay, I won't hit you. Quickly hand over all the money in your pockets to the security, not a single cent less, or I will slap you." Faced with Zhao Dabao's fierce demeanor, the woman was utterly frightened, shaking as she hastily stuffed the money from her purse into the security guard's arms. At that moment, an elder emerged from the security room, his complexion having returned to normal. Good, well done," he exclaimed with a robust voice. "Young man, that's how you should handle it. If I were 20 years younger, I would have dealt with those scoundrels myself. If they were my soldiers, I would have shot them without hesitation." In response to the elder's praise, Zhao Dabao assisted him lightly, smiling, "Old sir, please don't flatter me. That ruckus was intolerable, and I merely intervened to teach them a lesson. Isn't our party's policy primarily about education, using force sparingly?" The old man chuckled at Zhao Dabao's remark. "Get lost. You clearly have a combative spirit. Yet you preach about education. But your skills are impressive, quick movements, great strength. If I weren't retired, I would recruit you to serve with me." "Serve?" Zhao Dabao thought bitterly. "The police are searching for me everywhere. Why would I enlist?" Suddenly alert, he scanned his surroundings and noticed a police car speeding toward them from several hundred meters away. Clearly, the call had worked, albeit a bit late. "Old sir, I must take my leave. I have matters to attend to," he said, picking up his briefcase and turning to exit the crowd. "Hey, young man, you haven't told me your name or how to contact you. We should chat sometime." Without looking back, Zhao Dabao waved his hand. "My name is Lei Feng, and I regret having to go." The elder found Zhao Dabao's response amusing, chuckling to himself. What a cheeky kid, calling himself Lei Feng. But his skills are truly remarkable. I must discuss this with old Lu and see if we can uncover his background. If we could recruit him into the military, he would be an exceptional asset. As the elder muttered to himself, Zhao Dabao swiftly vanished into the streets. Despite having intervened in an unnecessary dispute, he had not squandered much time, arriving home just as the clock struck 11:30. Using the key given to him by Mingjie, he easily entered the living room. As noon approached, the spacious hall was exceptionally bright, with warm sunlight streaming in, casting a cozy glow throughout the space. The house was quiet, indicating that Xiaoying had gone out, while Mingjie would not return until evening. Zhao Min owned a boutique in the largest shopping mall in Sui City, representing a domestic cosmetics brand, reportedly doing quite well. With an annual income reaching over $1 million, a figure that placed her in the upper echelons of earners in contemporary Summer Nation, Zhao Dabao casually slipped on a pair of slippers from the shoe rack, placed his briefcase on the desk in his room, and headed to the kitchen. Having exerted himself all morning and engaged in a scuffle, he felt fatigued and hungry. He rummaged through the cupboard for 3 packets of instant noodles, boiling them on the gas stove. As they neared completion, He added 2 hot dog sausages, accompanied by pickled vegetables and beer, devouring the small bowl of noodle soup in no time. After satiating his hunger, Zhao Dabao's languidly returned to the living room and reclined on a chaise longue to watch television. During midday, the screen offered little of interest beyond news and advertisements. Yet Zhao Dabao's remained captivated. It was hardly surprising. After being confined in Qinling prison for over half a year, he had long forgotten the essence of television. Now, even the dull news and incessant commercials brought him immense delight. Basking in the warm sunlight, sprawled upon the cozy sofa, he listened to the disjointed dialogue on the television until he dozed off. Indeed, how long had it been since he experienced such comfort? When had he last succumbed to slumber in such tranquility? A year ago? Perhaps 3? Not even in the early days of his entrepreneurial venture with the Dabao's group had he known such relaxed, indulgent living. In a semi-conscious state, Zhao Dabao's felt his spirit swirling and ascending, a sensation akin to myriad transformations within him. If one were to find a fitting metaphor, it would be similar to a rich cup of coffee gradually blended with milk and sugar. Initially distinct, over time, the milk and sugar melded seamlessly with the coffee, culminating in a fragrant cup of sweetened milk coffee, rich in flavor. With a contented burp, Zhao Dabao slowly opened his eyes. In that fleeting moment, a deepening hue of red flickered in his pupils. He had unwittingly advanced nearly a quarter of his cultivation in the initial stage of Mingjing while dreaming. Feeling the powerful internal energy coursing through his meridians, Zhao Dabao's was filled with reflections. The arduous training endured in Qinling prison, coupled with the enhancement from the wild fruits over 20 days in the mountains, had barely allowed him to break through to the initial stage of Mingjing. Yet, merely dozing on the couch had propelled him nearly a quarter of the way further. Was the fusion of the soul truly so potent? Upon deeper contemplation, Zhao Dabao's found solace in understanding that this newfound relaxation and fusion of the soul stemmed from a sudden release after months of heightened tension, akin to an epiphany in the realms of Buddhism or Taoism. Although brief, its impact was profoundly significant, especially as the mindset of an entrepreneur integrated with Zhao Dabao's own spirit, providing crucial support for the advancement of his cultivation in the 9 transformations mystical art. From this perspective, merging the entrepreneurial mindset would yield unparalleled benefits for his practice of the 9 transformations mystical art. What potential outcomes awaited if Zhao Dabao's could completely integrate the essence of an entrepreneur's soul? The anticipation was indeed thrilling. At that moment, as Zhao Dabao's rose, a melodious voice resonated from the kitchen. "Brother Bao, are you awake? You really can sleep. It's been over 4 hours." It turned out that Zhao Xiaoying had returned while Zhao Dabao's was still in a daze. Seeing her brother asleep on the sofa, she quietly turned off the television to avoid disturbing him. Then, she draped a towel over him before returning to her room to read, checking on him twice in between to see how he was faring. Until 4 o'clock, Zhao Xiaoying finally made her way to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Yet her gaze frequently drifted towards the living room, where she kept a watchful eye on her beloved Baoga. The moment Zhao Dabao's contented burp resonated, Xiaoying understood that Baoga had awakened, hence her earlier exuberant inquiry. Upon hearing her question, Zhao Dabao's head lifted, and he noted that the clock on the wall had already struck 4:52. He had slept for nearly 5 hours. In his perception, it felt as though only 10 minutes had passed, reminiscent of the saying in the cultivation realm that in a moment, time can stretch into days. Zhao Dabao's footsteps echoed as he ambled into the kitchen, finding Xiaoying bustling about. He casually inquired, "Xiaoying, what as for dinner?" "I'm starving." With a playful roll of her expressive eyes, Xiaoying teased, "Starving? Baoga, all you ever think about is food. You've slept the entire afternoon, and now you wake up complaining about hunger. Is sleeping more exhausting than exercising?" With a sheepish grin, Zhao Dabao's flattered, "Isn't it the delicious aroma of your cooking that has me feeling hungry? The scent wafting from the living room indicates just how remarkable your culinary skills are, Xiaoying. I am truly blessed to have such a talented sister." Since his encounters with Zhao Min and her daughter, Zhao Dabao's formerly carefree nature had subtly resurfaced, illustrating the profound impact one's environment can have on an individual. In response to Baoga's flattery, Xiaoying playfully bantered back, "Oh please, Baoga, stop your nonsense. I haven't even started cooking yet. What aroma are you talking about? You ought to be more discerning in your compliments." "Who says I'm being nonsensical? I possess a unique ability to sense the aroma of cooked dishes even before they are ready. Of course, it varies from person to person. For others, I can immediately discern an unpleasant odor, but Xiaoying, she is my sister. The fragrance of her dishes is evident even without smelling. Zhao Dabao's whimsical antics made Xiaoying burst into laughter, causing her to toss a freshly sliced piece of sausage towards him playfully. Baoga, go back to the living room and watch TV. Stop causing mischief here. With great agility, Zhao Dabao's caught the flying sausage slice, relishing it and proclaiming, "Delicious. Your sausage is undeniably tasty." He then scurried back to the sofa to continue watching television while Xiaoying busied herself in the kitchen. Before long, the enticing aroma of the meal began to permeate the air. Reclining contentedly on the sofa, Zhao Dabao's gaze followed the graceful figure of Xiaoying as she prepared dinner. By 6 o'clock, the dining table was filled with an array of dishes, and Zhao Min returned home from the market. Her stall was a spacious boutique measuring over 30 meters, located on the first floor of the central mall. She had employed 4 salespeople, dividing the shifts into morning and evening. Although Zhao Min did not need to personally attend to the stall, she often stayed until 5 or 6 o'clock, as it was her business, and she felt uneasy leaving it unattended. Years of business acumen had honed Zhao Xiaoying's culinary prowess, as evidenced by the 8 visually stunning and aromatic dishes prepared for the evening. Once their mother arrived home, Zhao Xiaoying beckoned Baoga to the table to dine. She had even opened a bottle of Maotai for him. Upon pouring himself a glass, Zhao Dabao's immediately recognized the exceptional quality of this Maotai. In his previous life as an entrepreneur, he had often indulged in this liquor, but the Maotai served in restaurants was typically young, lacking in distinctive character. This particular bottle, however, was markedly different. From the moment it was poured, the viscous liquid emanated a fragrant aura, stirring his internal energy. As the pale yellow liquid cascaded into the glass, a delicate orchid aroma began to unfold, akin to a pebble disrupting the still surface of a lake, creating ripples of enchanting fragrance. Zhao Dabao's raised the clear glass. Observing its hue, a half-full glass of Maotai, translucent and impeccably pure. Gently swirling it under the bright light, fine bubbles danced within, fading away like fleeting stars in the night sky. The art of savoring Maotai entails a meticulous process comprising 3 steps: a sip, a swirl, and an exhale. Each step intricately weaves together, creating a seamless experience. When tasting wine, one must remain tranquil, focused, and fully engage the senses of taste and smell to appreciate and absorb the essence of each aromatic molecule, thus attaining a holistic aesthetic enjoyment. The first step involves bringing the glass to the lips, delicately taking a small sip, and savoring it thoroughly. The second step is to gently smack the lips, allowing the liquid to flow down while naturally producing a smacking sound. The final step is to exhale rapidly, releasing the fragrant aroma through the nasal passage. These 3 steps signify the completion of tasting, culminating in the final act of inhaling the aroma from the empty glass. The lingering scent from the empty glass is yet another characteristic that distinguishes Maotai from other renowned liquors, often surpassing the taste for those less accustomed to drinking. The 2 experiences of inhaling the aroma from the empty glass and savoring the flavor of the wine complement each other magnificently, each offering its own unique pleasure. After finishing a glass of Maotai, one should carry the lingering taste to the nose, inhale gently, and then take a deep breath, drawing the fragrance into the lungs, as if stepping into an entirely new realm. The Maotai in front of him transcended the realm of mere liquor. It resembled a masterful piece of art. Just observing its color and inhaling its aroma evoked a sense of ethereal energy, transforming what was merely Maotai into something akin to a potion of vitality. Gazing at the extraordinarily precious bottle of Maotai, Zhao Dabao's couldn't help but inquire, "Minjia, this Maotai isn't ordinary, is it? Does it have an intriguing backstory?" In response, Zhao Min reflected deeply, "You're quite right, Dabaos. This bottle of Maotai predates me. My father purchased it from an acquaintance on the day I was born, burying it beneath a fruit tree, intending to save it for my wedding. A total of 2 boxes containing 12 bottles were buried. Over the years, only 1 bottle has been consumed, and that was during my return to Dadao town after my wedding." She recounted, "I emerged from the mountains and encountered Xiaoying's father in the provincial capital. Upon returning to Dadao town in the first year after my marriage, my father unearthed a box of Maotai and opened a bottle, humorously saying we would drink Maotai every year upon my return. However, unexpectedly, the following year, Xiaoying's father passed away, and thus the remaining Maotai went untouched. This bottle is one I brought back from Swaisher 2 years ago. There were 5 bottles in total, which are all that remains from the box we opened. The other box is still buried at home. I wonder how it has fared." Hearing the story behind the Maotai, Zhao Dabao's was momentarily taken aback, stammering, Minjia, this wine is too precious. Perhaps we should refrain from drinking it and opt for a regular bottle instead? A hint of melancholy flickered across Zhao Min's face as she sighed softly. What do you mean by too precious to drink? What makes this wine so special? It simply has some age on it. Xiaoying, and I don't even drink. It's just taking up space in the storage room if you drink it. We'll be delighted, right, Xiaoying? Indeed, Baoga, go ahead and enjoy it. If it runs out, I can always retrieve another box from my grandpa's place. Xiaoying's interjection drew a playful glare from Zhao Min. Silly child, why are you so willing to part with it for Baoga? Have you forgotten? A couple of years ago, when your second uncle visited, you insisted that we not touch that box of Mao Tai, only allowing him to drink ordinary Jian Nanshan. Why is it that when it comes to Baoga, you're so generous? You even want to bring over that treasured Mao Tai from your grandpa's place. Xiaoying felt a tinge of embarrassment from her mother's words. She grasped Zhao Min's left arm and shook it lightly, saying, Mom, what are you talking about? What girl goes out? Isn't Baoga your brother too? Moreover, Uncle Air is a drunkard who drinks every day. What difference does it make? Baoga is different. It's his first day drinking at our home, so of course, he should have something good. Zhao Min couldn't help but chuckle at her daughter's demeanor and affectionately caressed Xiaoying's delicate face, saying, You little rascal, I was just joking with you. If I truly didn't wanna, would I let you take this Mao Tai? She then turned to Zhao Daba. Daba, don't take it to heart. I was just teasing Xiaoying. Feel free to drink. As she mentioned, once these bottles are finished, I'll bring over some of her grandfather's stock. He is old and no longer drinks white wine, so it's a waste for him to keep it. Zhao Dabao was genuinely touched by the words of the mother and daughter duo. As someone with an entrepreneurial mindset, he understood the market value of nearly 50-year-old Mao Tai. It was indeed priceless. Taking a deep breath, he said, Sister Min, once this bottle is opened, I won't hold back. But please, let's not open another. This Mao Tai is too precious. I believe its market value must exceed 100,000. Drinking it would be quite wasteful. The mention of money made Zhao Min unhappy. And with a slight frown, she replied, Daba, don't talk to me about money. Can it buy everything? Can it buy the safety and lives of me and Xiaoying? If you bring up money, then let me ask you, how much are Xiaoying and I worth? What compensation do I owe you? This unexpected reprimand left Zhao Daba momentarily speechless, and he felt a wave of emotion. He opened his mouth to explain. But Xiaoying interjected, Baoga, my mom is right. How much do you think I'm worth? Am I not worth these few bottles of Mao Tai? Faced with the ire of the mother and daughter, Zhao Daba felt as if his head had swollen to the size of a moon, and he hurriedly bowed, saying, Ladies, please, I was merely speaking casually. Do not take it seriously. Xiaoying, do not mention money. You cannot be compared to it. You are priceless. Even the Mao Tai distillery cannot match your worth. You are the fairy among wines, and the finest one at that. Zhao Daba's timely surrender and flattery quickly soothed Xiaoying's anger. In an instant, she smiled and began serving him food, insisting he try her culinary skills. Observing her affection, Zhao Min keenly sensed her daughter's attachment and enthusiasm towards Daba. Could it be that her daughter had developed feelings for him? Zhao Min was not opposed to this change. In fact, she felt quite pleased. Yet, amidst her joy, there lingered a subtle sense of loss, reminiscent of the feelings she experienced when parting from her lover in her youth. Shaking her head gently, she chuckled inwardly, wondering why she felt so childlike. After all, she was now a mature woman. Perhaps it was better for Daba and Xiaoying to savor these youthful pursuits. As this captivating thought crossed her mind, Zhao Min raised a glass of red wine, glancing at her daughter. She observed the noticeable shift in Xiaoying's demeanor. She had transformed into a lively and sunny person, starkly contrasting her previous subdued self. Sighing silently, Zhao Min hoped that Xiaoying would not suffer for her choices. On the journey back to Sui City that day, Zhao Min had already realized that Zhao Daba was no ordinary individual. His brilliant mind, extraordinary martial skills, and calmness in the face of danger showcased his unwavering will and exceptional courage, particularly his remarkable abilities. Such a person would undoubtedly be the best material for a hero in turbulent times. Yet, in today's society, what could he possibly achieve? It was impossible to predict. She hoped, with her full support, that the one Xiaoying cherished could develop correctly. Regardless, since her daughter had made her choice, Zhao Min would wholeheartedly support it. Moreover, given their time spent together, Zhao Daba's character was commendable. He was a man one could depend on. These thoughts swirled through Zhao Min's mind countless times, yet in reality, only a few seconds had passed. With affection in her eyes, she looked at Daba and Xiaoying, saying, "Come, Daba, let me toast to you. I shan't say thank you. From now on, we are family. Family does not need to speak in separate ways. If you need anything, just say it outright. No need to hide anything, all right?" Zhao Daba, a practitioner of 2 lifetimes, was astute and worldly, fully grasping the deeper meaning behind Zhao Min's words. He understood that she was conveying to him that within this household, he was a relative, a brother to the mother and daughter. Her home was now his, and all that she possessed was also his, as this long-lost feeling of kinship and care enveloped him. The icy demeanor of his past life as a practitioner began to melt away, softening into warmth. The hardness of ice and the softness of family blended seamlessly, embodying a balance of strength and gentleness. In that moment, Zhao Daba's mental strength harmonized, suddenly breaking through to an unprecedented height. Even during his cultivation of the 9 revolutions mystery art to the advanced stage, he had never reached such a realm. In a fleeting instant, he felt as if he had brushed against a thin membrane within himself. Recognizing it as the dividing line between 2 entirely different worlds, a breakthrough would lead him to a new existence. In that moment of stillness, a subtle mist enveloped the Zhao household, accompanied by an ethereal, ancient melody that was both vague and elusive. At that moment, both Zhao Min and Xiaoying were enveloped by this hazy ambience, their expressions reflecting a blend of confusion and clarity, as memories flowed through their minds like a gentle stream. Was it a second or a minute? When the mother and daughter finally emerged from their reverie, their minds were remarkably clear. Even childhood memories that had been faint now felt as vivid as yesterday. A sense of comfortable ease circulated within them, and oddly, this sensation even brought a mild warmth. Although the mother and daughter were unsure of the source of this comforting feeling, they instinctively knew it was intricately linked to Zhao Daba. At that moment, Zhao Daba had already awakened from his reverie. Upon seeing the dazed yet clear expressions of the 2 women, he realized that they had experienced a moment of enlightenment during his breakthrough, an exceedingly rare occurrence. This also indicated that Zhao Min and Xiaoying possessed the potential for cultivation. Even as ordinary individuals, such an opportunity suggested they could practice the profound arts. With this thought in mind, Zhao Daba quickly rifled through his memories from his past life, and a certain cultivation technique suited for women sprang to mind. However, it would not be an overnight endeavor for Zhao Min and Xiaoying to cultivate. It required careful planning, primarily due to the scarcity of spiritual energy on Earth. Moreover, Zhao Daba's current cultivation level was insufficient to establish a foundation for them, necessitating a breakthrough to at least the second turn of dark energy. As Zhao Min emerged from her moment of clarity, she immediately turned to Zhao Daba, who flashed a subtle smile and pointed to the wall clock. Zhao Min glanced over and was taken aback to see the clock showing 7:20, indicating that her moment of contemplation had lasted 50 minutes. Although she was unsure of this hazy sensation, she recognized its immense benefits. Her body, once fatigued from the day's toil, now felt incredibly comfortable, more refreshing than a long sleep. Xiaoying, being an astute and perceptive young woman, naturally understood that this realization was a remarkable blessing. However, she would not pry into what Baoga had not disclosed. The 3 exchanged smiles, and a warm, affectionate energy flowed amongst them. Zhao Daba, raising his wine glass, addressed Mingjie and Xiaoying, reiterating the earlier sentiment. As a family, we speak as one. I, Zhao Daba, toast to my 2 dear relatives. Cheers. With that, he downed the drink in one swift motion. Upon seeing Daba gulp down his drink, Zhao Min and Xiaoying, in high spirits, followed suit and finished their own glasses. As the Maotai liquor coursed through his body, a fiery sensation ignited in his chest and abdomen, rapidly spreading through his meridians, carrying an invigorating warmth. Zhao Daba estimated that this 1 cup of Maotai could enhance his energy by 0.5. Given that a bottle contains 10 cups, this would translate to a 2.5 increase, a staggering ratio indeed. Yet, when converted to monetary value, it was hardly surprising, as this nearly 50-year-aged Maotai had an incalculable market price. Zhao Daba's earlier mention of 100,000 was merely his conjecture, its accuracy remaining uncertain. Even at the minimal estimate of 100,000, it equated to nearly 5 years' salary for an average citizen of Xia country. However, this aged Maotai only benefited Zhao Daba during the initial stages of his Mingjin cultivation. Once he advanced to the 9th transformation, who could say how much more effective it would be? Only heaven knows. After finishing his drink, Zhao Daba recorked the bottle and turned to Zhao Min Mingjie. I can only indulge in 1 cup of this Maotai per day. More would be wasteful. Do you have other spirits? I would like to try something else. Zhao Min and her daughter did not question his request, understanding that he was no ordinary relative, and promptly obliged. Zhao Xiaoying even took it upon herself to lead Daba to the storeroom to let him choose. In the end, Zhao Daba selected a bottle of ordinary Jiananshan. Though it belonged to the renowned 8 liquors of Xia country, it lacked the spiritual essence, and the taste was markedly inferior. Nonetheless, Zhao Daba was quite satisfied. Even this bottle of Jiananshan was worth 200 to 300 yuan, far beyond the realm of common spirits. He knew that Zhao Min represented a well-known foreign cosmetics brand in the Central Mall, earning a substantial income each year. However, he was still astonished at the sheer quantity of liquor in a businesswoman's storeroom. Yet, he refrained from asking. In due time, Mingjia would surely share. As night fell and the restaurant lights illuminated, the family of 3 gathered around the dining table, laughing heartily in a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Unbeknownst to them, dinner had stretched over 2 hours. At this moment, Zhao Daba, wearing a gentle smile, said, Mingjia, I would like to ask for your help. Help? Daba, just tell me what you need. There's no need for formality, Zhao Min, a rosy flush on her cheeks from a bottle of red wine, responded. Although she had a good tolerance for alcohol and was in high spirits, the wine had ignited her passion. After years of navigating society, this dinner was the most enjoyable she had experienced. To be honest, Mingjia, I find myself in a bit of trouble. I can no longer use my original identity and wish to obtain a new one. This would make things easier. Could you arrange for me to have a peasant's identity from Dadao town? Zhao Daba candidly shared his predicament, causing Zhao Min's heart to swell with joy, for it indicated that Daba truly considered her family. Having grown up in the mountains, Zhao Min did not regard breaking the law as significant. After all, who in society had not transgressed? Take her own business dealings, for instance. Her tax evasion alone could result in several years of imprisonment. Even if Zhao Dabao were guilty of murder, she would undoubtedly protect him without hesitation, for he was her brother. Slightly intoxicated, Zhao Min gently patted Zhao Daba's shoulder, saying, Leave this matter to your sister. It will be settled within half a month, so just wait patiently. By the way, what name shall I give your new identity? And what age should I put down? After a moment's thought, Zhao Daba replied, Let's keep my name as Zhao Daba, and for age, just write 23. 23? Zhao Min murmured, her mind slightly foggy, but she noted that 23 was only 4 years older than Xiaoying, and the ages were quite comparable. What would be a monumental task for an ordinary person was merely a trivial affair in front of someone like Zhao Min. Dinner concluded after Zhao Daba consumed an entire bottle of Jiananshan. Zhao Min, feeling a bit tipsy, returned to her master bedroom to rest, while Zhao Daba rolled up his sleeves, volunteering to wash the dishes. However, he was gently urged by Zhao Xiaoying to join her in the living room to watch television instead. Ultimately, it was Zhao Xiaoying who tidied up the dining room and kitchen. The day passed peacefully and warmly into the delightful night. Over the following month, Zhao Daba transformed completely into a reclusive young man of the 1990s in Xia country. This transformation was primarily fueled by the 50-year-aged Mao Tai, along with the 6 bottles he had brought back from Dadao town. Within that month, he converted all 11 bottles of Mao Tai into the 9th transformation's inner strength. Coupled with 2 months of diligent practice, Zhao Daba's 9th transformation cultivation had reached near completion of the initial stage of Mingjin, a feat he had never anticipated. Previously, he had estimated that reaching the pinnacle of the initial stage of Mingjin would require at least 2 years of effort. Yet, in just 1 month, he had elevated his cultivation to a level almost at the cusp of completion. This underscores the significance of resources. During this period, while Zhao Daba secluded himself at home, Zhao Xiaoying devoted herself entirely to him, washing his clothes and preparing meals, akin to a newlywed bride. Meanwhile, Zhao Min endeavored to provide them with ample time together. In such favorable circumstances, the bond between Daba and Xiaoying blossomed rapidly. Although they had not yet broached the subject overtly, a mutual understanding had already formed. However, as Zhao Daba's cultivation progressed to the intermediate level of the initial stage of Mingjin, his supply of 50-year Mao Tai was nearly exhausted, leading to a noticeable deceleration in his training pace. This sudden shift left him feeling unsettled, akin to the scratching of a cat's claws within his heart. Unable to find peace, he often lamented, "It is indeed easier to transition from frugality to luxury than to revert from luxury to frugality." Now, he needed to devise ways to earn money. If he could amass funds to purchase a substantial quantity of 50-year-aged Mao Tai, his progress in the 9th transformation would surely soar like a rocket. Zhao Dabao was aware that this was merely a wishful thought. Not only was he short on funds, but even if he had money to buy 50-year Maotai, it might not be beneficial after advancing to the intermediate stage of Mingjin. However, within the initial stage of Mingjin, the 50-year-aged Maotai still held considerable value. It was undeniable that cultivation required financial investment, whether for revenge or personal growth. Earning money had indeed become a priority on his agenda. Though Zhao Min had mentioned more than once that he could obtain money from her, his pride as a man remained a strong influence. Furthermore, Zhao Dabao believed that acquiring money was not as daunting as it seemed. This morning, he had been diligently reviewing an invitation that Mingjia had brought back. This invitation was extended to Zhao Min by a renowned cosmetics brand, inviting her to participate in an international exhibition in a gambling city overseas, Aoshi. Aoshi was located north of Province Ji, bordered to the west by Bay Town and Province Ji. Facing Hengqin, and to the east, it was separated by sea from the port city, approximately 60 kilometers away, while the South China Sea lay to the south. Aoshi was also an international free port, one of the most densely populated areas in the world, with a thriving gambling industry. Often compared to the likes of Monte Carlo in Monaco, Las Vegas in the United States, and Atlantic City, forming the quartet of the world's major gambling cities. In Aoshi's compact 32.8 square kilometers, one could find the famous casinos of the city, including the Casino Lisboa, the Casino Grand Lisboa, and the Aoshi Jockey Club. Upon seeing the invitation to Aoshi, Zhao Dabao's eyes lit up. It was as if fortune had presented itself at the perfect moment. He could easily venture to the gambling city, and with his current cultivation and exceptional gambling skills, winning money would be a matter of moments. Since breaking through to the initial stage of the first transformation, Zhao Dabao's mastery of the 9 transformations' inner strength has become increasingly proficient. Particularly, the rotational attribute of the 9 transformations' inner strength allows him to control minute objects with remarkable ease. As a legendary martial art, the foremost characteristic of the 9 transformations' inner strength is its capability to manipulate the movement of objects. In his original world, upon reaching the second transformation of the dark strength, Zhao Dabao was able to control the flight trajectory of weapons in midair. One of his signature techniques, the illusory pupil, is achieved through the application of 9 transformations' inner strength. The illusory pupil, as an extraordinary skill, instantaneously applies 9 transformations' inner strength to a dagger, maximizing its aerial speed through the inner strength's rotation, creating a visual illusion that can deliver a lethal strike. With Zhao Dabao currently at the elementary level of the first transformation of bright strength, he cannot yet make weapons spin and strike, but he can certainly manipulate small objects like dice without physical contact. As his cultivation progresses, the controllable distance and the range of objects will continuously expand, currently limited to 3 meters. This ability to control objects through the 9 transformations' inner strength has led Zhao Dabao to firmly believe in the legends of breakthroughs in the cultivation realm. A breakthrough interface is certainly not something that weapons can breach. Rather, it requires an inner strength so powerful that its sudden release shatters space. The non-contact control of objects by the 9 transformations' inner strength embodies this external release characteristic. At the second transformation of dark strength, he could freely manipulate light weapons like daggers. One wonders what level he would reach upon attaining the 5th transformation of the 9 transformations' inner strength, or even the 9th. Upon receiving an invitation, Zhao Dabao resolved to accompany Zhao Min to the city of Ao to seek startup capital. However, the pressing issue was his insufficient cash on hand, amounting to less than 60,000 after recent expenditures. While 60,000 is a considerable sum for an ordinary individual, it pales in comparison when participating in gambling in Ao City. Therefore, he must gather a substantial amount of funds before setting out. Borrowing from Min Jia was not an option. Even if she were willing, he could not bring himself to ask. Requesting 100 to 800,000 for gambling in Ao would be too far-fetched. After much contemplation, Zhao Dabao decided to resort to the most primitive method, theft. Why call it theft rather than stealing? In his mind, he rationalized, stealing is the act of the unscrupulous. As a practitioner reborn into a new world, he must engage in something more sophisticated. Thus, he whimsically termed his actions as theft. Since he was to steal, it could not be trivial. He needed a grander scheme. After days of observation, Zhao Dabao set his sights on the tax bureau of District B in Sui City. Why not District A? It was simply the principle that a rabbit does not eat the grass near its burrow. During his time as an entrepreneur, he had ample dealings with the tax bureau. Often, a generous red envelope could significantly reduce a company's tax burden. In the 1990s, taxes were generally categorized into two types, one based on sales revenue, where tax was calculated as a percentage of sales, and the other was a fixed tax rate, where irrespective of sales volume, a relatively average amount was taxed. The latter was rife with hidden tricks. When Zhao Dabao ran a business, a $100,000 envelope could save a company $1 to $200,000 in taxes annually. Particularly now, it was a crucial time for tax bureaus to set annual tax plans for businesses. Logically, this was a peak period for corporate gifting. As for why he did not target the Sui City Tax Bureau, it was primarily due to the stricter security measures at the municipal level. With Zhao Dabao's current abilities, he feared he could not navigate such an environment with ease, while the District Tax Bureau had comparatively lax security since his arrival on Earth. Although his cultivation had reached the elementary level of the first transformation of bright strength, his understanding of martial prowess on Earth remained rooted in the consciousness of the entrepreneur he once was. What exactly does the elementary level of the first transformation signify on Earth? What tier does it occupy? Zhao Dabao was utterly in the dark. As time crawled by at a snail's pace in his cultivation, Friday afternoon arrived. Dressed in a complete set of high-end athletic wear, Zhao Dabao approached the office building of the B District Tax Bureau with an air of confidence. Upon entering the first-floor lobby, he paid no heed to the reception area and casually made his way to the second floor. The reception area typically serves as a security checkpoint. From Zhao Dabao's past experiences, one must not show any signs of deference to the staff there. If one were to respectfully inquire about an office, they would be met with strict adherence to protocol, requiring both registration and a call to the desired office, demonstrating a strong principle of operation. Conversely, individuals like Zhao Dabao, who exuded confidence and dressed impeccably, would attract no inquiries or attention. As he had surmised, he moved unobstructed to the second floor. The B District Tax Bureau was a 5-story office building, with a dozen or so offices on each floor. Zhao Dabao arrived at the building at 4 o'clock. With an hour until closing time, he ascended to the 5th floor, observing that the offices of the director and deputy director were located on the 3rd floor. Finally, he slipped into the 3rd floor restroom, pulling the stall door shut to indicate occupancy. From his observations across the 5 floors, the 3rd floor, housing the offices of the director and deputy director, had very few personnel, making it an ideal hiding place. In contrast, other floors, bustling with activity, would have many restroom users, and a stall indicating it was occupied might raise suspicions. After waiting in the restroom for nearly an hour, Zhao Dabao estimated that the staff would soon be leaving. According to the security protocols of government offices, there might be a patrol during night shifts, with restrooms being a key focus, as security personnel would be wary of individuals hiding there to execute nighttime thefts. Checking his watch, it was now 5:10. Zhao Dabao exited the restroom, glancing around to find the 3rd floor corridor eerily quiet, suggesting that personnel from the various offices had already left for the day. Choosing to act on the weekend was also strategic, considering that the following day was a holiday. By common reasoning, with a day off approaching, today's work would likely be conducted haphazardly, as employees rushed home or out to dinner, rarely adhering to strict quitting times or working overtime. Zhao Dabao casually approached one of the deputy director's offices and lightly knocked on the door, waiting 5 to 6 seconds before knocking again. Holding his breath, he listened intently, confirming that no one was inside before swiftly extracting a highly elastic wire and inserting it into the keyhole. With a soft click, the lock yielded with ease. Zhao Dabao quickly scanned the room for danger and, upon ensuring safety, slipped inside. The office was approximately 30 square meters, with a large desk positioned near the left wall, a pair of sofas facing the desk, and a single bed situated near the door. This arrangement of sofas and a bed was typical for leaders in government agencies during the 1990s, with sofas provided for visitors and beds for leaders to use during late nights or midday rests. Locking the door behind him, Zhao Dabao settled comfortably onto the sofa. With time still on his side, he knew he must wait until darkness enveloped the surroundings before making his move. As time passed minute by minute, around 6:30, the familiar sound of footsteps echoed through the corridor on the 3rd floor. It was the security personnel patrolling the office building. Approaching 8 in the evening, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and from the vantage point of the sofa where Zhao Dabao sat, the streetlights along both sides of the road illuminated one by one. Zhao Dabao rose to his feet. It was time to commence his task. His first destination was the spacious office desk. But the drawers and small cabinets yielded little of interest, serving merely as a repository for miscellaneous items left by the deputy director. His second stop was the metal filing cabinet adjacent to the desk, which, as expected, was locked in all 4 sections. However, this posed no challenge for Zhao Dabao. The nocturnal thief, he deftly inserted a thin steel wire into the keyhole and, with a gentle flick, unlocked the cabinet with ease. The cabinet proved fruitful, as he discovered nearly 50,000 xia currency tucked away in the 4 sections. Although Zhao Dabao had contemplated bringing a backpack for his nocturnal heist, he deemed it too conspicuous and likely to raise suspicion. Hence he opted for the easily foldable canvas triangle pouch. After exiting the deputy director's office, Zhao Dabao continued to pilfer from the remaining offices of the other deputies. The B District Tax Bureau was led by 1 chief and 4 deputies, and that evening, Zhao Dabao gleaned varying amounts from each deputy's drawers and cabinets, ultimately collecting a total of 180,000. With the weighty triangle pouch in hand, he eagerly anticipated the potential bounty awaiting him in the chief's office. Upon entering, however, Zhao Dabao found himself momentarily taken aback. Instead of the ordinary metal cabinets, the expansive office boasted an impressive array of solid wooden bookshelves. Beside them stood a grand safe, towering approximately 1.5 meters tall. A slight shake of the safe revealed its substantial weight, likely several hundred pounds. Faced with the imposing safe, Zhao Dabao felt akin to a dog attempting to bite a hedgehog, unsure of how to proceed. The circular combination lock posed no challenge to him, but the absence of a key rendered the safe impenetrable. Surely, he wouldn't resort to finding a heavy hammer to break it open. That would undoubtedly summon the police. Left with no other option, Zhao Dabao turned his attention to the substantial desk. Adhering to the principle of erring on the side of caution, he meticulously inspected the desk drawers and was rewarded with over 20,000. Though slightly disappointed, he felt a sense of satisfaction with his total haul of 200,000 in the canvas triangle pouch. In truth, had it not been for his pressing need for gambling capital, he would not have stooped to such nocturnal thievery. Glancing at his digital watch, which indicated it was still not yet 9, he realized he would have to spend the night in the office. His original plan had been to retreat around 2 in the morning after looting the 3rd-floor leadership offices, as that would be the point when individuals would be in deep slumber and both security and staff would be lost in dreams, making it the ideal moment to slip out of the building. Just as Zhao Dabao prepared to rest on the sofa, the corridor lights suddenly illuminated, followed by the sound of approaching footsteps. Startled by the unexpected noise, he wondered who could possibly be on the 3rd floor at this late hour. The building's guard would not be patrolling at this time. Aside from that, it could only be the return of one of the office occupants, though he could not ascertain which office it belonged to. With a sense of foreboding, he discerned the footsteps growing closer, evidently belonging to 2 individuals, one of whom was wearing high heels. Panic surged within him. The sound seemed to be heading toward the chief's office. Had the tax bureau's chief returned? Frantically assessing the situation, he quickly slipped beneath the single bed. The sound of a lock clicking opened the door, and soon 2 pairs of feet appeared beside the bed. Above him, Zhao Dabao could hear a series of low, breathy sounds. The sultry whispers exchanged between the couple suggested a romantic rendezvous. One woman murmured, "Slow down, why the rush? Why do you prefer the office? Why not a hotel? The office is far more romantic, and we entered through the back door, which only I, the chief, have the key to. The guard won't come up here, right? It would be quite unfortunate if you did." A series of lewd chuckles filled the air, followed by a playful taunt. "Don't worry, darling, the guard has been resting since 8. He won't come up here." The conversation continued, interspersed with the sounds of clothing falling to the floor as they began to indulge in their illicit affair. Zhao Dabao, concealed beneath the bed, found himself in a rather absurd predicament. He was not only a thief but also an unwilling witness to this unexpected encounter. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his mind. The key to the safe must surely be among the chief's belongings. As he listened to the muffled moans and frivolous chatter above, Zhao Dabao skillfully searched through the disheveled clothes and soon found a set of keys belonging to the chief. He carefully extracted the key for the combination safe and returned the rest of the keys to their original place. As he calculated the time, it took less than 5 minutes before the woman emitted a long, satisfied sigh, signaling the end of their passionate interlude. The couple hurriedly gathered their clothing and stealthily exited the office. Zhao Dabao watched in astonishment as they left so soon after their arrival, pondering the chief's peculiar preferences. With a myriad of hotels at their disposal, Why choose to engage in such activities in the office at this hour? Nonetheless, he felt a sense of gratitude for the chief's eccentricity, as it had inadvertently provided him access to the key. Zhao Dabao pressed his palm against the safe's combination lock, carefully turning the dial with his right hand while his left hand concentrated on the internal mechanisms. As he detected a subtle shift within the lock, he realized he had successfully aligned the first number. Following the pattern, he reversed the dial and easily identified the second number. Finally, inserting the key, he turned it and heard the heavy safe unlock. Despite its imposing exterior, the safe's interior space was relatively modest, encompassing only half a square meter. Inside, he discovered stacks of neatly arranged red 100 yuan bills. In a swift motion, he filled the canvas triangle pouch with 23 bundles of cash. However, as he reached for the last of the money, a glint caught his eye, a dagger, devoid of metallic luster. As he withdrew it, a cascade of questions flooded Zhao Dabao's mind. In the depths of a crocodile leather sheath lay a dagger that appeared neither golden nor wooden, but rather an enigmatic blend of both. Its obsidian surface was lightweight yet dull, resembling a mere artifact. While its purpose was indeterminate, the dagger undoubtedly possessed a value worthy of preservation. Adhering to the principle of erring on the side of caution, the dagger found its way into Zhao Dabao's pocket. After swiftly emptying the contents of the safe, he secured it once more and awaited the arrival of midnight's 2 o'clock. Time slipped away, and as a crescent moon traversed the sky, it gradually descended towards the horizon, marking the passage of midnight. A long exhale broke the silence as Zhao Dabao opened his eyes from meditation, a faint red glimmer passing through his pupils. The 9 turns of profound art had, under the influence of herbal wine over the past 2 months, propelled him into the initial stage of bright strength. Having officially entered the ranks of cultivators with this foundational level, Zhao Dabao understood that every subsequent advancement would be fraught with immense difficulty. As some practitioners described, the path of cultivation was akin to swimming against the current, with each step forward presenting a challenge akin to scaling the heavens. Yet, the struggle was proportionate to the power gained. At this moment, Zhao Dabao felt a surge of strength that exceeded his previous capabilities by at least 50%. Rising, he gazed out the window onto the street below, where only the bright lights offered any sign of life amidst the stillness. It was 2:30 in the morning, the city deep in slumber. After stretching his limbs, Zhao Dabao gently opened the door, ensuring it was locked before stealthily making his way to the easternmost side of the third-floor corridor. According to his earlier reconnaissance, the tax bureau's office building was adjacent to the street, separated only by a row of towering poplar trees. Should he leap from the eastern window of the building, he would likely remain undetected even if passers-by were present. At a height of approximately 8 to 9 meters, this leap posed no challenge for Zhao Dabao, who had attained the early stage of bright strength. He executed the jump with remarkable ease, surveying his surroundings mid-air and finding no signs of life. With swift footsteps, he vanished into the night. During his return to the Hongxing community, Zhao Dabao opted for the sequestered side streets. His agility and speed allowed him to reach Building 13 of the community in under 10 minutes. Upon entering, the clock struck 3, and the house was enveloped in silence, with Zhao Min and Zhao Xiaoying still deep in slumber. In his room, he tossed the triangular pouch containing 400,000 into the wardrobe and exhaled with satisfaction. Though this nocturnal escapade was not particularly momentous, the thrill of his first theft was undeniably exhilarating. Contemplating the fruits of his endeavors, Zhao Dabao felt a stirring desire to elevate his thieving enterprise. However, he quickly dismissed the notion, recognizing that such acts should be a last resort. To make thievery a definitive goal was unrealistic. There were countless avenues to acquire wealth. Why limit himself to the path of theft? As he toyed with the newly acquired dagger, he scrutinized it under the soft glow of the moonlight. The blade's deep black hue reflected an alluring metallic sheen in the bluish moonlight. Isn't this dagger supposed to be non-metallic? He mused, perplexed by its metallic luster. Curiously, he tapped the dagger with his finger, producing a clear, resonant sound akin to the melodious call of a white crane, bright and crisp. Zhao Dabao was certain that only metal could produce such a tone, yet the tactile sensation suggested that the dagger's material was anything but metallic. A curious juxtaposition of qualities rendered this obsidian dagger extraordinarily peculiar. Holding the dagger upside down, he lightly pressed it against a stone the size of a basketball beside his bed. A soft chime echoed, yet neither the dagger nor the stone exhibited any change. Puzzled, Zhao Dabao scratched his head, bewildered by this anomaly. Despite its lack of sharpness, the dagger's remarkable lightness made it almost weightless in his hand. He assessed that once he reached the advanced stage of bright strength, he would be able to wield this enigmatic dagger with ease, employing his extraordinary techniques. Since arriving in this new world, Zhao Dabao had been troubled by his inability to perform certain techniques from his previous life. In present-day Xia country, gun control was exceedingly stringent, limited to military and police personnel, with ordinary criminals lacking access to high-caliber firearms. The recent robbery he encountered had involved merely a single-shot hunting rifle. Under such strict regulations, the primary weapons for combat remained cold steel. At his current level of cultivation, Zhao Dabao could only manage a few relatively simple techniques, far less potent than his original skills. With his current pace of development, reaching the second stage of dark strength would take a decade or more of arduous training unless aided by rare spiritual herbs. However, such herbs were exceedingly precious and beyond his financial reach. Yet today, fortuitously, this weightless black dagger had seemingly resolved Zhao Dabao's dilemma ahead of time. With his advanced stage of bright strength, he could reasonably expect to break through within 3 to 5 years. Of course, this accelerated progression was linked to his previous cultivation experience on Tianqiu Star, where he had attained the advanced stage of the third turn. This time, the path was familiar, allowing for a more seamless transition. Once he reached the advanced stage of bright strength, he could employ the black dagger as a medium to execute several lethal techniques, significantly enhancing his odds of survival in combat. However, despite its resilience, the dagger's bluntness limited its offensive potential. Nevertheless, even the smallest locust contributes to the feast, and possessing a weapon, no matter how dull, was preferable to being unarmed. Inspired by the technique of illusory eyes, Zhao Dabao felt a surge of excitement as he activated the 9 turns of internal energy, guiding the black dagger to dance in midair. While he was not yet able to execute the illusory eyes technique, he could still perform simple maneuvers with the dagger through remote control. As he infused a thread of internal energy into the dagger, it spun gracefully in the air, performing a series of training movements. The dagger twirled and dipped, resembling a black butterfly flitting through the bedroom. After months of inactivity, Zhao Dabao reveled in this display of his internal energy manipulation. Caught up in the moment, he issued a low command, prompting the dagger to execute a dramatic flourish, its pointed tip aimed downward. With a swift motion, the dagger, infused with internal energy, struck the stone below. In his exuberance, Zhao Dabao had momentarily forgotten that the energy he had infused was insufficient to penetrate stone. As the dagger made contact with the stone, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. There was no metallic clang, nor the anticipated sound of impact. Instead, like a knife slicing through tofu, the black dagger effortlessly embedded itself deep into the stone, disappearing entirely. Staring in disbelief at the spectacle, Zhao Dabao's mind momentarily faltered. What was happening? He tapped the stone with his hand, confirming it was as solid as ever. This stone, which he had moved from the small garden a month prior for training purposes, now raised doubts in his mind. Had it been compromised? After confirming the stone's integrity, Zhao Dabao realized that the dagger's remarkable penetration spoke volumes about its extraordinary sharpness. However, in the previous examination, this obsidian dagger, aside from its remarkably light weight, exhibited no sharpness whatsoever. Filled with curiosity, Zhao Dabao gently attempted to draw the dagger, hoping to examine it more closely. Once again, astonishment ensued. Given the dagger's earlier perceived sharpness, he had expected its extraction to be as effortless as its insertion. Imagination is simple, yet reality is complex. The ease he anticipated did not materialize, and the dagger remained firmly embedded in the blue stone, as if it were an inseparable part of it. In this predicament, Zhao Dabao instinctively exerted more force. Yet, with the increase in pressure, the dagger seemed to have rooted itself within the stone, remaining utterly immobile. Frustrated, Zhao Dabao gazed at the stubborn dagger, scratching his head in bewilderment. How could it be so easy to embed yet so challenging to withdraw? Surely, he wouldn't have to break the blue stone to retrieve the dagger? Suddenly, a detail flickered in his memory. This obsidian dagger had been thrust into the blue stone while infused with a trace of the 9 turns internal force. Could it be? In a moment of realization, Zhao Dabao's customary style emerged. He allowed the 9 turns internal force to flow gently into the dagger, akin to a serene stream. At that instant, he felt an inexplicable connection to the obsidian dagger, as if it had come alive, emitting a faint, ethereal chime. It was reminiscent of a white crane softly singing to the sky in the dim light of dawn. A subtle, strange sensations stirred within him, prompting Zhao Dabao to apply a slight force with his wrist, and the obsidian dagger was effortlessly withdrawn. Bathed in the soft moonlight, Zhao Dabao's eyes were captivated by the dagger, now imbued with the essence of the Nine Turns internal force. The dagger had transformed from its previous dullness and heaviness into a remarkably sharp and agile weapon. Its black, chilling blade glimmered with a keen edge. As he waved it lightly, the entire blade danced with the Nine Turns internal force, shimmering in brilliance. This was no mere obsidian dagger. It resembled the scythe of death, a devil's claw. The dark, pulsating energy and icy brilliance revealed two ancient characters engraved on the hilt, Black Sunday. Upon seeing the characters for Black Sun, Zhao Dabao was momentarily struck dumb, as if by a thunderous bolt from the heavens. The legendary weapon from the ancient cultivation realm, Black Sun, how could it manifest on Earth? Legend had it that in ancient times, a meteorite fell upon Kunlun Mountain, where it was claimed by the formidable cultivator, the Black Demon King. After enduring 81 days of rigorous refinement, he extracted a fist-sized chunk of black gold meteorite essence from the massive rock. Following another 3 years and 3 months of alchemical refinement, he ultimately forged a dull, black dagger, the very one before Zhao Dabao. Upon succeeding in his creation, the Black Demon King named the dagger Black Sunday. Although forged from the essence of a celestial meteorite, the dagger was astonishingly light, almost weightless, despite its unassuming appearance. Once infused with internal energy, its sharpness rivaled that of divine weapons. The Black Demon King, recognizing the dagger's unique qualities, devised an extraordinary technique specifically for it, Phantom Sun. Said to be capable of claiming the heads of enemies from 100 miles away. The unexpected acquisition of the Black Sun dagger filled Zhao Dabao with immense joy. In contemporary Xia country, the regulation of iron weaponry was exceedingly strict, particularly at crucial checkpoints where carrying weapons was prohibited. For instance, at airport security, not only daggers, but even metal fruit knives were forbidden from being taken on board. The arrival of the Black Sun dagger offered a practical solution to the issue of security checks. Due to its material composition, the sensitive instruments at security checkpoints could not detect its presence. Zhao Dabao retrieved a slender piece of string, securely binding the dagger to the upper part of his left arm. With a mere thought, he infused the Black Sun with the Nine Turns internal force, causing the dagger to materialize before him in an instant. Although Zhao Dabao, with his current early-stage cultivation of the bright internal force, was unable to execute the Phantom Eye technique, he could still perform basic maneuvers with ease. At that moment, he resembled a child who had received a cherished toy, continually channeling the Nine Turns internal force into the dagger, playfully experimenting until the energy was nearly depleted. Unintentionally glancing up, he noticed the dawn had already broken, as the sunlight streamed into the room, indicating it was around 5 in the morning. After carefully securing the dagger, Zhao Dabao sat cross-legged on the floor, swiftly entering into the cycle of the Nine Turns internal force. This period of energy circulation was not for cultivation, but rather to replenish his internal energy reserves, thus devoid of any time constraints. With each deep breath, his internal energy gradually restored, and within the span of an hour, he returned to a normal state. Since beginning his practice of the Nine Turns internal force, Zhao Dabao had distinctly noticed a significant reduction in his need for sleep compared to his time in Qinling prison. Even after a night of little rest, his spirits remained remarkably high. Checking the digital clock on his wrist, he noted it was already 6:10. Rising to his feet, he performed a few simple stretches, adjusted his attire, and casually stepped out into the community, heading out to procure breakfast. Since moving into the Zhao household, the responsibility of buying breakfast naturally fell upon him. The Zhao family had never cultivated the habit of preparing breakfast, largely owing to Zhao Min's constant preoccupation with business, leaving her little time or energy for morning meals. As for Zhao Xiaoying, she had always been a heavy sleeper, rarely rising before 7 o'clock. Especially after Zhao Xiaoying's college entrance examination, Zhao Min, having fully relaxed, exhibited even less inclination to prepare breakfast. More often than not, she merely grabbed a quick bite at a breakfast stall before heading to the market. Zhao Dabao, adept in the culinary arts, nonetheless allowed his lazy temperament to dictate that he would not rise early to prepare breakfast. In the Zhao household, he had completely succumbed to a life of ease, enjoying the comforts of being served. With a tinge of reluctance, he had resolutely decided 2 weeks prior to take on the task of buying breakfast daily at 6 o'clock. A modest gesture of gratitude toward Zhao Min and her daughter. Since acquiring the Black Sun dagger, Zhao Dabao had reverted to a reclusive lifestyle, outside of cooking occasional meals. He seldom ventured out, dedicating his time to practicing the manipulation and swirling motions of the dagger. Although he could not yet execute the advanced phantomite technique, he was capable of performing simpler moves. This day being a weekend, breakfast unfolded in a serene and joyful atmosphere. Zhao Dabao sat opposite Zhao Min, with Xiao Ying beside him. After finishing the last bite of her soup dumpling, Zhao Min casually wiped her mouth with a napkin and instructed Xiao Ying, "Go, hand that envelope to your brother Dabao." With a puzzled expression, Zhao Dabao watched as Xiao Ying presented him with a brown paper envelope. Examining the envelope and then looking back at Zhao Min, he inquired, "Sister, what's inside this?" "You'll find out if you open it," she replied. Zhao Dabao used 2 fingers to delicately extract a small blue-covered booklet from within, discovering it was a driver's license bearing his photograph. With a broad grin, he looked up and asked, "Sister, when did you get this driver's license for me?" "I had no idea." "And what about this bank card?" "After I completed your ID, I had a friend take care of the driver's license as well. You see, your driving skills are quite good. I thought about getting you a car to make it easier for you to run errands in the future." Upon hearing Zhao Min's explanation, Zhao Dabao felt a bit shy, responding, "Sister, obtaining an ID and driver's license is quite troublesome. There's really no need to buy a car. Besides, I have a little money saved up. I could just get a used car to drive around." Zhao Min shot him a playful glare, her tone slightly reproachful as she said, "Dabao, we've been living together for so long. Why do you still speak as if you're an outsider? Moreover, buying you a car isn't just for your sole use. Given the circumstances at home, I had long contemplated purchasing a vehicle. However, neither my sister nor I possess the ability to drive, nor do we have the desire to learn. Once the new car is acquired, you shall become the family's dedicated chauffeur, responsible for all our transportation needs." At this moment, Zhao Xiaoying chimed in with her sweet voice, "Indeed, Baoga. Once you learn to drive, I won't have to take the train to school anymore. You'll be in charge of picking me up and dropping me off, understand?" Hearing the exchange between the mother and daughter, Zhao Dabao, not one to be overly sentimental, readily replied, "All right, from now on, I'll be the family's official driver. Always at your service. By the way, sister, how much is in this bank card? What price range of car are you considering? Do you have any specific model in mind?" "Well, Daba, you can choose the model you prefer. There is 1 million in the card, and the password is 6 sixes. I reckon that should be sufficient," she stated, leaving Zhao Dabao momentarily stunned. Although in his subconscious, 1 million did not seem like a substantial amount, especially with his past experiences as an entrepreneur where 1 or 200,000 was hardly significant. This situation was different. Zhao Dabao's total assets barely amounted to 50,000. For Zhao Min to allocate 1 million solely for the purchase of a vehicle was undeniably a bold move, reflecting the substantial profits she had made. With a hint of hesitation, Zhao Dabao responded, "Sister, we don't need to buy anything too extravagant. Something around 100,000 will suffice." "Daba, that's not the right mindset. First, I have no shortage of funds. Second, a better car, though pricier, could be beneficial for future engagements. Enough talk. You and Xiaoying should go choose a car. Buy whichever model you fancy, and don't fixate solely on saving money. Xiaoying, hurry. Get ready with your brother so we can go car shopping. Tonight, we shall dine out. I heard there's a new fish restaurant by the Hengze Reservoir that is quite delightful. I'll call to reserve a table, and you two can pick me up after purchasing the car." Before Zhao Dabao could utter another word, Zhao Xiaoying eagerly ushered him into the room to change clothes. Realizing that the plan was set in motion, he refrained from further objections and changed before heading downstairs with Xiaoying. Exiting their residential complex, the two took a taxi directly to Xuangu Street, renowned for its automotive offerings in the city. Since the summer of the 80s, when the nation embraced reform and opening up, the economy had flourished. By the 90s, the overall standard of living had significantly improved, and private vehicles had become commonplace. The vibrancy of Xuangu Street stood as a testament to the economic growth of the nation. Upon arriving at Xuangu Street, they headed straight for the opulent imported car showroom. Due to Zhao Min's preferences, they bypassed any economical vehicle options. The grand signage of Su NW, a luxury auto city, with its 7 golden characters adorned with a hint of colorful light, graced the top of an 8-story glass building. Under the bright sunlight, the glass-clad automotive city resembled a colossal jewel radiating an astonishingly enchanting aura in the sky. Not to mention the overall value of the auto city. The mere cost of the glass facade was staggering. Adding to that were the renowned domestic and international car brands displayed from the 1st to the 5th floors, showcasing the immense heritage of Su NW, a luxury auto city. As Zhao Daba gazed up at the glass structure, he felt a slight sense of awe. Just as he was lost in admiration, the sudden screech of a car's brakes pierced the air, startling Zhao Xiaoying. Even Zhao Daba could distinctly feel her delicate hand tremble, revealing her inner tension. Before he could offer words of comfort, a somewhat insincere, high-pitched voice called out from behind. "Oh, who do we have here? Haven't you seen an auto city before? Why are you standing at the entrance? Don't you know this is a parking spot?" Zhao Daba stood at the entrance, a space designated for both pedestrians and vehicles, intended for the convenience of those unwell or distinguished guests. Without a doubt, the voice belonged to someone affluent, as only the wealthy would park in such a manner. In the 90s of the nation, the wave of reform had allowed a select few to amass wealth, often resulting in a disparity between their newfound riches and their personal qualities, leading to an unpleasant demeanor. Turning around, Zhao Daba's suspicions were confirmed. A middle-aged woman, extravagantly adorned with makeup, emerged from the passenger seat, exuding an overpowering scent of perfume. As she swung open the car door, her 10-centimeter high-heeled shoes forcefully kicked it open, nearly grazing Zhao Xiaoying's white dress. While stepping out, the woman muttered, "Move aside, move aside. Where did this country bumpkin come from? If you want to look at cars, go gaze at the windows over there. Don't block the entrance. Don't you know good dogs don't obstruct the way?" Confronted with such brazen remarks, Zhao Xiaoying's face flushed with indignation. Her typically gentle demeanor transformed as she retorted, "What kind of manners are those? Can't you see someone is standing here? Is it so difficult to open the door carefully? Oh dear, are you out shopping with your sweetheart? Allow me to offer some advice. If you have no money, stay away from shopping. If you must shop, look over there." The gaudily dressed woman gestured dismissively towards a nearby area, deridingly suggesting that a cheap market would be more suitable for someone like Zhao Xiaoying. "This is a car dealership, not a toy store. Just take a look and then leave. Don't block the way. I'm here to buy a car, right, darling?" After tossing a flirtatious glance at the portly middle-aged man who emerged from the driver's seat, she continued her tirade. The man, struggling to extricate himself from the vehicle due to his considerable size, appeared to weigh at least 300 pounds. Faced with the woman's disdainful remarks, Zhao Daba grasped Zhao Xiaoying's hand and led her into the luxury auto city, dismissing her taunts as mere background noise. As they walked, he gently reassured her, "Xiaoying, don't let her get to you. It's not worth arguing with someone like that. Why engage in a debate with a rabid dog?" As they entered the auto city, Zhao Daba's nonchalant disregard caused the woman's previously inflated ego to deflate in an instant. Just as she prepared to retaliate, her adversary had vanished, leaving her feeling as if she had punched air. A surge of unbridled anger ignited within her, and amidst a flurry of curses, she stomped into the auto city. The auto city boasted 5 exhibition floors, each designated for different countries and models. Zhao Daba, uninterested in the vehicles from Japan on the first floor or those from South Korea and the United States on the second and third, made a beeline for the 4th floor, which showcased European cars. Upon entering the 4th floor exhibition hall, it was immediately apparent that the space was more expansive, not due to a larger area, but because the models and customers were notably fewer compared to the lower floors. Indeed, the vehicles on the 1st and 2nd floors were primarily economical models, appealing to the working-class demographic, while the upper floors were reserved for luxury vehicles. The 4th floor exhibition featured only 7 or 8 cars, yet boasted over 10 sales personnel. A handful of customers wandered around the exhibits, occasionally posing questions. As Zhao Daba and Zhao Xiaoying entered the 4th floor hall, they attracted the attention of several sales representatives, though their focus was primarily on Zhao Xiaoying, leaving Zhao Daba in the background. At just 18 years of age, Zhao Xiaoying possessed an alluring grace. Her delicate, fair skin and gentle demeanor radiated a captivating charm that was hard to overlook. Adorned in a resplendent white gown, anyone who beheld her would be transported to a reverie of celestial beings descending from the heavens. Yet, upon glancing at Zhao Dabao, intimately linked with Zhao Xiaoying, a surge of indignation akin to witnessing a precious vegetable being trampled by swine surged within. At that moment, Zhao Dabao was blissfully unaware of the disdain directed at him, meandering about the 4th floor with an air of self-satisfaction. The dozen or so sales personnel exchanged glances at Zhao Dabao's attire, while it was indeed branded sportswear. His age and demeanor suggested he was not a man of wealth, but rather a recent university graduate. Such individuals, frequenting the automobile city, particularly the luxurious European car showroom on the 4th floor, were undoubtedly mere window shoppers, lacking the financial capacity for a purchase. Consequently, The sales staff exhibited little desire to approach him. Despite their roles as service personnel who would willingly assist a customer devoid of commission prospects, it appeared that if Zhao Dabao remained silent, no one would even bother to offer assistance. A bespectacled young female sales associate, observing her colleague's reluctance to engage, hesitated herself. Although the two young individuals before her did not exude the aura of potential buyers during her training upon joining the company last month, she had been instructed not to neglect service based on perceived purchasing power, but to treat all customers equally. A steadfast service attitude was essential for sales success. With this in mind, she set aside her car sales manual, determined to approach them. At that moment, a stunning woman in her 20s beside her interjected, "Xiaomei, what is this? Are you planning to explain something? Just be cautious. Those two young people seem like the male has just started working and undoubtedly lacks financial means, while the female appears to be a student. Their attire, while branded, is far from luxurious. Overall, they likely hail from moderately affluent working-class families. Perhaps in the first or second floor showrooms, there might be some latent purchasing intent, but in this upscale showroom, do you really think there is any possibility of a sale? Indeed, Xiaomei, you would do well to heed Feng Jie's advice. Feng Jie is our top sales associate, possessing remarkable insight. Instead of spending time explaining to them, why not focus on enhancing your automotive sales knowledge? Exactly, Xiaomei, we earn commissions from sales, unlike those in administrative roles with fixed salaries. Therefore, it's wiser to invest time in learning rather than pursuing unpromising prospects. A colleague chimed in, you should take advantage of the opportunity to learn from Feng Jie. Mastering even a few skills could secure your living expenses for the month. Upon hearing Feng Jie's remarks, several surrounding salespeople echoed similar sentiments. Their concern was not for Xiaomei's well-being, but rather the fear that her eagerness might draw the manager's ire if she were the only one to approach the pair while the others remained aloof. However, the veteran sales associates were equally disinclined to step forward, as the absence of potential buyers rendered their efforts futile. Thus, Xiaomei, influenced by her colleague's admonitions, hesitated. Yet, witnessing the two young souls before her, lost in their own world, she was reminded of her own past experiences at car exhibitions with her boyfriend. Back then, lacking the funds to purchase a vehicle, she had felt the sting of derision, which had prompted her decision to forego further studies to help save for a modest car. Resolute, she smiled at Feng Jie and her colleagues, saying, Feng Jie, I acknowledge your viewpoints, but we cannot neglect customers due to their perceived lack of purchasing power. I shall still offer assistance to them. Oh, Xiaomei, I didn't realize you had such a kind heart, Feng Jie remarked, but kindness alone won't suffice. The world operates on financial realities. If you cannot generate income, your efforts are in vain. A sales associate scoffed. Indeed, Xiaomei, Feng Jie is correct. Everything revolves around money. In our company, no matter how excellent your service or how kind your heart, if you fail to sell cars, you will be dismissed. Feng Jie is merely looking out for you. Don't be blind to her intentions. Seeing Xiaomei's determination to assist despite their warnings, their well-meaning advice quickly morphed into mocking jibes. Despite her petite stature, Xiaomei possessed a tenacious spirit. Once she had made up her mind, she would not retreat. Ignoring the derisive gazes of her colleagues, she resolutely approached the two young individuals. Zhao Dabao, having arrived on the fourth floor, was acutely aware of the discussions and judgments around him, a skill honed through his practice of the nine turns mystical art. Since achieving the initial breakthrough, his hearing had vastly improved, allowing him to discern not only the murmurs of the sales staff, but also the subtle barbs directed at Xiaomei. As the slender, determined sales consultant approached him, Zhao Dabao felt a wave of admiration. Both as a practitioner of celestial arts and as an entrepreneur, he embodied a steadfast resolve, which had propelled him to remarkable heights in his endeavors. Standing before Zhao Dabao, Xiaomei extended her right hand in a gesture of invitation, smiling as she introduced herself. Hello, sir and madam, I am the sales consultant Li Xiaomei. How may I assist you today? Greetings, consultant Xiaomei. I am Zhao, and today I am here with my sister to explore car options. We wish to know if there are any models suitable for us. Just a few meters behind Xiaomei stood Feng Jie, not with intentions to assist, but rather to observe the unfolding drama. Upon hearing Zhao Dabao's inquiry, Feng Jie curled her lips in disdain, muttering under her breath, what a charade, a recent graduate hoping to buy a car, acting as if he knows what he is doing, as if he needs to inquire about suitable models. I suspect a bicycle would serve him better. Zhao Dabao, with his heightened auditory perception, caught every word, and he glanced at Feng Jie with a silent disdain. How had a once promising sales associate become so superficial? Nevertheless, he resolved to teach her a lesson about looking down on others. Turning to Xiaomei, he said warmly, consultantly, please recommend a European model known for its high safety features. High safety features? Mr. Zhao, your request is rather vague. Allow me to clarify. All vehicles in the fourth floor showroom boast commendable safety ratings. Do you have any additional preferences, such as a price range? Safety ratings are commendable? In that case, please recommend a model that excels in acceleration and comfort. As for the price, something reasonable will suffice. Considering Zhao Dabao's request, Xiaomei contemplated and directed him to a model on the far left of the showroom, a Volvo. She elaborated, this Volvo V40 performs exceptionally well, with swift acceleration and a smooth ride. Moreover, it is reasonably priced at 286,000, making it an excellent choice for family use. Upon hearing Xiaomei's presentation of the V40, Fang Jie scoffed, recognizing that while it was a more affordable option, it was still beyond the reach of these young individuals. She doubted they could even afford 28,600, let alone 286,000. Casting a fleeting glance at Fang Jie's derisive demeanor, Zhao Dabao nonchalantly observed the V40. His attention then shifted to another vehicle across the way, a similarly branded SUV. He raised his finger towards the Volvo SUV and inquired, Consultant Xiaomei, I find this SUV quite appealing. How does it perform? Upon observing the direction indicated by Zhao Dabao, Li Xiaomei felt a twinge of bitterness. Pondering to herself, oh my dear brother, how audacious you are. This magnificent Jeep costs over 800,000 yuan. While its performance is indeed impressive, the price is exorbitant. Yet, despite her thoughts, she had to continue with the presentation, for it was her duty to attend to this esteemed client. Mr. Zhao, are you referring to this model? This is the Volvo S90. It is a sample vehicle, intended solely for display and not for sale. Before Li Xiaomei could finish her explanation, a voice, both sultry and tinged with disdain, interrupted her. Oh, Xiaomei, you are mistaken. Although this vehicle is indeed a display model, it can be sold at an appropriate price. The speaker was Fang Jie. Hearing the two engage in lively conversation about the S90 made her inwardly chuckle, thinking, how amusing. They really have the audacity to discuss the S90, a luxury car worth nearly 1,000,000 yuan. What ignorance! I shall expose them and watch how they navigate this situation. Faced with Fang Jie's derision, Li Xiaomei felt a pang of anxiety, not for herself, but for the two young individuals who might find themselves embarrassed. She recalled her own experience of being unable to afford a car, which had left her feeling humiliated. However, at that time, she had refrained from inquiring about prices due to her financial constraints. Even so, the disdainful glances from sales staff had stung her for quite some time. Now, with the topic of a luxury vehicle's price being broached, the potential for Zhao Dabao and his sister to feel humiliated was considerable, especially with onlookers like Fang Jie, whose penchant for spectacle could escalate the situation further. Thus, Li Xiaomei quickly interjected, Fang Jie, didn't the manager mention last week that there is only one sample of the S90, thus it is not for sale? Xiaomei, have you forgotten who the sales team leader is? The manager just informed me this morning that this S90 Volvo is indeed available for purchase. Fang Jie, with her painted lips, turned her gaze toward Zhao Dabao, adopting a condescending demeanor. Mr. Zhao, I am the sales team leader, and this vehicle is for sale. Are you interested in the S90, or would you prefer to explore other options? I believe the model Xiaomei introduced you to initially is quite commendable. If your financial situation permits, I would recommend the V40, and I could even offer you a substantial gift package. Confronted with her disdainful gaze, Zhao Dabao dismissed Fang Jie entirely, directing a respectful look toward Li Xiaomei. Consultant Xiaomei, I will take this vehicle. Please proceed with the paperwork. What? Surely, you jest. A voice of incredulity rang out, and it belonged to none other than the previously mocking Fang Jie. Her eyes widened in disbelief, as if they might pop from their sockets. Mistaken? Who is mistaken here? Consultant Xiaomei, you have a POS machine, correct? I can simply swipe my card. Zhao Dabao cast a dismissive glance at the so-called golden saleswoman and amiably addressed Li Xiaomei. At that moment, other sales consultants gathered around, captivated by the unfolding drama. Their envy palpable as they regarded Li Xiaomei. This sale, if completed, would yield a commission of at least 15,000 to 20,000 yuan, an amount that in the 1990s represented a year's income for an average family. Even for those sales consultants with higher earnings, it was still a significant sum. Stirring feelings of jealousy, As Li Xiaomei eagerly prepared to finalize the contract with Zhao Dabao, an unwelcome voice pierced the air, its tone annoyingly juvenile, particularly to Zhao Dabao. "Oh, who do we have here, playing the affluent boss? Why, isn't that the little brat from outside? What's this? A bit of money, and now you're pretending to be wealthy?" As the words were spoken, a man and woman emerged from behind a display vehicle. The woman, heavily made up, accompanied by an exceedingly rotund man, was none other than the peculiar duo who had nearly collided with Zhao Xiaoying at the entrance of the car showroom. Zhao Dabao regarded the pair with a steely expression, irritation bubbling within him. The woman was akin to a toad, utterly insufferable. "What is it to you? Am I not permitted to buy a car? I'm spending my own money. What business is it of yours? Shouldn't you be at home enjoying your retirement, instead of loitering about?" His words, though devoid of explicit profanity, rendered the heavily made-up woman crimson with embarrassment. Her face akin to a monkey's rear. Enraged, she shouted, "Who are you? Xiaofeng, where are you? I'm buying this S90, so hurry up and sign the contract. How dare you compete with me? I've eaten more salt than you've consumed rice throughout your life." Upon hearing this, Fang Jie was elated. Recognizing that fortune had smiled upon her, she knew the heavily made-up woman was a wealthy businesswoman who had previously expressed interest in the S90, but had deemed it too expensive, opting instead for a BMW priced around 500,000 yuan. Now, upon witnessing Zhao Dabao's intent to purchase the S90, she was likely driven by jealousy or anger to confront him. With a triumphant air, Fang Jie ordered Li Xiaomei, "Xiaomei, you won't be closing this deal. It must go to Ms. Guo. Since you're still in your probationary period, you'll assist Ms. Guo with her transaction, understood?" Faced with the brazen behavior of both the heavily made-up woman and Fang Jie, Li Xiaomei knew she could not yield. From both a financial standpoint and for her future prospects within the car dealership, she had to stand her ground. If she did not resist, she risked being forced out. In the fiercely competitive realm of car sales, the pool of potential high-end buyers was limited. If others snatched away your sales, your opportunities vanished. As the dealership owner would ultimately assess a sales consultant's capabilities based on sales figures, any complications or grievances during the sales process were of no concern to them. Resolutely, Li Xiaomei raised her head, her previously gentle demeanor transformed into one of determination. "Fang Jie, according to company policy, the first individual to express intent to purchase has the right to sign the contract. Mr. Zhao expressed his intent before anyone else, and should therefore be granted priority." "Oh, now you wish to invoke company policy?" "Yes, the policy states that whoever first expresses intent has priority. Ms. Guo indicated her intent a few days ago, didn't she?" "Ms. Guo?" Fang Jie retorted, her words laced with cunning, casting a glance at the heavily made-up woman. Unfazed, the heavily made-up woman chimed in, "Indeed. I did express my intent to purchase a few days ago." Yet, undeterred by their collusion, Li Xiaomei argued, "Very well, even if you both claim to have expressed intent. Has it been formalized in writing? Without being documented on paper, we must adhere to today's initial decision. Otherwise, will our automobile city retain any credibility in the future?" "Oh, I see you're trying to label me. Let me clarify that I am the sales team leader, and my word is the embodiment of trustworthiness. I stand by my statements. Xiao Zhang, please assist Ms. Guo with the necessary paperwork. I find it hard to believe that anyone else in this company holds such authority besides myself." The golden sales representative declared with an air of confidence that resonated powerfully, leaving her colleagues in awe of her commanding presence. Such an aura, reminiscent of a formidable figure, could only be likened to that of a boss. Even the heavily made-up woman boldly lauded the esteemed sales representative, Fang Jie. Faced with Fang Jie's dominance, Li Xiaomei felt at a loss to refute her. After all, the golden sales representative was the team leader, and in the absence of the sales manager, her words were final. From a certain perspective, Fang Jie's assertive remarks carried some weight, albeit a touch too audacious. As an old saying goes, one should never act with arrogance, lest they invite misfortune. Just watch. It will soon come to fruition. While the golden sales representative basked in her self-satisfaction, a voice, seasoned and robust, resonated through the air. "Heh, my dear. What peculiar happenings occur in your company? First, there's the notion of first come, first served, and now you have such an arrogant employee? Is this your advanced management experience?" Upon hearing the voice, Zhao Dabao and others turned to see the source. An elderly man, with silver hair and a straight posture, approached. He appeared to be around 80 years old, yet his bearing was that of a soldier, exuding vitality. Flanking him were a man and a woman, the man, in his 40s with a crew cut, donned loose camouflage attire that could not conceal his muscular build, resembling a poised predator. The woman, elegant and graceful, wore casual attire that radiated nobility and sophistication. As these three individuals entered the scene, the first to react was a middle-aged man standing several meters away from Zhao Dabao, identified by his name badge as the sales manager of the fourth-floor showroom. Initially seated, observing the unfolding drama, the sales manager sprang to his feet and hurriedly approached with a beaming smile. "Good day, sir." "Good day, General Manager." As he greeted, he bowed deeply in respect. Fang Jie and Li Xiaomei swiftly arranged themselves into two lines, bowing in unison. "Good day, General Manager." At this moment, Fang Jie's complexion drained of color, overwhelmed by fear. Her previously brazen words were merely meant for ordinary sales personnel. Although she often disregarded the sales manager, believing her status as the golden sales representative afforded her some leeway, the general manager was an entirely different matter. He was the ultimate authority, capable of determining the fate of the sales staff's careers. Despite her status, in the eyes of a figure as formidable as the general manager, she was inconsequential. No matter how audacious she had been, she had never dared to flaunt her power before him. Today, however, she was caught in the act, leaving her trembling with trepidation. Regret consumed Fang Jie. Had she known the general manager would be present, she would not have acted so brazenly. If only there were a way to purchase regret remedy. Even at 1,000 or 10,000 yuan, she would willingly pay for it. In response to the respectful greetings from the sales manager and all the sales personnel, the noble woman slightly nodded, maintaining her calm demeanor, accompanying the elderly man without uttering a word. The elder ignored the bowing sales manager and strode into the crowd, cheerfully patting Zhao Dabao on the shoulder. "Comrade Lei Feng, we meet again." Recognizing the elder's cheerful demeanor, Zhao Dabao immediately recalled their previous encounter at the second-hand car market, where he had aided the elder during a health crisis. Zhao Dabao smiled in return. "Good day, sir. I am Zhao Dabao, not Lei Feng, haha." The elder chuckled heartily. "You rascal, you are quite cunning, but I, old Qin, admire you. You stand up for the unjust, acting like a chivalrous knight of old. By the way, what brings you here, and why the quarrel? You don't seem like the type to back down. Why didn't you take action?" In response to the elder's inquiries, Zhao Dabao could only offer a wry smile. "Sir, I am a civilized individual, not a barbarian. How could I resort to violence? That would make me a bully." The elder retorted playfully. "Oh, you civilized one? If you were truly civilized, I would have to consider myself a saint. Stop pretending. When the time comes, you must act, regardless of who they are. If it's unjust, discipline them. If trouble arises, old Qin will back you up." The noble woman, standing nearby, furrowed her brow and sighed. "Father, is this how you educate the youth? Always urging them to resort to violence? How can you apply military principles in today's society? Why not? What's wrong with today's society? I believe it's much like the times of war. Regardless of the era, there will always be scoundrels and nonsense. With such individuals, there is no need for reasoning. Old Qin holds the belief that one should treat the virtuous with respect and deal with the wicked accordingly. Do you really expect to reason with a rogue? Dad, your logic is flawed. You can't just hit people at will. My dear father, this is my company and also the Qin family's business. How can you advocate for violence within your own establishment? Precisely, one must be stricter with their own affairs. That's why my methods are the most effective." Amidst their laughter, the elder patted Zhao Dabao's shoulder, albeit with a force that suggested more of a strike, revealing his fondness for Zhao Dabao. The noble woman understood that reasoning with her father was futile. His behavior had been consistent throughout his life. This was the demeanor of a seasoned soldier, unyielding whether at home or in the broader context of society. Turning back to Zhao Dabao, she smiled. "Mr. Zhao, I witnessed the recent dispute. In light of the company's oversight, I have decided to offer you the S90 at our highest discount of 78. Additionally, our company will provide you with comprehensive insurance and 2 years of maintenance. Would this arrangement satisfy you?" Zhao Dabao recognized the significance of the generous discount and additional offerings. It was a gesture of compensation from the automobile city, further emphasized by the presence of the elder. As Zhao Dabao acquiesced with a smile, the noble woman, her countenance serene yet authoritative, addressed the sales manager and the chief of the general office, who had arrived subsequently. "Regarding the professional lapse that occurred today, the following measures will be implemented. Firstly, Fang will be relieved of her duties as the sales team leader of the fourth-floor showroom, demoted to a regular sales associate, transferred to the first-floor showroom. And her first quarter bonus will be forfeited, accompanied by a company-wide reprimand. Secondly, the sales manager of the fourth floor will have their first quarter bonus confiscated and will receive a company-wide reprimand. Thirdly, Li Xiaomei, the intern sales consultant, will receive the highest commission rate for this transaction in accordance with company policy in recognition of her adherence to work principles and will be granted early regularization. Fourthly, Li Xiaomei will be granted the opportunity to undergo cross-departmental training, commencing with the general office. The noble woman's decisions, a blend of rewards and penalties, promptly resolved the dispute, earning the unanimous approval of all those present. As for the flamboyantly dressed woman, upon witnessing the arrival of the elder Qin, she was seized with panic and made a furtive attempt to retreat. While others may not have recognized the identity of the elder Qin, she was acutely aware that he was an absolute luminary within the province, a venerable revolutionary of Xia, whose mere utterance could determine the fate of a family in Sui City. To individuals like herself, who had recently amassed wealth, Elder Qin was an almost deific presence. She fervently hoped that this eminent figure would not take notice of her, lest her family be ruined. She immediately signaled to the bald man, urging him to leave swiftly and avoid being seen by Elder Qin, which would spell utter disaster. However, their aspirations were far removed from reality and painfully so. Just as the two were stealthily attempting to slip away, Fong Fong, the top saleswoman, interjected. Had it not been for the appearance of the flamboyantly dressed woman, Fong Fong would not have stepped forward to vie for recognition, which ultimately led to her demotion and transfer. While she was not overly concerned about the demotion and the loss of her bonus, as a top saleswoman, she knew that as long as she generated sales, everything would be fine. The loss of the team leader position was inconsequential, merely a minor title that did not affect her sales commissions. However, the transfer from the fourth-floor European luxury car showroom was a debilitating blow. What kind of showroom was the first floor? It was filled with vehicles from the land of the rising sun, the inferior products of Japan, which were inexpensive but of questionable quality. An idle individual once conducted a peculiar experiment, using a Xia-produced flying bird bicycle to collide with a rain-filled sedan from the land of the rising sun. The flying bird emerged victorious, leaving the front of the rain-filled sedan in disarray. Therefore, the clientele on the first floor consisted primarily of lower-end consumers, a far cry from the European luxury car showroom on the fourth floor. It could be said that the commission earned from selling a single car on the fourth floor was equivalent to the sales commission from selling 10 cars on the first floor. How could Fong Fong, the top saleswoman, not be heartbroken? At this juncture, upon seeing that the flamboyantly dressed woman, the root cause of the incident, was attempting to flee, Fong Fong could not bear it. Adhering to the principle of shared misfortune, Fong Fong involuntarily greeted her. Ms. Gue, are you still interested in purchasing the S90? Although this exhibit has been sold to Mr. Zhao, the company can order another one of the same model. These words caused the flamboyantly dressed woman to blush crimson. She inwardly cursed Fong Fong, the top saleswoman. Damn it, Fong Fong is truly malicious, dragging me down with her in her misfortune. However, she dared not remain silent. Had Elder Qin and his daughter not been present, she could have ignored this insignificant individual. However, she dared not and could not do so now. The flamboyantly dressed woman mustered a smile that was more akin to a grimace. Little Fong, of course, I will purchase the car. Please expedite the order. I will pay in full with cash. At this point, Elder Qin noticed the woman who had aided the evildoer. The elder man snorted derisively and turned to the noble woman, saying, Third girl, let me tell you, although business is merely a monetary transaction, you must also consider the character of the individuals involved. Do not allow good cars to be driven by nefarious individuals. Hearing her father's admonition, which was clearly imbued with strong emotions, the noble woman looked at the elder man with a mixture of amusement and exasperation, inwardly protesting. Father, you are interfering too much. Business is business. Who cares who the items are sold to? Even if it were bin Laden who wanted to purchase a car, I would sell it to him. What he does with the vehicle afterward is none of my concern. However, despite her reasoning, she had to comply with her father's wishes. The business of a single car was insignificant to Qin Xiangyu. As for the flamboyantly dressed woman's feelings, Qin Xiangyu did not care in the slightest. She was merely a small shrimp. If she dared to cause trouble, she would be crushed in an instant. Therefore, the noble woman immediately echoed Elder Qin's words. Fong Fong, I do not care what arrangements you have made, but this S90 is a sample display and a limited edition. There is only one in Sui City, and there will not be a second. I can assure you that if my automobile city claims it is a limited edition, it is a limited edition, not only in Sui City, but throughout H province. Do you understand? Then, She turned to the flamboyantly dressed woman and said coldly and domineeringly, "Madam, I do not care if you have a genuine or fabricated agreement, but this is how it will be handled. Do you have any objections? If you do, voice them now in front of Qin Xiangyu. If you do not spread rumors afterward. If I find out, you know what will happen." Zhao Dabao clicked his tongue in admiration. Isn't Qin Xiangyu's business acumen domineering? Not only does she refuse to sell the car, but she also demands that any objections be raised in person. What objections could there be? The unfortunate woman would be burning incense to avoid further misfortune. As Zhao Dabao had anticipated, the flamboyantly dressed woman did not offer a single rebuttal to Qin Xiangyu's statement, repeatedly nodding her head cautiously. Fearing that Qin Xiangyu would be displeased, her face was plastered with a smile, and she was almost kneeling before the woman, hoping that Qin Xiangyu would be magnanimous and dismiss her as a trivial matter. "Please, Qin Xiangyu, have mercy and do not hold a grudge against my insignificant self. I am merely a nouveau riche with some money. I dare not challenge your authority." Seeing the woman's sincere remorse, Qin Xiangyu waved her hand magnanimously, signaling that she could leave. It was understandable, given the Qin family's immense power, that they would not deign to acknowledge such a nouveau riche. Moreover, it would be beneath the Qin family's dignity to deal with a nouveau riche over such a trivial matter. With the matter resolved, Elder Qin insisted on taking Zhao Dabao to the top-floor office, claiming that he wanted to chat with a lay phone comrade. Zhao Dabao could not resist Elder Qin's enthusiasm, and he also realized that Elder Qin had something to discuss with him. Furthermore, it was not a bad thing to know an old revolutionary and veteran like Elder Qin in Sui City. Moreover, he found the stubborn old man to be quite congenial. The top floor of the automobile city was the general manager's office area. Apart from the general office, the remaining area was exclusively used by the general manager, Qin Xiangyu. The office was astonishingly spacious, with lush greenery throughout the area, creating an atmosphere of natural serenity and relaxation. Elder Qin gestured for Zhao Dabao and the other to sit at their leisure, and Qin Xiangyu personally poured fragrant tea for the three of them. Without the assistance of staff, she had already discerned Elder Qin's high regard for Zhao Dabao. With Elder Qin's extensive experience and wisdom, anyone he favored or valued must possess exceptional qualities. Elder Qin, Qin Hanzhong, a revolutionary of the old guard, had retired from the military as an army general 20 years prior and was a pillar of the Xiao military. Having weathered the storms of war, the old soldier spoke frankly and directly. "Dabao, let me be frank with you. Since the last time I met you, I, old Qin, have admired you. While admiration is one thing, what I value most about you is your possession of extraordinary skills. I, this old man, have also experienced perilous situations and have encountered some extraordinary individuals. That day, I was nearly driven to the brink of illness. But it was your internal energy that regulated my heart, transforming my peril into safety. At that moment, I realized that you must be a disciple from an ancient martial arts family. However, you left so swiftly that I had no opportunity for communication. You must have sensed my frail condition, which is why you left a strand of true energy within me to nourish my body, correct?" Upon hearing old Qin's words, Zhao Dabao was astonished by the elder's keen observation. To be honest, while channeling internal energy to stabilize the elder's heart, he sensed that it had suffered severe trauma in the past. Although it had been treated and stabilized, the underlying risks remained significant, especially during moments of intense emotional upheaval. The danger of sudden cardiac arrest loomed large. If it weren't for the elder's exceptional medical resources, he might have long since departed from this world. Zhao Dabao pondered for a moment and said, "Old Qin, let's speak frankly. Have you sustained serious injuries related to your heart?" "Indeed. I mentioned earlier that I have died 3 times, 2 of which were connected to my heart. Particularly, there was a time when a master from the Gaoyao nation launched a surprise attack on me, intending to take my life. If not for the timely intervention of a practitioner from an ancient martial arts family, I would have long been a martyr for the cause. In the aftermath, that master used his internal energy to heal my wounds, but mentioned that such internal injuries could only be suppressed temporarily, requiring the assistance of someone at the higher levels of internal energy cultivation from an ancient martial arts family, along with the miraculous healing elixir known as Xiao Wan Dan for any hope of a complete cure. Alas, after so many years, I owe my survival to the repeated infusion of internal energy from military experts. Otherwise, I would have met my end long ago." At this point, old Qin sighed with a wry smile and continued, "Finding someone of advanced internal energy cultivation is no easy task. Over the years, I have encountered only 2 mid-level practitioners from the military, akin in skill to the one who saved me, merely able to exert a certain degree of pressure on my injuries. However, you are different. Although I am unaware of the depths of your cultivation, the simple infusion of soothing internal energy you provided that day surpassed the healing effects of those ancient martial arts experts. I feel that if your internal energy were a bit more profound, it could entirely heal my internal injuries. Thus, I have been mobilizing resources in Suisure to locate you. But to no avail. Today truly is a fortunate day for me, as I have encountered you in the company of Miss San. How could I not be delighted? Zhao Dabao shook his head, secretly amused. It would be quite a feat if you were able to find me. I have hardly left my home these past few days. You could mobilize the entire province, and still, you wouldn't find me. In response to Old Qin's words, Zhao Dabao contemplated for a moment, recognizing the substantial implications within the elder's statement. After all, Zhao Dabao belonged to a different realm, and the entrepreneur he inhabited was merely a successful businessman with no prior exposure to the current cultivation world of Xia country. From Old Qin's description, it was evident that practitioners in the present-day Xia country were few and far between, with mid-level internal energy practitioners being regarded as experts. This allows for a preliminary assessment. Either the overall strength of the cultivation world is lacking, or there are specific regulations governing practitioners in the secular realm. Regardless of the outcome, Zhao Dabao felt a sense of relief. Since escaping from Qilin prison, he had been cultivating alone, unaware of the current standards of cultivation in Xia country, if it were akin to his former world. Navigating the martial realm with his current abilities would be fraught with peril. As for the internal injuries mentioned by Old Qin, Zhao Dabao did not find them particularly troublesome. His cultivation of the 9 transformations profound art inherently possessed healing capabilities, rendering the availability of Xiao Huandan or other healing elixirs inconsequential. Zhao Dabao mused for a moment and said, Old Qin, when your heart was in distress, I merely used my internal energy to help you a bit. Now, I will conduct a thorough examination for you today, as meeting is indeed a matter of fate, and we practitioners pay great attention to such opportunities. Upon hearing Zhao Dabao acknowledge himself as a practitioner and express his desire to examine him, Old Qin was exceedingly pleased. Firstly, there was the possibility of completely curing his long-standing injuries, and secondly, the chance to befriend someone like Zhao Dabao would greatly benefit both himself and his family. Although the Qin family is considered a top-tier family in H province, they do not hold such a status on a national scale. After all, H province is relatively remote and underdeveloped, significantly lagging behind the more prosperous provinces of Xia country. If this opportunity allowed them to befriend someone like Zhao Dabao, it could elevate their family to new heights. Among the top families in Xia country, who does not have a practitioner in their ranks? A family seeking to grow strong and prosperous must have the backing of practitioners. Otherwise, their ambitions would be nothing more than castles in the air, devoid of any sense of security. Currently, the Qin family still has its military connections for support, but should he pass, the second generation may struggle to uphold the family legacy. Forget about maintaining a top-tier status. Even retaining a second-tier standing would be miraculous. Qin Xiangyu, a formidable woman overseeing a large enterprise, possessed both high intelligence and emotional intelligence. She too recognized Zhao Dabao's significance and, with a charming smile, said, Mr. Zhao, regardless of whether the elder's old injuries can be cured, this S90 shall serve as your consultation fee. What do you think? In her words, one could discern Qin Xiangyu's adeptness in handling matters. Had she offered the S90 as a gift, Zhao Dabao's character would have compelled him to decline. For practitioners fear not formidable enemies but rather emotional debts. Cultivation, after all, is a defiance of heaven's will. Whether facing the myriad challenges of cultivation or the threats of real-world adversaries, practitioners harbor no fear, confronting every obstacle head-on. Otherwise, should they falter at crucial junctures in their cultivation journey, such trepidation would become an insurmountable chasm. The consequences could range from regression in cultivation to utter annihilation. Thus, practitioners do not fear anything. However, emotional debts are different. They belong to the ethereal realm of karma. Akin to the cyclical nature of life and death, debts incurred must be repaid. Failure to do so may summon unforeseen consequences. Of course, Zhao Dabao's mother and daughter are exceptions, as they now belong to his circle of kin. By referring to the S90 as a consultation fee, Qin Xiangyu enabled Zhao Dabao to accept the vehicle openly, thus avoiding the entanglement of emotional indebtedness. Moreover, This established a solid foundation for furthering their acquaintance, akin to striking two birds with one stone. In response, Zhao Dabao gently shook his head and said, "The S90 shall not serve as a consultation fee. It may be considered a reward for healing. If old Qin's old injuries cannot be cured, this vehicle shall remain a purchased item." Upon hearing Zhao Dabao's words, old Qin was somewhat excited and asked, "Dabao's? Let me call you Dabao's for this once, as I am an elder. Do you have confidence in healing my old injuries? Whether or not I can truly heal them will be determined later. First, let me examine you, old Qin." With that, Zhao Dabao's raised his right hand and gently placed it on old Qin's wrist. The 9 transformations' internal energy began to circulate slightly, a strand of internal energy flowing through old Qin's meridians. Upon reaching the heart area, Zhao Dabao's could clearly sense a drop of black energy mass residing in the lower part of the heart, not a mere stagnation of blood, but a residue of a practitioner's internal energy. If this internal energy is not resolved, even world-class surgeons would be unable to remedy the situation through open-heart surgery. This is not an issue of tissue pathology, but rather a retention of internal energy, invisible and intangible. The ancient martial arts expert who once saved old Qin was not mistaken. A practitioner of advanced internal energy must first dissolve this drop of black energy, followed by the use of Xiaohuan Dan's medicinal properties to regulate the cardiac tissues for rapid recovery. However, for Zhao Dabao's, the process does not require such complications. By merely employing the 9 transformations' internal energy to dissolve the black stagnation, the inherent healing properties of the 9 transformations' internal energy would restore the cardiac tissues. After retracting his 9 transformations' internal energy, Zhao Dabao's turned to Qin Xiangyu and said, "Miss Qin, please fetch me some paper and a pen. I will prescribe a remedy for you, and once you gather the necessary herbs, I can concoct a special elixir." With additional support from internal energy, Elder Qin's old injuries can be completely healed. Of course, prior to the completion of the elixir, I will first utilize my internal energy for preliminary treatment to ensure that Elder Qin's condition does not worsen. Through simple conversations, Zhao Dabao has already gleaned an understanding of the Qin family's strength. He aims to leverage the Qin family's influence to concoct a type of elixir that enhances cultivation, known as the minor returning elixir or qi cultivation pill on Tianqiu Star. This minor returning elixir serves not only for cultivation, but also possesses healing properties. Once Zhao Dabao outlined the various herbs required for the minor returning elixir, Elder Qin specifically instructed his personal bodyguard, the robust Lu Zhao, to procure the materials and to ensure full cooperation from the family. After arranging all matters, Zhao Dabao performed the first internal energy adjustment on Elder Qin. Within mere minutes, Elder Qin noticeably felt a comforting sensation in his heart, bolstering his confidence in Zhao Dabao's abilities. As for the Volvo S90, it was driven away as Zhao Dabao departed from the car dealership, with all relevant formalities impeccably handled. Additionally, 3 mobile phones were gifted to Zhao Dabao. During the 1990s, mobile phones were still considered rare commodities, and Zhao Dabao graciously accepted the 3, as they were a gift from Qin Xiangyu. After Zhao Dabao's departure, Qin Xiangyu accompanied her father back to their villa in Suisha. Elder Qin has 3 sons and 2 daughters. His sons are engaged in politics and the military, while his daughters are thriving in the business world. This integration of politics and commerce is the fundamental development model for large families in the Xia Kingdom. Qin Xiangyu primarily oversees the family business in the north, while her sister, Qin Xiangyu, manages the southern enterprises. At this moment, Qin Xiangyu's daughter, Zhang Chunlin, was serving tea to Elder Qin. Zhang Chunlin, having just turned 20, possessed a beauty that could rival that of legendary figures, and had recently returned from the University of Cambridge in England to assist her mother in managing the family business. Aware of her father's intentions to befriend Zhao Dabao, Qin Xiangyu had already discerned his motives and complied with her father's wishes by gifting the car. However, she was perplexed about whether Zhao Dabao truly held such significant investment value. Listening to his daughter's inquiries, Elder Qin took a gentle sip of fragrant tea, releasing a contented sigh, and said, "Xiangyu, you have managed the family business for years, yet there are some matters you may not fully grasp. Let me pose a question. How does a family ascend from a provincial first-class status to a national first-class or even top-tier family?" After a moment of contemplation, Qin Xiangyu replied, "Father, for a provincial first-class family to rise to a national first-class family, it must have at least one deputy national-level leader in the political sphere, and a top-tier corporate enterprise in the business world to provide political funding. Both aspects are interdependent and essential. Nodding slightly, Elder Qin remarked, "Indeed, my third daughter. Your answer is partially correct." "Partially correct? Father, what is the other half?" Zhang Chunlin interjected, "Grandfather, my mother is entirely correct. During my studies in England, I meticulously researched the rise of prestigious families, and it aligns perfectly with what mother has said. How can it be only partially correct?" In response to the queries from Qin Xiangyu and her daughter, Elder Qin smiled affectionately and said, "Very well, since we have time today, let me elucidate. The development of families across nations is quite similar. Initially, family growth is tied to the integration of politics and commerce. However, upon reaching a certain level, typically a bottleneck phase, to transition from a first-class family to a top-tier family, one must secure robust support from the world of cultivation. The world of cultivation? Is that not akin to martial artists like Lu Zhao? Do they truly possess such power to influence a family's trajectory? Qin Xiangyu asked, visibly perplexed. She understood martial artists, exemplified by Lu Zhao, a former elite special forces operative. Lu Zhao? He is merely a martial artist, not a cultivator. To clarify, Lu Zhao and his ilk belong to the realm of the martial world. Above them are the cultivators. Martial artists, upon reaching their peak, can generate internal energy, which grants them immense strength, akin to the instructors of special forces across various nations. Internal energy martial artists represent the pinnacle of humanity, categorized into stages: initial, minor completion, major completion, and perfection, serving as the high-end military power in their respective nations, wielding significant deterrent capability. Even if an internal energy martial artist achieves perfection, they remain human. Only by transcending the confines of internal energy perfection and becoming a cultivator can one escape the inherent limitations of human lifespan. It is said that the Mingjing level within the cultivation realm can extend one's life by a century. Thus, even if Lu Zhao is an internal energy martial artist, in the eyes of cultivators, he is but a mere insect, albeit a stronger one compared to the common populace. At this juncture, Elder Qin sighed softly. For our Qin family, from the establishment of the nation to our present state, we have gradually developed into a first-class family within the province. However, since the mid-1980s, both in politics and commerce, the Qin family has slowed its pace of growth. By the 1990s, one could say we have stagnated. Do you think it is because I wish to halt our progress? Not at all. It is because at our level, without the backing of cultivators, no matter how we develop, we may ultimately become a mere accessory to other top-tier families. Upon hearing Elder Qin's words, Qin Xiangyu's expression turned grave as she asked, "Father, why do you say we might become an accessory to top-tier families? Is it that serious?" "I assure you, I speak no exaggeration. Among the first-class families and even the top-tier families in our nation, all have the support of cultivators behind them. Take the Wang family in the capital, for instance. They have a cultivator within their ranks who is said to have reached the Anjing level, possessing unfathomable powers, revered as a guardian and protector of the Wang family. Should anyone threaten the Wang family's vital interests, it would be child's play for this individual to take their life." "What? There are threats to life? Is our country not a lawful society? Do we not have the protection of police and military?" Zhang Chuanlin's beautiful face was filled with disbelief. Law and order apply to ordinary citizens. Even individuals like us, from such families, are essentially above the common populace, whether we admit it or not. Police and military serve those of us with backgrounds and status. In the eyes of cultivators, police and military are akin to powerful insects, much like us. However formidable they may be, they will never reach the heights of cultivators. You may argue that no matter how strong a cultivator is, they are still flesh and blood, and can succumb to the power of firearms. Yet, truly profound cultivators are said to have already transcended the threat of firearms, much like the guardian of the Wang family. Furthermore, as a guardian, their role extends beyond mere protection. They also play a crucial role in prolonging the lives of important family members. You both know that the Wang family's founding figure has reached the age of 100, yet remains healthy. Consider the significance of this for the family. I am already in my 80s. Without the assistance of cultivators, I might only live a few more years. Once I am gone, what future does our Qin family have?" Upon hearing this, Qin Xiangyu asked with uncertainty, "So, does father intend to recruit Zhao Dabao to become our family's guardian?" "But I find Zhao Dabao too young to possess the strength to serve as our family's protector." With a gentle smile, Elder Qin maintained a calm demeanor and replied, "To recruit Zhao Dabao as our family's guardian? Xiangyu, you underestimate the pride of cultivators. The Wang family could secure a guardian because they had a national-level founding figure, but primarily it was due to the gratitude they owed their guardian. It is said that the Wang family aided the guardian's parents before the nation's founding, which is why the guardian agreed to their invitation. Zhao Dabao's ability to heal my old injuries at such a young age indicates that his cultivation must surpass the mid-level of Mingjing. Given his youth, it is highly likely that he will eventually surpass the guardian of the Wang family. I am currently exerting all my efforts to befriend Zhao Dabao. As to whether he would agree to become a patron of the Qin family is uncertain and can only be approached with diligence. I trust you both understand my sentiments. Following Elder Qin and Appo's explanation, Qin Xiangyu and the others nodded in agreement, comprehending the underlying message. After leaving the automobile city, Zhao Dabao drove to the central mall to pick up Zhao Min, after which the three of them headed to the fishing village for a meal. The Volvo S90, as a luxury vehicle, offers performance and comfort that simply cannot be compared to the domestically produced cars, particularly on high-grade highways. Its acceleration to 100 kilometers per hour is remarkably swift. When Zhao Min received the intact bank card, her perception of her brother's capabilities was once again heightened. She was aware that Baodi was extraordinary, but to have the Qin family from T province send both a car and a mobile phone in an effort to cultivate a relationship with him signifies Zhao Dabao's immense investment value. During their meal at the fishing village, Zhao Min informed Zhao Dabao that she and Xiaoying would be traveling to Gannan County over the weekend to attend a graduation banquet for a close friend's daughter. The banquet had originally been scheduled a week prior, but was postponed due to various considerations. As the dedicated chauffeur of the Zhao family, Zhao Dabao felt obliged to accompany Zhao Min and the others to the graduation celebration. After their meal, Zhao Xiaoying planned to attend a classmate's birthday party. And for safety reasons, Zhao Dabao, being both the designated driver and bodyguard, accompanied her to the birthday gathering. The party was set for 3 in the afternoon. While Zhao Min returned to the mall, and Zhao Dabao drove Zhao Xiaoying home to change outfits. Dressed in a pink Nike tracksuit, Zhao Xiaoying appeared as delicate as a flower, her tall figure of 170 meters radiating a stunning charm that captivated onlookers from every angle. In contrast, Zhao Dabao, clad in ordinary casual attire and possessing an unremarkable appearance, stood beside her as a mere backdrop. Zhao Xiaoying was visibly excited about attending the classmate gathering. Since Zhao Dabao arrived at the Zhao household, the previously serene Zhao Xiaoying had become increasingly lively and cheerful, likely due to the sense of security Zhao Dabao provided. After changing clothes, Zhao Xiaoying playfully tugged at Zhao Dabao's hand, urging him to hurry outside, almost forgetting to close the door until Zhao Dabao reminded her. He rubbed his nose in exasperation and remarked, "I must say, Xiaoying, you've become rather careless. At your age, forgetting to close the door? Be careful you don't lose yourself one day." "What are you talking about? How could I be careless? Besides, if I were to get lost, wouldn't I still have you? What if I went missing?" Zhao Xiaoying playfully questioned, her eyes sparkling with mischief. All right, my dear niece, if you are not careless, then it must be I who am careless," Zhao Dabao conceded, raising his hands in surrender. Zhao Xiaoying grasped Zhao Dabao's right hand and shook it energetically. Continuing to pout, "You still haven't answered me. What if I disappear? Who will take responsibility?" "Oh, my dear niece, please stop shaking. You'll break my arm. I admit defeat. You cannot possibly get lost. Even if I were to be lost, you would not be either. Is that satisfactory, my dear?" Zhao Dabao replied, exasperated. "Humph. Baoga, don't sidestep the question. I'm asking what would happen if I went missing." "Missing? Xiaoying, you want to go missing. If you did, I would take responsibility, wouldn't I?" Zhao Dabao found himself somewhat bewildered, grappling with this endearing yet exasperating younger sister. After receiving Zhao Dabao's assurance, Zhao Xiaoying happily linked arms with him as they descended the stairs. Once downstairs, they hailed a taxi, heading straight for the hotel, leaving the S90 parked in the community. Given that they were attending Zhao Xiaoying's classmate's birthday party, there was no need to drive, lest it appear as though Zhao Xiaoying craved attention. The birthday celebration reportedly had nearly half of Zhao Xiaoying's graduating class in attendance. The venue was the Guanglai Hotel, a high-end establishment specializing in Cantonese cuisine, located in the city center. Upon entering the hotel's VIP room, the lively chatter of youthful exuberance greeted them. The birthday girl was Zhao Xiaoying's deskmate, Guan Tingting, the daughter of a large shopping mall owner, a quintessential rich second generation. As soon as Zhao Xiaoying stepped in, she was immediately surrounded by Guan Tingting and her friends, chattering incessantly. Meanwhile, Zhao Dabao was led to a table by 2 boys. The birthday banquet commenced at 4 in the afternoon, and soon the two large round tables in the VIP room were filled with guests. Observing the youthful high school graduates reminded Zhao Dabao of his own high school days. The celebration officially began when candles were placed atop the large cake, and after Guan Tingting made her wish, the festivities commenced. Though it had only been a few days since the college entrance exams, the graduates were filled with nostalgia for the past 3 years. As the banquet progressed, the atmosphere intensified. After a few rounds of drinks, toasts were exchanged fervently. Amidst the clinking of glasses, they reminisced about their high school experiences, and as emotions ran high, beer flowed like water. As the clock approached 5, someone suggested going out to sing, which instantly ignited excitement among the group. Drinking, singing, and barbecuing had become a customary routine. A throng of boys and girls eagerly rushed toward the largest KTV in Sui City. The suggestion to sing came from Qian Xiaojun, whose family owned a grain processing factory, marking him as one of the first to prosper. Upon arriving at the KTV, Qian Xiaojun booked the largest private room, and the drinks flowed freely as if they were free. Today, Qian Xiaojun had stashed 20,000 yuan in his pocket, eager to showcase his wealth in front of Zhao Xiaoying, with the simple aim of winning her affection. Though not particularly tall, Qian Xiaojun was quite cunning. Knowing that Zhao Xiaoying had brought Zhao Dabao along, he realized he would first need to win over Zhao Dabao to pursue Zhao Xiaoying. When introducing Zhao Dabao, Zhao Xiaoying had mentioned him as her cousin. Thus, Qian Xiaojun took it upon himself to toast Zhao Dabao repeatedly, hoping to build rapport. Zhao Dabao did not mind Qian Xiaojun's overtures, recognizing that his sister was exceptional, not only from a wealthy background, but also strikingly beautiful. However, Qian Xiaojun had yet to impress Zhao Dabao, as despite his family's wealth, he appeared rather ordinary. After several rounds of drinks, in a tipsy haze, Qian Xiaojun began to regard Zhao Dabao as an older brother. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open, and two rough-looking young men entered, appearing to be of similar age to Qian Xiaojun. Their manner of greeting suggested they were classmates. Upon their arrival, Zhao Xiaoying's expression darkened, revealing her discontent. A nearby male classmate couldn't help but mutter, "What are He and Baiergo doing here?" Although his voice was barely above a whisper, betraying a hint of fear towards the two. Zhao Dabao, not far from Xiaoying and possessing keen hearing, instinctively glanced over at the mention of He Baiergo. Indeed, one had fair skin, while the other was dark, making their contrasting appearances quite apparent. He Baiergo, belonging to the same grade as Zhao Xiaoying but not in the same class, were notorious for their poor academic performance and frequent brawls. They had aligned themselves with a local gang and had been unruly at school, transitioning directly into a life of crime post-graduation. White Dog, in particular, had long harbored desires for Zhao Xiaoying but had never found an opportunity to approach her. Upon discovering that some classmates from their second class were singing at the KTV, he seized the chance to come over and make a move. Although Qian Xiaojun was somewhat tipsy, he was not yet drunk. Upon seeing He Baiergo enter, he remained silent, standing up to block their path and, with a slightly slurred voice, confronted them. "What is your deal, guys?" The White Dog cast an impatient glance at Qian Xiaojun and said, "Qian Xiaojun, this is none of your business. I am here to find Zhao Xiaoying." "What do you mean it's none of my business? Today is our class reunion. Why are you here?" Qian Xiaojun retorted. "Oh, Qian Xiaojun, you have the audacity to speak to me like that? Have you forgotten how you were taught a lesson before?" As he spoke, the White Dog contemptuously patted Qian Xiaojun's cheek with his left hand. Qian Xiaojun's face flushed with embarrassment at the dismissive gesture. Though he harbored a certain fear of the two ruffians, today was his gathering, and having consumed a significant amount of alcohol, his courage had swelled beyond its usual confines. With a sharp motion, Qian Xiaojun slapped away the White Dog's hand. "Do you think I fear you? Back in school, I didn't dare to confront you. But now that we've graduated, things are different. I'm not afraid of you anymore." "Oh, so you believe that alcohol gives you courage? You've certainly grown bold." The White Dog scoffed. In an instant, he seized Qian Xiaojun by the collar and poured a full cup of beer over his head, drenching him in frothy liquid. Fuming, Qian Xiaojun let out a shout and struck the White Dog on the head with his left fist, and soon the two were grappling together. The Black Dog, witnessing the scuffle, attempted to intervene. However, the boys from Class 2 were having none of it, many of them, emboldened by the alcohol, transformed from meek students into fierce wolves. In no time, several of them surrounded the two ruffians, exchanging punches and kicks, overwhelming the Black and White Dogs in a sea of fists and feet. Though the two thugs were somewhat stronger than the average person, they were no match for a group of intoxicated students and were soon beaten into a retreat, humiliated amidst the laughter of their peers. Seeing the boys fighting, Zhao Xiaoying's face paled with worry as she glanced anxiously at Zhao Dabao. Noticing her distress, Zhao Dabao subtly gestured for their classmates to leave quickly. Regardless of whether the black and white dogs sought retribution, making a swift exit was the wisest choice. Zhao Xiaoying understood the signal immediately and urged her classmates to evacuate. Qian Xiaojun and the others, sensing the potential for further trouble, prepared to settle their bill. However, before they could act, the door to the private room was kicked open once more. In an explosive entrance, several individuals brandishing iron rods and knives stormed in, blocking the exit. Just as a male classmate attempted to speak, a rod struck him on the head, sending him sprawling to the ground, blood streaming down his face. Upon seeing the menacing thugs, Qian Xiaojun's drunkenness evaporated, replaced by a surge of fear. His fingers twitched involuntarily, betraying his inner trepidation. Though the boys of Class 2 had engaged in fights before, they had always been mere brawls without weapons. Now faced with knives and iron rods, their situation was dire. "What do you want?" "I know Zhao Gu," Qian Xiaojun blurted out, trying to muster his courage. "Oh, you know Xiao Zhao? Do you think he can help you now?" The crowd parted to reveal a man in a plaid shirt, flanked by the bruised black and white dogs. "That's Changgu." Two boys gasped in realization. Changgu was notorious in the area as the biggest thug, leading a gang of fierce henchmen, and it was rumored that the black and white dogs were his subordinates. Recognizing Changgu, Qian Xiaojun's face paled under the dim light of the room. With forced composure, he managed to smile. "Changgu, I am Qian Xiaojun from Class 2. My brother is friends with Zhao Gu." Changgu cast a dismissive glance at Qian Xiaojun, snorting derisively. "Kid, don't bring up Zhao. Even if he were here, it wouldn't matter. So, did you come here to beat up my brother today? You can choose, lose an arm or a leg." At this, Qian Xiaojun's expression shifted dramatically, his legs trembling slightly. If not for his remaining resolve, he might have collapsed. He was just an ordinary high school graduate, though his family had some wealth. It was hardly substantial. Earlier, under the influence of alcohol, he had fought recklessly, but now, sobriety brought only fear, especially with a classmate bleeding on the ground. Changgu looked down at the trembling graduates, a sense of superiority shining through his demeanor. Having immersed himself in the underworld from a young age, he had always aspired to reach the status of his own boss, relishing the power of life and death. Now, facing this group of quaking high school students, he felt he had achieved his dream. With a condescending glance at the frightened graduates, Changgu contemplated delivering some grandiose speech about his ambitions. However, his attention was suddenly drawn to a striking figure in the crowd, Zhao Xiaoying. Upon spotting the youthful beauty, Chang Ji's eyes lit up with interest. "Ah, this must be the Zhao Xiaoying that Xiaobai had mentioned. She was truly captivating." At that moment, the black and white dogs, resembling lapdogs emboldened by their master, sneered. "Qian Xiaojun, why are you so quiet now? Where's that bravado from earlier? Let me tell you, Changgu is our big brother. Let's settle this." With that, the white dog slapped Qian Xiaojun across the face. Yet, at that moment, Changgu cleared his throat loudly from behind the white dog. Knowing his brother's temperament well, the white dog immediately turned around and bowed his head respectfully. "Changgu, how may I serve you?" Chang Ji's eyes greedily scanned Zhao Xiaoying before he spoke in a drawling tone. "Listen, Xiaobai, since you and Qian Xiaojun are from the same school, let him compensate you a few thousand as a settlement. However, since you found yourself in this predicament, it can't just be about money. Let us do this. Have your classmates buy us a round of drinks, and we'll consider this matter settled." Xiaobai, understanding the implications of Chang Ji's gaze, realized he was interested in Zhao Xiaoying. Although he, too, desired her attention, he dared not challenge Changgu. He stepped forward with an air of authority, addressing Zhao Xiaoying. "Zhao Xiaoying, you and your friends must come with me to treat Changgu to some drinks. Then this will all be over." With that, he kicked Qian Xiaojun, adding, "Prepare 10,000 yuan for me by tomorrow. Otherwise, I will make it my mission to beat you until you pay up, understood?" At this moment, Zhao Xiaoying's face turned ashen, her heart racing. She had never encountered such a scene before. Having been sheltered and cherished at home, she had always been protected from harm. As the white dog approached her, her heart raced. But just then, a lean figure stepped in front of her like a mountain. Zhao Dabao, with an impassive expression, regarded the white dog with disdain. He held little respect for such lowly thugs who relied on brute force to assert themselves in society. often leading innocent students astray. Extending his left hand without even glancing at the white dog, Zhao Dabao addressed Changgu directly. So you're Changgu? This is a matter among classmates. You should not interfere. Let them resolve it themselves. Upon the sudden appearance of Zhao Dabao, the white dog found himself in a state of confusion. Who was this individual? Why had yet another person emerged? He certainly was not a student from the original school. Observing his age, he bore the semblance of a teacher. The white dog held a certain trepidation towards teachers, having spent his entire life within the confines of educational institutions, particularly in his youth. He had experienced the sting of the teacher's rod countless times. The memory of the bamboo stick's impact remained vividly etched in his mind. Though he had since entered society, remnants of those painful recollections lingered within him. Behind him, Changgu gazed at this unexpected Zhao Dabao. Scratching his head with his left hand, he scrutinized the youth, who, despite being rather ordinary in appearance, did not seem to be a ruffian. Furthermore, he had never encountered this individual in the vicinity. Contemplating this, Changgu shot a fierce glare at Zhao Dabao, questioning his presence and audacity to meddle in Changji's affairs, urging him to depart swiftly. With a cold smirk, Zhao Dabao responded, "Is this how you ruffians operate? A group of adults bullying students? What kind of prowess is that?" Changji's expression soured at Zhao Dabao's mockery. Though he was not a major player in the underworld, in this area, everyone, from business people to nightclub owners, showed him respect and acknowledged him as Changgu. Today, however, in his own KTV establishment, not only had his subordinates been left battered, but he was also chastised by someone who resembled a teacher. Had the world truly changed? Did no one fear a person like Changgu anymore? He glared menacingly at Zhao Dabao, growling, "Listen here, punk, this has nothing to do with you. So don't meddle. If you provoke Changgu, I don't care who you are. Even if you are a teacher, I will not hesitate to strike." He then bellowed at the white dog, "Hey, didn't you hear me? What are you waiting for?" Seeing Changji's fury, the white dog disregarded Zhao Dabao's identity. Knowing that even if Zhao Dabao were his homeroom teacher, he had to act. He understood the consequences of enraging Changgu. Stepping forward, he reached out to shove Zhao Dabao aside. However, before his hand fully extended, Zhao Dabao raised his left hand, curling his fingers slightly, and effortlessly seized the white dog's 4 fingers. With a slight exertion, the white dog let out a pained cry and knelt down. Witnessing this, Changgu felt a surge of anger. "Damn it! Who do you think you are, daring to act in my presence?" He shouted, "Get him!" 7 or 8 thugs, upon hearing their leader's command, brandished their weapons and charged forward. Yet, Zhao Dabao extended his right hand, grasped the back of the white dog's collar, and with a casual flick, sent the hefty figure sprawling in a half circle. The 2 thugs at the forefront were knocked down violently, and before they could hit the ground, Zhao Dabao swiftly kicked out his left foot, sending another 2 thugs tumbling backward. With a powerful shove, he propelled the white dog ahead, resulting in a cacophony of chaos as the white dog, the black dog, and 3 thugs collided. Before Changgu could react, all of his advancing subordinates lay incapacitated. Zhao Dabao stepped forward with a smile, addressing Changgu. "So what do you say? Can we have a discussion now?" Faced with the smiling predator before him, Changji's eyes twitched involuntarily. He realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. 7 or 8 men had failed to withstand even 10 seconds against this individual. Regardless of who he was, Changgu understood he was outmatched. He was well aware of his own limitations. Despite his earlier bravado, he could not contend with even 2 skilled fighters, let alone a group. Adapting to the situation, Changgu recognized the necessity of humility. Once he assessed that Zhao Dabao was not someone he could provoke, he was willing to bow and scrape. Otherwise, he might find himself dealt with by a greater adversary. "My apologies, brother. I failed to recognize your strength," Changgu said, his face a mask of ingratiation. Zhao Dabao patted Changgu's hunched shoulder. "Little Chang, is it? Just call me Big Brother, and I shall heed your requests." With a benevolent smile, Zhao Dabao continued, "Now, Little Chang, I am not unreasonable. Since Qian Xiaojun struck Bai Go, and Bai Go retaliated, we can consider that even. However, your people injured Xiaojun's head. How shall we address that?" Changgu shot a furious glance at the prostrate Bai Go and quickly responded, "Brother, I will take responsibility for the head injury." He reached into his pocket and produced a stack of money, attempting to hand it to Zhao Dabao. Zhao Dabao slightly turned aside, gesturing towards the male student having his head bandaged, indicating he should deliver it himself. The injured student hesitated, glancing at Zhao Dabao with trepidation. Unsure whether to accept the money, Zhao Dabao gently prompted, "Take it. This is for your bandage." "It's all right. He then inquired of Chang Gu, "Little Chang, you wouldn't be planning to seek retribution against these students once I leave, would you?" At this, a shiver ran down Chang Gu's spine. Though he had indeed contemplated such an act, Zhao Dabao's penetrating gaze made it clear that such thoughts were futile unless he could first subdue this formidable individual. However, with his current capabilities, that seemed an impossibility. As he attempted to maintain a facade of composure, Zhao Dabao's expression turned cold. "Little Chang, I am from this locality. Should I learn that you intend to retaliate against Xiao Jun and his classmates, do not expect me to be lenient." As he spoke, he picked up a ceramic wine cup and, with a swift motion of his fingers, shattered it into several pieces. Observing the fragments, sweat beaded on Chang Ji's forehead. While a ceramic cup may seem fragile, breaking it by hand was a feat he had never witnessed. He had heard of martial artists capable of such a thing. Could this unassuming young man before him be a martial arts master? As the perspiration dripped, Chang Gu repeatedly stammered his apologies. Just then, 3 individuals appeared at the entrance, surveying the disarray within the room. "What is going on? Causing a ruckus past midnight? You boys have some nerve." The speaker, a slick-haired man with an air of authority, strode in with his companions. Recognizing the situation, Chang Gu immediately donned a welcoming smile. "Ah, Hao Gu, you've arrived. It's nothing serious, merely a misunderstanding." Hao Gu, formerly known as Wu Tianhao, was the manager of the establishment. Though titled a manager, he primarily oversaw the venue, dealing with disturbances and conflicts, and was a minor figure in the local underworld, superior to Chang Gu. Hao Gu surveyed the scene, quickly grasping the conflict's essence. It was clear that Chang Ji's faction had been bested. Though he typically looked down upon Chang Gu, he acknowledged the respect shown to him. Given the circumstances, he felt obligated to defend little Chang, lest he lose his standing among the other patrons. As Hao Gu gazed sternly at Zhao Dabao, he exuded an air of authority, as if he were the proprietor of 0.KTV. With a slight movement of his lips, he addressed Zhao, "My friend, causing a ruckus and physical altercations in my establishment is rather disrespectful to me. Wu Tianhao, wouldn't you agree?" Zhao Dabao, however, was unimpressed by Wu Tianhao's appearance. He wondered where this man had been while his associates wielding knives and clubs had stormed into the private room. The timing of his arrival was all too telling. Before he could voice his thoughts, Qian Xiaojun discreetly tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "Brother Bao, this man is not to be trifled with. He is a leader of the underworld, far more formidable than Xiao Chang. Perhaps we should consider paying him off. I still have a few thousand. If that's insufficient, I can call my father for more." "Indeed, Brother Bao, I have heard of this Hao Gu. He has a reputation for having spent time in prison and commands a legion of loyal followers, not only in the vicinity of Yizhong, even along the Hega Street. He wreaks havoc, and even the police are powerless against him. You must tread carefully," another male classmate cautioned Zhao Dabao. The female classmates, including Zhao Xiaoying, were utterly terrified upon encountering genuine gangsters. When Chang Gu and his crew had barged in, some of the girls had been on the verge of tears, for they were sheltered and had never witnessed such intimidation. Fortunately, Zhao Dabao's intervention had turned the tide in their favor. Just as they thought they could escape the perilous KTV, the real underworld figures appeared. It was evident that these genuine gangsters were allied with Chang Gu. What could they possibly do now? Inside the room, all eyes, whether those of frightened female classmates or the male students trying to maintain composure, were fixed on the steadfast Zhao Dabao. His once slender frame now loomed large, resembling a mountain standing resolute before Wu Tianhao. Though the classmates' confidence in Zhao Dabao was waning, as they faced not merely Xiao Chang and his petty thugs, but seasoned gangsters who had blood on their hands and prison time under their belts. They knew they had no alternative. Their families were of similar modest means, and none could match the power of a gang leader. They could only rely on Zhao Dabao, hoping he would be their salvation. At that moment, the birthday girl, Guan Tingting, gently tugged at Zhao Xiaoying's sleeve and whispered, "Xiaoying, do you think Brother Bao can handle this? Wu Tianhao is part of the underworld. Can he truly manage?" Zhao Xiaoying's lovely face was etched with concern. She knew Brother Bao was tough, but facing gangsters was a different matter altogether. Brute strength alone would not resolve their predicament. Yet, she understood that fear could not be an option at such a critical juncture. Panic would only hinder Brother Bao, distracting him from the confrontation. With this thought, she steadied her anxious expression and gently patted Guan Tingting's hand, reassuring her, "Tingting, don't worry. With Brother Bao here, we are safe." "Is that true? Xiaoying, is Brother Bao really that formidable?" "The opposition is genuine organized crime," Guan Tingting questioned skeptically. Zhao Daba felt a swell of gratitude at Zhao Xiaoying's unwavering trust in him amidst the anxious murmurs of their classmates. Faced with the first true gangsters since arriving in Xiaogua, Zhao Daba placed a reassuring hand on Qian Xiaojuan's shoulder and shook his head gently, before locking his icy gaze onto Wu Tianhao. You are in charge of this KTV, are you not? Where were you when the altercation occurred? Now you choose to show up? Very well. Since you are here, let us discuss this matter thoroughly. We were merely enjoying karaoke when we were assaulted without provocation. Pray tell, how will you compensate us? Wu Tianhao could not help but chuckle at Zhao Daba's audacity. How amusing. Is he genuinely oblivious or merely feigning ignorance? What gall he possesses to negotiate compensation. A strange smile crept across Wu Tianhao's face as he replied, My friend, you caused a disturbance in my KTV. Not only did you damage property, but your actions also adversely affected business. How much do you think you can afford to compensate? Compensate? Have you turned black into white? Do you expect me to pay you? What if I refuse? What could you possibly do? Zhao Daba challenged defiantly. Try me, and see what the consequences would be. But I advise you, heed my words, or the outcome may be dire. Wu Tianhao's smile took on a sinister edge, resembling that of a predatory tiger. In the midst of this tense standoff, an unexpected melody broke the air, a cheerful ringtone playing Little Trumpet, You Gently Blow. In this grave scenario, the cheerful tune felt oddly out of place, drawing all eyes toward its source, Zhao Daba's mobile phone. To be frank, Zhao Daba had not chosen this upbeat ringtone. It was selected by Zhao Xiaoying. Had he chosen for himself, he would have opted for something far more solemn, perhaps a tune resonant with gravity. As the ringtone echoed, a subtle smile flickered across Zhao Xiaoying's serene face. Zhao Daba shook his head slightly, retrieving his phone. Upon glancing at the screen, he was momentarily taken aback. The number was unfamiliar, but the digits held significance. The last 5 were all sixes, a number in Xiaogua that signified a high status. Such a number would not be obtained without considerable connections. Previously, during his time at the automobile city, Qin Xiangyu had suggested acquiring a similar number. But Zhao Daba had declined. It seemed ostentatious for a mere phone number. Now, however, the sight of that number brought him some satisfaction, and he contemplated whether to have Qin Xiangyu procure that sequential number after all. With a hint of curiosity, he answered the call, greeted by a respectful voice. Is this Mr. Zhao? Taken aback by the familiar tone, Zhao Daba pondered the identity of the caller. Yes, this is Zhao Daba. Who am I speaking with? The courteous voice transformed into one laced with excitement. Mr. Zhao, greetings. This is Lu Zhao, Chief Qin's personal bodyguard. We met this morning at the automobile city. Oh, Zhao Daba recalled, recognizing the bodyguard who had stood beside Chief Qin and had exchanged pleasantries with him. He held a favorable impression of Lu Zhao, who, from his demeanor and physique, seemed to possess considerable martial prowess. It was only logical. Chief Qin was a prominent figure in Xiaogua, a general of great renown, and his personal guard would surely be exceptional. With that in mind, Zhao Daba inquired, Lu, what brings you to contact me? Mr. Zhao, this morning you provided Chief Qin with a prescription, correct? Is there an issue I can assist you with? Mr. Zhao, please do not overthink it. It is not a matter of the prescription, but rather the uncertainty surrounding 3 specific herbs. The gentleman at the pharmacy is unsure and wishes for your discerning eye. When might you be available for me to fetch you? Zhao Daba's mobile phone, being the latest model, offered excellent call quality, allowing the surrounding individuals in the quiet room to hear the conversation with remarkable clarity. From the dialogue on the phone, Wu Tianhao began to form a more accurate assessment of Zhao Daba's identity. The mention of a prescription and a pharmacy indicated that he was, after all, a doctor. However, he paid little heed to the reference of Qin Lao and other terms. Responding to Lu Zhao's request, Zhao Daba chuckled. Lu, I truly cannot come right now, as I have some matters yet to attend to. You will need to wait a little longer. Oh, Mr. Zhao, you still have matters to resolve? No problem. We can discuss it later. Just tell me where to meet you, and I can drive there easily. Hearing this, Wu Tianhao interjected loudly. I suggest you, Lu, pick up your master at 0 point. Just remember to bring enough money to cover his tab. At that moment, Lu Zhao was driving out from a large herbal medicine company. Ever since Qin Lao's directive, he had been diligent, personally selecting the herbs. Upon hearing the mention of 0 point, Lu Zhao was taken aback. Why was Mr. Zhao heading to 0 point? And why the insistence on bringing money for a bill? Did Mr. Zhao have business there? This thought left Lu Zhao feeling somewhat overwhelmed. It was no mere coincidence. 0 Point KTV was a known establishment linked to the Qin family's illicit enterprises. as Qin Lao's personal bodyguard. Lu Zhao also bore the responsibility for managing the family's underground activities. In the present-day Xia country, the Qin family was a prominent clan, and they needed to maintain a faade, avoiding any direct involvement in their darker dealings. The Qin family's influence in T province was extensive, with operations scattered across various counties and cities. 0.KTV was merely a small facet of their broader enterprise. He couldn't help but mutter. Could it be that 0. has offended Mr. Zhao? That would be dire. Lu Zhao knew well that Zhao Dabao was no ordinary physician, but rather a master cultivator of profound strength, a fact evident in Qin Lao's regard for him, especially as he was currently preparing to treat Qin Lao's chronic ailment. Any misstep could incite the old man's wrath. Thus, Lu Zhao grew anxious and promptly inquired over the phone, Mr. Zhao, are you at 0.KTV now? Upon receiving a definitive response, Lu Zhao pressed the accelerator, racing towards 0. During his journey, he repeatedly attempted to contact the KTV manager, but to his dismay, no one answered. Meanwhile, Wu Tianhao observed someone rushing towards 0. and wore a sly smile as he regarded Zhao Dabao, pondering who this visitor might be. The approach of a driver suggested a person of some standing. After all, in the Xia country of the 1990s, individuals who could afford cars were not commonplace, excluding professional chauffeurs. Given the mention of a bodyguard, this person was likely an associate of a significant figure. Uncertain of the circumstances, Wu Tianhao refrained from further action. After all, provoking a powerful individual was not something he could afford to do. Thus, it became evident that those truly entrenched in the underworld were far from simpletons. Contrary to the portrayals often found in mindless films or novels where gangsters are depicted as foolishly violent. If such individuals were indeed fools, society would have long been at peace. Presently, the room, which had previously been quite boisterous, descended into an eerie calm, with even the groaning thugs sensing the shift and instinctively suppressing their voices. Before long, this tranquility was shattered with a loud bang as the door to the private room was forcefully pushed open, revealing a robust figure. Upon sighting the newcomer, Wu Tianhao, who had been lounging with his legs crossed, sprang up as if startled by a cat having its tail stepped on. He had not anticipated that the person entering would be the owner of 0. Wu Tianhao knew full well who Lu Zhao was. He was not only the owner of 0. but also Qin Lao's personal bodyguard, overseeing all of the Qin family's operations within the province, a figure of considerable influence. Mr. Lu, what brings you here? Wu Tianhao inquired with great deference. Lu Zhao shot a fierce glare at Wu Tianhao, quickly assessing the scene within the room. Thankfully, it appeared that those sprawled on the floor were outsiders, and none of 0. staff were involved, suggesting they had not yet participated in the fray. Lu Zhao hastily approached, offering a respectful nod. Mr. Zhao, is everything all right? Upon hearing Wu Tianhao's address, Zhao Dabao recognized Lu Zhao's strong association with the establishment. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he asked, Bodyguard Lu, is this establishment yours? Indeed, Mr. Zhao. This establishment belongs to the Qin family, though it is registered in my name, and I oversee its operations. I hope 0. has not offended you. If it has, I will provide an explanation immediately. Lu Zhao expressed, revealing no reservations regarding Zhao Dabao, as such matters were not secrets in Sui City. At the mention of providing an explanation, Wu Tianhao's countenance paled. He understood the implications of such a gesture. His previously arrogant demeanor evaporated, replaced by a look of desperation directed at Zhao Dabao, as if begging for forgiveness. However, with Lu Zhao present, he dared not make a move. Observing Wu Tianhao's distress, Zhao Dabao chuckled lightly. He bore no ill will towards Wu Tianhao, recognizing that while he might be somewhat overbearing and ostentatious, such behavior was understandable given his position. Furthermore, in the eyes of individuals like Qian Xiaojun, the underworld was merely a collection of ordinary individuals capable of fighting. Waving his hand dismissively, Zhao Dabao smiled. It is nothing, merely a minor incident. Lu Zhao, seeing that Zhao Dabao bore no grievance, exhaled in relief. Mr. Zhao, would you prefer I take you to the herbal medicine company? Or do you have other instructions? I have no specific instructions, just have someone clean up this place. As for the manner of handling it, I believe your subordinates are well aware of what to do. Before Lu Zhao could respond, Wu Tianhao respectfully assured Zhao Dabao, rest assured, Mr. Zhao, I will handle it properly to ensure your satisfaction and that of your companions. At this moment, he understood that this low-key yet formidable gentleman had strong ties to the high school students, and it was essential to manage the unruly ones appropriately. Zhao Daba turned to Zhao Xiaoying and the others with a broad smile. Xiaoying, do you and your friends wish to continue your fun? If so, we can change venues. And I shall make the necessary arrangements. Zhao Xiaoying, taken aback by the transformation in Zhao Daba's demeanor, could hardly believe her eyes. She could not fathom that the same person who had received a car and a mobile phone as gifts earlier that day could now command such respect and authority, with even the underworld's leader showing deference. Hearing Zhao Daba's inquiry, though filled with questions, she refrained from asking in that moment, deciding she would seize the opportunity to inquire later. With her bright, expressive eyes darting around, she replied sweetly, Brother Bao, I don't want to play anymore. It's nearly 8 o'clock, and I wish to return home. Very well, let us all head home, Zhao Daba replied. Bodyguard Lu, please arrange for this young man's injury to be treated at the hospital, as we must ensure he does not suffer from infection. He gestured towards the injured male student. Before Lu Zhao could respond, Qian Xiaojun interjected, Brother Bao, there's no need for General Lu and the others. A few of us classmates can take Wang Chong to the hospital. The admiration that Qian Xiaojun and his classmates felt for Zhao Xiaoying's brother Bao was profound, elevating him to the status of an idol in their eyes. However, before they could take any action, a large, panting figure burst through the door of the private room. The man appeared to weigh at least 250 pounds. Upon entering, he greeted Zhao Daba with a smiling face. Mr. Zhao, I apologize for the disturbance. I am Dong Haiqing, the manager of 0.KTV. Haozi, quickly send someone to take the injured student to the city hospital. Ensure they receive the best medical care. He then added sternly, moreover, Haozi, today's incident must be thoroughly investigated. Whoever is at fault will be held accountable. Remember, if you are also at fault, you need not come to 0. tomorrow. Pack your things and leave. Do you understand? After a flurry of greetings and directives, the hefty man turned to Lu Zhao, bowing slightly. General Lu, I take full responsibility for today's events. My poor management has caused you trouble. Rest assured, I will rectify this immediately to prevent similar occurrences in the future. From his conduct upon entering, it was evident that the head of 0.KTV was a highly astute individual. He recognized Zhao Daba as the undisputed leader in the room and greeted him first. He then comforted the injured classmates and organized their medical attention while chastising Wu Tianhao and others. Only afterward did he concede his mistakes to Lu Zhao, doing so with commendable tact, without offering excuses, directly acknowledging his errors and proposing corrective measures. Thus, it is clear that those who achieve a certain status in the business world are not idlers. With a nod from Zhao Daba, Lu Zhao signaled for Zhao Xiaoying and her classmates to depart. As Lu Zhao and Dong Hai accompanied Zhao Daba and the others out of the private room, Chang Ge leaned closer to Wu Tianhao and asked, Brother Hao, what was that all about with General Lu and Manager Dong? Why were they so respectful to that kid? Wu Tianhao shot a cold glare at Chang Ge, who had become a source of annoyance for him, and replied sharply, Xiao Chang, I'm not saying this lightly. But you saw it yourself. That kid is someone even General Lu dares not provoke. How are you navigating this situation? Can't you discern who is formidable and who is not? Today, General Lu is in a good mood. Otherwise, you would be in serious trouble. Yes, Brother Hao. You're absolutely right. I didn't realize there was such a tough character among those students. Should I explain things to General Lu and perhaps bring some gifts? Wu Tianhao disdainfully glanced at Chang Ge, displaying a hint of impatience. Xiao Chang, you overestimate your importance. You think you can meet General Lu? Here's what you do. Prepare 50,000 yuan, and I'll see if I can facilitate a meeting with General Lu. And remember, you'll need to cover the cost of the private room and damages. With that, Wu Tianhao turned and exited the room. Chang Ge, frustrated, realized that not only had he failed to gain any advantage while trying to support He and by ergo, but he had also offended the renowned General Lu. Truly a case of losing more than he gained. He turned angrily to He and by ergo, shouting, You two better prepare 100,000 yuan for me by tomorrow. He Go, a bit confused, shook his head and asked, Brother Chang, didn't Brother Hao say to prepare 50,000? With a sharp slap, Chang Ge struck He Go on the head, fuming, Are you stupid? Don't you care about our brothers who need treatment? How did I end up with such a dimwit? Upon leaving 0. Zhao Daba first escorted Xiaoying home before heading to a medicinal materials company accompanied by Lu Zhao. The Nanji Medicinal Materials Company, established in the 1960s, is the largest in T province and part of the legitimate business ventures of the Qin family, contributing over 100 million yuan in profits annually. The company is located in the Suisher Industrial Park, spanning 500 acres. Upon entering the company's gates, a 26-story silver-gray modern office building stands prominently at the center, serving as the landmark of the industrial park. As Lu Zhao's Land Rover drove through the entrance, the company's president, Sui Jiaqing, awaited them at the office building. After receiving a call from Qin Xiangyu, he had immediately begun preparing the necessary medicinal materials. As a general manager with over 30 years of experience in the business world, he had already begun to discern the significance of Mr. Zhao from the undertones of Qin Xiangyu's words. During the process of organizing and selecting medicinal materials, Lu Zhao's repeated inquiries further solidified Sui Jiaqing's understanding that this Mr. Zhao, frequently mentioned by the upper echelons of the Qin family, was undoubtedly an important figure within the family. Upon receiving Lu Zhao's call, he had promptly gathered several senior executives to await their arrival at the company entrance. While waiting, one of his confidants quietly inquired, "President Sui, who is the distinguished guest that General Lu personally accompanies? Could he possibly be a significant figure from the Qin family?" Sui Jiaqing furrowed his brow slightly, yet his gaze remained fixed on the entrance. In a voice barely audible within a meter's range, he replied, "Everyone. The person coming is Mr. Zhao, not a member of the Qin family. However, the mere fact that General Lu accompanies him indicates his extraordinary status. I hope everyone treats him with the utmost respect. You all know who General Lu is. Though he appears to be merely Qin Lao's bodyguard, he operates as the steering force behind the Qin family's darker enterprises, holding a position just below Qin Lao. Moreover, Ms. Qin Xiangyu, president of the Qin Bei Group, specifically instructed me to treat Mr. Zhao with the same regard as we would Qin Lao. So, what do you think Mr. Zhao's status is?" Hearing this, the senior executives of the medicinal materials company gasped in unison, their previously relaxed expressions transforming into one of serious attentiveness as they regarded the luxury car that was slowly entering the company grounds. Upon seeing Lu Zhao accompany an ordinary-looking young man out of the Land Rover, Sui Jiaqing noticed a telling detail. As Qin Lao's personal guard and the head of the Qin family's underworld business, Lu Zhao was slightly trailing behind this young man. This indicated that even a heavyweight like Lu Zhao felt compelled to show respect to this individual. Observing this scene, Sui Jiaqing's face broke into a broad smile as he hastened his steps to welcome them, bending deeply to convey his humility and respect. As Sui Jiaqing and others greeted them, Lu Zhao chuckled warmly and affectionately patted Sui Jiaqing's broad shoulder, saying, "Come, President Sui, let me introduce you to Mr. Zhao." Slightly bowing, he gestured towards Zhao Dabao. "Mr. Zhao, this is a long-standing request from Qin Lao. He specifically instructed that when meeting Mr. Zhao, one should treat him as if meeting Qin Lao himself. So, President Sui, do you understand?" Lu Zhao's respect for Zhao Dabao was genuine, stemming not only from Qin Lao's instructions, but also from his admiration for a formidable individual. As a practitioner of martial arts at an intermediate level, he understood the significance of someone in the mid-stage of Ming gene cultivation. Zhao Dabao could very well be above that level and at such a young age. This was remarkable. He had encountered mid-level Ming gene practitioners in the military, most of whom were already in their 50s. Thus, the disparity in status was abundantly clear. Upon hearing the introduction, Sui Jiaqing's heart surged with tumultuous emotions, akin to a small boat tossed about in a stormy sea. That Qin Lao would issue such an order was monumental. This was a key figure in the Qin family. After 2 or 3 decades of effort, he had reached the position of head of the medicinal materials group. In the eyes of ordinary people, he was indeed a person of high standing. Yet in comparison to the young man before him, there was an insurmountable chasm. A tempest of emotions surged within, yet his countenance grew increasingly respectful. Sui Jiaqing swiftly clasped Zhao Dabao's outstretched right hand, adeptly adjusting the strength of his grip in accordance with Zhao Dabao's own, striving to achieve an optimal balance that radiated warmth and profound respect. In response to Sui Jiaqing's deference and ardor, Zhao Dabao offered a faint smile and cordially remarked, "Mr. Sui, I have long admired your esteemed reputation." During their journey in the vehicle, General Lu elaborated on the developmental journey of the medicinal herb group, particularly emphasizing Mr. Sui's pivotal role. As General Lu conveyed, the venerable Qin praised your capabilities highly. Upon hearing Zhao Dabao's commendation, Sui Jiaqing, with a grateful glance at Lu Zhao, humbly replied, "Mr. Zhao, you flatter me. Such accolades are merely the generous words of Elder Qin, for which I feel quite ashamed." He continued, "Should you require any assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to instruct Jiaqing. I shall endeavor wholeheartedly to fulfill your requests." With that, he respectfully presented his business card with both hands. urging Zhao Dabao to accept it for any future correspondence. After Zhao Dabao received the card with a smile, Sui Jiaqin succinctly introduced his several aides. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries in front of the office building, Zhao Dabao, accompanied by Sui Jiaqin and his entourage, entered the office of the medicinal herb company. The top floor housed the general manager's office, where a long table was adorned with an array of medicinal herbs, each peculiar in shape, some long, some short, some with roots, others without. The meticulous packaging of these herbs indicated their considerable value. Zhao Dabao had listed a total of 19 herbs in the prescription. The company had procured 13 of them, and with 2 confirmed, only 4 remained to be gathered. Remarkably, within a single day, the Qin family managed to assemble a significant portion of the required herbs, highlighting their influence in Suisure. Zhao Dabao understood well that the materials needed for refining the small elixir were extraordinary and not commonplace. While assessing the herbs, Lu Zhao reported that the remaining 4 had been communicated to the relevant parties and, barring unforeseen circumstances, would be assembled within a week. After graciously declining the invitation to dine with Lu Zhao and Sui Jiaqin, Lu Zhao personally drove Zhao Dabao back home. In the following days, Zhao Dabao became Zhao Min's dedicated chauffeur, shuttling her to and from work daily. During his spare time, he either practiced or explored Suisure in the company of Xiaoying. Having been in Suisure for nearly 3 months, it was only in recent days that he truly began to appreciate the local customs and culture. As the weekend approached, Zhao Dabao drove a Volvo S90, accompanying Zhao Min and her mother to Gannan County for a graduation banquet. Gannan County was a mere 2-hour drive from Suisure. Upon entering the county town, and with Zhao Min's consent, the 3 of them checked into the Qin family's establishment, Qinglu Mountain Villa, arrangements made in advance by Lu Zhao. Zhao Dabao held no resentment toward the Qin family's hospitality. Through his numerous interactions with Elder Qin and Lu Zhao, he had come to understand the rarity and prestige of cultivators in the contemporary Xia nation, a stark contrast to his previous world. Qinglu Mountain Villa, situated in the northeastern corner of the county, spanned thousands of acres and comprised 5 buildings, 2 large and 3 small. The larger structures served as a hotel and restaurant, while the smaller ones were 3 uniquely designed and luxuriously decorated independent villas. Zhao Dabao and his companions were accommodated in one of the smaller villas, known as the Wooden Garden. This villa was not open to the public. Even wealth could not grant entry, as it was reserved exclusively for significant members of the Qin family. The entire structure was crafted from wood, devoid of any cement or steel. Upon entering the villa, Zhao Dabao immediately felt an affinity for the place. It was not merely due to its opulent furnishings, but rather the all-wood design that resonated with his preferences, especially for cultivating in such an environment that would enhance his efforts. After settling in, Zhao Dabao drove the Zhao family to visit Zhao Min's close friend, Wang Lingwan. Wang Lingwan, sharing the same age as Zhao Min, had long, flowing hair that lent her an invigorated appearance, exuding a charm akin to Zhao Min's. Despite being over 40, she retained a captivating allure. Her husband, Zhou Taigang, served as the deputy director of the county's forestry bureau, a marginal unit in the agriculturally focused Gannan County, often overlooked by the local government. Zhou Taigang was as straightforward as his name suggested, lacking any pretense or flattery in his dealings. Although a graduate of a prestigious forestry university, he had spent over 20 years in the bureau, merely attaining the position of deputy director. With their daughter, Zhou Yuanyuan, having performed well in the recent college entrance examination and gaining admission to a provincial engineering university, the Zhou family was in high spirits, organizing a belated graduation celebration at Qinglu Mountain Villa's banquet hall. Wang Lingwan informed Zhao Min that the celebration was scheduled for the following afternoon at 3 o'clock in the banquet hall, gently reminding her not to forget. At 2:10 the next day, Wang Lingwan and her family arrived at the banquet hall, eager to prepare for the event. Upon entering the hall, they were momentarily taken aback by the raucous atmosphere. The banquet hall, measuring just over 90 square meters, was typically set for 4 tables. However, with fewer than 50 guests invited, an additional table had been added. The banquet was set to commence precisely at 3 o'clock, as arranged with the hall's manager. Upon their arrival, they discovered that 2 tables were still occupied, and the partition between the second and third halls had been removed, merging the spaces into one sizable banquet area capable of accommodating a dozen tables. Wang Lingwan promptly sought the manager to clarify the situation. Manager Niu Donglin, a tall man in his 30s, explained that the second and third halls were hosting the same event, originally scheduled to start at 11 and conclude by 1:30. However, for reasons unknown, 3 tables were still in progress. Just as they spoke, a slurred greeting reached Zhou Taigong's ears. "Oh, isn't this Deputy Director Zhou? What brings you to Qinglu Mountain Villa?" The mocking tone was unmistakable, the emphasis on deputy particularly heavy, as if to ensure that everyone understood his subordinate status. In the realm of bureaucracy, such titles were often a source of sensitivity. Typically, officials would avoid referring to someone as deputy director in casual conversation, opting instead for a more respectful title like Director Zhou. Recognizing the familiar yet loathsome voice, Zhou Taigang instantly identified the speaker as his old rival, Xue Zhili, the director of the county's education bureau. Xue Zhili and Zhou Taigang had attended the same high school, albeit in different classes. After graduation, Xue had pursued Wang Lingwan, but she ultimately chose Zhou Taigang. This rejection bred an enduring enmity. Xue Zhili had consistently sought opportunities to undermine Zhou Taigang. Coincidentally, Xue Zhili was also hosting a gathering at Qinglu Mountain Villa to celebrate a relative's birthday. Before the noon banquet commenced, Manager Niu had informed Xue Zhili that the event in the third hall would begin at 3 o'clock. When Xue Zhili learned that Zhou Taigang was the host, he maliciously delayed the proceedings, resulting in 3 tables still occupied at 2:10. Typically, such large banquets would last just over an hour, as the food served was of a lesser quality than usual, with guests primarily attending to offer their congratulations rather than to indulge in the feast. However, today is different. Under Xue Zhili's deliberate machinations, 3 tables of his close colleagues and friends have not concluded their gathering. Rather, it has just reached a fervent peak. To prolong the festivities, Xue Zhili intentionally introduced malted liquor shortly before 2 o'clock in the afternoon, with the invigorating effects of fine spirits. The atmosphere at the 3 tables became even more animated. Upon noticing the arrival of the Zhou family, Xue Zhili approached them with an air of smugness. His intentions were unmistakable. He would not conclude the gathering, leaving them to navigate the situation. If he could drag it out until 3 o'clock, it would be an embarrassment for Zhou Taigang. In this small corner of the county, word would spread across the entire town by tomorrow. Seeing Xue Zhili's self-satisfied demeanor, Zhou Taigang felt as though he had stepped into a pile of filth, yet he was compelled to maintain a facade of cordiality. Zhou Taigang quickly deduced Xue Zhili's malicious intent, but found himself powerless to retaliate, as the gathering was merely a banquet that had not yet ended. However, if it stretched past 3 o'clock, how could the Zhou family's academic celebration proceed? Surely, they could not leave their guests waiting outside the banquet hall. Suppressing his anger, Zhou Taigang forced a smile and said, "Director Xue, I see you are hosting a banquet here too? Why not, Deputy Director Zhou? It seems you have no authority over my affairs at the Education Bureau, given that you are merely a Deputy Director of Forestry," Xue Zhili retorted, his tone laced with sarcasm. Inhaling deeply, Zhou Taigang reminded himself not to lose his temper. Today was his daughter Yuanyuan's graduation celebration, a momentous occasion that should not be marred by conflict, lest it provoke ridicule or distress for Yuanyuan. Rubbing his cheek to calm his expression, he continued, "Director Xue, you misinterpret my intentions. I meant no offense. I see you are also celebrating an elder's birthday. Here, I have a red envelope as a token of respect for the elder. Consider it our family's congratulatory gift." As Zhou Taigang extended the envelope, Xue Zhili cast a mocking glance at it and said, "What is this? Even our deputy director Zhou has taken to this game? I truly cannot accept this. What if I receive it and someone reports me? What then? Surely not. Director Xue, you are overreacting. It is merely to congratulate the elder on their birthday." Zhou Taigang explained awkwardly, wishing to avoid further conflict, as he was wary of Xue Zhili potentially disrupting his daughter's celebration. Xue Zhili reveled in the discomfort of his former rival, feeling a sense of satisfaction. How amusing that he pretended to be superior, when in truth, he was merely a minor deputy director. It was a pity that Wang Lingwan had chosen to be with him. With this thought, Xue Zhili's gaze greedily fell upon Wang Lingwan. Although she had surpassed 40, her enduring grace still held an irresistible allure. Faced with Xue Zhili's unyielding insolence, Zhou Taigang found himself at a loss. With no other options, he glanced at his wife. Wang Lingwan was inwardly fuming. She knew Xue Zhili well. Her initial disinterest had been largely due to his character. Despite her disdain, she forced a smile, realizing that today was Yuanyuan's graduation celebration, and she could not allow any unforeseen incidents to spoil the occasion. With this in mind, to maintain harmony, Wang Lingwan gently suggested, "Director Xue, As you know, Yuan's graduation banquet is at 3 o'clock, and it is already 2. Could you possibly conclude your gathering soon? Our relatives and friends are arriving shortly. At this moment, Zhao Dabao and his companions had already arrived and had witnessed the preceding events clearly. He discreetly inquired about the banquet, learning that Xue Zhili's gathering should conclude by 2 o'clock to allow for the next event to commence, as cleanup required at least 20 minutes. The Zhou family's celebration was scheduled for 3 o'clock, with guests expected to arrive after 2:30. Zhao Dabao chose not to comment on Xue Zhili's provocations, signaling to Zhao Min to remain calm as he would handle the situation. He then stepped outside to call Lu Zhao, aware that Qing Lu Villa was a property of the Qin family. Upon receiving Zhao Dabao's call, Lu Zhao took it seriously and immediately departed for Qing Lu Villa. At that moment, Lu Zhao was at the Southern Ji Herbal Medicine Group's branch in Gannan County. His visit to Gannan was not specifically to manage Zhao Dabao's stay at Qing Lu Villa. Such trivial matters could typically be resolved with a single call. However, he had coincidentally been overseeing the final preparation of a medicinal herb, prompting his presence in Gannan. In just 5 minutes, the sound of tires screeching against the pavement echoed as Lu Zhao jumped from his vehicle. Zhao Dabao, holding the phone, regarded Lu Zhao with incredulity, his mind in a whirl. Where had Lu Zhao come from? Wasn't he supposed to be in Sui City? Unbeknownst to him, Lu Zhao had rushed from the herbal medicine company to this location at breakneck speed, fearing that Qing Lu Villa might have incurred Zhao Dabao's ire. The matters concerning Mr. Zhao were of utmost significance to the Qin family and represented Lu Zhao's top priority. With hurried strides, Lu Zhao approached Zhao Dabao. Mr. Zhao, how would you like to proceed? I will follow your lead. Remarkably, he did not even bother to ask for details, prioritizing the execution of Zhao Dabao's wishes. This clearly illustrated Zhao Dabao's importance within Lu Zhao's and the Qin family's hierarchy. Unable to suppress a smile, Zhao Dabao clapped Lu Zhao on the shoulder and whispered, "No need to rush. Today, the banquet in Hall 3 is for my sister's graduation celebration, and I wish for no disruptions. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zhao inwardly sighed with relief, realizing it was merely a matter of a banquet hall. Scanning the grand hall, he waved to Manager Nyo, who hurried over. Those responsible for the Qin family's enterprises were acutely aware of Lu Zhao's stature. As the personal bodyguard of Old Qin and the overall manager of their underworld dealings, Lu Zhao held a pivotal role, akin to that of Old Qin's 3 children. Having witnessed Lu Zhao's respectful demeanor toward Zhao Dabao, Manager Nyo felt perplexed and somewhat anxious. He had no knowledge of the young man's standing, which prompted such deference from Lu Zhao. After Lu Zhao conversed with Zhao Dabao, Manager Nyo was summoned, leaving him to wonder if something had gone awry. If any mistakes occurred in the presence of someone Lu Zhao respected, it would be a serious issue. Lu Zhao's expression turned serious as he addressed Manager Nyo. "You are the old Nyo from Qing Lu Villa? What is the situation in Hall 3? Explain it to me." "Oh dear, Mr. Lu, I am indeed old Nyo. The squabble in Hall 3 is not the fault of Qing Lu Villa. It was instigated by Director Xue from the County Education Bureau," Manager Nyo lamented, recounting the events with a pained expression. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhao erupted in anger. Regardless of whether Zhao Dabao was in the right, he would ensure that justice was served. With a stern face, Lu Zhao reprimanded, "Can you still call yourself a manager? If you can't, then leave immediately. Qing Lu Villa does not harbor idlers. I do not care who this Director Xue thinks he is, even if the county magistrate were to arrive. This matter must be resolved." Lu Zhao's command was resolute. At this moment, not even a mere county education director could overshadow Mr. Zhao. Upon receiving Lu Zhao's orders, Manager Nyo turned to enter the hall, his heart boiling with frustration. What had he done to deserve this? He had hoped they would resolve the issue among themselves, yet here emerged the unexpected presence of Mr. Zhao. It appears that Mr. Zhao is quite closely affiliated with Deputy Director Zhou, and his connections are indeed substantial. Did he not heed President Lu's words? Even a county mayor's presence would not suffice here. Although Manager Nyo is not a direct descendant of the Qin family, he has worked at Qinglu Mountain Villa for over a decade and is well acquainted with its underlying influence. Judging by the power behind Qinglu Mountain Villa, it truly aligns with President Lu's assertion that not even a mayor could sway matters here. At this moment, the banquet hall has descended into a state of chaos, as relatives and friends of Wang Ling have begun to arrive. Upon witnessing Xue Zhili's blatant disruption, they are incensed and start vociferously questioning the Xue family. Friends of Xue Zhili also approach from the dining area, and soon, the two factions, totaling 20 to 30 individuals, are embroiled in a heated exchange. nearly escalating into a physical confrontation. Manager Neo realizes that this is the precursor to a brawl. Under normal circumstances, he would not be overly concerned. After all, if a scuffle ensues, they could demand tenfold compensation for any damages, making the villa a tidy profit. However, today is different. The major boss is observing from outside. And should a true fight break out, Miao Huijun could very well find herself in dire straits, potentially packing her bags in haste. The thought of such dreadful consequences sends a shiver down her spine. She quickly scans the banquet hall and gestures toward the security office. The head of security rushes over, saluting with a dogged demeanor. General Manager, what are your instructions? Have the staff clear out hall number 3 and invite Director Zhou's family inside, she commands. But, General Manager, the Education Bureau's gathering is not yet concluded. Is this advisable? The head of security hesitantly inquires. Who is the General Manager here, you or I? Do as I instruct without delay. This is not merely my decision, it is the will of the major boss. Miao Huijun points toward the entrance. The head of security follows her gesture and sees a sharply dressed, imposing figure observing hall number 3 with a cold gaze. He recalls how the general manager had respectfully saluted this man moments ago. Realizing that the general manager's superior is watching him, the head of security starts swiftly summoning several uniformed guards to proceed toward hall number 3, instructing the staff to clear the tables. Upon witnessing the head of security's signals and the accompanying guards, the waitstaff becomes exhilarated. They sense that force is about to be employed, stirring their blood with excitement at the prospect of such an event, which they have not witnessed in quite some time. Young and eager, especially the male servers, they race ahead of the head of security, bursting into hall no. 3 like sprinters in a 100-meter dash. Inside hall number 3, tensions are palpable as several men from the Zhou family begin to seek out weapons. The long-standing animosity between the Zhou and Shui families is not a recent development. They had previously sought to resolve matters amicably, but given the current circumstances, such hopes are dashed. Shui Zhili has made his intentions clear to disrupt Yuan and Apos' graduation banquet. It is a situation that can no longer be tolerated. As both sides draw closer, fists are clenched, hands are rubbed together, and chairs are being pulled. Meanwhile, the women on both sides are equally vocal, their expressions fierce and words sharp. Though physical confrontation may be deemed unladylike, their verbal prowess leaves the men in the dust. As tensions ignite, the conflict appears imminent. At this critical juncture, over a dozen waitstaff burst into the banquet hall, resembling a dark cloud sweeping in. These servers, akin to soldiers charging into battle, begin clearing tables without hesitation. Their swift and vigorous actions echo throughout the hall, leaving both factions momentarily baffled. What is happening? Both the Zhou and Shui attendees are taken aback, as the impending clash seems to have been interrupted by this unexpected third party. Zhou Taigong's side remains composed, recognizing that this intervention is merely the staff of Qinlu Mountain Villa cleaning up the remnants of the feast, a development beneficial to them. However, the Shui faction erupts in protest, viewing this as an overt display of favoritism toward the Zhou family. Despite their mounting frustration, the Shui group hesitates to escalate matters, fully aware of Qinlu Mountain Villa's formidable influence. Though they refrain from confrontation, their discontent is palpable on their faces, all eyes fixated on Shui Zhili, the figurehead of their faction. Shui Zhili, growing increasingly agitated, exclaims, "What is the meaning of this? We have yet to finish our meal. Why are you clearing the tables?" Unfortunately for him, the waitstaff continue their duties, unperturbed by his protests. In an instant, the tables are cleared clean, and bowls of water are placed on each table. Before Shui Zhili can fully comprehend the situation, the waitstaff have already begun wiping down the surfaces. The commotion in hall number 3 suddenly quiets, as all attendees, whether from the Zhou or Shui families, fix their gaze upon the servers, bewildered by the unfolding events. While the dispute remains unresolved, the establishment has intervened. A rare occurrence in such a large county hotel. Shui Zhili contemplates intervening, but upon encountering 3 imposing security guards standing before him, he realizes that Qinlu Mountain Villa has indeed asserted its authority. What had once been a heated atmosphere now feels as cold as ice water poured over a boiling pot. Shui Zhili is acutely aware of the villa's influence. Not even a powerful police chief would fare well here. He recalls vividly how the former police chief lost his position 3 years prior. With a face contorted in frustration, Shui Zhili stammers to the head of security. "What is going on here? How can you forcibly remove our tables while we are still dining? Isn't this an affront to customers?" The head of security, with an imposing demeanor, Retorts, affront to customers? How have we done that? The time has come to clear the tables, and you think you have the right to object? Dining at Qinglu Mountain Villa means adhering to our rules. Otherwise, do not come at all. Faced with the head of security's formidable presence, Xue Zhili hesitates, ultimately refraining from confrontation, not out of fear of the guard himself, but due to the power of Qinglu Mountain Villa behind him. Suppressing his indignation and fury, Xue Zhili casts a resentful glance at Zhou Taigang before leading his family away, begrudgingly conceding to the villa's overwhelming influence. Meanwhile, Zhou Taigang is both elated and perplexed by the villa's assertive intervention. He does not believe his own standing played a significant role, despite his scholarly demeanor. He has navigated society for many years. Confusion aside, the outcome is satisfactory. Observing the neatly arranged banquet hall, Zhou Taigang eagerly prepares to welcome his relatives and friends. At this moment, outside the hall, Lu Zhao observed that the VIP room had been prepared and inquired of Zhao Dabao, seeking to know if Qinglu Mountain Villa could waive the banquet expenses for the Zhou family. Zhao Dabao pondered for a moment but ultimately shook his head in refusal. He did not wish for Wang Lingwan to know that he had any influence in this matter. It was merely a small favor and did not need to be publicized. Moreover, his willingness to assist stemmed from his regard for Min Jia. Without her, he would have no connection to Zhou Taigang or Li Taigang. There were many injustices in society, and Zhao Dabao could not address them all. He merely wished for those close to him to live comfortably and harmoniously. Meanwhile, Zhou Taigang and Wang Lingwan greeted their respective family and friends, urging them to take their seats. Zhao Xiaoying rushed to the entrance to find Baoga for dinner. Upon spotting Lu Zhao, she was momentarily surprised but dismissed it, greeting him warmly before calling out, "Baoga, Mom asked me to come get you. Is everything all right?" Zhao Dabao affectionately ruffled Xiaoying's hair and replied, "What could possibly be wrong? Old Lu just happened to be dining at Qinglu Mountain Villa, so I stepped out to say hello." Zhao Dabao then turned to Lu Zhao, saying, "Old Lu, please go ahead and enjoy your meal. Tomorrow, I plan to visit the herbal company in the county to see if they have the final herb I need. If they do, I will begin refining the elixir in a few days." Following Zhao Dabao's words, Lu Zhao complied and exited Qinglu Mountain Villa, accompanying Zhao Xiaoying back to the banquet hall. Zhao Min smiled and gestured for him to sit next to her. With Zhao Dabao and Lu Zhao seated, the table was now full. In addition to Zhao Min's best friend and her family of 3, there were also 3 men and 1 woman present, who appeared to be a mother and son, as well as a father and son. Through Wang Lingjuan's introductions, the mother-son duo was identified as Lu Xiaohua, a university classmate of Wang Lingwan, and her son Li Dali. The father-son pair comprised Zhou Taigang's classmate Qian Duo and his son Qian Yao Duo, whose names suggested their involvement in commercial enterprises. The familiarity among Zhao Min, Lu Xiaohua, and Qian Duo indicated that they were well acquainted. When asked about Zhao Dabao's profession, Zhao Min found it challenging to respond, since accepting him as her younger brother. Zhao Dabao had transformed into quite the homebody. As she smiled at him, she struggled to find the right words to introduce him. Sensing her hesitation, Zhao Dabao interjected with a smile, "I am the distant nephew of Aunt Min and engage in the herbal business." Unable to resist Zhao Xiaoying's fervent protest, Zhao Dabao was compelled to address Zhao Min as Aunt. Aware of Xiaoying's intentions, he chose to refer to Zhao Min as Aunt in front of others for future interactions. Upon hearing Zhao Dabao mention his involvement in the herbal business, Lu Xiaohua raised an elegantly arched eyebrow, her expression hinting at deeper motives. "In the herbal business? What a coincidence. My husband is also in that field. May I ask where you conduct your business? Do you procure a substantial amount of herbs? If so, our families could collaborate." Lu Xiaohua's participation in Wang Lingjuan's daughter's graduation banquet had ulterior motives. After receiving a call from her classmate, she inquired whether Zhao Min would attend and, upon learning that she would bring her daughter along, seized the opportunity to encourage her son Li Dali to pursue Zhao Xiaoying. Understanding Zhao Min's financial prowess, Lu Xiaohua recognized that her family's assets were at least on par with her own, if not greater. After meeting Zhao Xiaoying, Li Dali was captivated by her beauty and had repeatedly urged his parents to propose a romantic connection to Zhao Min considering their son's suggestion. Lu Xiaohua and her husband contemplated the advantages of Li Dali marrying Zhao Xiaoying, as it would significantly enhance their family's financial standing. Thus, they were eager to attend the graduation banquet. However, upon meeting Zhao Min and her daughter, Lu Xiaohua realized that events were not unfolding as she had envisioned. Particularly, Zhao Xiaoying's reliance on Zhao Dabao triggered a sense of urgency within her, as she felt that the substantial assets she had anticipated were slipping away. Hearing that Zhao Dabao was involved in the herbal business and observing his unremarkable attire, Lu Xiaohua's hope for a return on her investment surged. This was hardly her fault. Zhao Dabao's plain clothing gave her renewed optimism. Uncertain of Zhao Dabao's intentions, he seemed to prefer a modest appearance, desiring to go unnoticed. This inclination may stem from residual notions among entrepreneurs, who often view themselves as fugitives, wishing to conceal their identities from others. Oh, my herbal business is quite small. Merely dealing with some minor pills, Zhao Dabao replied candidly to the inquiry. Well, it is a small business, he added. Dabao, you're not a stranger to us. If you need assistance, don't hesitate to reach out to Dolly. Despite being in university, he also serves as the vice president of Lily Herbal Company. You should stay in touch with him. He can help you grow your business. With a warm smile, Lu Xiaohua continued, though her expression bore a hint of superiority. At that moment, Li Dolly exhibited gentlemanly behavior, refraining from displaying disdain for Zhao Dabao's modest enterprise. However, his elevated chin conveyed a sense of pride. Extending his right hand to shake Zhao Dabao's, he did so with a light grip, reminiscent of an official inspecting the market. Dabao, he remarked nonchalantly. While you may appear slightly older, in the business world, age is irrelevant. What matters is strength and commercial acumen. If your business struggles, it is closely tied to these factors. We should discuss this further when you have time. Facing Li Dolly's condescending pleasantries, Zhao Dabao remained unperturbed, responding with a smile. Of course, but my small pill business does not quite align with your larger herbal trade. As for discussion, it seems unnecessary, as our paths diverge. You are mistaken. The pill business, regardless of its size, falls under the category of herbal products. To expand, one must cultivate connections. Our Lily Herbal Company has established business relations with the largest herbal collective in the province. You must have heard of Nanji Herbal Group. If you have the chance, I can introduce you to their sales manager. If you can establish that connection, you could easily earn several $100,000 a year, propelling you into a comfortable lifestyle. Upon hearing Li Dolly mention the connection to the herbal group, Zhao Xiaoying stifled a smile, her sparkling eyes casting an electrifying glance at Zhao Dabao. She was keenly aware of the true extent of his herbal business. In response to the flirtation, Zhao Dabao shared a knowing smile with Zhao Xiaoying, their mutual understanding evident. This exchange of emotions caused Lu Xiaohua's previously cheerful demeanor to falter. What was happening? Why were they exchanging glances in front of her son? Did Zhao Dabao truly think his small herbal business was significant? With a subtle frown, akin to autumn chives glistening with morning dew, Lu Xiaohua's crimson lips released a series of admonishing words. Xiaoying, you're approaching university age, and it's time to think about relationships. As someone who has been there, I can tell you that love is not solely about emotions. Practical considerations are equally important. Given your circumstances, you should seek a partner of equal standing. If you end up with someone from the countryside, it could be embarrassing. Xiaoying, don't you think Anne is right? In the face of Lu Xiaohua's lecturing tone, Zhao Xiaoying's previously harmonious emotional exchange with Zhao Dabao was thoroughly disrupted. What was going on? Lu Xiaohua is merely an ordinary college classmate of my mother. Our families are not close enough for you to lecture me. It would be one thing to lecture me, but it is utterly inappropriate to mock my dear brother. Upon reflecting on this, Zhao Xiaoying's expression darkened, and she retorted without hesitation, Aunt Lu, what do you mean by someone who has been there? Even those who have been there may not fully understand. I know whom to seek. Look, even my mother is indifferent to me. Seeing her daughter's anger, Zhao Min quickly intervened. Although she too was displeased by Lu Xiaohua's remarks, they were, after all, college classmates. Allowing the situation to escalate would result in embarrassment for both parties, especially at her best friend's daughter's graduation banquet. She adopted a gentle tone and said, Xiaohua, children have their own fortunes. Parents should not meddle excessively. Let the children handle their own matters. They are adults now, and we parents need not worry. How can that be? How can we not be concerned? You do not understand. The young lady has just entered university and is unaware of the harsh realities of the world. She cannot be led astray by a few sweet words. When it comes to relationships, one must consider various aspects, including financial conditions. For example, take Ardeli. Although young, he has become the CEO of a large medicinal herb company. He is indeed a rising star in the business world and knows many successful individuals in society. You are aware of the Qinglu Mountain Villa, correct? That is a property of the Qin family, quite powerful. Just now, when that director from the Education Bureau attempted to disrupt the graduation banquet, the manager intervened, causing the director to retreat in embarrassment. If no one had spoken to the manager of Qinglu Mountain Villa, Would this matter have ended so simply? Am I right, Lingwan? How is it, Xiaohua? Do you know who assisted Manager Niu of Qinglu Mountain Villa? You must tell me. I truly need to thank them properly, Wang Lingwan inquired sincerely. Well, Lu Xiaohua hesitated for a moment, her pace slightly slowing as she replied. Who assisted? Well, that is rather difficult to say. Difficult to say? What do you mean? Xiaohua, please do not keep me in suspense. Why is it difficult to say? Because I did not see anyone in the hall speaking with Manager Niu. However, Dali knows Manager Niu, doesn't he? Right, Dali? At this moment, Li Dali was equally bewildered, but his mother had already brought it up, and he was unsure of what to make of it. It seemed she wished to claim the credit, given that she had mentioned not seeing anyone in the hall converse with Manager Niu, implying that the work was done by those present in the banquet hall. Upon realizing this, Li Dali smiled broadly, his demeanor both poised and slightly reserved as he said, Aunt Wang, I did not speak with Manager Niu about anything significant. We knew each other from a previous banquet where we shared a drink, so we have a bit of a connection. Just now, as I entered the villa, I saw Manager Niu and greeted him, mentioning that I was attending a graduation banquet in the third hall. I thought perhaps Manager Niu noticed the commotion caused by that director from the Education Bureau and decided to intervene. Li Dali was astute enough to tread carefully, avoiding definitive statements. Yet, his implication was clear. His acquaintance with Manager Niu was the reason for the manager's intervention. Oh, so that is how it is. In that case, Aunt must sincerely thank you. Yuan, do raise a glass to your brother Dali, Wang Lingwan said, signaling to Zhou Yuan to toast. In response to her mother's instruction, Zhou Yuan immediately stood up with a beaming smile, saying sweetly, Brother Dali, I toast you a glass. Thank you so much. Not at all, Yuan. It was merely a trivial matter, he replied modestly. When you go to school in Sui City, do not hesitate to reach out to me. The headquarters of my family's company is situated there. Observing Li Dali's smug expression, Zhao Dabao felt a surge of nausea. How could this person be so shameless? He had nothing to do with the situation, yet still sought to claim credit. It was truly appalling. Then, he glanced at Lu Xiaohua, her neck held high in arrogance, and felt a wave of revulsion. Although Zhao Dabao was somewhat reserved and low-key, could he tolerate such a blatant theft of his accomplishments right before his eyes? Casting a piercing gaze at Lu Xiaohua and the others, he turned his attention toward the standing figure of Niu Huijun, the general manager of Qinglu Mountain Villa, signaling with his eyes for her to approach. The manager had remained at the entrance since the banquet began. Acutely aware that a distinguished guest from the Qin family was present, someone who commanded respect even from Lu Zhao, he dared not leave. Should an unexpected incident arise and displease Mr. Zhao, how could he continue working for the Qin family? Thus, he remained vigilant, observing Zhao Dabao's table with utmost attentiveness. Now, upon noticing Zhao Dabao's signal, Niu Huijun understood that he was being summoned. She hurriedly made her way toward Zhao Dabao's table, a sight that astonished both the staff and the guests present at the banquet. What kind of important person could elicit such a response from the manager of Qinglu Mountain Villa? Perhaps a high-ranking official from the provincial or municipal government had arrived. Even if a government official did arrive, it would not necessitate the manager of Qinglu Mountain Villa to rush. After all, the establishment was backed by the Qin family. Everyone exchanged glances, their eyes drawn to Manager Niu, eager to discern her ultimate intention. Niu Huijuan's unusual actions quickly caught the attention of Zhao Dabao's table. And while Zhao Dabao and Zhao Xiaoying remained unperturbed, Wang Lingjuan's family looked back and forth between Qian Duoduo and Lu Xiaohua. They speculated that if anyone knew Manager Niu, it would likely be one of these two families. In comparison, Zhao Min's family appeared to be the more probable connection. However, Zhao Dabao was overlooked entirely. His calm demeanor was interpreted as shock. Few entertained the notion that Manager Niu was approaching Zhao Dabao. What an absurd thought. Who was Zhao Dabao? Merely a small-time player in the medicinal pill business. And who was Niu Huijun? The general manager of Qinglu Mountain Villa, a middle-level executive within the Qin family. It could be said that Niu Huijun was a significant figure in Gannan County. Even a slight misstep would cause ripples in the local hierarchy. How could she possibly know Zhao Dabao? Faced with the sight of the manager of Qinglu Mountain Villa approaching him at a brisk pace, even Li Dali, who often boasted, felt somewhat dazed. Was Manager Niu coming for him? Could this be true? If it were, he would surely be held in high esteem. A moment of perfect triumph in the presence of the radiant Zhao Xiaoying. Having basked in the glow of his earlier boasting, the toast from Yuan, and the envious respect from Qian Duoduo and others, Li Dali was convinced he was the esteemed individual manager Niu sought to meet. As Niu Huijun drew nearer, Li Dali was filled with excitement, his face flushed with anticipation. He stood upright and exclaimed with fervor, "Manager Niu, I am Dali." In her hurried stride, Niu Huijun glanced at the young man who had suddenly stood up, her mind clouded with confusion. Who was this person? Where did he come from? Why was he so warmly greeting her? Did she know him? As thoughts swirled through Niu Huijun's mind, they were quickly dismissed. She had no time to ponder the identity of this overly enthusiastic stranger. Her priority was to reach Mr. Zhao and await his instructions. Typically, she would have made time for a brief exchange with such a spirited individual, but given her role in the catering and hospitality industry, she had to maintain a professional demeanor. At this moment, it was simply impossible. Even if the one offering greetings was not the overly enthusiastic fool, but rather the county magistrate from Gannan, it would still not be appropriate to halt. Did one not see Mr. Zhao beckoning to me? Thus, in the face of the exuberant greeting from the exuberant young man Li Dali, the general manager of Qinglu Mountain Villa, Comrade Niu Huijun, did not engage at all. Li Dali seemed to be nothing more than a gust of air, completely ignored by Niu Huijun. But eventually, she did notice him. For Li Dali, with remarkable fervor, extended a hand, eager to share his heartfelt sentiments with the general manager. Upon seeing a clean, white hand suddenly thrust before her, a fleeting thought crossed Niu Huijun's mind. Oh, such a clean hand, but why are the nails so long? Shouldn't he cut them? Just as this thought emerged, our esteemed general manager began a moment of self-criticism. How could she still be thinking about nails at such a time? Mr. Zhao was right there. She could not afford to let him feel even a hint of impatience. With this in mind, Niu Huijun brushed aside the long-nailed hand, impatiently saying, "Step aside. Can't you see Mr. Zhao is calling for me?" In that instant, as Li Dali's hand was pushed aside, it felt as though an atomic bomb had exploded in his mind, leaving him in a state of utter humiliation, his face burning with shame. This was the only thought that remained in Li Dali's mind. What an embarrassment. Meanwhile, Niu Huijun had already rushed over to Zhao Dabao's side. Perhaps due to a lack of regular exercise, or perhaps fearing Mr. Zhao's dissatisfaction, our dear general manager, slightly out of breath, said, "Zhao, Mr. Zhao, what can I do for you? I shall attend to it immediately." This remark echoed like a thunderclap on a scorching summer day, leaving everyone present in stunned silence. Especially the individuals at Zhao Dabao's table, their minds racing with countless thoughts, felt as though smoke was rising from their heads. A silent haze swirling above the banquet hall. A faint smile flickered across Zhao Dabao's face, transforming into a broad grin. He gently patted Niu Huijun's sturdy shoulder, speaking in a tone tinged with camaraderie. "I must say, General Manager Niu, you ought to exercise more. Otherwise, the next time I need your assistance, you might find yourself utterly exhausted." Listening to this somewhat familiar tone, akin to celestial music, instantly uplifted Niu Huijun's spirits, reminiscent of savoring a cold, refreshing beer on a sweltering summer day, so invigorating, so delightful. Her chubby face blossomed into a radiant smile as she ingratiatingly replied, "Mr. Zhao, I am unworthy of such praise. How could I dare to call myself a general manager in your presence? You may simply refer to me as Xiao Niu or Huijun." "Very well. I shall call you Huijun. Now, Huijun, you see, the banquet hall is quite crowded, and my aunt and sister are feeling a bit unwell. I would like to request that you prepare another table of food and drink to be sent to my residence. What do you think?" Zhao Dabao stated in a cheerful tone, addressing the nearly 50-year-old general manager as Xiao Niu, a term he found difficult to utter given their age difference. It felt inappropriate, almost as if he were calling her little girl. However, from Niu Huijun's resolute response, it was clear she would not acquiesce to that. Settling on a middle ground, calling her Huijun struck a balance between respect and familiarity. Hearing the endearing name Huijun, our dear general manager Niu Huijun hurriedly nodded. "Of course, Mr. Zhao. Whatever you say goes at Qinglu Mountain Villa. I will execute your orders to the fullest. Should I falter in any way, I shall resign immediately." Now, Huijun, although our acquaintance has been brief, I must say I appreciate your character. Work diligently, and you shall find opportunities for advancement in the future. "Certainly, Mr. Zhao. I will strive to meet your expectations without fail. Do you require anything else?" The excitement radiating from Niu Huijun caused a slight warmth to rise from the thinning hair atop her head, but this was not due to any personal breakthrough. Rather, it was the exhilaration sparked by Zhao Dabao's encouraging words. "No further requests. Just ensure the food and drink are delivered to my residence." "Very well, Mr. Zhao." Should Qinglu Mountain Villa waive the charges for the banquet hall? Upon hearing this, Zhao Daba cast a cool, indifferent glance at Wang Lingwan and her family, replying calmly, "No, that won't be necessary. Qinglu Mountain Villa is a business. Charges must be collected. Personal relationships are one thing, but business is business, two separate matters. The villa simply needs to ensure my aunt and sister are well taken care of." He gestured subtly toward General Manager Niu. With Niu Huijun's exceptional acumen, she swiftly grasped Mr. Zhao's intent. Immediately, she bent slightly, smiling as she said, "Aunt Zhao, Sister Zhao, should you need anything, just direct your requests to Huijun. Qinglu Mountain Villa is at your service. Simply tell us what you desire." Zhao Min, confronted with the older general manager, found the situation somewhat amusing and exasperating. She playfully scolded Zhao Daba with a glare, then smiled, saying, "Huijun, please refrain from calling me aunt. You might be older than me. That would be rather inappropriate. Let us just keep it to ourselves, shall we?" In response to Zhao Min's proposal, Niu Huijun firmly shook her head, resolutely stating, "That won't do, Aunt Zhao. I am of the same generation as Mr. Zhao, and you are his elder, which makes you my elder as well. We cannot confuse familial ranks. That is absolutely unacceptable." Observing the earnestness of Niu Huijun, Zhao Daba understood the situation well. Since the general manager had extended such goodwill, he felt compelled to reciprocate. After all, isn't it true that in society, everyone shares the burden together? Suppressing a chuckle, Zhao Daba raised his hand slightly to Zhao Min and Niu Huijun, saying, "All right, aunt. Let Huijun call it as she wishes. After all, we are of the same generation. Huijun, from now on, you can join me in calling her aunt." Upon hearing Zhao Daba's affirmation, Niu Huijun nodded vigorously, as if pledging an oath. At that moment, Lu Xiaohua's face was a flurry of colors, both embarrassed and angry. She felt utterly humiliated and quickly bid farewell to those present, turning to leave. Her son, Li Dali, had already fled the banquet hall in shame when Niu Huijun addressed Zhao Daba. However, both mother and son now harbored a deep resentment towards Zhao Daba. They were angered by Zhao Daba's failure to speak earlier. Why did he not reveal that the influential figure capable of resolving disputes was none other than himself? It wasn't until Niu Huijun arrived that he shattered their inflated egos with a single, decisive statement. In their car, the mother and son exchanged glances, each face flushed with a mix of humiliation and rage. They did not blame each other. Rather, their resentful gazes intertwined. Li Dali clenched his fists tightly, his pale knuckles betraying his seething anger, as he bit down on his lower lip and said, "Mom, that Zhao Daba is truly intolerable. This matter cannot be left unresolved. Rest assured, Dali, when I speak with your second uncle, we will find an opportunity to settle the score with this fellow and relieve our grievances," Lu Xiaohua replied, her voice brimming with indignation. While Lu Xiaohua and her son conspired on how to deal with Zhao Daba, he had already left the banquet hall and returned to his residence. As for Zhao Min and her mother, they were immersed in a lively atmosphere, being toasted by old classmates and their families. Upon returning home, Zhao Daba called Lu Zhao, instructing him to deliver the final ingredient of the small Huandon recipe to Qinglu Mountain Villa. 10 minutes later, Lu Zhao arrived at Qinglu Mountain Villa. Through discernment, Zhao Daba confirmed the final medicinal ingredient. At this point, all the materials required for the refinement of the small elixir had been prepared. The following day, under the warm farewell of Wang Lingjuan's family, Zhao Daba and Zhao Min returned to Sui City, accompanied by Lu Zhao who drove them. Upon reaching Sui City, Lu Zhao delivered all the medicinal materials to Hongxing community. As the moon gradually ascended to the zenith of the night sky, an air of tranquility enveloped Zhao Daba's bedroom. 3 hours prior, he had returned to his chamber, sitting cross-legged in the center. The warm energy of the nine turned circulating steadily through his meridians. He intended to utilize the cyclical practice of the 9 turns to adjust his overall state. Only by achieving a peak condition could he enhance the success rate and quality of the elixir he sought to concoct. Zhao Daba's method of alchemy diverged from that of other cultivators. Typically, in the realm of cultivation, alchemical processes involve the use of a Dan furnace, where external flames would incinerate the materials under high temperatures, allowing them to melt and blend, ultimately solidifying into an elixir through internal energy. In contrast, Zhao Daba employed the unique alchemical properties of his 9 turns internal energy. As an original technique conceived by Pengzu, a figure from the Taoist celestial realm, it had long since abandoned conventional methods, directly utilizing the essence of the three flavors true fire from the celestial domain. However, due to Zhao Dabao's low cultivation level, he was unable to conjure the three flavors true fire of the immortals, thus resorting to a compromise by fully harnessing the innate attributes of his 9 turns internal energy. When establishing the 9 turns, Peng Zhu had foreseen the limitations of his disciples and inscribed a spiritual imprint on the jade tablet of the 9 turns, enabling them to enhance the high-temperature properties of the internal energy during their practice. In this manner, the need for a Dan furnace and external flames was rendered unnecessary. After 3 cycles of his internal energy, Zhao Dabao slightly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flickering within. He inhaled the cool night air, directing the 9 turns internal energy into his palms. With his palms facing upwards, he released the internal energy, causing 2 streams of slightly white energy to spiral outward. As he rotated his hands, the energy followed suit, forming a translucent furnace of faint white after 3 rotations. The vessel, with its 3 legs and ears, displayed flickering images of mountains and rivers upon its surface, akin to a living painting entwined around the furnace. With a slight parting of his lips, a surge of energy escaped, coiling like a mystical serpent around the 19 medicinal herbs scattered upon the floor. It resembled an invisible hand, placing the materials into the translucent furnace in a precise sequence. As the 9 turns internal energy intensified, the herbs gradually softened, liquefied, and vaporized under the high temperature, ultimately coalescing into 19 swirling streams of greenish-purple gas. With a gentle exhalation, the 9 turns internal energy performed 6 rotations, intertwining with the gaseous streams, which slowly merged into a singular column of vibrant gas the thickness of a finger. At this juncture, Zhao Dabao clasped his hands together, executing 9 rotations of the internal energy, drawing the colorful gas inward, compressing it gradually into a sphere. As the gas condensed to the size of a fist, Zhao Dabao realized that he had expended nearly all his internal energy, leaving insufficient reserves to form the elixir. Anticipating the scenario, Zhao Dabao drew upon his previous experiences during his cultivation on Tianxiu Star. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he reversed the motion of his internal energy, causing it to whirl furiously within. In an instant, the capacity of his 9 turns internal energy surged to more than double. Indeed, this was one of the supreme techniques of the 9 turns, the ability to reverse the flow of energy, allowing the practitioner to instantaneously double their internal capacity. However, this technique had its limits. It could not be employed continuously, lest it result in irreversible damage. As the 9 turns internal energy surged, the spherical gaseous material was swiftly compressed. When the vibrant gas shrank to 1/3 of its original size, Zhao Dabao moved his teeth, and a drop of blood imbued with 9 turns internal energy burst forth like a bullet, striking the spherical gaseous mass. With a crisp sound, the sphere fractured into 9, transforming into pill-sized orbs of glass. Zhao Dabao entwined his 9 turns internal energy around these 9 fragrant pills, which were subsequently contained within a jade vial. Thus, the small elixir, crafted from 19 herbs, was formed. Zhao Dabao retrieved one of the pills, small elixir, between his fingers, bathed in the pale moonlight. The black orb with a hint of purple-green emitted an enchanting fragrance. With a gentle flick of his finger, the small elixir traced a graceful parabolic arc before landing precisely in his mouth. Upon ingestion, the elixir dissolved instantly, igniting an explosion of pure internal energy within his chest and abdomen, revitalizing the nearly depleted 9 turns internal energy in an instant. The invigorating properties of the elixir surged through his body like a cascading waterfall, fiercely circulating through his meridians. A series of gentle cracks resonated within him, akin to a smooth mirror developing serpentine fissures. As the fissures reached their densest point, a resounding crash echoed as the entire mirror shattered, propelling him beyond the pinnacle of the first level of bright internal energy. Reaching the initial peak of the first level of bright internal energy was not unexpected for Zhao Dabao. He could have achieved this breakthrough in 3 months even without the small elixir. However, he chose to consume one to test its effects on Earth. Following the breakthrough, only 1/3 of the elixir's potency was expended, leaving 2/3 still circulating within his meridians. Zhao Dabao continued to operate his 9 turns internal energy, allowing its capacity to grow further. As the effects of the elixir waned, the capacity of his internal energy approached the borderline between the initial and intermediate levels of bright internal energy. With a slight movement of his fingers, he consumed the second small elixir. Zhao Dabao was confident in the potency of the small elixir. In the realm of cultivation, the efficacy of any elixir peaked upon first consumption. Subsequent doses yielded diminished effects, akin to the phenomenon in the mundane world where the efficacy of medicines declines with prolonged use due to the body developing a tolerance. In the realm of cultivation, the first consumption of an elixir also faced quantity limitations, with a maximum of 2 doses permissible. Exceeding this threshold could inflict substantial harm on the practitioner. As the second small elixir entered his system, a powerful wave of internal energy surged forward like a fierce tide, crashing against the threshold of advancement. Although the barrier was sturdy, the overwhelming force of the internal energy swiftly breached it, ushering Zhao Dabao into the intermediate level of bright internal energy. Thus, after his journey to Earth, Zhao Dabao finally achieved a small degree of mastery in the intermediate level of bright internal energy, endowing him with a measure of self-preservation. As dawn gradually broke, the sun emerged gracefully amidst the refreshing morning air, heralding the onset of a new day. Zhao Dabao, having remained awake throughout the night, felt invigorated due to the operation of the 9 turns internal energy. For cultivators, once they reach the intermediate level of bright internal energy, their need for sleep diminishes significantly. Even after a sleepless night, their spirits remain unscathed. As morning exercisers gathered in the community garden, Zhao Dabao skillfully picked up 2 small aluminum basins for breakfast and made his way to the nearby breakfast shop. The morning crowd was sparse, and after purchasing 3 baskets of steamed buns, he added a portion of tofu pudding and a small serving of pickles, exchanging pleasantries with the shopkeeper before leisurely returning. Life in the mundane world was simple yet fulfilling. Observing the morning exercisers and the hurried students, Zhao Dabao felt a persistent sense of joy welling within him. Ordinary life, in the eyes of common people, often appears as a repetitive cycle, seemingly devoid of preciousness. Only at the end of life or in the throes of illness does one truly appreciate that even a breath of fresh air, an ordinary breakfast, or a leisurely stroll can evoke such profound enchantment and longing. The daily ritual of acquiring breakfast has become, in Zhao Dabao's heart, a gentle yet delightful form of mental cultivation, gradually cleansing the dust from his soul and making his state of mind increasingly serene and resilient. For cultivators, the refinement of one's mental state often supersedes the enhancement of inner strength. Thanks to Zhao Dabao's transcendent spirit, combined with his prior achievements in cultivation from 3 transformations, reaching the threshold of innate abilities in this lifetime was not a concern for him. However, this mundane existence of daily life continually elevated Zhao Dabao's state of mind, and he sensed that the stage of the 4th transformation into innate qi cultivation might arrive at any moment. Attaining the 4th transformation signifies the true phase of immortal cultivation. Only upon reaching innate qi can one genuinely be considered an immortal cultivator rather than merely a practitioner. One morning, he unexpectedly received a call from Lu Zhao. Through their conversation, he learned that Lu Zhao sought his assistance, as it was rumored that a business partner was willing to pay 1 million for the service of an inner strength expert, due to the arrival of a formidable martial artist from another region challenging in Shueisha. Without a second thought, Zhao Dabao agreed, eager to discern the caliber and strength of inner strength practitioners on this planet. At 3 in the afternoon, Lu Zhao arrived in a new Audi, slowly driving into the air garden of Shueisha. This so-called air garden was a villa district where dozens of 3-story villas were scattered across lush lawns, interspersed with various greenery, resembling a verdant ocean, a celestial realm above. The name Air Garden was derived from this enchanting landscape. On the southern side of the villa area stood a notably large blue villa, the Blue Ocean Pavilion, the destination for Zhao Dabao and Lu Zhao. As Lu Zhao exited the vehicle, 4 burly men in black suits swiftly approached to greet them, their bulging waists suggesting concealed weapons. These men appeared to be quite familiar with Lu Zhao, respectfully ushering him and Zhao Dabao into the 3rd-floor hall. The 3rd floor was adorned as a blue ocean, with aquamarine water tanks, a clear sky, and tall coconut trees filling the space, transforming it into a tropical paradise. In the car, Lu Zhao provided a brief introduction regarding his business partner's background. Wu De, a prominent figure in the underground world of Shueisha, commanded a substantial share of the city's shadowy dealings, reportedly half, due to the Qin family's recent reduction in such enterprises, which had inadvertently allowed newcomers like Wu De to seize opportunities. Following the pinnacle of power attained by the Qin family patriarch, the family began to scale back its operations in the underground. This shift was to prepare for future advancements and to distance themselves from the shadows, as long-term involvement in such realms was increasingly incompatible with the current socio-political climate of Xia country. As the representative of the Qin family's underground interests, Lu Zhao inevitably interacted with these shady characters. The so-called new leaders of the underground regarded Lu Zhao with great respect, acknowledging not only his own strength, which had reached a small level of inner strength, but also the magnitude of the Qin family, which loomed large in their eyes, far beyond their own capabilities. In their minds, aligning with the Qin family was the true path to achieving dominance in the underground. Upon entering the third floor, they were greeted by a lean man in a tang suit, whose hearty laughter resonated in the air. Wu Da, the underground boss of Suisha. Behind him stood 6 or 7 individuals, but one particularly caught Zhao Dabao's attention. This individual was notably short, barely exceeding 5 feet, with long hair that nearly obscured his entire face. In contemporary Xia country, it was indeed rare for a man to possess such lengthy hair. From the depths of that hair, Zhao Dabao sensed a chilling gaze, imbued with a bloodthirsty essence, indicative of someone who had blood on their hands. Upon seeing Lu Zhao, Wu Da's smile spread across his triangular face like a tidal wave, his narrowed eyes reflecting warmth as he clasped his hands in greeting. "Brother Lu, I am grateful for your gallant presence today. I will remember this favor." In response to Wu Da's enthusiasm, Lu Zhao reciprocated politely. Though the Qin family's power far surpassed that of these minor underground leaders, there existed a common adage in the martial world: fear not the giants, but beware the small. This means one should maintain appropriate respect for the major players while exercising caution with the local power brokers, as underestimating them might lead to unforeseen consequences. Thus, Lu Zhao remained more cautious than respectful towards Wu Da, recognizing that a lifetime spent navigating the martial world did not warrant unnecessary conflict with someone like Wu Da. His compliance with Wu Da's request was primarily a matter of courtesy. In the vehicle, he had elaborated to Zhao Dabao that it would be advantageous to assist Wu Da when possible, regardless of the extent of involvement. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Zhao's expression became serious as he introduced, "Boss Wu, this is Mr. Zhao. Today is indeed fortunate for you, as Mr. Zhao coincidentally has the time to join us here at the Air Garden." At the introduction, a glimmer of interest sparked in Wu Da's eyes. He had heard from Lu Zhao that they were seeking an inner strength practitioner. To ensure precaution, Wu Da declared that if Mr. Zhao was indeed genuine, he would be generously rewarded. At first glance, Wu Da had already categorized Zhao Dabao as an ordinary practitioner. Observing Zhao Dabao's youth, barely in his 20s, Wu Da found it implausible that someone could ascend to the level of an inner strength practitioner within such a short span of years. It seemed evident to him that Lu Zhao had simply recruited a random martial artist to fill the role. Although Wu Da felt discontent towards Lu Zhao, he could not afford to show it, for the Qin family loomed behind Lu Zhao, and he hoped to solidify his connection with them. Wu Da half-heartedly clasped his fists. "Mr. Zhao, I appreciate your presence. Regardless of whether you choose to act today, I will offer you a token of thanks." With that, he extended his left hand and wiggled his fingers. "Oh, how much is this?" Zhao Dabao inquired with curiosity. 100,000. How does that sound? "Consider it your transportation fee," Wu Da replied with an air of arrogance. Wu Da had already grown weary of pretending to show respect toward Zhao Dabao. To him, Zhao was merely a minor practitioner, perhaps even inferior to himself. What assistance could he possibly offer? Lu Zhao's desire to connect with the Qin family was evident. Yet Wu Da felt belittled by Lu Zhao's casual approach in presenting such an inexperienced individual. Despite his reluctance to offend Lu Zhao, he saw no need to extend courtesy toward Zhao Dabao. Through this small figure, Wu Da sought to demonstrate that he was not easily trifled with. Lu Zhao, unaware of Wu Da's internal musings, felt a surge of anger at the condescension and disrespect emanating from Wu Da. Who did Wu Da think he was? Despite their friendly exchanges, Lu Zhao had no intention of allowing such insolence. If he wished to confront Zhao Dabao, it would be as easy as squashing an ant. The audacity to disrespect Mr. Zhao would not go unpunished. Even the reduction of the reward was secondary to upholding Zhao Dabao's honor. With this thought, Lu Zhao's expression darkened, resembling a storm cloud as he prepared to voice his indignation. However, at that moment, Zhao Dabao waved his hand with a playful demeanor, signaling for calm. 100,000? Such a substantial sum. Boss Wu, perhaps we should reconsider. I came here merely as a bystander, and I shall not involve myself in your disputes. Consider me non-existent. Proceed with your affairs as you see fit. Zhao Dabao's expression remained indifferent, and he declined the substantial sum of money that would seem significant to an ordinary person. As a veteran in the underworld, Wu De felt a tinge of discomfort, especially since this young man had Lu Zhao backing him. He quickly plastered a smile on his face and insisted, "No, no, Mr. Zhao, you must accept the transportation fee. If you refuse, it would imply disdain towards me, Wu. Moreover, I must express my gratitude to Brother Lu for his assistance today." As he spoke, Wu De bowed respectfully to Lu Zhao. Noticing Zhao Dabao's unyielding demeanor, Lu Zhao let out a cold snort, his expression as frigid as ice, and gestured for Zhao Dabao to take a seat by the window on the third floor. At that moment, Wu De felt a pang of regret. He had always prided himself on being magnanimous. In Sui City, who did not speak highly of Wu De? How could he go back on his word over a mere 100 or 200,000? Even if this young man were an ordinary person, he was still connected to Lu Zhao and even the Qin family. Spending 100 or 200,000 to establish a connection was hardly a loss. All of this turmoil stemmed from that wretched adversary Zhang Jiejun. Had he not returned to Sui City, Wu De thought, he would not have made such an oversight. He resolved to find an opportunity to remedy the situation. As Wu De contemplated this, a series of heavy footsteps echoed from the nearby staircase, unmistakably belonging to a group of robust individuals. A towering man, nearly 2 meters tall, soon appeared before the assembly on the third floor, accompanied by a frail, monkey-like elderly man in his 60s. The deference displayed by the burly man indicated that the elderly figure was the leader of the group. Upon seeing the emaciated old man, Wu De was overjoyed, rushing forward to greet him as if reuniting with a long-lost relative. Brimming with excitement, Wu De deeply bowed, his body bent at a 90-degree angle, conveying both anticipation and respect for the elder. "Master Feng, I greet you here." The frail old man waved his hand dismissively, acknowledging Wu De's greeting. He and his entourage took seats in the middle of the third floor, with others gathering around them. Lu Zhao, upon seeing the old man, quietly remarked to Zhao Dabao, "Mr. Zhao, this old man is a master of the praying mantis kung fu school, known as the Black Monkey Feng Chuani. He runs a martial arts school in the provincial capital of Jing City, and is said to be unmatched within the province. I hadn't expected Wu De to invite the Black Monkey. It appears his adversaries are formidable, or he wouldn't be so cautious. Mr. Zhao, perhaps you should decline Wu De's offer and refrain from involving yourself in their affairs." With a subtle smile and a slight nod, Zhao Dabao indicated his understanding. Observing Black Monkey Feng Chuani settling into the main seat, Wu De gestured to 2 bodyguards in black suits who brought forward 2 briefcases to place beside Feng Chuani's tea table. With a couple of sharp clicks, the briefcases were opened, revealing neatly stacked bundles of 100-yuan bills before Feng Chuani and his companions. Wu De stood beside Feng Chuani, gesturing toward the money with his left hand. "Master Feng, this is 2 million. Please accept it." Feng Chuani regarded the substantial amount with a calm demeanor, exuding an air of a seasoned master. Lao heir, take the money." "Wu De, pray tell, who exactly are the individuals challenging us today?" Hearing Feng Chuani's inquiry, Wu De felt a pang of frustration as he gazed at the 2 million being offered. Internally, he grumbled, "Is there really a need for an introduction? Didn't I already explain this before you agreed to help? Why must I repeat myself?" This was Wu De's misunderstanding of Black Monkey's perspective. As a master of inner strength, Black Monkey had recognized Lu Zhao upon ascending to the third floor. He was aware of Lu Zhao's status within the Qin family. Though Feng Chuani was a formidable martial artist, the constraints of his school's rules prevented him from utilizing its resources, forcing him to rely solely on his own strength in the provincial capital. Having established a martial arts school, he yearned for collaboration with the Qin family, a powerful clan in T province. However, as a martial artist of considerable skill, he lacked sufficient stature to warrant the Qin family's attention, necessitating a point of contact. Today, Lu Zhao represented that opportunity. Feng Chuani's willingness to assist Wu De stemmed from 2 factors: the promise of monetary compensation and the knowledge that Lu Zhao had also been invited, along with another martial artist to assist him. Upon learning this, Black Monkey's mind began to churn with possibilities. If he could defeat Wu De's adversary while simultaneously subduing the martial artist brought by Lu Zhao, he would showcase his own prowess. This would, in turn, facilitate a connection with the Qin family, achieving 2 objectives with 1 stroke. Unbeknownst to Wu De, who was oblivious to Feng Chuani's inner machinations, he proceeded to explain. "Master Feng, let me introduce my adversary. Zhang Jiejun was once one of my subordinates. 20 years ago, He turned against me and was expelled from the gang. This man, narrow-minded and vengeful, organized a group to contest my interests in Sui City after leaving. During a confrontation, I severely injured him, and he fled abroad. It is said he studied under an inner strength master overseas. Upon mastering his skills, he returned to exact revenge. In the past 2 months, he has attacked over a dozen of my establishments, injuring 50 to 60 members of my gang. Last week, 3 of my gold medal martial artists battled him, but were all injured. Zhang Wuji has publicly declared that he will face me this afternoon, with the loser exiting Sui City and the winner taking control of its businesses. Thus, I had no choice but to seek your assistance, Master Feng. Ah, I see. Feng Chuanyi mused, stroking his beard thoughtfully. By the way, I heard you also sought assistance from the Qin family? Which expert did you invite? The inquiry caused Wu Da's face to flush slightly. If the Qin family had truly sent a formidable inner strength master, he would have felt justified in introducing them to Feng Chuanyi. However, Lu Zhao had brought along a rather inexperienced youth, which made Wu Da hesitant to present him. It would be detrimental to his own reputation. As Wu Da hesitated, Feng Chuanyi cast a mocking glance toward the window and urged, "What is it, Wu Da? Are you saying the expert from the Qin family is not worthy of my attention? Who is this inner strength master you speak of?" At that moment, Wu Da was taken aback, as Feng Chuanyi had infused a hint of inner strength into his words, a lion's roar. To Wu Da, who lacked inner strength, it felt like a thunderclap ringing in his ears, leaving him dazed and disoriented. Suddenly, a challenging voice resonated. "What? Master Feng, must we report to you regarding the experts we invite from the Qin family?" Feng Chuanyi, unperturbed, turned his gaze toward Lu Zhao, who had spoken from the window. His convoluted approach had been aimed at drawing Lu Zhao's attention, hoping to engage him in conversation. Lu Zhao remained indifferent to Feng Chuanyi's aggressive demeanor toward Wu Da. A business partner and a local gang leader did not warrant his defense. However, Feng Chuanyi's veiled jabs at Zhao Dabao's were intolerable. Regardless of Zhao Dabao's standing in the eyes of the Qin family, Lu Zhao had grown to regard him as a kindred spirit during their interactions. Feng Chuanyi smiled at Lu Zhao. "Ah, so it is you, Mr. Lu. It has been a while." With a mocking laugh, Lu Zhao raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Master Feng, Director Feng, do you still remember me, Lu Zhao? Aren't you a formidable martial artist? How can you lower yourself to associate with someone as inconsequential as me?" "Oh, Mr. Lu is jesting. Your capabilities and influence are not only acknowledged in Sui City, but resonate throughout the entire region, even in the north. I, Feng, failed to notice Mr. Lu earlier, and I hope you won't take offense." "Here, I extend my apologies," Feng Chuanyi said, slightly bowing his head. Faced with Feng Chuanyi's humble demeanor, Lu Zhao could not pursue his mockery any further. After all, it was merely verbal banter. Moreover, he understood that Feng Chuanyi's actions were not directed at him personally, but rather at the powerful Qin family that stood behind him. Seeing Lu Zhao's attitude soften, Feng Chuanyi felt a surge of triumph within. How delightful! A little respect for Lu Zhao, and he would naturally follow suit. With his mastery in martial arts, even someone like Lu Zhao, a representative of a prominent family in the underworld, had to acquiesce to him. Such was the stature of an internal energy master in Xia country. Feng Chuanyi then glanced towards Lu Zhao's back, playfully inquiring, "Mr. Lu, is this esteemed individual accompanying you a master from the Qin family? Might you introduce him?" He gestured with his right hand towards Zhao Dabao, who stood with his back turned. Despite facing away from the hall, Zhao Dabao was fully aware of the unfolding events. Thanks to his profound martial arts skills, the nine-turn mysterious technique, he had no interest in dealing with Feng Chuanyi's pretentiousness, Wu Da's flattery, or Lu Zhao's inquiries. Having ascended to the 3rd floor, Zhao Dabao already discerned the extent of Feng Chuanyi's abilities. To an ordinary person like Wu Da, an accomplished internal energy master might seem untouchable, yet to Zhao Dabao, he was merely a slightly stronger ant. Thus, Feng Chuanyi's provocations went unnoticed. It was akin to a human sitting beneath a grand tree, indifferent to the ants scurrying at their feet. As long as the ants did not crawl onto his toes, he had no inclination to engage with them. The ants' sarcastic remarks were nothing more than a breeze in his ear, utterly disregarded. Recognizing that Zhao Dabao was unwilling to acknowledge Feng Chuanyi's words, Lu Zhao understood that Mr. Zhao was disinclined to engage with this dark monkey. Therefore, he left no room for negotiation in his response. "Director Feng, the esteemed individuals we have invited from the Qin family do not require your concern, nor is there any need for introductions. Please, feel free to proceed as you wish." This remark left Feng Kuan-yi rolling his eyes in disbelief. He never expected Lu Zhao, who had initially softened, to be so dismissive. He had long been aware of the young man by the window, having categorized everyone on the third floor as soon as he entered. Wu De and his subordinates were clear to him, and he recognized Lu Zhao. The only unknown was the young man by the window, whom he presumed to be a master from the Qin family. Upon closer inspection, however, the truth became apparent. This young man had likely practiced martial arts for only a few days, his skills pitifully inadequate, perhaps not even having grasped the fundamentals of internal energy. To suggest he was a practitioner beyond the foundational level would be laughable to Feng Kuan-yi, who had witnessed true masters of martial arts, and had yet to hear of anyone under 50 attaining such proficiency. Feng Kuan-yi had intended to subtly ridicule Zhao Dabao after Lu Zhao's introduction, but Lu Zhao's blatant dismissal sparked desire. Feng Kuan-yi had aspirations of connecting with the Qin family, yet he expected such connections to be founded on mutual respect. As an accomplished internal energy master, he held a significant position in T province. Even without the Qin family, he had his own avenues. After all, T province was home to other prominent families, such as the Chu and Sha families. Contemplating this, Feng Kuan-yi's expression darkened. Mr. Lu, respect is a two-way street. You are not being very considerate, are you? Respect? Lu Zhao retorted. You are correct, Director Feng. Respect is indeed mutual. However, since you stepped into the third floor, have your actions demonstrated any regard for me, Lu Zhao? You claim I lack respect, but do you not realize the status of the so-called master you brought? As a practitioner of the Mantis Fist School, I have shown you due respect, have I not? Mr. Lu, one must know their own worth. If you were not the general manager of the Qin family, do you truly believe I would treat you kindly? Since we are on this topic, let me be frank. The martial arts community in Xia country is distinctly stratified. One associates with those of similar levels. You, Mr. Lu, are merely a novice in internal energy, while I am a master. Can we truly be compared? Feng Kuan-yi, with an air of arrogance, pointed to the towering figure beside him. My disciple, Zhang Dabao, broke through to the initial mastery of internal energy 3 years ago. If he were to spar with you, his chances of victory would exceed yours. Why then, should I treat you with kindness and equality? With these words, Feng Kuan-yi seemed to rip off the veneer of politeness, his sarcasm intensifying. With a cold smirk, Lu Zhao met his challenge fearlessly, asserting, Director Feng, you may think as you wish. You are right, my skills do not compare to yours. But mark my words. Whatever you plan to do, I, Lu Zhao, will accept it. If I furrow my brow, then my name is not Lu. With a thunderous stomp, a powerful sound reverberated through the hall, causing the floor to tremble momentarily. The giant Zhang Bao stepped forward, his presence resonating like a bell. Lu Zhao, I, Zhang Bao. Do not shy away from a challenge. Shall we compete? Just you? Lu Zhao met the giant's gaze without a hint of fear. As tensions between Lu Zhao and Zhang Bao escalated, Wu De, the underworld leader of Sui City, grew anxious. What was happening? His adversaries had yet to arrive. Yet here they were, bickering amongst themselves. In any other setting, they could brawl as they pleased, but not now. His opponents had not yet arrived. How would he manage afterwards? Sweat beaded on Wu Da's forehead, not from heat, but from urgency. With outstretched arms, he rushed into the space between them, pleading, Gentlemen, let us all calm down. Why are we here? We are all here to support me. Besides, we are all in the same line of work. We should maintain our composure. He then turned a hopeful gaze towards Feng Kuan-yi. Master Feng, please, say something. Let us overlook this and consider my sincere invitation. Feng Kuan-yi, understanding Wu Da's intent, glanced at the 2 boxes of Xia currency on the table. With a slight exhale, he commanded, Zhang Bao, stand down. He then shot a derisive glance at Lu Zhao and Zhao Dabao, continuing, Mr. Lu, we have business to attend to today. Let us discuss our matters later. I hope you can provide me with an explanation. I am eager to witness the prowess of the Qin family's master. I hope I shall not be disappointed. And Mr. Lu, as you are now an internal energy practitioner, I advise you to heed my words. Not everyone can masquerade as a master. Be wary of those with ulterior motives. Indeed, Master Feng, you are absolutely correct, Wu De interjected. As a brother, I advise you, Mr. Lu, to remain vigilant. There are many deceivers in society today, and their tactics are diverse. It is imperative that you keep your eyes wide open. Faced with these well-meaning admonitions, Lu Zhao found himself in a state of bemusement. He cast a glance at Zhao Dabao's imposing silhouette, pondering, Mr. Zhao, why do you not take action to intimidate these individuals? Is it truly the case that a practitioner at the Mingjing level possesses such an unassuming disposition? Or perhaps Mr. Zhao is not a practitioner of the Mingjing level at all? Could it be that Mr. Zhao's expertise is solely in the realm of medicine? At that moment, a flicker of confusion and doubt stirred within Lu Zhao. It is not surprising that Lu Zhao harbored suspicions. Since the day he met Zhao Dabao, he had never witnessed him resort to physical confrontation. As for his purported prowess at the mid-stage of Mingjing, that claim had merely been stated by Old Qin during a medical treatment session. Despite his perplexity and skepticism, Lu Zhao resolutely replied, "There is no need for your kindness. I, Lu Zhao, shall handle my own affairs from now on. Wuda, you may proceed as you wish. As for your matters, I speak on behalf of Mr. Zhao, and I will not involve myself." Not involve yourself? Feng Chuanyi sneered, casting a derisive glance at the unyielding back of Zhao Dabao, musing to himself. This so-called expert is truly lofty. Even now, he remains turned away, a quintessential high-minded individual. As the atmosphere began to ease, Wuda could not help but wipe the cold sweat from his brow, contemplating, isn't it ironic that I, a notorious figure in the underworld, have been reduced to a mere subordinate? He shot a resentful glare at Zhao Dabao's back, cursing inwardly. What kind of high-minded person is this? He is nothing but a coward. To be mocked so openly, and yet not even turn around to utter a word of defiance. Thank goodness I didn't pay him earlier, otherwise, he would have been fed to the dogs. At that moment, everyone in the third-floor hall turned their gaze towards the pretentiously profound figure. Were it not for the strict rules of their factions, a ruckus would likely have erupted. Still, discussions among Wuda's gang members and Feng Chuanyi's disciples commenced. Do you think the expert Lu Zhao brought is truly a master of inner strength? A master? I doubt it. Just look at how young he is, barely in his 20s. Compare that to Master Feng, who is over 60 and has only just reached the pinnacle of inner strength. Can this young man really be considered a master? Well, if we take your reasoning into account, it seems unlikely he could be a master. But if he is not a master, then what is he doing here? Was he merely invited for a stroll? That would be a blatant disregard for our leader. Shoo, keep your voice down. Matters are not as simple as they appear. And there are many complexities involved. Besides, issues at our leader's level are beyond our comprehension. Now, let us not say more. Can't you see how dark our leader's expression has become? If he hears us, we might end up in hot water. The two subordinates of Wu De whispered quietly, but as soon as Wu De's icy triangular face turned toward them, they prudently ceased their murmurs. They were all too aware that as the notorious leader of the underworld in Sui City, Wu De was currently in a foul mood, akin to a storm cloud looming overhead. If Wu De were to catch them in a moment of indiscretion, they would surely face a harsh reprimand. Although they managed to keep their discussions within reasonable bounds, Feng Chuanyi's disciples were far less restrained. This was not due to a more lenient code of conduct within Feng Chuanyi's faction, but rather a deliberate choice on his part. The earlier confrontation with Lu Zhao had left Feng Chuanyi feeling frustrated and angry. Not only had he failed to connect with the Qin family, but his interaction with Lu Zhao had also been quite unpleasant. The cause of this failed connection was none other than the pretentiously profound expert who had accompanied Lu Zhao. Despite having let things slide earlier out of respect for Wu Da's status, or rather, out of regard for Wu Da's monetary contributions, the lingering displeasure was undeniable. As disciples of Feng Chuanyi, they were keenly aware of their master's dissatisfaction. If their master had grievances, it was their duty to alleviate them. Although they dared not provoke a conflict while their master was in retreat, they could certainly find ways to irritate Lu Zhao and his so-called expert. Thus, the discussions on the third floor grew particularly boisterous, verging on uproarious. Second brother, just look at this so-called master, who doesn't even dare to show his face. A master indeed. That is not true. Sixth junior brother. This master is renowned and brought here by the illustrious Lu Zhao. Surely you recognize the significance of someone Lu Zhao accompanies? Come on, just because Lu Zhao is well known doesn't equate to his strength. He is merely at the minor completion stage of inner strength, comparable to our senior brother. In fact, he might even be inferior to him. How could someone of such a cultivation level bring a genuine master? Moreover, our master's respect for Lu Zhao isn't based on his minor completion stage, but rather on the Qin family's standing. Without the Qin family, Lu Zhao is nothing. As the comments regarding Lu Zhao circulated, Feng Chuanyi couldn't help but smile at his clever fifth disciple, who had accurately grasped his thoughts and articulated them succinctly. Fourth junior brother, you're mistaken. A master certainly possesses an aura befitting their status. Haven't you heard? Masters don't even need to eat. What is that term again? Oh, what is the word I'm searching for? Second brother, you're not referring to fasting, are you? Fasting is a practice among cultivators, supposedly quite remarkable, allowing them to go for days without food without issue. Yes, fourth junior brother, that is it fasting. I believe this esteemed expert is indeed practicing fasting. Just look at how gaunt he is. What else could it be? Oh, second brother, that fellow by the window isn't fasting. He is just on a diet. Trying to lose weight. The youngest disciple beside Feng Chuanyi chimed in, causing the group to erupt in laughter, even eliciting a chuckle from the otherwise stoic Feng Chuanyi. He affectionately glanced at the young disciple, though with a hint of admonishment, said, "Young Gada, do not jest about the fasting of cultivators. Cultivators are the most revered echelon within our martial community, and we must maintain a sense of reverence towards them. Understood?" "Yes, master," the disciple was wrong, replied young Gada with a respectful demeanor. The conversations were audible not only to Zhao Dabao, but also to Lu Zhao, who comprehended the blatant slander being directed at Mr. Zhao. Although Lu Zhao harbored some doubts regarding Zhao Dabao's true abilities, he could not tolerate such overt disparagement of his friend. Resolute in his thoughts, Lu Zhao prepared to admonish those who were speaking so recklessly. Suddenly, a cacophony of fighting erupted from below, accompanied by anguished cries. With a resounding crash, a glass panel shattered, and like a bolt of dark lightning, a menacing figure emerged before the onlookers. Standing at an imposing height of 6 feet, clad in black combat attire, his thick beard bristled like steel needles across his face, and a long scar stretched from his left eyebrow to the corner of his mouth, rendering his visage terrifying. A decorative black eye patch obscured his left eye, yet it only served to enhance his demonic appearance. In his hand, he wielded a black, sheathed long knife, the bloodstains at the blade's tip indicating that it had recently tasted blood. Zhang Jiejun. Wu Da uttered the name with a tinge of hatred, yet his slightly retreating posture betrayed an undercurrent of fear. With a raucous laugh, Zhang Jiejun's scarred face trembled thrice. "Wu Da, did you ever imagine that I, Zhang Jiejun, would return? I owe you my gratitude for your blade back in the day. Today, I shall reclaim what is rightfully mine, interest included." "Wu Da, have you cleaned your neck?" At Zhang Jiejun's venomous remarks, Haihu Fengquan furrowed his brow. Expressing his discontent towards the retreating Wu Da boss Wu, Zhang Jiejun's words seem rather different from yours. Did you not claim this was merely a turf war? Now it appears to be a fight for life and death. Do you think I can speak the truth to you? If I revealed the reality, would you act? Wu Da mused inwardly, yet his exterior radiated a sycophantic smile. "Master Feng, the essence is quite similar. Consider it this way, if I withdraw from Suisher, I forfeit all my business. ISN and Oppos, that akin to killing me? Master Feng, if you deal with Zhang Jiejun, I shall double your reward to 5 million. How about it? 5 million for your assistance. What do you say? 5 million. Haihu Fengquan stroked his beard and muttered, "Very well, 5 million it is. Wu Da, remember your promise." With that, Fengquan turned, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he fixed his gaze on Zhang Jiejun. "My friend, might you consider reconciliation? I, Fengquan, am willing to mediate." "Reconciliation?" Zhang Jiejun chuckled darkly. "Fengquan, I am aware of your prowess in the praying mantis fist. I advise you to steer clear of this matter. Regardless of your status, even if the master of the praying mantis fist were to intervene, it would be futile. I am here to collect Wu Da's head today." Fengquan's expression darkened, mingled with slight anger. "Zhang Jiejun, do not speak so arrogantly. We all navigate the rivers and lakes. It's wise to leave a line for future encounters. Surely, you understand this? Leave a line for future encounters?" Zhang Jiejun sneered. "Such sentiments hold no weight today. Fengquan, if you wish to intervene for Wu Da's 5 million, by all means, do so. But heed my warning. Be cautious, for you may lose your life before spending that fortune." "Master, let us stop talking and get to fighting," the burly Dong Bao interjected. "Agreed. Dong Bao, step forward and show this fool your strength. But remember to be steady." Dong Bao, towering at 2 meters, stepped forward like a black tower, looming over Zhang Jiejun. "Zhang Jiejun, I, Dong Bao of the praying mantis fist, wish to spar with you." "Ah, I forgot to mention," Zhang Jiejun retorted, "I am known as the Blood Blade. When my blade is unsheathed, it does not return without blood. Think carefully before you engage." Upon hearing this, Haihu Fengquan's brow furrowed in concern. Zhang Jiejun was intent on shedding blood, and he wondered if Dong Bao could withstand the onslaught. However, Having committed to the confrontation, he could not retract his disciple. With a hint of worry, Feng Quan advised, Dong Bao, wield your weapon and be cautious. Without hesitation, Dong Bao drew a hefty broadsword from behind him. Master, worry not. Since I broke through to the internal energy stage, I have yet to face a worthy opponent. Today, I shall learn from you. As he spoke, he planted his feet firmly, causing the floor to tremble as his massive form surged forward. With a powerful swing, the broadsword sliced through the air like a speeding train, aimed directly at Zhang Jejun. With a cold smile, Zhang Jejun sidestepped 3 paces and dashed forward, as if he had never moved at all. At the very moment he evaded Dong Bao's strike, his sheathed long blade lunged forward, targeting the giant's chest. Caught off guard by Zhang Jejun's explosive speed, Dong Bao hastily attempted to block with his sword, channeling his strength into the broadsword. With a thunderous clash, the massive blade descended, intent on crushing Zhang Jejun's advancing weapon. Yet, with a mocking grin, Zhang Jejun thrust his sheathed long blade downward, evading the broadsword's descent. A sharp sound pierced the air as the blunt tip of his sheathed blade grazed Dong Bao's chest, causing him to recoil in terror, narrowly escaping a fatal blow. In an instant, Zhang Jejun's left hand shot up like a bullet, striking the hilt of the long blade with precision. The sudden force propelled the blade forward, slicing a deep wound into Dong Bao's chest, crimson blood gushing forth like a mountain spring. The searing pain forced Dong Bao to stagger backward, barely escaping with his life after just 2 exchanges. Although he evaded death, the injury rendered him incapable of further combat. Stop! Haihu Feng Quan bellowed, astonished that his once promising disciple had fallen so swiftly. This was, of course, due to Dong Bao's lack of combat experience. In the fleeting moments of their clash, Feng Quan discerned that Zhang Jejun was at least his superior in skill. Yet, the fight had commenced, and he steeled himself to press on. After securing his first victory, Zhang Jejun refrained from pursuing further violence. His true target was Wu Da, and he had no desire to escalate matters with the praying mantis fist faction. A retreat was the best outcome. With a slight smirk, Zhang Jejun addressed Feng Quan. What now, Master Feng? Do you wish to intervene again? Take heed. I have already shown mercy. Otherwise, could your disciple have retreated alive? Feng Quan's face twitched, revealing a bittersweet smile as he clasped his hands. Master Zhang, your skills are commendable, and I thank you for your restraint. Watching his ally's swift defeat, Wu Da's expression darkened, a mix of anger and fear. He was furious at how inept the help he summoned had proven and terrified at the prospect of Feng Quan withdrawing from the conflict. Desperately, Wu Da interrupted, Master Feng. You accepted a reward. You wouldn't abandon us now, would you? Feng Quan shot Wu Da a fierce glare. Boss Wu, rest assured, having accepted the payment, I shall provide you with an explanation. Then, with a resolute demeanor, Feng Quan faced Zhang Jejun. Master Zhang, in the world we inhabit, we are often bound by circumstances. Before your arrival, I had already accepted my reward. In this realm, one's word is paramount. I, Feng Quan of the Praying Mantis Fist, have come to engage. Very well, let us proceed. But remember, combat is ruthless, and blades are unforgiving. Should you be injured, do not blame me, the Bloodblade Zhang Jejun. Fear not, today's duel, regardless of its outcome, shall bear no grievance from my side. Feng Quan then instructed his disciples, listen closely, this battle is between Zhang Jejun and myself. Regardless of the outcome, none are to retaliate or seek vengeance. In this encounter, fate is uncertain, and fortune rests in the hands of destiny. Having conveyed his directive, Feng Quan brandished his unique weapon, a black steel monkey claw. The 1-meter-long claw glimmered as its 5 iron fingers extended, stirring the air with its formidable presence. With a swift motion, Zhang Jejun unsheathed his long blade, which gleamed in the sunlight streaming through the window, casting a silvery sheen that masked the ominous bloodlust lurking beneath. The scabbard flashed as the crimson and white blood dagger trembled in Zhang Jejun's hand, casting a wave of blood-red ripples. In a wild flurry, it surged upward, engulfing the figure of the black monkey within a torrent of white shadows and blood. The cacophony of clashing sounds resembled the firecrackers of the Lunar New Year, echoing swiftly and densely in the hall on the 3rd floor. 2 lightning-fast figures intersected, weaving through the air as if dozens were engaged in a fierce battle. A series of slashing strikes melded into a chaotic amalgamation of black and white, creating an eerie, chilling sphere of annihilation. The clash between the black monkey and the blood dagger was a life-and-death struggle. Extraordinary techniques erupted continuously, lethal moves flashing like lightning to onlookers. It felt like mere seconds or perhaps 10 minutes had passed, with only fleeting shadows darting across the third-floor space. As their gaze pursued the last vanishing silhouette, the monkey's claw was already poised before Zhang Jejun, while their eyes searched for the endpoint of the white ribbon's arc. The blood dagger had already drawn a trail of crimson. Once engaged, the black monkey, Feng Chuanyi, instantly felt the disparity between them. Logically, as both Zhang Jejun and Feng Chuanyi had mastered their internal energy, the outcome should have been marginal. However, Zhang Jejun's extensive experience in life-and-death combat was not comparable to the daily training of the black monkey. Often, before Feng Chuanyi could unleash a second strike, Zhang Jejun had already discerned the intended direction of the monkey's attack, a testament to his combat experience. Following such a combative trajectory, Feng Chuanyi's defeat was merely a matter of time. Although he had mentally prepared for loss, the pride of a fully realized martial artist compelled the black monkey to take a desperate risk. In a moment of ascent, Feng Chuanyi unleashed a fierce shout. Using both feet and hands in a coordinated effort, his slender form spinning 360 degrees in reverse. Amidst the rush of wind, his limbs fully extended, transforming into a ferocious, whirling fan. His chest became the fulcrum, his limbs the blades, while the black steel monkey claws turned into the sharpest points, sending shadows cascading above the blood dagger. In a heartbeat, the black fan descended, enveloping the blood dagger with a razor-sharp gust. In that instant of encirclement, the black steel claws erupted with brilliant energy. Akin to the sun breaking through the morning horizon, emanating icy rays that converged upon Zhang Jejun. Confronted with the black monkey's deadly strike, Zhang Jejun remained resolute, channeling a relentless stream of internal energy into the blood dagger, causing the blood streaks upon the blade to writhe as if alive. With a tilt of his head and an upward gaze, he brought his hands together, suddenly executing a powerful upward slash, transforming his downward strike into an upward thrust. This technique could break through myriad forms with sheer strength, allowing him to cleave through thousands of adversaries with a single blade. With a resounding crash, Feng Chuanyi's slender body tumbled through the air, spinning repeatedly. With each rotation, droplets of blood scattered, creating a display akin to fireworks, albeit a spectacle born of defeat and despair. Nearing the wall, Feng Chuanyi finally ceased his tumultuous rotation, revealing a long, gaping wound stretching diagonally across his chest, white with fat and red with blood, instantly staining the black monkey's torso. Pained gasps escaped his lips as he struggled to rise heroically, yet the severity of his injury compelled him to bend at the waist. In this battle, the blood dagger emerged victorious, while the black monkey lay vanquished. As blood splattered through the air, Wu Da, the black market leader of Suisha, was consumed by a frenzied despair, roaring, "Kill them!" Before his words could fade, 6 figures, fierce as tigers, lunged towards Zhang Jejun. These 6 were the elite enforcers of Wu Da, instrumental in his reign over Suisha. Armed with military daggers possessing bloodletting grooves, they lunged desperately at Zhang Jejun. The 6 daggers gleamed ominously, converging towards the center of the arena. With a wild laugh, Zhang Jejun whirled around, taunting, "Wu Da, you've truly run out of men. Resorting to such worthless scum to attack me?" His voice echoed as his body spun, delivering a flurry of strikes before the 6 enforcers could close in. In a series of muffled thuds, their towering forms were swiftly scattered in 6 directions, departing as hastily as they had arrived. Suddenly, 9 gleaming stars materialized before Zhang Jejun. 3 points each from the top, left, and right, forming a triangular trap. In the face of imminent danger, Zhang Jejun roared, his blood dagger moving in unison, creating a dense array of blade shadows before him. The clang of metal resonated as glimmering shards of iron exploded around the blood dagger. The assailant was none other than Shadow Xiaoda, Wu Da's ultimate bodyguard, who unleashed 9 lethal flying daggers in a coordinated strike. Yet, this was not his final assault. That would come from his 6-shot pistol. A barrage of gunfire erupted from Xiao Da's weapon, 7 bullets imbued with the aura of death surrounding Zhang Jejun. No matter where he leapt or dodged, 1 or 2 fatal bullets awaited him. This multi-angled approach had been meticulously rehearsed by Xiao Da, who understood that Zhang Jejun was no ordinary martial artist, but a peak warrior forged in the crucible of battle. A single shooting angle would never suffice to wound or kill him. Thus, the bullets were unleashed in a multitude of angles, ensuring comprehensive coverage. Should even 1 bullet strike true, Wu Da's minions would swarm in. An army of ants could indeed fell an elephant, provided the elephant had already sustained grievous wounds. Facing the onslaught of bullets, a flicker of disdain crossed Zhang Jiejun's visage. With a sudden, fierce motion, he unleashed 7 slashes, a terrifying spectacle unfolding before Wu Da's eyes. The thunderous sounds resonated as 7 bullets were deflected, splintering into 14 fragments that scattered across the corners of the 3rd floor. My heavens! Zhang Jiejun had merely used a dagger to deflect 7 high-velocity bullets. What strength, precision, and speed were required for such a feat? Was it truly the work of a martial artist who had mastered internal energy? The dread did not end there. A white ribbon of light flashed across the expanse, akin to the wrath of the thunder god, as a slender figure crashed into the hard wall of the 3rd floor, leaving only the short handle of the dagger exposed. Enraged by the ambush, Zhang Jiejun thrust the dagger into Shadow Zhao Da, pinning him to the wall, not just his body, but extinguishing the very flame of his life. After dispatching Zhao Da, Zhang Jiejun did not reclaim his prized dagger, but instead approached Wu Da, radiating an aura of icy menace. With his hands raised slowly, even those unacquainted with the circumstances could discern his intent to take Wu Da's life within the confines of the 3rd floor. At this moment, Wu Da trembled uncontrollably, akin to a wild grass in autumn, still alive yet awaiting the bitter chill of winter's arrival. Confronted with the specter of mortality, the once mighty leader of the Shueisha underworld, a man who could dictate life and death, now quaked in fear. When one possesses everything that others do not, their thirst for life surpasses that of the ordinary. He, Wu Da, the black market overlord of Shueisha, held an unparalleled love for his own existence. Perhaps he had not recognized this before, but now, the realization dawned upon him. He wished to live, to survive, to evade death. Even in the face of losing everything, he clung to the desire for life. With a sudden thud, Wu Da knelt down, his visage a portrait of terror, tears streaming down his face. Once a figure of arrogance and splendor, the king of the underworld in Sui City, he now found himself deeply humbled, kneeling not only in body but also in spirit. I beg of you, Brother Zhang. Master Zhang, spare me, release me. All my past transgressions were my fault. I am willing to repay, to offer everything, he pleaded, his once proud head bowing repeatedly to the ground in desperation. At that moment, Wu Da comprehended the stark reality. The titles of underworld leader, the Emperor of Shadows, and immense power all dissolved into nothingness when confronted with a martial artist capable of deciding life and death. Once, fellow practitioners had warned him that to secure a stable and safe path, he must seek the protection of a martial artist. He had dismissed their counsel, but now, regret consumed him. If given another chance, even if it meant sacrificing half his assets, or even all, he would gladly offer them to secure the allegiance of a martial artist of comparable might to Bloodknife. Regret, deep and profound, enveloped him as he realized his life was at stake. Observing the kneeling and beseeching Wu Da, this once powerful figure, Bloodknife inquired with a detached tone, "You wish to beg for mercy? You are willing to surrender everything?" His words conveyed the lofty authority of an emperor. Indeed, Zhang Jiejun had become the arbiter of Wu Da's fate, while Bloodknife stood as the sovereign of Sui City's underworld, exuding an air of superiority indicative of his imminent rise to power. Yes, Master Jing, I beg for mercy, I concede, I surrender all that I have. Just spare my life. As Wu Da's head touched the floor in submission, a heavy silence enveloped the 3rd floor. The 6 injured enforcers, along with Wu Da's subordinates who had rushed up from the 2nd floor, stood trembling, their bodies bent in deference, revealing their submission. Lu Zhao and his companion stood at the window on the 3rd floor, their position suggesting a detached stance. What astonished Bloodknife was the young man who had turned his back to him since his arrival. This youth had merely glanced back once, and then resumed gazing out the window, as if something more captivating lay beyond. This indifference piqued Zhang Jiejun's interest. Based on his years of experience, he sensed that such demeanor could belong either to an ignorant pretender or a true master. Yet, given the youth's age, barely in his 20s, could he truly be a person of exceptional ability? Though the thought intrigued him, it was fleeting. His attention returned to the prostrate Wu Da, his chest swelling with the satisfaction of revenge. Begging for mercy? Offering everything? Wu Da, do you not find your situation laughable? You have lost. Even without your surrender, all you possess will soon belong to me. Fear not. I shall ensure your departure is painless. Your head will be offered at the grave of my former brother. Rest assured, it will be swift, and then you will meet your ancestors. Remember, It will be my blade that severs your head. As laughter erupted from him, Blood Knife reveled in the thrill of the moment. With a growing smile, he slowly raised his bloodied blade, its dullness deceptive, for who could presume that a blunt weapon was incapable of inflicting harm? Even a mere twig, wielded by a master of internal energy, could be as lethal as a razor-sharp sword. Blood Knife delighted in the escalating terror reflected on Wu Da's face. Each increment of fear heightened his own exhilaration. Suddenly, a calm, emotionless voice broke the tension, as if delivering a mere instruction manual. Wu Da, 5 million. If you are willing to part with the same amount, I can grant you a chance to live. Before the words dissipated into the air, Zhang Jiejun's blade halted midair, his gaze snapping towards the window. It was indeed the young man speaking, now turned to face him, yet Zhang Jiejun had not perceived when he had turned. It was as if he had always been facing him. Who dares to challenge me? Blood Knife, Zhang Jiejun. He bellowed, though a hint of uncertainty laced his voice. A reflection of the unknown. Who are you? Let me think. Ah, yes, I recall Zhao Dabao, hired by Wu Da for 100,000 to deal with a rival. Could it be you? Oh, Wu Da, how is it that you kneel before me? By the way, is the person you sought to confront standing right in front of you? Casually leaning against the window, Zhao Dabao spoke with an expressionless demeanor, as if discussing the most ordinary of matters, seemingly oblivious to the bloodshed and chaos surrounding him. He was hired with your money? Then whose are the 2 chests of cash on the ground? Surely, you do not mean to say they are for the hire of the monkey, Feng Quan? The incredulity on Zhang Jiejun's face was unmistakable, his words implicitly directing suspicion towards the kneeling Wu Da. As a veteran of the underworld in Sui City, he quickly grasped the implications of Zhang Jiejun's doubts. The underlying tone revealed a far greater wariness towards Zhao Dabao than towards the monkey, Feng Quan. Despite his disbelief that Zhao Dabao could rival the monkey's strength, he was compelled to gamble on the possibility. In a moment of despair, Wu Da's voice rang out with determination. Mr. Zhao, if you save my life, I will ensure you receive 5 million. 5 million, young man. I advise you to consider this carefully. The monkey Feng Quan is also here to assist, yet he has not had the opportunity to claim his reward. Look around you. Observe the corpses on the walls. Do you truly believe you can surpass the monkey? Can you outmatch a bullet? Blood Knife, Zhang Jiejun unusually displayed patience in explaining the dire circumstances, his experience leading him to doubt that this young man was merely an ignorant pretender. Such folly could cost him his life. Conversely, would Blood Knife, if he were an ordinary man, behave in such a foolish manner? As for Wu Da, Zhao Dabao harbored no goodwill toward him. He had merely agreed to lose Zhao's involvement in this dispute, feeling that remaining uninvolved would not be appropriate. Furthermore, witnessing the might of an accomplished martial artist in this mundane world clarified his understanding of the Earth's cultivation realm. With a subtle smile, Zhao Dabao gestured for Wu Da to remain patient, suggesting he had questions to clarify first. Blood Knife Zhang Jiejun, is it? Yes, young man. I am Blood Knife Zhang Jiejun. Very well, I shall refer to you as Master Zhang. Now, I wish to know your purpose for returning to Sui City. Zhao Dabao inquired, a flicker of curiosity gracing his countenance. You wish to know my purpose for returning to Sui City? Do you expect that I shall answer? Zhang Jiejun's expression turned serious as he replied with gravity. What grounds do you have to ask this? A light chuckle escaped Zhao Dabao's lips, and I understood that Master Zhang was questioning my authority to inquire. Very well, I shall demonstrate. As he spoke, Zhao Dabao casually waved his hand, and an invisible force surged forth. A stack of xia currency levitated off the ground, as if lifted by an unseen hand. In an instant, with a sharp sound, the tip of the scabbard, which had been hanging before Wu Da, was suddenly struck open, causing the stack of currency to tumble to the ground, plucking leaves and flying flowers. A cry of astonishment emerged from the lips of the bloodied blade, Zhang Jiejun. This legendary technique, a divine-level martial art, could only be executed by practitioners of the Mingjing level. Even those who had perfected their internal strength could not achieve it. Upon witnessing this godly skill, Zhang Jiejun, along with Feng Xuanyi and Lu Zhao, all understood that they were in the presence of a legendary practitioner, and even Wu Da, the ordinary martial artist and underworld boss, recognized the gravity of the situation. With a hint of a smile, Zhao Dabao remarked, Master Zhang, now I possess the grounds to ask my questions, do I not? Zhang Jiejun, with a serious demeanor, performed a deep bow. This was not mere respect from the secular world. It was the awe and fear of a martial artist towards the realm of cultivation. Once one enters the world of cultivation, they may ascend to immortality, transcending the constraints of the five elements and the dualities of yin and yang. Mr. Zhao, since you are a master of the cultivation realm, allow me to briefly recount the enmity between Wu De and myself. 20 years ago, Wu De seduced many in the martial world, killing my brothers and leaving me gravely injured in Suisha, ultimately forcing me to flee overseas. Tell me, can I not return to Suisha to avenge my blood debt? Nodding slightly, Zhao Dabao agreed. Indeed, your reasoning is sound. You are justified in seeking revenge. However, since I am present in this establishment, regardless of past events, let us conclude matters here today. What say you, Master Zhang? Conclude matters today? Zhang Jejun pondered deeply. If he were to abide by Zhao Dabao's words, he would be left unsatisfied. However, what could he do? He had witnessed the prowess of a Mingjing-level practitioner, and the disparity was as vast as heaven and earth. Yet, to relent so easily left Zhang with a bitter taste in his heart. Sensing Zhang Jejun's hesitation and reluctance, Zhao Dabao raised an eyebrow, his eyes sparkling with intent. Here is the proposition, Master Zhang. If you can withstand one of my strikes, I shall not interfere in today's affairs. But if you cannot withstand even a single blow, then we shall proceed as I see fit. How does that sound? Before Zhang Jejun could respond, Wu De cried out, Mr. Zhao, I have already paid 5 million. Can you not eliminate this threat once and for all? Today, Zhang Jejun may spare me, but what about the future? I will add another 5 million. I beg you to eliminate Zhang Jejun here and now. If that is insufficient, I will increase the amount. Before Wu De could finish his plea, Zhao Dabao's expression darkened. Silence. With a slight wave of his hand, a sharp crack echoed as an invisible force struck Wu De's left cheek, causing his previously triangular face to swell instantly, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Wu De, when I speak, you have no place to interrupt. Let me make this clear. Today's mercy is not due to your wealth, but rather an opportunity granted by old Liu. Do you truly think you can bargain with me? Seeing Zhao Dabao extend such courtesy, Zhang Jejun understood what needed to be done. This young Mr. Zhao was not afraid of the bloodied blade. He merely wished to provide Zhang with a way out. Zhang Jejun clasped his hands and said, I appreciate your goodwill, Mr. Zhao. Thus, if I cannot withstand your strike, I, Zhang Jejun, pledge not to trouble Wu De for 6 months. Very well, Master Zhang, speak plainly. Are you prepared? Receive my strike, Zhao Dabao said, extending his hand in a gesture of invitation. Then I, Zhang Jejun, dare to seek your guidance, Mr. Zhao. Please, instruct me, Zhang Jejun declared, positioning the bloodied scabbard defensively across his chest. Oh, Master Zhang, will you not retrieve your bloodied blade? Zhao Dabao inquired lightly, nodding towards the blade embedded in the wall. I dare not, Mr. Zhao. In your presence, I shall not wield my weapon. I can only request your guidance with the scabbard. Zhang Jejun, a seasoned veteran of the martial world, understood the implications of using the scabbard for instruction. Aware that the young man before him was a practitioner, he refrained from brandishing a weapon, fearing the consequences of provoking such a formidable opponent. With a gentle flick of his fingers against his clothing, Zhao Dabao stepped forward, leisurely positioning himself 5 meters away from Zhang Jejun. Mr. Zhao, might you reveal your weapon? A weapon? There is no need. I shall spar with you using only my right hand, Zhao Dabao replied. Very well, then I invite you to demonstrate your skills, Zhang Jejun responded. As he spoke, Zhang Jejun's internal energy surged forth, causing the scabbard in his hand to momentarily pause. His right hand danced wildly, creating a flurry of white shadows, forming a defensive screen 1 meter before him. He then transformed his left hand from a fist to an open palm, fingers curling as he unleashed 25 claw strikes towards the blade shadow. The flying blade shadows and shifting claws intertwined, creating a mesmerizing display. A fusion of defense that manifested as an impenetrable shield. With a light chuckle, as Zhang Jejun's defense solidified at its peak, Zhao Dabao's internal energy rapidly circulated within him. He poured a surge of internal strength into his left palm, causing his previously slender hand to swell to twice its size, exuding a vibrant aura as he propelled it forward. Though the movement was graceful, the gust of wind that followed surged forth like rolling clouds, exemplifying the external manifestation of a practitioner's internal energy. As the verdant wind raged, Zhang Jejun recognized that he faced a practitioner of the Mingjing level, undoubtedly a high-end master. In that instant, Zhang's eyes widened, and he shouted like thunder, merging his palm and blade in an instant. His defensive techniques coalesced into one singular strike, transforming myriad complexities into a single point, amplifying its strength dramatically. If the prior defensive stance had offered double the protection, this singular point of defense had increased its potency fivefold. A tempestuous wind surged against the blade's tip, causing the onlookers to stagger backward. Yet, despite the ferocity of the wind and the might of the blade, no explosive collision occurred. Instead, a muffled thud resonated as Zhang Jiejun's blunt scabbard was sent flying, forcing him to retreat step by step, blood escaping his lips with each backward movement. After 7 steps and 7 coughs of blood, he fell to the ground with a thud, his once rosy complexion now as pale as parchment. Was this the power of a Mingjing-level practitioner? A wave of astonishment surged through the hearts of the onlookers, including Haihu Feng Chuani and Lu Zhao. The chasm between realms was stark and undeniable. Meanwhile, Wu Da and his ilk, the so-called underworld thugs of Suishe, were left in shock, their senses overwhelmed. Was this truly a martial artist? Was this even human? This was nothing short of celestial prowess. The bloodied blade, a weapon forged of the hardest steel, sliced through high-velocity projectiles as though they were mere clay. The scabbard, crafted of the same fine steel, was equally formidable. In terms of sharpness, the bloodied blade would undoubtedly surpass the scabbard, yet in terms of durability and resilience, the scabbard reigned supreme. What transpired next was astonishing. The knife sheath, as firm as a rock, shattered under the mere flick of Mr. Zhao's inner force. One could only ponder the consequences had that force been directed at his own head. Would my skull withstand such an impact? Could it rival the resilience of Zhang Jiejun's blood knife sheath? It was at this moment that Wu De and the multitude of his subordinates truly grasped the essence of Mr. Zhao's formidable being. The underworld of Sui City began to regard him as an unspeakable taboo within their realm. From this instant forth, Zhao Dabao ascended to the zenith of Sui City's underworld, crowned as its sovereign. While onlookers could only perceive the surface, it was Zhang Jiejun, the blood knife wielder, who experienced the profound realization as he collapsed to the ground. In the fleeting moment when the blood knife sheath collided with the azure gust of energy, he distinctly sensed that the tip of the sheath was akin to a colossal mountain, an insurmountable behemoth. It mattered not that he wielded a blood knife sheath. Even a speeding automobile would be pulverized by such a gale. What left Zhang Jiejun even more astounded was the understanding that Zhao Dabao's strike was not merely the strength of an ordinary practitioner of inner force. His own master, a practitioner at the same level, could not compare. The disparity was as vast as that between a firefly's glow and the brilliance of the full moon. However, what Zhang Jiejun failed to comprehend was that the outcome was a culmination of various factors. Firstly, his passive defense, devoid of any movement, allowed Zhao Dabao's energy to concentrate into a singular point, akin to his own defensive stance. Yet, when a practitioner's inner force converges at a point, the resultant power is not a mere multiplication of 2 or 3 times, but a superposition yielding dozens of times the impact. Secondly, the Transcendent Nine turns mysterious art. A unique cultivation method invented by Peng Zhu surpasses ordinary practices. The difference between cultivation and transcendence is a matter of profound consequence, resulting in the extraordinary effect witnessed today. At this moment, Zhao Dabao, too, felt the strain, in his endeavor to embody an otherworldly sage, a being beyond the ordinary practitioners. He had nearly exhausted half of his energy. Nevertheless, the impact was undeniably staggering. Did one not observe the awe and fervent admiration reflected in the gazes of those present? With a gentle smile, akin to a whispering breeze, Zhao Dabao stepped forward and delicately placed the shattered blood knife sheath before Zhang Jiejun. Master Zhang, do not forget your promise. He then cast a meaningful glance at the astonished Wu Da, beckoning Lu Zhao as he gracefully exited the Blue Ocean Club, exuding the demeanor of a true sage. Witnessing the arrival of such an extraordinary figure, Haihu Feng Quan felt a profound sense of shame. This was the epitome of a true sage. From henceforth, Mr. Zhao would be the idol of the Mantis Fist sect, the ultimate aspiration. As Zhao Dabao departed from the 3rd floor, Zhang Jiejun, now risen, shot a bloodthirsty glare at Wu Da, spitting in contempt. Wu Da, today you are fortunate to have encountered Mr. Zhao. Rest assured, since I, the blood knife, have made a promise to him, I shall uphold it. But remember, in 6 months, ensure your neck is clean. I shall certainly take your life. With that, he spun around, drew his blood knife from the wall, and vanished into thin air. Just as Haihu Feng Quan was about to leave, the previously shaken Wu De suddenly regained his wits and called out, Master Feng, please wait. Feng Quan turned, his expression a mix of confusion and barely contained anger. Wu De, what is it? His irritation towards Wu De was palpable. Had it not been for him, neither he nor his disciple would have been injured, nor would he have lost face. Confronted with Feng Quan's simmering ire, Wu De realized he had little choice but to placate him. Master Feng, please accept this 2 million. He bowed deeply, adopting an unusually respectful demeanor. Observing Wu Da's contrition, Feng Quan's anger dissipated somewhat. Old Wu, I cannot accept the money. I do not take reward for unearned merit. Furthermore, your escape from calamity today is solely due to Mr. Zhao's deterrence. I played no part in it. And let me warn you, refrain from calling me master in the presence of Mr. Zhao. I lack the dignity to be called so in his company. Very well, I shall heed your words, Master Feng. But I must inquire, does your sect have any masters akin to Mr. Zhao? I wish to invite one. To invite a master like Mr. Zhao? You've stumbled into luck to have encountered him today. A master of inner force is not easily found. Do not delude yourself. Even someone as formidable as the blood knife may not have such an opportunity. With that, Feng Quan waved his sleeve and turned, leading his disciples away. Watching them depart, Wu De slumped into a chair at the edge of the chaotic hall, his expression bleak as he surveyed the disarray. As his thoughts began to settle, one of his subordinates approached, whispering, "Boss, are we truly delivering the 5 million Mr. Zhao requested? That is our profit from the past 3 months." A resounding slap echoed through the air as Wu De, consumed by rage and a tinge of fear, retorted, "Have you lost your mind? You dare question delivering Mr. Zhao's money? You are as foolish as a pig. Remember, immediately, today, deliver it without delay, and ensure it is a bank card. Did you not see how discreetly Mr. Zhao conducted himself? He certainly does not wish for his identity to be known." At that moment, an idea sparked in Wu Da's mind. He summoned his second-in-command. "Order all our brothers in Sui City that when they encounter Mr. Zhao, they must treat him as they would me. No, even more reverently, as if he were our ancestor. Do you understand? My ancestor, specifically. Boss, you wish everyone to regard Mr. Zhao as our ancestor? Precisely, our collective ancestor in the Sui City underworld. Is that clear?" A glimmer of understanding brightened the face of the second-in-command as he resolutely replied, "Boss, I understand completely, and I will ensure it is executed to the letter. However, what if Mr. Zhao takes offense? He is." He gestured upwards, indicating Zhao Dabao's ethereal prowess. "Rest assured, Mr. Zhao will not mind. As a transcendent practitioner, regardless of our respect, he shall not be displeased. As long as he occasionally acknowledges us as his own or mentions us, we will be secure." With those words, a sly grin spread across Wu Da's face, reminiscent of a cunning fox. As he escorted Zhao Dabao back to Hongshan community, Lu Zhao's face bore an expression of utmost respect, while his heart boiled with fervent excitement. The sheer power exhibited in breaking the steel knife sheath with a single strike was nothing short of extraordinary. In the presence of Mr. Zhao, even the most formidable warriors, those who have mastered their internal strength to great heights, were rendered utterly powerless, as if he were merely strolling through a tranquil garden. Just how profound was Mr. Zhao's cultivation? Was he truly at the intermediate level of Mingjin? As the overseer of the Qin family's underworld enterprises, Lu Zhao had encountered numerous practitioners at the Mingjin level, yet these individuals seemed to pale in comparison to Mr. Zhao. Could it be that Mr. Zhao was not merely at the Mingjin level, but rather at the advanced level of Njin? The mere thought caused Lu Zhao's mind to buzz with disbelief. Njin practitioners were akin to the protective umbrellas of the foremost families in the Summer Nation, serving as a deterrent to many martial artists from neighboring lands. What qualifications did Lu Zhao possess to associate with such a divine figure? Lu Zhao's contemplation was not unfounded. Based on Mr. Zhao's internal strength displayed today, he had undoubtedly surpassed the typical high-level practitioners of Mingjin. If one were to classify his abilities, Mr. Zhao's cultivation could easily rival that of a beginner in Njin. This was intrinsically linked to the 9 transformations mysterious skill he had mastered, a technique created by celestial beings that could not be compared to ordinary cultivation methods. After escorting Mr. Zhao to the Hongshan community, Lu Zhao pressed the accelerator and returned to the residence of Old Qin. Upon entering the spacious and well-lit hall of the Qin family, he was taken aback to see the third master of the Qin family, Qin Yuanjing, Old Qin's third son, serving tea to Old Qin. Surrounding them were Qin Xiangyu, Old Qin's daughter, and her granddaughter, Zhang Chunlin. As Lu Zhao stepped into the living room, Old Qin gestured for him to sit, and Qin Yuanzheng and the others nodded in acknowledgement. As Old Qin's personal bodyguard and the head of the underworld business, Lu Zhao held a significant position within the Qin family. Gently placing the teapot down, Qin Yuanzheng, with a composed expression, inquired. "Father, do you have any instructions regarding my new position as secretary of the Suisha Municipal Committee?" After a brief pause, Old Qin replied, "Yuanzhong, you are aware that your appointment as secretary of Suisha is a preparation for the upcoming reshuffle of the provincial committee in 2 years. I urge you to exercise caution above all. There is no need for you to achieve any political accomplishments at this time. Your priority is to ensure that no issues arise during your tenure. With the family's influence behind you, your chances of being promoted to the deputy secretary of the provincial committee in 2 years are nearly assured. By the way, has the handover with the state administration of taxation been completed? When can you come to Suisha?" In response to his father's request, Qin Yuanzheng contemplated for a moment and said, "Father, I understand your intentions. I can assure you that I can maintain stability if that is the only goal. However, would this approach not be overly mundane? As for the work with the state administration of taxation, it is nearly wrapped up. I can return to Jing City next week to finalize the procedures. Regarding the work in Suisha, I can commence at any time, as the documents have already been issued. Yuanzhong, do not underestimate the importance of stability. In today's political landscape, stability is indeed the prevailing theme among the 7 standing committee members. Development must also be pursued within the framework of this theme. Do you understand?" Then, Old Qin turned to Lu Zhao with a smile and asked, "Old Lu, how is the situation? Have you determined Mr. Zhao's true level of cultivation? Is he truly at the intermediate level of Mingjin? If Mr. Zhao is that young and has indeed reached the intermediate level of Mingjin, we must accord him the highest honors as a family offering. He is the foundation for the Qin family's future development." Intermediate level of Mingjin? Upon hearing Old Qin's inquiry, Lu Zhao shook his head in disbelief, still reeling from the shock of earlier events. "Not at the intermediate level? Then is he at the beginner level of Mingjin? Lu Gu, you cannot be suggesting that Zhao Dabao isn't even at the level of Mingjin?" Qin Xiangyu asked with a complicated expression. Her feelings towards Zhao Dabao were quite contradictory. If he had reached the intermediate level of Mingjin at such a young age, it would stir feelings of jealousy and resentment within her, a sensation that was difficult to articulate. It felt as if something that was rightfully hers had been usurped by a stranger. If any other young person from the Qin family possessed Zhao Dabao's abilities, she would not have felt such complex emotions. Thus, in her subconscious, she found it hard to believe that Zhao Dabao could have such profound cultivation. In response to Qin Xiangyu's doubts, both Old Qin and Qin Yuanzhong sat up straight, their expressions grave. Qin Yuanzhong had heard his father discuss this matter and was aware of the significance of befriending a practitioner at the intermediate level of Mingjin. Beginner level of Mingjin? Not even at the level of Mingjin? Xiangyu, how can you entertain such thoughts? Lu Zhao was left speechless by Qin Xiangyu's query. What level is he at? Uncle Lu, please do not keep us in suspense. Zhang Chunlin chimed in, her voice sweet yet tinged with a hint of playful insistence. Having grown up under Lu Zhao's watchful eye, she still cherished warm memories from her childhood. Indeed, Old Lu, what level of cultivation does Mr. Zhao possess? This is of utmost importance to our Qin family, Old Qin reiterated, his expression solemn. Inviting Zhao Dabao to demonstrate his skills was, in fact, Old Qin's intention. He sought to gauge Zhao Dabao's true abilities in light of the recent provocations from the Bloodblade clan. After all, the Qin family needed to determine whether to exert their full strength to ascend among the province's elite families based on Zhao Dabao's level of cultivation. With a serious demeanor, Lu Zhao responded, "Old Qin, as you anticipated, Mr. Zhao did indeed make a move today. With a single strike, he caused the renowned Bloodblade Zheng Jiejun to spit out blood 7 times, resulting in an utter defeat." What? He defeated him with a single strike? Zheng Jiejun is famous internationally and is reportedly on the verge of mastering his internal strength. How could he not withstand even one blow from Mr. Zhao? The Qin family had received intelligence indicating that Zheng Jiejun had once engaged in a spar with a practitioner of beginner-level Mingjin 3 years ago. Although he ultimately lost, he managed to hold his ground for over 10 minutes. How could Zheng Jiejun not endure even a moment against Mr. Zhao? Minutes? In response to Qin Xiangyu's astonished inquiry, a look of shock crept over Lu Zhao's face. Despite the passage of time, the memory of the event still left him in awe. Xiangyu, I understand your skepticism, but you must not show any hint of doubt in Mr. Zhao's presence. To put it plainly, it was a complete annihilation, a true instant kill, and it was accomplished using externalized internal strength. Xiangyu, do you comprehend the hardness of a bullet? Yes, of course. Our Qin family has military roots. It would not be an exaggeration to say we grew up amidst gunfire and bullets are common in our household. Why? Is there a connection between Mr. Zhao and bullets? Unwittingly, Qin Xiangyu's doubts about Zhao Dabao shifted to respect for Mr. Zhao. You did not witness the scene, but at the moment when the formidable internal strength practitioner, Black Monkey, was defeated, Wu Da's most ruthless bodyguard, Shadow Xiaoda, fired 7 bullets aimed at Zhang Jejun. Can you guess the outcome? Guess? Old Lu, you speak as if you were narrating a tale. Please, do hurry. Even my old man is getting anxious to hear it, Old Qin urged, lightly tapping the back of the sofa. Indeed, Old Qin, what transpired today at the Blue Ocean truly resembles a fantastical tale, an extraordinary narrative. Upon hearing this, Old Qin's expression quickly turned serious. He understood Lu Zhao well. For him to express such astonishment indicated that what had taken place today had profoundly shocked him. Mr. Zhao's performance likely exceeded even his own expectations. Old Qin, the 7 bullets fired at Zhang Jejun were effortlessly severed by the blood blade with 7 strikes. Consider this. A bullet traveling at high speed could be sliced in half by a steel blade, indicating that Zhang Jejun's strength must be exceedingly close to that of a beginner in Ming Jin. Only practitioners at the beginner level of Ming Jin could disregard bullets as if they were nothing. What? He severed 7 bullets with 7 strikes? Zhang Jejun has achieved such a remarkable level of ability? Old Qin sat up straight, astonished. Yes, he severed 7 bullets, but that is not the most astonishing part. The most astonishing aspect was that the seemingly invincible sheath of the sword, akin to slicing through clay, was effortlessly shattered by Mr. Zhao's casual strike, as easily as one might snap a chopstick. Elder Qin, may I inquire about Mr. Zhao's cultivation level? Furthermore, I must clarify that it was not the blood blade itself that was broken by Mr. Zhao's internal force, but rather the sheath, which possesses greater hardness and flexibility than the blade. If such a sheath can be broken, what might we deduce about the height of Mr. Zhao's internal power? At that moment, the Qin family's living room was enveloped in an eerie silence, broken only by the varied sounds of breathing, as everyone exchanged astonished glances, akin to witnessing a magnificent volcano erupting with cataclysmic force. The culmination of bright internal strength, or rather the mastery of dark strength, was evident. It must certainly be dark strength, for such potency could not arise otherwise. With unwavering certainty, Elder Qin's voice rang out, resolute and commanding. He smacked the sofa with fervor, rising to pace the spacious living room, his excitement growing with each step, his spirit invigorated. A hearty laugh echoed through the room. Indeed, Mr. Zhao must be a practitioner of dark strength, and at such a tender age, he is undoubtedly a core disciple of a prominent sect, a formidable force in the realm of cultivation. How remarkable it is that in my lifetime, I have had the fortune to befriend such a powerful young cultivator. At merely 20 years of age, a master of dark strength. Yinjing, tell me, have you ever encountered a practitioner of dark strength so young? Ah, no need to respond. I am certain you have not. Even I, at my age, have yet to meet one, and you certainly haven't either. A 20-year-old master of dark strength. Do you know the cultivation level of the invincible worshipper of the Wang family, the pinnacle family of the capital? It is merely the early stage of dark strength, and he is over 80, perhaps even surpassing a century in age. Yinzheng, Xiangyu, consider this. If Mr. Zhao possesses such profound cultivation at just over 20, what heights might he reach by 30 or 40? It stands to reason that with such a practitioner supporting our Qin family, we could thrive for a century, or even 2, or perhaps even longer. Elder Qin rubbed his wrinkled hands together, excitement radiating from him like that of a child. Witnessing the elder's enthusiasm, Yinzhong and the others felt their spirits lift as well. They understood the implications of befriending a master of dark strength. It signified the chance for the Qin family to ascend to the ranks of national-level elite families like the Wang family. Elite families are not established overnight. It typically requires a century or more of accumulation. Yet, the Qin family has barely surpassed 40 years. To elevate themselves to the status of a top family in such a short time would be nothing short of miraculous. Undoubtedly, the linchpin of this miracle is Mr. Zhao, the master of dark strength. After a brief moment of exhilaration, Elder Qin declared with authority, Yinzheng, Xiangyu, Old Lu, listen closely. From now on, Mr. Zhao's position must be elevated above all, even above mine. Additionally, I shall issue a family edict mandating that all members treat Mr. Zhao as the patriarch. Everyone must heed his commands, and all resources should be directed towards him. If we can establish a rapport with Mr. Zhao, the prospects for our family's growth are boundless. At this point, Lu Zhao remained relatively composed, having already witnessed the extraordinary display of strength earlier. He gently inquired, "Elder Qin, how shall we provide resources to Mr. Zhao? Are we speaking of material or monetary resources?" Upon hearing this, Yinzhang and the others turned their attention to Elder Qin. Recognizing that decisions regarding resource provision required the wisdom of someone experienced in dealings with cultivators. With a decisive wave of his hand, Elder Qin replied firmly, "When it comes to resource provision, we do not require money or material possessions. In the eyes of cultivators like Mr. Zhao, such things are of little value. Instead, old Lu, you and the girl should leverage all your connections in the underworld and business to procure medicinal herbs that are over 100 years old. The older, the better. Regardless of the cost, secure them and present them to Mr. Zhao." Indeed, one must acknowledge the astuteness of Elder Qin. His insight is both sharp and discerning. For medicinal herbs are the most sought-after resources for cultivators. After establishing the principle of befriending Mr. Zhao, Elder Qin instructed Lu Zhao to maintain close proximity to Mr. Zhao henceforth, both to better serve him and to foster a friendship through frequent contact. At this juncture, Mr. Zhao reclined languidly in his room, gazing out at the sky. Following his recent encounter with the internal strength practitioners of Earth, he began to contemplate his position as a cultivator of the nine turns profound art within the realm of Xia and the secular world, leading to new aspirations for his future endeavors. The following afternoon, Mr. Zhao called Lu Zhao to pick him up from the community to visit the Qin family. Upon his arrival, he sensed a marked shift in the Qin family's demeanor. Previously, aside from Elder Qin and Lu Zhao's courteousness, Qin Xiangyu had only shown polite respect. However, this time, both Qin Xiangyu and the newly acquainted Qin Yinzheng and Zhang Chunlin displayed deep respect, even bordering on admiration. Upon entering the hall, Mr. Zhao wasted no time and directly presented 3 small elixirs to Elder Qin. To be frank, had Lu Zhao not been so agreeable to him at this stage, he might have offered only one. Beholding the fragrant small elixirs, Elder Qin's eyes sparkled with excitement. For 40 years, he had been tormented by the pain inflicted upon him 4 decades ago, a torment that not only afflicted his body but also shackled his spirit. Elder Qin was acutely aware that this old injury had significantly curtailed his lifespan. In recent years, several of his old comrades had passed away due to similar old wounds. Elder Qin instructed Qin Xiangyu to fetch 2 small jade vials to secure the elixirs, issuing a stern warning against their use without his consent. He then inquired whether he could consume one of the small elixirs now. Mr. Zhao nodded in agreement. As Elder Qin ingested the elixir, a warm, tingling sensation coursed through his meridians. When the medicinal energy reached his chest and abdomen, it gradually coalesced into a concentrated mass. As it enveloped the injured area, Mr. Zhao gently waved his right hand, summoning a white energy to manifest at Elder Qin's chest and abdomen, like an ethereal spirit in the rain. The energy gracefully penetrated the site of the old injury, hastening the elixir and appos, as medicinal properties to swiftly mend the wounds. After a quarter of an hour, amidst Elder Qin's satisfied groan, the remnants of his old injury vanished completely. Even the deep scars on his skin faded significantly, becoming nearly imperceptible. With a vigorous clench of his fist, he unleashed a powerful arc in the air, feeling none of the previous constriction or sharp pain. It was as if he had regained his youth, vitality coursing through him. Observing Elder Qin's comfortable demeanor, Mr. Zhao remarked, "Elder Qin, the medicinal power of the small elixir has only been utilized to 1/3 of its capacity, under the regulation of my internal strength. Your old injury has been entirely healed. The remaining 2/3 of the medicinal power can extend your lifespan by 2 to 3 years. Of course, had it not been for the purpose of healing your old injury, a whole small elixir could grant a secular individual 5 additional years of life." 5 additional years? Elder Qin's eyes gleamed as he gazed at Mr. Zhao, his lips trembling with excitement. "Mr. Zhao, are you suggesting that this small elixir can extend life by 5 years? Then, does that mean the other 2 small elixirs you gifted me represent a total of 10 years of life?" With a chuckle, Zhao Dabao waved his hand and said, "Old Qin, you are overthinking it. The small longevity elixir can extend life by 5 years, but it only takes effect when activated by my unique internal energy. Ordinary cultivation methods cannot achieve this. Moreover, for someone like you, Old Qin, the small longevity elixir can only be consumed once in a lifetime. Any more would be ineffective." "Oh, so it can only be taken once," Zhao Dabao mused. "Well, if it can heal the old man's old injuries, I will be eternally grateful. And if it can extend his life by another 2 or 3 years, then it is a blessing that has come to me, Qin Hu, from my previous life." How could I possibly ask for more? In light of old Qin's open-mindedness, Zhao Daba nodded in satisfaction. The old general, having emerged from the trials of battle, was indeed a figure distinct from the ordinary. At that moment, Qin Xiangyu retrieved a long red sandalwood box from the side table and handed it to Zhao Daba with a smile. Curiously, Zhao Daba examined the red sandalwood box. Glancing inquiringly at old Qin, the elder replied with a smile, "Mr. Zhao, this box contains an old mountain ginseng, which is said to be over 200 years old. It was acquired by Xiangyu during an unexpected auction." After hearing this, Zhao Daba gently opened the lid, and a faint, herbal aroma wafted out, sweet yet calming, akin to a gentle rain nourishing his heart. The old mountain ginseng was about 50 centimeters long, with a wide upper part and slender lower part. Its main root bore fine, deep spiral patterns, while the lower section was smooth and glossy. The fibrous roots were sparse yet long. When Zhao Daba gently pinched one, it did not break. Indeed, this old mountain ginseng must be at least 220 years old. Zhao Daba was well aware that on Tianqiu Star, ginseng over 200 years old could fetch a high price. In the realm of cultivation, particularly in the stages of Ming Jin and postnatal, ginseng of over 100 years was a key ingredient in the creation of elixirs to enhance one's cultivation. The main ingredient in the small longevity elixir Zhao Daba had concocted a few days prior was only 50 years old. If it were replaced with this ginseng, the elixir's potency would increase at least threefold. It was perplexing why, in the spirit-deprived earth, there were still occurrences of potent herbs capable of enhancing cultivation. The nameless red fruit from the Qinling Mountains, the 50-year-old Maotai, and the various herbs used in the small longevity elixir, all these spiritual herbs would require a considerable fortune on Tianqiu Star. As for the old mountain ginseng over 200 years old, it was a rare and precious spiritual herb indeed. Observing Zhao Daba's contented expression, old Qin and the others exchanged glances, knowing their initial plan was highly feasible. Nodding, Zhao Daba placed the box on the coffee table and smiled. "Old Qin, for such medicinal materials, I will take as many as you can provide. As for the price, feel free to propose anything." Through his battle with the blood knife, Zhao Daba had come to understand the status of cultivators in Xia country. Money was no longer a concern for him. Reflecting on the previous days when he had resorted to thievery for a mere few $100,000, he felt a rush of embarrassment. "Oh, what are you saying, Mr. Zhao? Even if you were unable to heal my old wounds, your mere presence commands respect and admiration. It is an immense fortune for the Qin family to have made your acquaintance. Please do not mention remuneration, as long as there are quality medicinal materials. We will gladly offer them to you, and I hope you will graciously accept. Indeed, Mr. Zhao, our family will continue to rely on you. May I ask where you plan to reside? Our family is in need of a guardian. Would you be interested?" Qin Xiangyu asked eagerly. Hearing this, old Qin's expression darkened. "Xiangyu, do not be so presumptuous. Mr. Zhao is a cultivator. How could he possibly serve as our family's guardian?" Old Qin then elaborated, "Mr. Zhao, you may not be aware, but in Xia country, any top-tier force will have one or more cultivators whose status is equivalent to that of the family patriarch." Although old Qin discouraged his daughter's invitation, the gleam in his eyes revealed his hope for Zhao Daba's agreement. "Guardian of the family?" Zhao Daba pondered for a moment. Raising an eyebrow, "Old Qin, we can discuss the matter of guardianship at a later time. Since I emerged from the mountains, I have yet to truly explore this world. However, rest assured, if the Qin family encounters any troubles, I, Zhao Daba, will undoubtedly lend my assistance." Old Qin recognized that his daughter's invitation was premature, but seeing Zhao Daba's lack of outright rejection filled him with hope. The priority now was to enhance the Qin family's influence in Zhao Daba's eyes. As long as they left a good impression, the possibility of guardianship remained viable. Subsequently, the group settled into casual conversation, primarily among the younger generations of the Qin family, while Zhao Daba listened. There were no service staff present. Instead, it was the third generation, Zhang Chunlin, who served tea. During their discussion, the Qin family focused on topics of interest to Zhao Daba. Upon learning of Zhao Daba's need for medicinal materials, Zhang Chunlin extended an invitation. As the largest medicinal materials company in the province, Nanji Group was set to participate in an auction for rare herbs over the weekend. Though termed an auction, it was, in reality, also a social gathering. As the major sponsor of the event, Nanji Group would attract representatives from various medicinal companies across the province, facilitating exchanges of rare herbs and fostering relationships for mutual benefit. With Zhang Chunlin now responsible for Nanji Group, she extended the invitation to Zhao Daba. Zhao Daba immediately expressed his intent to attend, seeing it as an opportunity to connect with rare herbs on Earth. Old Qin directly stated that if Zhao Daba found any herbs of interest, he could acquire them on the spot, with Nanji Group covering the costs. Grateful for the Qin family's understanding, Zhao Daba nodded appreciatively. Through further dialogue, the connection between the Zhao and Qin families deepened. At that moment, Zhao Daba's phone chimed with a melodious tune. It was a sound he had customized, distinct from the humorous tone it had originally possessed. Upon realizing it was a call from Xiaoying, he pressed the answer button, and a hurried, delicate voice came through. "Brother Bao, where are you? There is trouble." Upon hearing Xiaoying's anxious tone, Zhao Daba's demeanor instantly stiffened. "Xiaoying, don't panic. What happened? Speak slowly." "It's Mom. A group of troublemakers has come to the counter at the Central Mall, and they've damaged the displays. Brother Bao, please come quickly." Her voice trembled, hinting at tears. Xiaoying, stay calm, telling Jia not to confront them and to ensure her own safety. "I will be there shortly." With that, Zhao Daba sprang to his feet and addressed Old Qin. "I must attend to an urgent matter." His face had turned ashen with concern. "Mr. Zhao, don't worry. I will have Lu Zhao escort you," Old Qin offered. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Daba dashed out of the hall, leaving the Qin family members in awe of his fleeting presence. "Instantaneous movement," Old Qin exclaimed, astonished. "Incredible! Grandfather, what does instantaneous movement mean? How did Mr. Zhao vanish so quickly?" His granddaughter Zhang Chunlin asked, her lips parting in disbelief. After a moment to compose himself, Old Qin reflected on Lu Zhao's description, which filled him with amazement. However, upon witnessing the event, it was not astonishment but rather profound shock that enveloped him. Instantaneous movement is a technique employed by cultivators, reputedly allowing those who reach the level of immortals to traverse hundreds of miles in the blink of an eye, unmatched by any technological means. What Mr. Zhao demonstrated moments ago was indeed this instantaneous movement, achievable only at the dark strength level. From the earlier scene, it appeared that Mr. Zhao's cultivation was at least at this dark strength tier. Subsequently, Elder Qin, with a grave expression, addressed Qin Yuanzheng and the others. "Yuanzheng, Xiangyu, Lu Zhao. You must hasten to see what assistance you can provide. Remember, regardless of who they are or what faction they belong to, anyone who opposes Mr. Zhao must be uprooted entirely. Keep this in mind. From now on, Mr. Zhao shall be a revered patron of our Qin family. Anyone who stands against him will face resolute consequences. Do not delay, depart immediately. Lu Zhao, you may employ any means necessary and summon any personnel." Upon receiving Elder Qin's command, Lu Zhao responded swiftly. From the fragmented words exchanged over the phone, it was evident that someone was causing a disturbance at the Zhao family's relatives counter. Disturbances typically arise from two scenarios: customer dissatisfaction or provocation by troublemakers. Given the current state of the Xi'an nation's commodity market, where supply exceeds demand, the likelihood of customer dissatisfaction was minimal. As one of the largest shopping centers in Sui City, Central Mall rarely experienced customer disturbances. Since the first scenario was highly improbable, the remaining possibility was the latter. In Sui City, the dark forces were primarily led by the Qin family, although they had gradually washed their hands of illicit dealings, rarely engaging in such matters. Conversely, other dark factions were primarily led by Wu Da and his associates. Contemplating this, Lu Zhao promptly dialed. "Is this Boss Wu?" "It and Oppos, S. Lu Zhao." As soon as the call connected, Lu Zhao wasted no time. "Boss Wu, you need to find out who is causing trouble at Central Mall immediately. I must inform you that Mr. Zhao's relatives are operating a counter there, and he is en route. If you wish to avoid inciting Mr. Zhao's wrath, address this matter at once." Upon hearing Mr. Zhao's name, Wu Da, who had been reclining on a bed with a charming woman, sprang up in alarm. "What? There is trouble at Central Mall, and Mr. Zhao's relatives are involved?" "Yes, Boss Wu. Did you send someone there?" "Lu, don't misunderstand me. I wouldn't send anyone to Central Mall. This is a life or death matter. If Mr. Zhao misconstrues this, my life will be forfeit. I'll dispatch someone immediately, no? I'll go myself to Central Mall," he exclaimed, hastily dressing. The alluring woman, who had been feigning sleep, expressed her displeasure. "Wu, where are you going? We haven't finished yet. Forget about that. If I don't handle this, I might truly be finished." Wu shouted as he called out for his subordinates, urging them to gather and prepare for action. While chaos reigned on Wu Da's end, Zhao Daba, upon leaving the Qin residence, had no intention of waiting for transportation. With a fleeting motion, he employed his lightness skill, resembling a wisp of smoke gliding through the air. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the next intersection. The Qin family villa was situated on the outskirts, while Central Mall was at the city's heart, a considerable distance apart. Yet, within mere minutes, Zhao Dabao reached Central Mall. Propelled by his utmost efforts, Central Mall, a 5-story brick and wood structure, stands as one of Sui City's prominent shopping centers, characterized by high per capita spending. Since today was not a weekend, the foot traffic was relatively sparse. However, upon entering the first floor, a large crowd became evident in the distance. The cacophony of shouts, curses, and the sound of shattering glass filled the air, centered around the location of Sisterman's counter. With a subtle motion, Zhao Dabao positioned himself at the periphery of the crowd. With a gentle wave of his hand, he parted the throng, creating a passage. Bystanders merely felt an invisible force nudging them back, barely registering the moment before they found themselves stepping back a few paces. Who is pushing me? What is going on? Can't we follow the order of arrival? Voices of discontent rose from the crowd, but some were perplexed, unable to comprehend how they had been moved without any visible force acting upon them. Their curiosity drew their gaze to Zhao Dabao, who approached the counter with an air of calmness amidst the chaos. Sisterman's cosmetics counter, centrally located on the first floor, had prospered due to brand recognition and her adept management. It was no surprise that she had been able to provide a deposit card with 1,000,000 yuan at a moment's notice. However, the counter now lay in disarray. Once bright and orderly, it had been reduced to chaos, particularly the section facing the mall entrance, which was nearly obliterated. Scattered across the ground, broken cosmetics contrasted sharply with the fragrant remnants of what once was. Amidst the wreckage of shattered glass, twisted metal racks, and disheveled product tags, Zhao Min and Zhao Xiaoying found themselves cornered within the chaos. In an instant, Zhao Dabao stood before them. Upon seeing him, tears welled in Zhao Xiaoying's once bright eyes. Her lips trembling with anger as she cried, "Brother Dabao, you've come. Our counter has been destroyed, and my mother's arm is injured." She gestured toward her mother's bruised arm, revealing deep contusions, evidence of a blunt force injury. Zhao Min, though shaken, maintained her composure. Her brows furrowed slightly as her voice quivered. "Dabao, you're here. Hear us what happened." With a decisive wave of his hand, Zhao Dabao reassured her, "Sister Min, no need to explain. I will handle this. Rest assured, not a single one shall escape." His gaze, ablaze with fury, turned toward the 5 individuals outside the counter, yet his demeanor remained unnervingly calm, detached from the chaos surrounding him. "Speak up, gentlemen. Who initiated this?" Zhao Dabao's voice was cold, though his fingers trembled slightly, revealing the tempest raging within. Since embracing the Zhao family as his own, his thoughts had centered on the well-being of Zhao Min and her daughter, driven not only by affection for Xiaoying but also by a protective instinct toward his newfound family. Upon receiving the call, Zhao Dabao had never contemplated a peaceful resolution or the nuances of right and wrong. Anyone who dared to harm his family would pay in blood. This time, Zhao Dabao's heart burned with a desire for retribution. "Yes, we were the ones who did it." One of the assailants began to speak. But before the protest could fully escape his lips, Zhao Dabao was already upon him, his left hand extending while his right reached for the intruder's chest. With a muffled thud, the sound, though not loud, was accompanied by the unmistakable crack of bone echoing through the air. A mouthful of fresh blood erupted, and the young man fell backward to the ground without a single cry, his convulsing limbs the only sign of lingering vitality. This was the result of Zhao Dabao's mastery over the 9th tier of inner strength. Otherwise, this strike would have claimed the young man's life on the spot. The remaining 4 were startled, retreating several steps in a panic. These ruffians typically considered brawling a daily routine, yet they had never witnessed such a scene before. With just a single strike, their most formidable fighter, Old 8, lay incapacitated. Observing Old 8's labored breathing, they sensed the gravity of the situation. "Speak up, gentlemen. Who struck first?" Zhao Dabao repeated coldly, his words laced with the chill of ancient ice. The 4 exchanged apprehensive glances, unsure of how to respond. One long-haired man, summoning his courage, stammered, I say it was us." Before he could finish, Zhao Dabao moved again, a blur of motion that left him seemingly in place. Yet the long-haired man was propelled into the air, unleashing a heart-wrenching scream as he spun, blood spraying from his mouth. The moment he hit the ground, his cry ceased abruptly. While the first incident with Old 8 had gone mostly unnoticed, this time, the long-haired man's dramatic flight was clear to all, with some even getting splattered with the droplets of blood as he fell. As he landed, the crowd instinctively retreated several steps. They were eager to witness the spectacle. But the realization of potential fatalities transformed their curiosity into terror. Whispers circulated among the crowd, questioning who this man was that resorted to violence without a word. Indeed, I don't believe Zhao Min has such relatives. Where did he come from? He seems to hold the mother and daughter in high regard. Indeed, the bond must be quite close, or he wouldn't have acted so directly. Zhang Jie, your counter is near Zhao Min's. Have you ever seen this man? I've never seen him. He is far too ferocious. We should be cautious and never provoke Zhao Min. He never encountered such a situation where someone acted without hesitation. This could cost a life. Goodness, this fellow is ruthless. It's either a broken bone or bloodshed with him. He is fighting to kill. Where are the police? Why aren't they intervening? Quiet, Lao Zhang. Look at this guy. He has clearly no ordinary character. If the police haven't shown up yet, and you provoke him, you might find yourself on the receiving end. Upon hearing this, Lao Zhang, filled with righteous indignation, quickly backed down. He could speak lightly about justice, but facing Zhao Dabao was an entirely different matter. His life was far too precious. Many in the crowd, gripped by fear, retreated but did not disperse. Their terror gave rise to an overwhelming curiosity, with some even pulling out their phones to call friends to witness the spectacle. In that moment, the spirit of spectacle among the citizens of Xiagua was magnified infinitely. While the onlookers were excited, the remaining 3 ruffians were utterly paralyzed with fear. They wished to retreat with the crowd, but Zhao Dabao's piercing gaze left them trembling, unable to move. This formidable figure showed no interest in their explanations. The mere utterance of a word could lead to their demise. For the first time, they realized the significance of reason. Even if one bullies another, there should be room for dialogue. Who acts as he does, not even allowing a chance for a defense? How are the central 8 tigers to survive? Is there no sense of reason left? Observing the terrified trio before him, Zhao Dabao pointed decisively. You. Yes, you. Speak up. Was it you who struck? At his gesture, one of them collapsed to the ground, his face as pale as paper, shaking his head vigorously, terrified to respond. He feared that the moment he spoke, he would be struck down before he could finish. Seeing the fear in his eyes, Zhao Dabao smiled coldly. A grin reminiscent of a devil, sending shivers down the man's spine. The horror of that smile was palpable. Before the man could process his thoughts, Zhao Dabao suddenly kicked out, sending him flying several meters. As blood gushed from his mouth, he surprisingly laughed. Ha! Wonderful! Just one kick. Ha ha! Splendid! His inner joy reflected the value of life, even as excruciating pain contorted his face. Yet, he had survived, far luckier than old 8. Upon witnessing their companions escape from danger, the remaining 2 exchanged envious glances. With a thud, they both knelt, bowing repeatedly in supplication. Big brother, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please spare us. Zhao Min, watching her brother's ferocity, was taken aback. Unlike Xiao Ying, she had never witnessed Zhao Dabao in action. Her voice trembled slightly as she pleaded, Dabao, please stop. Don't take a life. Besides, these 2 didn't harm me. It was the one who did that who you made bleed. Upon hearing her words, the kneeling men rejoiced, exclaiming, Big brother. Listen, this sister is right. We didn't hurt her. At that moment, a commotion erupted near the entrance of the mall. Get out of the way. Can't you see my brother is here? Move aside, or I swear I'll make you pay. Right. Step aside. Don't you know the big brother of the 8 tigers has arrived? If you don't move, I'll kick you. Brother G, over here. This little matter is nothing. We 8 tigers can handle it. We don't need you to intervene. As the crowd parted, a dozen rugged men, exposing their chests adorned with tattoos, emerged in the central mall hall. Isn't that Brother G of the 8 tigers? Why is he here? Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't let them hear you. They're fierce. Exactly. I heard that a few days ago, someone merely glared at Brother G on Central Street, and his underlings beat him to a pulp. This is bad. Everyone knows Brother G is the king of Area A, commanding dozens of small thugs under him. He rules this territory. Goodness. Xiaoli. You were just boasting about Lao Zhang. Now you're calling Brother G a king. If his men hear you, do you think you'll live to tell the tale? Damn it. Brother G is just bullying us common folk. If I had the strength to fight back, I'd make him regret it. A young sales clerk muttered indignantly. Xiaoli, it's fine to vent, but let us be careful. That man is strong, but Brother G has numbers on his side. Look at all these men, far more formidable than the 8 tigers. Can we compete with that? As they spoke, the crowd began to step back, clearing a wide area around the counter, creating a space of several dozen meters. Damn it. Everyone step back. Can't you see Brother G is here? Move back, or you might get hurt. A brash, blonde thug strutted forward, acting like an arrogant little demon, clearing a path. I say, to who? Aren't the 8 tigers supposed to be fierce? There's no one left in front, and you're still making noise. Get out of the way. Brother G can't see the path. A mocking voice came from Brother G, a slender man clad in an elegant Armani suit. Strangely enough, Brother G bore a resemblance to a chicken, albeit a sickly one. At this moment, he could not help but inwardly rejoice at his caution when reaching the shore. Although a few blades of grass lay flattened, they had mostly recovered after the night. Moreover, according to Zhao Dabao's estimation, the pursuer's attention was primarily concentrated within an 8-kilometer stretch of water. After all, the physical stamina of an ordinary person is limited. Traversing 8 kilometers against the current in water is nearly the maximum threshold. The prison guards would never have anticipated that the escapee, Zhao Dabao, could cover 12 or 13 kilometers, a distance far beyond the capabilities of an average individual. However, the reality was that Zhao Dabao was no ordinary man. He was a half-cultivator who had mastered the 9 revolutions profound art. The pursuing boats swiftly passed by. In Zhao Dabao and Apo's calculations, within 3 hours, the boats returned, their engines roaring at more than double their previous speed. It seemed the pursuers had not brought breakfast and had returned to eat. This was understandable. The pursuers were merely ordinary prison guards. Even if a jailbreak occurred, it had little to do with them. They had pursued him for a night, demonstrating a level of dedication, but it was unlikely they would continue their relentless chase, for Zhao Dabao held no deep-seated animosity towards these common guards. Perhaps 1 or 2 sympathetic guards might even speak a kind word on his behalf. As he listened to the fading sound of the engines, Zhao Dabao decisively leaped from the large willow tree and plunged into the dense forest. Throughout the morning, he dared not don his clothes, which he merely draped around his neck, fearing they might snag on something. The foliage in the forest was formidable, comprising both soft and hard branches, with some even-bearing barbs. The corners of his eyes twitched involuntarily, a manifestation of his inner trepidation. Brother G felt that the young man before him resembled a tiger in every regard. Yet, this tiger was not one of the ailing beasts that had collapsed. He exuded the ferocity of a king descending from the mountains in search of prey. Gritting his teeth, Brother G steeled himself. Damn it, fear serves no purpose. If necessary, I'll summon the police for assistance. Surely this kid must fear the authorities. He concealed his hands behind his back, signaling a frail man standing behind him. Upon noticing the gesture, the lean man slipped outside the shopping mall. Zhao Dabao, however, had observed Brother G's subtle movements with keen clarity. He paid them no mind. In the face of overwhelming strength, all schemes and deceptions were mere paper tigers. Let them come, he would crush them utterly. Brothers, muster your strength and take this guy down. Brother G's exhortation was cautious, devoid of his usual vulgarities. He was leaving himself an escape route. Should he fail to subdue this skilled opponent, he might still retreat unscathed. The gangsters were perplexed. Brother G, typically a foul-mouthed ruffian, was today exhibiting an unexpected civility that would put a university professor to shame. During the last fray, he had been spewing expletives without restraint. Yet now he was almost overly polite, as if he were about to request permission before striking. Despite their confusion, the thugs wasted no time. They had long regarded Zhao Dabao with disdain, a mere brat standing there like a big shot. What a preposterous act. Let us take this punk down a notch. How dare he flaunt himself before us? In their usual manner, they would have stood at attention, but today they were determined to teach this young man a lesson, one that would leave him utterly incapacitated. As they charged forward with the ferocity of famished wolves, the onlookers recoiled in alarm, retreating several paces, fearing for their own safety amidst the chaos. With a hearty laugh, Zhao Dabao planted his left foot firmly, his tall form leaping into the air. A surge of pure internal energy coursed through him, propelling his body into a whirlwind of motion. As he spun, his limbs moved with otherworldly dexterity, delivering a flurry of 26 strikes, hands and feet in harmonious concert. The gangsters, who had charged in with fervor, found themselves retreating in haste, not merely running but flying backward. The cacophony of thuds and anguished cries filled the air as a number of thugs suffered broken limbs, spitting blood, and sporting bruised faces. Brother G, observing from a distance, recognized the stark reality. Despite his own lack of martial prowess, his eyes were sharp. He noted that those who had sustained the most severe injuries were the ones who had wielded their weapons with the greatest fervor. Those merely nursing bruises had charged in without commitment, merely spectating. Faced with the wailing of his fallen comrades, Brother G's visage paled further. His lean, frail frame trembled slightly, akin to a withered branch shivering in the winter wind. He understood that the young man before him was no ordinary fighter. He was among the elite warriors of the underworld, perhaps even a practitioner of internal martial arts. He opened his mouth to speak, but no sound emerged, as if an invisible force had sealed his throat. Struggling to swallow, he attempted to moisten his dry throat. "I." His voice emerged hoarse and dry, akin to a chicken being strangled, producing an irritating croak. Zhao Dabao's eyes gleamed with a chilling and peculiar light, and a sinister smile broke across his otherwise icy countenance. The sight sent shivers down Brother Ji's spine, and he inwardly cursed. This guy is unnervingly strange. Why does his smile feel so sinister? It would be better if you didn't smile at all. Yet, despite his internal lamentations, he had to speak in the face of this menacing gaze and grin. "Brother." No, esteemed sir, we've engaged in this contest, and I concede our defeat. How about we settle this matter amicably?" "Settle amicably? How so? Tell me, Huang Mao. Do you think that's feasible?" Casting a glance around, Brother Ji noted the onlookers whispering amongst themselves. He realized he had truly stumbled into a predicament, becoming the subject of their ridicule. However, this was not the time for anger. He needed to appease the looming threat before him, lest he truly become a figure of mockery. Just as Brother Ji wrestled with his predicament, a commanding voice pierced through the tension like a lifeline thrown to a drowning man. "What is going on here? Who is inciting trouble? Who dares to brawl?" The voice carried authority, echoing throughout the mall's atrium. A portly police officer, clad in uniform but with his hat askew, strode into view, flanked by 3 uniformed men wielding riot batons. Upon seeing the rotund officer, Brother Ji exhaled a sigh of relief for the first time. He found the police, typically his adversaries, remarkably comforting, almost akin to allies. He mentally commended himself. This portly officer was his ace in the hole. In dealing with Zhao Dabao, Brother Ji had felt the need to gauge the situation, thus dispatching someone to summon the police, hoping to secure their intervention should he find himself outmatched. No matter how formidable this young man might be, could he stand against the police? They were the state apparatus, designed to handle the likes of him. The plump officer hailed from the Central Street precinct, having been alerted when Zhao Min reported the ruckus caused by the 8 tigers. Upon arriving at the mall, he did not charge straight in, but first consulted informants about the situation. Learning that the 8 tigers were involved, he quickly deduced that someone was orchestrating their actions. Who were the 8 tigers? They were the local enforcers collecting protection fees. It was absurd for them to vandalize their own territory without cause. There was certainly more to this story. While he was unconcerned with the 8 tigers, Brother Ji, the leader of Area A, was another matter entirely. A mere officer like himself could hardly contend with him. As he pondered this, he spotted Brother Ji and his crew bustling into the mall. Before long, Brother Ji's strategist emerged from the building, heading straight for him. The officer was well acquainted with this strategist, having shared meals and financial dealings with him. The strategist conveyed that when the police entered, they should follow his lead. With Brother Ji currently occupied, it was not ideal for the police to intervene. Thus, with a gesture from the strategist, the portly officer made his grand entrance. Though he spoke with officialdom and carried himself with an air of superiority, his expression transformed into one of shock upon witnessing the scene in the atrium. What on earth is happening here? Good heavens! It looks as if a storm has ravaged this place, with bodies strewn everywhere, some moving, some not. Is this a battleground? No, it resembles a film set. After a moment of astonishment, the officer's gaze shifted to Brother Ji, and his shock morphed into sheer horror. Brother Ji, the leader of Area A, was once a figure of great charisma and confidence, striding with an imposing presence. Yet now, he appeared utterly deflated, resembling a hapless chicken struck by misfortune. When the rotund policeman's gaze fell upon Brother Ji, he eagerly nodded in acknowledgement, gesturing for him to expedite the situation. Though a mix of shock and horror coursed through him, the official's police identity imbued him with considerable audacity. "Hey, you there, young man at the counter. Did you lay a hand on this?" The overweight officer barked with a bluntness that suggested Zhao Dabao had morphed into a criminal. Zhao Dabao's attitude towards the authorities of Xia country had shifted over time. Initially, upon his arrival, he was stripped of all power and thus kept a respectful distance. However, as time progressed, he grew indifferent to their presence. With his current capabilities, he felt little concern, believing that as long as no weapons of mass destruction were involved, he could easily evade capture. No matter how formidable you claim to be, can you outrun me? Just find a secluded mountain and hide. How could you possibly locate me? Thus, when confronted with the policeman's formulaic interrogation, Zhao Dabao merely cast a disinterested glance, treating him as if he were a mere passerby. This blatant disregard incensed the hefty officer. Damn it, you martial artist, you're just a step above the average person. What is so impressive about that? You may claim to take on 10, but in front of me, you are nothing. No matter how skilled you are, can you outmatch a firearm? The officer's face darkened further. Young man, don't presume that you can overturn the world with your mere skills. Remember, the world belongs to the state. Do not deceive yourself. With a dismissive chuckle, Zhao Dabao refused to engage with this late-arriving officer. If he couldn't discern the situation with the experience of 2 lifetimes, then he was indeed a fool. Zhao Dabao meaningfully glanced at Brother Ji, stating, Huang Mao, our business is not yet concluded. Will you elaborate? The contest has ended. It is time to discuss who instigated the destruction of the counter. He flicked a strand of yellow hair from his forehead, attempting to project calmness. Yet, the previously perceived suave maneuver now appeared awkward and feeble. Brother Ji stammered, about this matter. It's a bit complicated to explain. Complicated? What is so complicated about it? Zhao Dabao raised an eyebrow, his left hand making a gesture that left his meaning unspoken. Well, this matter. It's a long story. Sweat beaded on Brother Ji's brow as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. The overweight officer's irritation surged at Zhao Dabao's indifference. Damn it. Do you not recognize the authority of the police? I am a lawman, responsible for dealing with your kind of troublemakers. Watch as I don't bring you down to earth and teach you some respect. With this thought, the officer bellowed, Xiao Zhang. Restrain the suspect and take him back for questioning. Yes, Captain, came the resounding replies. The 2 auxiliary officers flanked Zhao Dabao, grinning menacingly, their batons rhythmically tapping against their palms, creating an intimidating atmosphere. For ordinary citizens like Zhao Dabao, auxiliary officers were the favored targets for exerting their authority. If they encountered a gang like the 8 Tigers of the Mall, they would be more courteous, often sharing drinks and camaraderie. However, in front of common folk, they displayed an air of superiority, frequently hurling insults or resorting to slaps, as if to assert the power of temporary law enforcement. Zhao Dabao glanced at the encroaching officers and calmly inquired, Officer, are you not going to investigate the scene? Investigate? The hefty officer scoffed, his face swelling with arrogance. Whether or not to investigate is not for you to decide. That is my prerogative. You refused to speak earlier, and now that you wish to, it is too late. Even if you do, I have no time to listen. Just be compliant. Once we take you back, you will have your chance to speak. As the officer ignored the true troublemakers and aimed to apprehend Zhao Dabao, Zhao Min grew anxious. Having navigated the business world for years, she was well aware of the darkness that sometimes shrouded the police. To her, the hefty officer appeared corrupt. She stepped forward, her tone icy. Officer, I was the one who reported this incident. Someone smashed my counter and stole my goods. As the reporting party, why are you not apprehending the actual criminals? Instead, you target us, the victims? The overweight officer's gaze turned predatory, sweeping over Zhao Min's curvaceous figure before settling on her strikingly beautiful face. You reported the incident, but determining who the troublemakers are is at my discretion. How about this, madam? Accompany me to the station for further investigation. As long as you allow me to conduct a thorough inquiry, I will clarify who the real instigators are. Zhao Dabao was thoroughly infuriated by this lascivious insinuation. Initially, he had little regard for these so-called officers, but if they adhered to the rules, he would not confront them. However, now the situation had escalated, especially with disrespectful words directed at his family. He gently placed a hand on Zhao Min to silence her, whispering, Sister Min, there is no need to argue with such people. I will handle this. With a cold glare at the portly officer, Zhao Dabao expressed his growing impatience. I ask again, are you intent on proceeding in this manner? What do you mean by intent? You think you can act tough in front of me, a mere martial artist? Don't you know I specialize in dealing with insolence? Xiao Zhang, seize this fool and take him back for questioning. With a mocking laugh, the 2 auxiliary officers advanced, closing in on Zhao Dabao. One officer drew shiny handcuffs from his belt, clearly intending to restrain him. With a subtle smirk, Zhao Dabao stepped forward, swiftly positioning himself before the 2 officers. Before they could react, he struck out, sending both of them sprawling. Though the speed of his movements blurred the sequence of events for onlookers. The hefty officer gasped, You dare assault a police officer? Reacting quickly, he grabbed his radio, shouting for backup while drawing his gun. pointing it directly at Zhao Dabao's chest. Seeing the firearm aimed at him, Zhao Dabao's expression hardened. Words like icy pearls tumbled from his lips. You had better put that gun away. I despise being threatened with firearms. With the gun in hand, the officer felt a rush of confidence. His previously anxious heart steadied. You think you're something special for laying hands on me? I know you're skilled. But can you outmatch a gun? You're in serious trouble today. Let us not even discuss the fact that you engaged in a brawl, causing injury. Just say you dare to assault a police officer, and you could be sentenced to 5 or 8 years. Upon witnessing the officer draw his firearm, the previously distressed Brother Chicken immediately transformed from a state of peril to one of exuberance, excitedly echoing, "Yes, old Ding, you are absolutely right. How could this kid possibly be more formidable than a handgun? Damn it, old Ding, you have no idea. Just now, this kid was acting all high and mighty, thinking he was the boss just because he could fight. Damn it. We cannot let this kid off lightly this time." The once raucous scene swiftly fell silent the moment the pistol was brandished. The crowd genuinely feared for their safety, after all. A gun had been drawn. No matter how ferocious the previous altercation had been, it had merely involved knives. Now, with a firearm in play, bullets are indiscriminate. Who knows who might be struck by a stray shot? Terrified, the crowd hastily retreated, some even seeking refuge behind columns. At that moment of confrontation, the shrill sound of screeching tires echoed from outside the mall. Rapidly, a group of individuals disembarked from several cars, sprinting towards the shopping center as if being pursued by a tiger. In a mere 100 meters, they exhibited the speed of national-level athletes. The cacophony of screeching brakes and the frantic rush of people quickly captured the attention of all present, including the blonde-haired Brother Chicken and his companions. Among the onlookers were some individuals of questionable repute. A man in his 40s with a slicked-back hairstyle exclaimed in astonishment, "Why is Brother Da here? Brother Da? Who is this big brother?" A secretary-like woman asked coyly. "Little darling, it's not just any big brother. It's Brother Da, the prosperous one." Wu Da, the general manager, Kai, patiently explained to the infatuated secretary. "Wu Da, the infamous gangster leader from Sui City?" The secretary's mouth fell open in shock and admiration as she gazed at the well-dressed man at the forefront. Witnessing her innocent expression, Kai felt a stirring within him. Though he was envious of the admiration she bestowed upon Brother Da, he understood the vast chasm that separated his status as a general manager from that of the underground kingpin of Sui City. However, he consoled himself with the thought that her infatuation was futile. Brother Da had likely encountered far more captivating women than she. As he mused, he continued explaining, "Yes, it's indeed Brother Da, the notorious underworld figure from Sui City. But how curious that he would appear at Central Mall. And he seems quite anxious." As Brother Da and his entourage rushed forward, the onlookers instinctively parted to create a wide passage. It was evident that these individuals were not ordinary. They were undoubtedly members of the underworld, clad in black suits and dark sunglasses. Their vehicles were either BMWs or Mercedes, all black. In the 1990s in Xia country, influenced by Hong Kong and Taiwan films, many powerful figures emulated the style, adopting black suits, sunglasses, and high-end black imported cars as the quintessential gangster ensemble. The imposing presence of Brother Da left even the portly officer, Old Ding, momentarily stunned. He recognized Brother Da, yet the feeling was not mutual. Only those of significant rank, like a police chief, would have the opportunity to interact with Brother Da. As a mere officer, he had no such privilege. Observing the commanding figure of Brother Da and the crowd's sheep-like retreat, Old Ding felt a pang of envy. When would he ever rise to Brother Da's stature? Yet, he relegated the thought to mere fantasy, aware that he would never attain such heights in his lifetime. In stark contrast to Old Ding and Appo's envy, Brother Chicken was overwhelmed with excitement. Just a moment ago, he had felt cornered, yet now fortune seemed to have turned. Not only was his adversary subdued, but his own boss had also arrived. Without a doubt, the appearance of his boss meant assistance was at hand. Brother Da, what merit do I have to warrant your presence? You are truly the best big brother I could ever ask for." Filled with enthusiasm, Brother Chicken rushed towards him, exclaiming, Brother Da, I'm here. At this point, Wu Da was breathless from the exertion. It had been a while since he had run so hard. Upon entering the mall, he spotted Zhao Dabao. The once crowded lobby had cleared, revealing Zhao, who stood coldly amidst a scattering of bodies. Wu Da's heart sank. "Damn it," he thought, "despite my haste, I still arrived too late. They've already resorted to violence." Wu Da knew all too well who Zhao was. He was a master of considerable repute, not just in Sui City, but throughout H province. The mere sight of the scattered bodies was enough to indicate that even the entire Sui City underworld would be no match for Zhao in combat. He worried that if a confrontation ensued, Zhao might mistakenly believe it was Wu De who had instigated it, especially since Brother Chicken was his subordinate. The sight of Brother Chicken's flushed, excited face made Wu De feel a sense of dread. He raised his hand to signal him to stay back, fearful that Brother Chicken's eagerness would be misinterpreted by Zhao. However, lost in his excitement, Brother Chicken misinterpreted Wu Da's gesture as an invitation, shouting joyfully, "Brother, brother. You've come." This exuberant call nearly amused the coldly composed Zhao. Was he singing or shouting? It bore an uncanny resemblance to the lyrics of a song, "Hello, brother." Brother Chicken's exuberant shout almost caused Wu De to collapse in shock. "Stop, stop. You. Damn it, stay put," Wu De exclaimed, his face reddening as he gasped for breath. "Brother Da, what's wrong? Why is your face so flushed?" Brother Chicken inquired, concern etched upon his face. "Damn it," Wu De thought. "If I don't handle this to Zhao's satisfaction, my face will be pale in no time. Or worse, I might lose my head." Resolutely, Wu De bellowed, "Old air attack. Do not stop until Zhao is satisfied." As soon as he finished speaking, a burly man shot forth from beside Wu De, and before Brother Chicken could react, a powerful blow sent him soaring through the air. Then, several men in black suits surrounded Brother Chicken, raining down fists and kicks upon him. The sounds of the assault echoed relentlessly, as if they harbored a deep-seated grudge against Brother Chicken. In just a minute or two, the cacophony subsided, leaving Brother Chicken eerily silent, save for the slight twitching of his body, indicating he still clung to life. Yet, it seemed evident that he would not survive long against the initial blows. In a mere span of 2 to 3 minutes, the transformation from exuberance to silence was astonishing, leaving the spectators bewildered. What was happening? Wasn't he Brother De supposed to support Brother Chicken? How had the scene devolved into chaos, with his own men being taken down? Had the Sui City underworld turned upon itself? A cascade of questions flooded the minds of the onlookers, leaving them in a state of confusion reminiscent of a foreign thriller. The most stunned among them was the portly officer, Old Ding, as the vivid replay of events played in his mind, leaving him frozen in disbelief. What on earth was happening? Dage has brought down his own people first. What am I, an outsider, to make of this? Should I continue? I, Lao Ding, only rushed in at Brother G's invitation, and now the main character has been taken down by his own big brother. What am I supposed to do as a guest? How embarrassing. Before the heavy-set police officer could make a decision, an astonishing scene continued to unfold. Wu De stood at the forefront, flanked by numerous brothers arranged in a formation as if under inspection, all bowing deeply to the young man who had struck first. The angle of their bows exceeded 90 degrees, the utmost gesture of respect. "Mr. Zhao, greetings." The grand and synchronized voices reverberated through the vast space of the mall, echoing incessantly and leaving the onlookers dizzy. What is happening? The underground boss of Sui City is bowing so profoundly to a young man. Who exactly is this individual? Has the underground world of Sui City undergone a transformation? Does this young man possess some extraordinary background? A flurry of questions began to swirl in the minds of the onlookers, leaving them bewildered. What on earth is happening today? The more we watch, the more confused we become. Is there anyone who can provide clarity? Observing the orderly ranks of Wu De and the others, Zhao Dabao stood silently, betraying no emotion. His calm gaze drifted between the bowing figures and the heavy-set police officer, Lao Ding, who stood rigidly with his gun raised. Lao Ding was utterly bewildered by the unfolding events, yet he instinctively understood that the young man before him was not someone he could provoke, nor should he aim a gun at him. A shiver ran through him, both from fear and anxiety. A singular thought occupied his mind: put the gun away. If he continued to point his firearm at this young man, he might not live to tell the tale. However, the prolonged shock of holding the gun had caused his limbs to stiffen. At the moment he lowered the weapon, his finger, almost by some malevolent force, inadvertently squeezed the trigger, resulting in a deafening gunshot. In that instant, Lao Ding wanted to cry out, "I didn't intend to fire." The gun went off. He was both unfortunate and fortunate. Unfortunate for being embroiled in this chaotic dispute over the smashed counter. Fortunate because his exclamation may have saved his life. At the moment the gun discharged, it was still aimed at Zhao Dabao, who stood directly in front of Zhao Min and her daughter, leaving him no room to evade. This situation left him speechless. How could this overweight officer still dare to pull the trigger under such circumstances? Was he a fool? Zhao Dabao wished to remain inconspicuous. But now he had no choice but to be overt. If he attempted to evade, who knew what unintended harm might ensue, especially towards his own family? Thus, he could neither dodge nor remain low-key any longer. Faced with the speeding bullet, Zhao Dabao's ambition surged, since he could no longer keep a low profile. He would instead elevate himself to the highest of heights. Let all who witness know that he, Zhao Dabao, is a deity, the god of this world. Anyone who dares to harm the family of a god shall face divine retribution. With a flash of brilliance in his eyes, Zhao Dabao concentrated his energy. And with a resounding burst, he unleashed a force akin to a bullet. Indeed, only a master of inner strength could execute such a feat. A dull thud echoed as the high-velocity bullet inexplicably halted in midair, as if an invisible hand had grasped it. The most astonishing sight was that the bullet's tip had flattened, as though it had struck an object 1,000 times harder than itself. A resounding thud pierced the tense silence of the hall, startling the crowd once more. As their gazes turned, the tension that had gripped them since the arrival of the young man finally relaxed. The source of the sound was none other than Lao Ding, who, upon seeing the suspended, flattened bullet, felt his ordinary heart nearly give way. Overcome with fright, his legs buckled, and he nearly collapsed. Yet, at the moment of his impending fall, he recalled his duty as a police officer and a party cadre. Although he had nearly forgotten his upbringing, the remnants of that education compelled him to transition from kneeling to sitting, landing heavily on the ground. Lao Ding, drenched in sweat and pale, trembled slightly, resembling an earlier, terrified Brother Ji, save for their differing physiques. A crisp sound drew everyone's attention once again, but this time, the crowd was less startled, having been conditioned by the series of events. However, Wuda, the underground boss of Sui City, and his numerous henchmen were utterly terrified. Wuda understood that Lao Ding's gun posed no threat to Zhao Dabao, yet his subordinates were oblivious. All they knew was that the gun had fired, and it was undoubtedly a grave matter. In a country like Xia, with strict gun control laws, a gunshot signified serious trouble. The henchmen pondered the implications, wondering who would bear the brunt of this disaster. Would it involve them? As the gangsters deliberated, akin to a mathematician deep in thought, a crisp sound revealed the altered bullet to them, clear as day. They were all bowing, eyes cast downward, unable to ignore the transformed bullet. Although these seasoned gangsters were familiar with bullets, they had never seen one flattened in such a manner, clearly the result of a powerful impact. Good heavens! What could have flattened that? Who could have done this? Have American superheroes and giants come to our land? Or have our own deities descended? The sight nearly caused some of them to faint. Among the gangsters, only Wu De maintained a semblance of composure, though he too was shaken. He knew Zhao Dabao could stop bullets, but he had not anticipated the manner of it. As Zhao Dabao had shown no prior indication of his power, Wu De and his crew were hesitant to straighten up, though he dared to sneak a glance upwards. In that fleeting moment, he witnessed a transparent white aura halting the bullet and deforming it, causing him to bend even lower, nearly touching the ground in submission. In his heart, Wu De silently prayed, "O God, Buddha, deities of the heavens, grant me protection. Let my secret glance go unnoticed by Master Zhao." As the events unfolded, the onlookers in the mall finally exhaled a collective sigh of relief. What an extraordinary spectacle they had witnessed. First, the 8 tigers smashed the counter, bullying the mall owner with their arrogance. Then, the young deity appeared, silent yet terrifying, forcing the brazen 8 tigers to kneel or lie prostrate. Following this, the 8 tigers' leader, Brother Ji, made a grand entrance but soon became a pitiful figure in the unfolding chaos. When the official police attempted to regain control, they were effortlessly dismissed by the young deity. Even the fearsome sight of a gun did not sway the outcome. As the underground emperor of Sui City, Dage, stormed in with his brethren, the onlookers were left utterly flabbergasted. A series of unexpected events unfolded, including an unrestrained beating of Jige and unexpected gestures of deference. Ultimately, the most astonishing incident transpired. Amidst the calm that had settled over the scene, the revolver of the portly officer unexpectedly discharged. Yet, this unforeseen occurrence morphed into a harrowing event, prompting the crowd to ponder, what did we just witness? To everyone's astonishment, this young harbinger of doom caught the high-velocity bullet with his bare hands, suspended in midair, without any aid from objects around him. Was he a deity? If not, how could he accomplish such a feat? As these thoughts crossed their minds, the spectators began to murmur excitedly, sensing that a grand discussion was about to unfold. Just as the onlookers were caught up in their exhilaration, another gunshot rang out, startling them into a collective gasp, though the sounds varied in pitch. The sheer number of voices created an overwhelming cacophony. At that moment, the crowd, previously passive observers, grew increasingly agitated. Were they not entitled to merely witness the spectacle? What had they provoked? The commotion had yet to subside, and they were already subjected to multiple shocks. I'm done watching. Oh, I must go home now. To rest and calm down. Despite these thoughts, the resilient spirit of the onlookers prevailed as they turned their attention toward the seated officer, mistakenly believing he was the one who had fired. However, in that instant of gunfire, Officer Ding was equally bewildered, glancing at his own weapon in confusion. Wait, that wasn't me, he exclaimed, realizing his firearm was intact. Who then had fired? Noting the gazes directed at him, he humorously raised his gun, shaking it to indicate his innocence. Before the audience could fully grasp the situation, a commanding voice boomed. What is going on here? Who is inciting a disturbance? Who dares to engage in combat? Zhang, Li, clear the area and bring everyone involved to the station. The authoritative tone reverberated through the mall's atrium like the rapid fire of a machine gun. Wait, what is happening? That voice seems familiar, a spectator remarked, suddenly recalling that it was indeed Officer Ding who had shouted those very words earlier. As the crowd connected the dots, their attention shifted toward the mall's entrance, where the same scene seemed to replay before their eyes, as if time had rewound. They collectively grumbled, "We came to watch a spectacle, not a movie rerun. How amusing is that? Do the police find this entertaining?" Realizing the implication of the names Zhang and Li, Zhao Dabao understood they were not referring to specific individuals, but rather a generic term akin to the brothers of the underworld. It was common for leaders to rally their comrades with a fervent cry of "Brothers, charge!" Thus, the police's casual reference to Zhang and Li held similar connotations. The contingent accompanying Officer Ding was markedly different, a larger group of officers, numbering over a dozen, and those at the forefront held significantly higher ranks than Ding. As they approached the atrium, the leading officers delivered commands with clarity. Li, Zhang, secure the suspects. Wang, clear the area. Lu, gather evidence. Xia, prepare to document witness testimonies. The commanding figure, tall and scholarly with a pale complexion, exuded an air of authority and competence, instilling a sense of respect and trust among the spectators. Yet, upon reaching the center of the atrium, his authoritative demeanor shifted to one of astonishment. What in the world is this? Dozens sprawled out, some lying, some kneeling, others bowing. What chaos is this? Seeing his colleagues, Officer Ding sprang up in excitement, akin to reuniting with family. Director Gong, you're just in time, otherwise it would have spiraled into a major incident. The peculiar nature of the event suggested it was far beyond the simple assault on an officer initially reported over the radio. Director Gong raised a brow, his sparse eyebrows furrowing slightly as he inquired, "Ding, what transpired? Who attacked the police?" "Director, hear us what happened. I received a report of vandalism at the Central Mall, so I brought Li and two others to the scene. Upon arrival, we found someone on the ground, evidently injured. I attempted to control the situation, but unexpectedly, we were assaulted, and Li was knocked down. That's why I called for backup," Ding recounted, carefully omitting any mention of Zhao Dabao's and Apos' involvement. He understood that anyone capable of catching bullets and commanding respect from the city and Apos' underworld leader was beyond his capacity to confront. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Zhao Dabao's, silently conveying, "I'm wary of you. I'm merely recounting events, please don't trouble me." Director Gong, at just 26, was the youngest police chief in Sui City, having graduated from the National Police Academy and rapidly ascending the ranks within just 4 years. His family's influence played a role, but his own exceptional abilities were undeniable. Gong surveyed the scene with keen eyes and with a subtle salute. He turned to Zhao Dabao's and inquired, "Sir, it seems you are involved in this matter. Could you elucidate the circumstances for us?" Zhao Dabao smirked coolly, lightly tapping his toes as he gestured. "Wu, please explain this to the officer. And do rise. It's disheartening to see you all bowing." He then emphasized, "Wu, you've conducted yourselves well. However, I expect no further incidents. Understand? But I require a thorough account of what has transpired." Yes, Master Zhao, I understand," Wu Daz replied, perspiration beading on his forehead. Since the shocking upheaval earlier, his fear had reached its zenith. Now, merely a few minutes of contrition had escalated his terror. The situation was compounded by the misstep of his underlings. But primarily it was Zhao Dabao's inadvertent display of dominance that rendered Wu feeling as if he stood before a figure not of this world, but rather a harbinger of death. Wu straightened, casting a disdainful glance at Director Gong and the others nearby, before barking an order: "Air, attack. Strike hard." So fiercely that he wouldn't even recognize his own mother. With that command, numerous subordinates brandished military batons, striking mercilessly, as if facing long-standing foes rather than old acquaintances from feasts and revelries. Meanwhile, Jige and the 8 tigers of the mall realized they had stirred a significant hornet's nest. Faced with a brutal beating from a dominant figure, they dared not resist, instead instinctively huddling together, bowing their heads like shrimps lying on the ground. While they protected their vital areas with tight embraces, the agony coursing through their other limbs elicited continuous cries of pain. The onlookers, filled with a complex mix of schadenfreude and sympathy, watched this helpless thrashing unfold. As mere bystanders, ordinary citizens of Xia country, they felt both fear and a hint of envy towards these societal ruffians. Particularly, the gangsters, in their usual drunken bravado, longed to transform into heroes of justice. Yet when confronted with a genuine figure of righteousness, their emotions became a chaotic mess. At the scene, the police, led by Director Gong, were even more flustered than the onlookers. As enforcers of the law, witnessing the violence perpetrated by Wu De and his gang left them in disarray. All eyes turned to their superior, Director Gong Biqing. He was acquainted with Wu De, the notorious mafia leader of Sui City. Though they rarely interacted, they exchanged customary pleasantries when they met. Wu De, being astute, held a degree of respect for Gong, aware of the Gong family's influence in Sui City. However, today was different. Faced with Zhao Dabao's, who bore the formidable Qin family background, Wu De had completely relinquished his composure. He understood that failing to satisfy Master Zhao would spell doom for him. Yet Wu De possessed a sharp mind. Before issuing orders to strike, he had already invoked Master Zhao's name, subtly signaling Gong Biqing. If Gong failed to grasp the implication, that was not Wu De's fault. At that moment, Gong Biqing, the youngest police chief in Sui City, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. While simultaneously contemplating the gravity of the situation, a figure commanding such respect and fear from the local mafia leader could not be an ordinary person. Even the city's mayor might not wield such influence. The mere mention of Master Zhao felt like a sorceress hand gripping his heart. What did Master Zhao signify? As a core disciple of a prominent family in Sui City, and the youngest and most promising elite in the police force, Gong had long understood its implications, especially the power that the title master represented. Without delving into specifics, if the young man causing the disturbance truly was a master, not even Gong, as a core disciple, would dare provoke him, let alone the family patriarch. At that moment, Gong Biqing found himself ensnared in a dilemma. Retreat? How could he? He had come to uphold the law. If he withdrew now, it would be a disgrace, jeopardizing his future in the police force. But to advance, did he have the courage? The young man before him was a master. Had he not witnessed the demeanor of the mafia leader? Just as Gong Biqing wrestled with his indecision, a cold, emotionless voice cut through the tension. Wu De, I'm not here to watch a show. I demand an explanation. Taken aback by the icy tone, Wu De wondered if Master Zhao was displeased. Had he been too lenient with these rascals? Or was there another reason? Replaying the events since encountering Zhao Dabao's, a sudden realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. Master Zhao was here regarding the incident at the cosmetics counter. In that instant, Wu De smacked his forehead in regret, thinking to himself, I've let Master Zhao intimidate me into a fool. I need to uncover the instigator behind the counter smashing before I embarrass myself further. Resolutely, Wu De barked an order, his expression fierce. Old air. Let Huang Ji and the others tell me who the hell dared to smash the cosmetics counter. If they don't, make sure they face the consequences. Upon hearing this command, both Da Hu and Huang Ji replied in unison, Brother Da, it was Huang Ji who instructed me to smash it. Big brother. It was Wu Bu Shou from the Wu group who asked me to do it. Hearing this, Zhao Dabao's expression remained indifferent, but a cold smile crept onto his face as he muttered, Wu Bu Shou from the Wu group? At that moment, Gong Biqing's phone rang, and he instantly made a decision. Answering the call, he nodded seriously after hearing the first greeting. Yes, leader, I understand. Yes, I comprehend. He then raised his voice, echoing the command from the phone, loud as a bell, so that nearly everyone in the hall could hear. Yes, leader. I will repeat the order. Immediately detain the instigators of the cosmetics counter smash and bring them in for questioning. Rest assured, leader, the task will be completed. After hanging up, with the solemnity of fulfilling a political mandate, Gong Bicheng commanded, Xiao Zhang, immediately detain Huang Ji and the 8 tigers of the mall and bring them in for questioning. Comrades, let's spring into action. This is a directive from above that must be strictly enforced without exception. Upon hearing the order, the police officers seemed to shed a 1,000-pound burden, exhaling deeply as they moved with newfound agility. Some apprehended, others cuffed, their actions brisk and cheerful. Meanwhile, the person who had called Gong Bicheng was left bewildered, pondering. What is going on with Gong? Could he be ill? I said nothing, yet he seems to be rambling nonsense. As the police apprehended Huang Ji and the others, Lu Zhao rushed in with several individuals. Spotting Zhao Dabao, he approached with a face full of respect, stating, Mr. Zhao, is everything all right? Do you need me to handle anything? Seeing Lu Zhao, Zhao Dabao's previously cold demeanor softened slightly into a smile. Old Lu, everything is fine. Thankfully, I arrived early, otherwise. Sister Min might have been frightened. Lu Zhao nodded apologetically to Zhao Min and her mother, then quietly inquired, Mr. Zhao, Yuan Zheng and Xiang Yu have arrived and are waiting outside. Do you have any instructions? After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Dabao realized that it would be inappropriate for Yuan Zheng to enter the mall, so he nodded and said, Here is the plan. Inform Yuan Zheng and the others that you will accompany me somewhere shortly. As for Xiang Yu, have her take Sister Min and her mother home. Then, gesturing for Wu De to come closer, he lowered his voice, saying, Old Wu, let us leave it at that this time. If there is a next time, let us see if you can withstand this floor tile. At this, Zhao Dabao lightly waved his hand, producing a deep hole the size of a finger in the hard marble floor beneath Wu De's feet. Upon seeing this chilling indentation, Wu De nodded vigorously. His voice trembling, Master Zhao, rest assured. If there is another mistake, feel free to take my head and use it as a ball. He then presented a card, and here is the card. All the money is in it. Please accept it. Receiving the offered bank card with a calm demeanor, Zhao Dabao tossed it to Zhao Xiaoying, saying, Xiaoying, with school starting soon, here is the card for you. Buy some daily necessities. Seeing this casual toss, Wu De nearly lost his composure. This was no ordinary card. It contained 5 million. The fact that Master Zhao tossed it so casually to this beautiful woman indicated their relationship. Wu De resolved to immediately disseminate the photos of these 2 lovely ladies to all his brothers, ensuring that whenever they encountered them, they treated them with the utmost reverence. Offending Mr. Zhao might leave some leeway, but crossing these 2 ladies could very well cost him his life. Under the courteous bow of Wu De, amidst the complex gazes of the police officers such as Gong Bicheng, the fearful eyes of the underworld brothers, and, of course, the envious expressions of numerous onlookers, Zhao Dabao, accompanied by Zhao Min and her daughter, gracefully exited the central mall. After leaving the mall, a luxurious coaster business vehicle awaited them, where Qin Xiangyu and Zhang Chunlin warmly ushered Zhao Min and her daughter inside. Within less than 10 minutes, the 4 women engaged in lively conversation as if they were long-lost friends reconnecting after years apart. As for Qin Yuanzhang, he expressed a hint of regret, explaining that his official capacity made it inappropriate for him to enter the first floor of the mall. Yet he had already instructed his secretary to contact the chief of the Suisha Police Department to diligently pursue accountability for those involved. In response to Qin Yuanzhang's explanation, Zhao Dabao merely smiled faintly and refrained from any further comment. Instead, he turned to Lu Zhao and inquired, Old Lu, can you tell me about Wu Buxiu of the Wu Group? Where is the group's headquarters located? Mr. Zhao, the Wu Group is a comprehensive enterprise in Suisha, primarily engaged in real estate and has not ventured into the cosmetics industry. Just as Lu Zhao finished speaking, his phone rang. After answering, he added, Mr. Zhao, the latest information from my sources indicates that Wu Buxiu has a mistress named Chu Meili, who is indeed involved in the cosmetics business, with her counter situated near Ms. Zhao's exclusive counter. Chu Meili? Upon hearing the name, Zhao Min, who had been chatting casually, interjected, Dabo, I know Chu Meili. She deals in a foreign brand of cosmetics. However, her prices are excessively high, resulting in poor sales. She once approached me about merging our counters, but I declined. Could it be her? Regarding Zhao Min's suspicion, Zhao Dabo contemplated briefly and replied, regardless of whether Chu Meili is the mastermind. The vandalism of Min Jia's counter is undoubtedly related to her. He then addressed Lu Zhao. Old Lu, bring a few people over. I have use for them. Mr. Zhao, there is no need to summon anyone. There are already more than 10 capable individuals outside the vehicle. Will that suffice? If not, I can summon more. Lu Zhao readily agreed to Zhao Dabao's request without questioning the purpose of the reinforcements. Very well, old Lu, let your men enter the mall and act upon my commands. Subsequently, Zhao Dabao turned to Zhao Min and her daughter, asking, Min Jie, Xiaoying, I intend to smash Chu Mei's cosmetics counter to vent your frustrations. Would you like to witness it? Dabao, that may not be wise. We all do business in the same mall, and we'll inevitably cross paths. It doesn't matter. Min Jie, since Chu Mei has provoked us, we shall not hesitate to retaliate. Min Jie, this is merely the first step. After we deal with the counter, I will confront Wu Buxiu to settle old scores. Anyone who dares to bully the Zhao family must be prepared for annihilation. Faced with Zhao Dabao's assertiveness, Zhao Min felt a warmth in her heart and couldn't help but think how wonderful it would be if Dabao had been there for her earlier, sparing her from enduring so much frustration. However, she also feared that such actions might escalate the situation, potentially impacting Zhao Dabao negatively, especially considering the strict law enforcement in Xia country and Zhao Dabao's existing legal troubles. Noticing Zhao Min's hesitation, Zhao Dabao chuckled lightly and assured her, Min Jie, I understand your concerns, but rest assured, as long as I do not betray my country, my safety is guaranteed, regardless of what unfolds. Upon hearing this, even the members of the Qin family present nodded in agreement. Qin Xiangyu, with a beaming smile, encouraged, Min Jie, what Mr. Zhao says is true. You need not worry. In Xia country, indeed, as long as Mr. Zhao remains loyal, nothing poses a threat. You know the Qin family holds considerable influence domestically, but in the presence of Mr. Zhao, our power seems trivial. Understanding the strength of the Qin family, Zhao Min was aware of their immense influence as a top provincial family. Not to mention, the eldest of the second generation had ascended to the position of secretary of the provincial party committee of S province, a true local authority. If even the core members of the Qin family claimed they could not rival Zhao Dabao, what stature had he truly achieved? What was the extent of his power? Although questions lingered in Zhao Min's mind, she refrained from voicing them, knowing that unless Zhao Dabao chose to disclose his capabilities, she would remain in the dark. She recognized that despite Zhao Dabao's formidable strength, his genuine kindness towards her and Xiaoying revealed that he truly regarded the Zhao family as his own. Seeing that Zhao Min no longer opposed his actions, Zhao Dabao confidently descended from the coaster, flanked by Lu Zhao and a dozen imposing figures, and made his way back into the central mall. Initially, Zhao Xiaoying wished to tag along to witness the spectacle and release her pent-up emotions, but was gently pulled back by her mother, indicating that as a young lady, her demeanor should be composed and graceful, which was what her beloved brother preferred. Upon hearing her mother's final words, Zhao Xiaoying promptly abandoned her desire to witness the commotion and, embodying elegance, resumed her conversation in the vehicle. Meanwhile, the central mall remained abuzz with chatter as the crowd did not disperse after the police's departure, but instead engaged in spirited discussions, relishing the vivid scenes that had just unfolded. As for Wu Da and his associates, they had not left. Rather, they were deliberating beside the vandalized counter, focusing on how to restore it. The cunning underworld leader, Wu Da, felt that this matter could not simply conclude in such a manner. From the onset of the incident to its aftermath, Wu Da suspected that other business operators in the mall might be involved. Having engaged in numerous acts of vandalism in competitive industries, he remained vigilant, dispatching individuals to inquire whether any conflicts existed between Zhao Min and other parties. Simultaneously, reflecting on his own experience, Wu Da believed that if his family were to encounter a similar situation, they would not let it go so easily and would pursue it to the end. Projecting himself into Zhao Dabao's position, especially as a formidable and assertive figure, he would surely seek immediate retribution for any grievances. As for uncovering the identity of the culprit behind the chaos in the mall, it would be no challenge for Zhao Dabao, especially with the Qin family closely following his lead. With the Qin family involved, what matter could remain undiscovered? Wu Da awaited Zhao Dabao's appearance, eager to offer his assistance and strengthen his ties with the esteemed master. Thus, it was clear that Wu Da's rise to the position of the underworld leader in Sui Shi was not without merit. As anticipated, when Zhao Dabao and his entourage reappeared in the lobby of the central mall, Wu Da eagerly approached them, resembling an obsequious creature, eager to please. Observing the smiling Wu Da, Zhao Dabao offered no acknowledgement. Acknowledging his standing in Xia country, he realized that certain matters no longer required his direct involvement. Upon reaching the vandalized counter, Zhao Dabao scanned the surroundings with a cold gaze and raised his voice slightly, questioning, Is this counter belonging to Chu Meili? The surrounding onlookers, bewildered, exchanged glances, unable to grasp the significance of his inquiry. Wasn't he at Zhao Min's counter that had been vandalized? Why then was he inquiring about Chu Meili's counter? Wu De, quick to respond, kicked a subordinate clad in a black suit towards Zhao Dabao, exclaiming, "Master Zhao, before your arrival, I had already identified all the business operators adjacent to Ms. Zhao's counter. Mouse, quickly inform Master Zhao which one belongs to Chu Meili." The unfortunate Mouse, having been unceremoniously thrust forward, was pale with fear, having witnessed Zhao Dabao's prowess at Blue Ocean. Suddenly pushed into the spotlight. He was oblivious to the circumstances, fearing that his boss had thrown him forward as a scapegoat, contemplating in dread that he would inevitably face the wrath of Master Zhao. Upon hearing the final words of the leader, the overwhelming joy made him somewhat tongue-tied. Zhao. Master, I know. Know which is the Chu Meili counter? Stammering, he pointed towards a luxurious glass-clad counter adjacent to the one that had been smashed. This cosmetics display, adorned with a 12-section stainless steel frame and covered in thick, crystal-clear glass, was encased in golden metal at the edges. Under the illumination of multicolored lights, it emitted an enchanting, dreamlike brilliance. Without even considering the value of the cosmetics, the materials and design of this counter alone were worth a fortune. Casting a disdainful glance at the opulent display, Zhao Dabao observed the staff within with a condescending demeanor and coldly commanded, "Smash it, leave no trace behind." With that order, all of the Qin family's subordinates, except for Lu Zhao, brandished rubber batons and sprang into action. Zhao Dabao glanced at the respectfully standing Wu De and softly remarked, "Wu Laoda, why are you still standing there?" Upon hearing Zhao Dabao's words, Wu De was jolted into action and promptly instructed, "Second, what the hell are you still doing there? Hurry up and smash it clean. And don't touch the staff at the counter. They're just ordinary workers. Let them step aside." Zhao Dabao's casual reminder was acknowledged as Wu De's men surged forward alongside the Qin family's, each taking responsibility for 2 counters, creating a cacophony of destruction. Despite the initial enthusiasm of the onlookers, the impact of previous events had diminished their excitement for this second act of vandalism. Yet, Zhao Dabao, standing proudly in front of the counter, generated intrigue and speculation about his identity. Some speculated he might be a core disciple from a prominent family, while others guessed he hailed from the provincial or even capital elite. No one suspected he was a practitioner of the arts. This ignorance was understandable, as practitioners existed in a realm distinctly separate from theirs. In a matter of moments, the exquisitely designed counter lay in shambles, completely obliterated. The subordinates of both the Qin family and Wu De executed Zhao Dabao's orders without hesitation, leaving not a single intact item behind. Even the cosmetics were reduced to mere fragments. With a slight curl of his lip, Zhao Dabao waved his hand and turned to leave, departing with an air of nonchalance, as if he carried no burden. Once outside the mall, he addressed Lu Zhao and Wu De, "Let us head to the Wu group." Upon receiving the command, Wu De was the first to spring into action, barking orders excitedly. "Second, quickly, gather the brothers and get in the cars, lead the way. We're going to smash the Wu group." His fervor suggested a personal vendetta against the Wu family, but that was a misunderstanding, as Wu De, being the black market leader of Sui City, had often benefited from the Wu group's patronage. The Wu group, primarily engaged in real estate development, inevitably had connections to illicit activities, some of which Wu De's men assisted with. Thus, their relationship was relatively close, despite Wu De's current eagerness to please Master Zhao, fearing even the slightest dissatisfaction from him, especially with the looming threat of the bloodthirsty Zhang family seeking retribution in 6 months. This time, Zhao Dabao had clearly ordered him to work alongside Lu Zhao, the leader of the Qin family's black market, indicating a certain level of satisfaction with Wu De's performance. In his excitement, Wu De's demeanor radiated pride and enthusiasm. A fleet of black luxury cars sped towards Area C, with Wu De's Mercedes leading the pack, followed by Lu Zhao's Audi and the black vehicles carrying their subordinates. Inside the Audi, Zhao Dabao instructed Lu Zhao, "Old Lu, notify Yuan Zheng to ensure the police in Sui City do not interfere with our upcoming actions. If I lose control and harm any officials, it could complicate matters for Yuan Zheng." "Understood, Mr. Zhao. I will inform him immediately." As Lu Zhao relayed Zhao Dabao's orders, he contemplated the audacity of a practitioner instructing the top official of Sui City to restrain the police. The notion that they might not intervene for fear of retaliation was immensely powerful. This fleeting thought only intensified Lu Zhao's yearning for power and mastery, pushing him to aspire to the heights of a practitioner. He resolved to cultivate a close relationship with Mr. Zhao in hopes of receiving guidance in his training. After years of martial arts practice, he understood that breaking through to the next level required the insight of a master, and mere diligence would not suffice. The Wu Group, situated in the heart of Area A of Sui City, was a striking gray-white building structured as a 484 layout. The two wings comprised 4 floors, while the central section boasted 8, symbolizing stability. The main entrance faced south, opening onto the largest leisure plaza in Area A, flanked by bustling commercial districts to the east and west, and backed by a small mountain to the north, rising 400 to 500 meters high. From a feng shui perspective, the southern entrance symbolized openness akin to the ocean, attracting fortune from all directions, while the mountain provided a formidable backing, embodying strength from all sides. As Zhao Dabao's convoy arrived at the entrance of the Wu Group's building, it became evident that the occupants had received prior notice. As the parking lot gates were swiftly closed, from the outside, shadows flitted about inside, revealing a palpable atmosphere of tension amidst their busy preparations. Upon disembarking from the Audi, Zhao Dabao, Wu Da, and the Qin family subordinates stood in formation, brandishing rubber batons that emanated a threatening aura. Glancing at the Wu building, Zhao Dabao let out a cold laugh and commanded, "Smash it." At his command, the subordinates of both the Qin and Wu families sprang into action simultaneously, instantly demolishing the parking lot gates. As Zhao Dabao advanced, the men from both sides followed with fierce determination. Upon reaching the building's entrance, Lu Zhao leaped forward. As he made contact with the door, he pivoted on his left foot, unleashing a powerful force from his right leg, shattering the resilient glass door into fragments. As the entrance was obliterated, Wu Da charged in with his men, causing the security guards of the Wu Group to retreat in fear. As the guards, typically valiant defenders of the real estate group, saw Wu Da's fierce approach, they transformed from brave warriors into frightened sheep, scattering in all directions. Despite Wu Da's subservient demeanor before Zhao Dabao, to the security personnel, he was an unmistakable force of nature. Standing tall in the lobby, Wu Da proclaimed, "Today, Master Zhao has come to settle accounts with Wu. All unrelated personnel, vacate the building immediately. Should you fail to comply, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." With a wave of his hand, his men surged forward, using their batons to usher the Wu Group's guards and staff out. Seeing that Wu Da had cleared the area, Zhao Dabao casually instructed, "Old Lu, Wu Da, come with me upstairs. The rest of you, guard the entrance. No unauthorized individuals are allowed inside." Amidst the resonant echoes of agreement from both the Qin and Wu factions, Zhao Dabao and his companions ascended directly to the 8th floor, which housed Wu Bushio's office. The 8th floor featured a spacious office, nearly occupying half the entire level, lavishly decorated, adorned with expensive furnishings and refined artworks. The vast expanse brimmed with opulence. 4 men and 1 woman were gathered around a circle of sofas in the southern corner of the office. As the office door swung open, a balding man in his 50s trembled visibly, while a stunning woman in her 30s seated to his left gasped in shock. In stark contrast to their startled expressions, the 3 men, 2 seated and 1 standing, exuded an air of calm, leisurely ignoring the commotion. Zhao Dabao led the way, followed by Lu Zhao and Wu Da as they filed into the room. Lu Zhao was the first to appraise the occupants of the office. After casting a detached glance at the balding man and the beautiful woman, his eyes narrowed slightly upon spotting a man in his 40s with a center-parted hairstyle, revealing a flicker of apprehension. In contrast to Lu Zhao's evident wariness, Wu Da boldly approached the balding man, exclaiming, "Wu Bushio, Boss Wu, you truly are something else. Daring to target even Master Zhao's family. Are you prepared to forfeit your standing?" Confronted with the inquiry from the notorious leader of the Suisher underground, Wu Bushio, head of the Wu Group, appeared somewhat flustered, though not yet terrified. While Wu Da indeed commanded respect, Wu Bushio was not easily intimidated. His Wu Group boasted a security detail of around 180 personnel, and should it come to a confrontation, he was not certain of the extent of his losses. However, today's circumstances were markedly different. Wu Bushio had received intelligence from the Central Mall indicating that the Qin family from T province had also interjected into the matter, clearly positioning themselves against him. Emir Wu Da was a manageable concern, likely resolvable with a monetary settlement. But the Qin family was an entirely different entity, a top-tier family, and a formidable power in T province, far beyond the reach of his modest real estate group. In the eyes of the ordinary populace in Suisher, The Wu group was a small fish, easily devoured by larger predators. Yet before the Qin family, he was but a triviality, as they were the apex predators in this hierarchy. Casting a cautious glance at Lu Zhao, Wu Buxiu then turned his attention to Wu Da, omitting any consideration for Zhao Dabao's. Wu Buxiu had gleaned from his informants about the incident at the Central Mall, where a capable young man had dispatched the notorious 8 tigers of the mall. However, it was the arrival of Wu Da, Lu Zhao, and others that had compelled the various evildoers to retreat. Consequently, Wu Buxiu regarded Zhao Dabao as merely a somewhat skilled practitioner, devoid of sufficient threat in the face of the Wu group. With a derisive chuckle, Wu Buxiu's expression darkened as he remarked, "Brother Wu, we are two sides of the same coin, each tending to our own affairs. You run your business while I manage my real estate. We usually pass each other without a word. What is this? Looking to champion someone today?" In response to Wu Buxiu's irritable retort, Wu Da first glanced at Zhao Dabao's. Noting the master's impassive demeanor as he seemingly appreciated the floral arrangements adorning the 8th floor office, Wu Da understood that it would likely fall upon him to navigate this situation. Observing how Wu Da handled the matter was, in fact, a test for Zhao Dabao's. He had already perceived Wu Da's desire to draw closer. Zhao Dabao's was not averse to this proximity. As a cultivator, it was impractical to handle every matter personally. He required individuals to assist him, accepting the goodwill of the Qin family in this context, as well as welcoming Wu Da's approach, served to strengthen his influence in the secular world, thereby facilitating the acquisition of cultivation resources. Champion someone? No, Wu Buxiu, I lack the stature for that. I'm merely curious about how you intend to resolve this matter. Casting a glance at Lu Zhao, Wu Buxiu inhaled deeply, recognizing that today's predicament stemmed from his own short-sightedness. Who could have anticipated that behind a trivial counter lay the formidable Qin family? Had he known, even if the alluring me may had employed her charms, he would never have consented to intervene. The current developments were beyond his control. If not handled adeptly, financial loss was the least of his concerns. However, should he incite the displeasure of his patrons, how could he aspire to ascend further? Contemplating this, Wu Buxiu rubbed his smooth, bald head and said, "Brother Wu, I recognize my oversight in this matter. I seek a peaceful resolution. How about this? I will compensate you." Compensate? How much? Don't mention a trifling sum. It would not only tarnish your Wu group's reputation, but potentially sully my ears as well. As Wu Buxiu offered a concession, Wu Da internally sneered. You think you can resolve this with money, Wu Buxiu? Very well, let us see how much you are willing to part with. Muttering a few words to himself, Wu Buxiu extended his palm, stating, 500,000. What do you say? 500,000. You jest. That's far too generous. My counter doesn't even yield that much profit in a year. Before Wu Da could respond, the enchanting woman gasped in disbelief. Indeed, the striking woman was Wu Meili, the very instigator of the counter incident. Casting a furious glare at his mistress, Wu Buxiu thought, if it weren't for your reckless actions, would I need to spend money to avert disaster? 500,000 was a pittance in the eyes of the Qin family. He merely intended to set a starting price for Wu Da to negotiate. 500,000. Huh. What a bold claim, Boss Wu. Wu Da mocked with a sly grin, his face contorting in a forced smile. Hearing Wu Da's derisive remarks, Wu Buxiu recognized that he had undervalued his offer. Indeed, 500,000 yuan might be a significant sum for an ordinary individual, but to their affluent circles, it was negligible. Realizing this, Wu Buxiu exhaled lightly and proposed. 2 million, then. How does that sound? Surely, this reflects a genuine intention. 2 million. A hush fell over the room, as none of the attendees took it seriously. However, for Chu Meiling, who had already been reeling from the previous offer, the mention of 2 million twisted her features in shock. Had she known that smashing a counter would cost 2 million, she would never have entertained such an idea. 2 million was enough to sustain her for many days. In her youth and beauty, her earnings over the past few years had barely reached 2 or 3 million. Now, it seemed more lucrative to smash a counter than to engage in her profession. With a cold chuckle, Wu Da's expression turned sinister as he remarked, Boss Wu, this isn't a mere negotiation. It seems you're just trying to outbid. How about this? In the spirit of our camaraderie and shared surname, I'll offer you a friendly price of 10 million, no counteroffers. If you're sincere, transfer the funds immediately. 10 million? Are you mad? This time, not only was Chu Meili aghast, but even Wu Buxiu stood up in shock, his mouth agape as he stared at Wu Da. While he anticipated a price hike, he had not expected it to be so outrageous. Wu Buxiu instinctively glanced at Lu Zhao, realizing that Wu Da's words effectively represented the interests of the Qin family. As Wu Buxiu grappled with his astonishment, Lu Zhao smirked disdainfully, internally ridiculing, "This Wu Buxiu is woefully misinformed. If he knew he had provoked a master at the dark energy level, not only 10 million but even 100 million would prompt him to capitulate immediately. Provoking such a formidable practitioner was not a matter that could be settled with mere monetary compensation. Should he truly anger a cultivator of that caliber? Especially one at the dark energy level, he might find himself destitute or facing dire consequences. Did he not observe that even Wu Da, who merely faced an internal strength practitioner, nearly lost his life in the vast expanse of the Azure Ocean? Had it not been for Mr. Zhao's intervention, Wu Da would not have been able to secure a single path to survival, even if he were to liquidate all his assets. Although Wu Da is merely a gangster leader, his wealth rivals that of Wu Buxiu and may even surpass the total assets of the Wu family conglomerate. Faced with such an enticing fortune, even the formidable blood-blade Zhang Jiajun, a warrior of internal strength, did not spare Wu Da's life. Now, however, Wu Buxiu has provoked a master of hidden strength, Mr. Zhao, who exists several tiers above internal strength practitioners. A mere 10 million xia currency would hardly catch Lu Zhao's attention. Yet, upon reflection, Lu Zhao could empathize. After all, Wu Buxiu was unaware of the caliber of the individual he had antagonized. At this moment, confronted with a flabbergasted Wu Buxiu and Chu Meili, Wu Da arrogantly proclaimed, "Wu Buxiu, have you considered this? 10 million is merely material compensation. We have yet to calculate the shock compensation for Miss Zhao." "Shock compensation? Why don't you go rob a bank instead, Wu Da?" Wu Buxiu retorted bitterly. "Don't be so reluctant. Are you truly unaware of who you've offended? 10 million is but a trifling sum. Do not mistake my goodwill for foolishness. In truth, when weighed against the value of lives and the assets of the Wu family, 10 million is a paltry token of friendship that Wu Da seeks." Yet, to Wu Buxiu and Chu Meili, it sounded like nothing short of extortion, naked and boundless extortion. Chu Meili's face flushed crimson, akin to the hue of spilled blood, as she sharply retorted, "Wu Da, don't think that just because you are a gangster leader, my family doesn't fear you. If it comes to blows, my family might very well best you." Wu Da was nearly amused by Chu Meili's defiance. Did she not understand the meaning of death? Perhaps he had been too low-key lately, allowing even a little lady to speak to him so boldly. He resolved to showcase his authority as Wu Da, lest this young woman truly believed him to be a frail cat. Just as he was about to unleash a reprimand, an arrogant voice emanated from a young man lounging on the sofa. "I say, Wu Da, do you truly consider yourself the underground emperor of Sui City?" The young man continued, "Even if you are the underground emperor, in my eyes, you are nothing more than a minor pawn. Have you truly deluded yourself into thinking you are something grand?" Upon hearing the self-proclaimed Sha Xiao's words, Wu Da scrutinized him closely. The young man, no older than 30, wore casual attire and reclined languidly on the sofa. What caught Wu Da's attention was the pair of Oakley sunglasses adorning Sha Xiao's face. For a gangster leader, sunglasses serve as a vital accessory. It is almost embarrassing to venture outside without a pair of high-end shades. Sha Xiao's Oakleys were precisely the kind Wu Da had long desired, yet he had once been denied the purchase due to his lack of noble lineage. Considering the exclusivity of Oakley, with only 300 new pairs produced annually, each priced at over $1 million, it was evident that this Sha Xiao was no ordinary person. Having navigated the underworld for over 30 years, Wu Da understood the delicate balance of power. Although he was currently acting on behalf of Master Zhao, he knew better than to offend someone of significant stature. Who could say whether Sha Xiao stood on equal footing with Master Zhao? Given Wu Buxiu's respectful demeanor towards him, Sha Xiao's status was evidently far superior to that of the Wu family. With this realization, Wu Da tempered his brashness and spoke with a softened tone. "Esteemed Sha Xiao, may I inquire where you have found your fortune?" To Wu Da's inquiry, Sha Xiao paid no heed, instead turning his attention to Lu Zhao with keen interest. "Lu Zhao, what is this? Have you neglected to greet an old acquaintance? Is it that I, Sha Pengfei, am so unwelcome?" With a forced smile, Lu Zhao responded, "Sha Xiao, it's been a while. Why are you not in the provincial capital? What brings you to Sui City?" He then whispered to Zhao Dabao, "Sha Xiao, known as Sha Pengfei, is the second generation of the Sha family, one of the premier families in Province T, comparable to the Qin family. If anything, the Sha family's influence may slightly surpass that of the Qin family. Rest assured, however, even if we encounter a family more powerful than the Sha, our attitude towards you, Mr. Zhao, will remain unwavering." Zhao Dabao nodded, a thoughtful smile gracing his features, his voice echoing like a distant melody. Sha Xiao, are you looking to intervene? With a sideways glance at Zhao Dabao, the haughty Sha Pengfei continued to address Lu Zhao, dismissing any interest in Zhao Dabao's interjection. Lu Zhao, are you here representing the Qin family, or merely yourself? Maintain your composure. Do not let momentary impulses jeopardize the Qin family's standing, as that would be a grave miscalculation. Thank you for your concern, Sha Xiao. To clarify, I, Lu Zhao, am indeed representing the Qin family today. Furthermore, this gentleman beside me, Mr. Zhao, is our most esteemed guest. Should anyone oppose Mr. Zhao, they become our enemy. Lu Zhao's resolute declaration left no room for doubt. Listening to Lu Zhao's words, Wu De solidified his resolve. Initially, upon learning that the Sha Xiao was a member of the prestigious Sha family, he felt a pang of insecurity. He understood that this first-rate family, comparable to the Qin family, was not something he, a small-time gangster in Sui City, could afford to provoke. However, upon hearing Lu Zhao's unwavering response, he recognized that his time to assert himself had arrived. As an ordinary martial artist who had risen to the rank of a gangster leader, Wu De understood the risks that accompany fortune. If he could secure the endorsement of the Qin family and Mr. Zhao, and defeat the Sha family that supported the Wu family, it would undoubtedly elevate his position and influence exponentially. Should Mr. Zhao and the Qin family fail to challenge the Sha family, Wu De would certainly find himself defeated and empty-handed. Yet, seeing Lu Zhao unwavering in his stance against the Sha family, Wu De felt emboldened. If the colossal Qin family was unafraid, then he, Wu De, had no reason to fear either. Those who have nothing to lose fear nothing, he thought. If the Qin family, a formidable entity, is unafraid, what is there for me, a mere gangster leader, to dread? Worst case, I can start over. I have faced poverty before. With this resolve, Wu De's expression hardened, devoid of any hesitation, as he boldly declared, "So it is, Sha Xiao." What Lu Zhao has stated also represents our Sui City underworld. Anyone who dares to oppose Mr. Zhao becomes an enemy of our Sui City underworld. In response to Lu Zhao's assertion, Sha Pengfei exhibited no complex emotions, recognizing that both factions wielded comparable power and status, thus their negotiations fell within the realm of normalcy. However, he regarded Zhao Dabao and Wu De with disdain, akin to how a millionaire might regard a beggar. Sha Pengfei dismissed Zhao Dabao's earlier remark as if it were a reflection of their disparate standings. Yet now, Wu De had the audacity to echo Lu Zhao's sentiments, boldly proclaiming that an enemy of Mr. Zhao was an enemy of the Sui City underworld. What is the Sui City underworld? Sha Pengfei mused. Even the T province underworld leaders would not dare speak to me in such a manner. As this thought crossed his mind, Sha Pengfei's expression grew increasingly calm as he softly commanded, "Fat dragon, strike him." No sooner had the words left his lips than a massive figure soared into action, resembling a great bird taking flight. As the large body stretched, it emitted a peculiar sound, and a hand as large as a fan swung fiercely towards Wu De. Though Wu De was merely an ordinary martial artist, decades of underground brawling had bestowed upon him a wealth of combat experience. With a fierce cry, Wu De raised his hands abruptly, resisting the powerful hand that came at him like a shield. A thunderous bang resonated as Wu De's robust figure was casually swatted aside by the corpulent Long, causing him to stagger back, shattering several potted plants behind him. Amidst boisterous laughter, Long continued his assault, his hands moving with dexterous speed, creating a series of afterimages that targeted Wu De. Faced with this relentless barrage, Wu De's expression turned pale with dread. From the moment they clashed, he recognized that this hefty man was undoubtedly a top-tier martial artist. Though he had yet to break through to inner strength, he was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary fighter. Caught in the throes of a frenzied onslaught, Wu De's inherent ferocity surged forth. Having grown up on the streets, engaged in countless brawls and faced with near-death experiences, he understood that the instinct to fight back was paramount for survival. Letting out a howl reminiscent of a wild wolf, his voice raspy, he wielded his hands with ferocity, launching 6 gleaming daggers towards Long's vital points with remarkable precision. In the blink of an eye, the blades shot forth, targeting critical areas on Long's body. With a guttural roar, Long did not flinch or evade. Instead, he converged his limbs, resembling a multi-armed deity, as he charged forward. A grating sound echoed as 5 of the daggers were deflected, while the last one, moving with lightning speed, was surprisingly caught between Long's jaws. In that split second, as he spat out the dagger, Long unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Wu Da's chest. The flurry of daggers had been Wu Da's last resort, and having expended all his strength, he realized there was no hope of dodging this lethal blow. In despair, he resigned himself and closed his eyes. At that moment, a calm voice pierced through the chaos. "Lao Lu, make your move." The resonance of the command lingered in the air as a large, calloused hand, as hard as steel, appeared before Wu Da and Dabao's chest, seemingly having been there all along. As Long unleashed his attack, this iron hand acted as an impenetrable wall, halting Long and Dabao's deadly punch. With a startled cry, Long was sent reeling backwards, and as he landed, his plump hand visibly swelled. An inner strength practitioner. A note of astonishment escaped the lips of a middle-aged man, seated beside Sha Pengfei, whose hair was styled in a center part. "What of it?" Long bellowed defiantly. "I fear nothing." With that, he charged forward once more. His massive form expanded eerily, resembling an inflating balloon. In an instant, Long had doubled in size, transforming into a rampaging rhinoceros within the spacious confines of the 8th floor. Indeed, this was the secret technique of Long's sect, the giant dragon technique, which allowed the practitioner to double their size, thereby amplifying their attack power correspondingly. With a resounding crash, Long barreled towards Lu Zhao, his hands spreading wide like large fans, ready to strike without any flourish. He was intent on securing victory with a single blow, fully aware that an inner strength practitioner would not evade an attack from someone below their level. It was akin to a kindergarten child charging at a high school student. There was simply no need for the latter to dodge. As Long charged like a rhinoceros, Lu Zhao's expression grew serious. Through years of combat experience, he recognized that Long's full-force strike was perilously close to that of an inner strength practitioner. Lu Zhao slightly spread his feet, bent his knees, and summoned his inner strength, channeling it through his arms and palms. With a booming shout, he unleashed his power. The impact resonated like a muffled thunderclap, causing the building to tremble, and cracks began to spiderweb across the marble floor beneath Lu Zhao. Though Long's strike was formidable, Lu Zhao, having attained a minor mastery of inner strength, managed to withstand it, though he swayed slightly and took a small step back. In stark contrast, Long was sent staggering back several paces, crashing against the concrete wall. The force of the collision sent framed artworks crashing to the ground, illustrating the tremendous power behind their clash. Long, who had been forced back, now bore a complexion that had drained of color, blood spewing forth from his mouth in a parabolic arc. Despite his full exertion of the giant dragon technique, he could not withstand the blow from a true practitioner of minor inner strength. This demonstrated the insurmountable divide between peak martial artists and those wielding inner strength. As Wu Baho observed the scene, his expression shifted in tandem with the trembling ground and the quaking walls. As a real estate developer frequently involved in demolitions, he had witnessed his fair share of brawls. Yet, today's confrontation utterly shattered his preconceptions of martial arts. Previously, he believed that martial arts were merely theatrical displays or akin to the skirmishes encountered during forced demolitions. After all, how could any martial artist stand against a knife? If that failed, he could merely overwhelm with numbers. However, witnessing the resilience of the marble floor, one he had previously struck with an iron rod to no effect, he now fully grasped the true might of a martial artist. He calculated that even if Long were to strike, the 100 or so security guards under his command would struggle to withstand it. Having heard tales of martial artists capable of dodging bullets, he had dismissed them as fanciful tales. Now, he realized the veracity of such claims. With a newfound understanding of the formidable power of martial artists, Wu Bushu's earlier thoughts of merely spending a little money to resolve the situation were now shaken. This matter could not be resolved so simply. With this in mind, he cast a pleading glance towards Sha Pengfei, the young master of the Sha family. Though the clash had been intense, Pengfei remained impassive, quietly savoring his tea. In contrast, the middle-aged man with the center-parted hair wore a grim expression. He had anticipated that his disciple Long would not be able to withstand a strike from an inner strength practitioner. However, he had not expected him to be defeated so swiftly. It seemed Lu Zhao had indeed reached a minor mastery of inner strength. With a sinister chuckle, reminiscent of a ghostly wind echoing through the 8th floor office, he mused, Lu Zhao, nicknamed Black Panther, a practitioner of minor inner strength, leader of the Qin family's underworld. Quite impressive to repel my disciple with a single blow. It appears I must step in to impart some lessons. The man, known as Ghost Hand Shinhong, a practitioner of major inner strength and an elder in the Sha family's martial hall, held a status equivalent to that of the second generation of the Sha family. Under normal circumstances, Lu Zhao would not provoke Shen Hong, as the gap between major and minor inner strength was significant. Engaging him would likely result in defeat. However, today was different. Behind him stood Master Zhao, a formidable practitioner. After witnessing the battle against the Blue Ocean, Lu Zhao realized that Shen Hong's skill and combat experience could not compare to that of Bloodblade. In the realm of inner strength practitioners, both skill and combat experience were paramount. It could be said that a minor inner strength practitioner with extensive combat experience could potentially overcome a major practitioner. Thus, facing the lesser skilled Shen Hong, Lu Zhao felt no fear. Certainly, there exists a sense of trepidation. With piercing eyes fixed upon the notorious Shen Hong, Lu Zhao asserted resolutely. Shen Hong, known as the Ghost Hand, elder of the Xia family, Martial Hall, a master of profound internal energy. Tell me, have you become a henchman for the Wu group today? Nonsense. What henchman of the Wu group? Shen Hong retorted angrily, then added with a smirk. Hey, why are you meddling in this affair when you should be minding your own business in the Qin family? Let us be frank. The Wu group has recently aligned with Xia Xiao. I advise you to think twice. From Shen Hong's words, Lu Zhao discerned the underlying implications. The sudden appearance of Xia Pengfei, a core disciple of the Xia family's third generation, was evidently driven by personal motives. It appeared he sought to expand his influence, which was understandable. Despite his elevated status as a core disciple, he was not yet the heir apparent, but merely had the potential for inheritance. In such circumstances, to vie for the position of heir, one must endeavor to widen their power base to demonstrate capability. The position of the third-generation heir of the Xia family could only be attained through proven merit. As a local enterprise in Suisha, the Wu group had evidently reached a developmental impasse. To further their growth, they would inevitably seek a formidable ally. Xia Pengfei, as a core disciple of the Xia family, possessed all the requisite attributes of such an ally. Thus, it was only natural for both parties to find common ground, each fulfilling their respective needs. With a cold smirk, Lu Zhao turned to Xia Pengfei and remarked, So, it seems the Wu group has now become subordinate to you, Xia Xiao? Indeed, Lu Zong. From this day forth, the Wu group shall be one of my subordinate entities. What say you? Do you still wish to provoke trouble with the Wu group? The young man lounged casually upon the sofa, speaking nonchalantly. Xia Xiao, you are quite right. Let me assure you, even in the presence of the head of the Xia family, I, Lu Zhao, would dare to utter these words. Oh, Lu Zong, what bravado! Are you suggesting that you would risk conflict with my Xia family over this trivial matter of a smashed boutique? Xia Xiao, you have misunderstood. It is not the Qin family that seeks war with the Xia family, but rather your unwarranted interference in this matter that has incited conflict. The Wu group has incited thugs to vandalize the shopping center, and the owner of that boutique has significant ties to my Qin family. Thus, we are compelled to seek justice. As for your family's involvement, it stems from your own actions, which seem to imply you do not speak for the Xia family. Let me be candid. I, Lu Zhao, am authorized by Elder Qin to handle this matter entirely. Should any conflict arise with any faction, I shall pursue it with utmost resolve. I suggest you ponder this carefully. In response to Lu Zhao's resolute declaration, Xia Pengfei fell into silence. He recognized that the Qin family was exerting considerable effort over this minor issue, even to the extent of risking confrontation with the Xia family, which prompted deep reflection on his part. Gazing at Zhao Dabao behind Lu Zhao, Xia Pengfei wondered, could this be the reason for their involvement? In T province, he had not encountered this young man before. Even within the Qin family, no information about him existed. Could he be a prominent figure from the capital? With this thought, Xia Pengfei scrutinized Zhao Dabao for the first time, a hint of a smile flashing beneath his oakley glasses as he inquired, And who might you be, if I may ask? Before Lu Zhao could introduce him, Zhao Dabao simply replied with a faint smile, Zhao Dabao, hailing from Songyuan in Jie province. Songyuan? Jie province? Xia Pengfei murmured, momentarily perplexed. He was aware of Jie province as a border province, but had never heard of Songyuan. What significant power could possibly emerge from such a place? It baffled him that he had no recollection of it whatsoever. Noticing Xia Pengfei's bewildered expression, Wu Bushou grew anxious. He had discerned the gravity of the situation. If the local underworld were the only players involved, he might remain unperturbed. Yet, the intervention of the Qin family, a colossal entity in T province, was beyond the capabilities of his modest real estate group to contend with. To survive, he had no choice but to cling tightly to Xia Pengfei's formidable presence. Otherwise, he would be at a loss for how to evade disaster. Currently, Xia Pengfei's demeanor seemed to soften. At this crucial juncture, if he were to abandon the situation, Wu Bushou would find himself in dire straits. With this in mind, Wu Bushou plastered a broad smile across his face, exclaiming, "Sha Xiao, I am aware that Song Yuan is merely a small county, one of the poorer regions in Jie province, with a meager population. To put it plainly, it is the most impoverished and smallest county in Jie province. I visited once at the invitation of the local county head, who sought investment. However, upon seeing its dire state, I deemed it unworthy of investment and returned to Suisha after only a few days." Upon hearing this, Sha Pengfei nodded in satisfaction, gesturing for Wu Bushou to continue. Eager to ascertain if Song Yuan possessed any significant forces, Sha Pengfei would never act recklessly against an unfamiliar adversary. This prudence served as a cornerstone for the Sha family's rapid ascension as an emerging power. Avoiding blind enmity and refraining from antagonizing formidable foes were pivotal strategies for familial growth. In this current stage, every thriving family adhered to their own principles of development. Seeing the encouraging gaze from Sha Pengfei, Wu Bushou felt a sense of elation akin to savoring a sweet delicacy. Clearing his throat, he cast a challenging glance at Zhao Dabao. Though Wu Bushou was exhilarated, he refrained from provoking Lu Zhao. Should he offend the Qin family, Sha Pengfei might not be inclined to confront them on his behalf. He was not so arrogant as to believe his own modest standing could compel Sha Pengfei to defy the Qin family. However, regarding Zhao Dabao, he regarded him as little more than a martial artist of similar caliber to Fat Long, perhaps even inferior. With a hint of arrogance, Wu Bushou remarked, "Sha Xiao, you may not realize just how impoverished and backward Song Yuan County is. To put it bluntly, the annual output of Song Yuan County pales in comparison to that of a larger township in our T province. Pray tell, what significant enterprises could possibly exist in such a desolate locale? I spent 3 days in Song Yuan County, traversing every corner, and I hardly encountered any notable structures. There are a few enterprises, but here," Wu Bushou disdainfully scoffed, dramatically extending his left hand, fingers splayed wide. "There are no more than 5 enterprises of any considerable scale, all of which I assessed." "Guess what, Sha Xiao?" "What?" Lu Zhao prompted, intrigued by Wu Bushou's detailed and sardonic narrative. Sha Pengfei understood Wu Bushou's intent. He sought to undermine Lu Zhao's confidence in supporting Zhao Dabao by delineating the insignificance of Song Yuan County. Wu Bushou's meticulous account was designed to convey to Lu Zhao that the young man they were backing possessed neither foundation nor value, rendering any confrontation with the Sha family unnecessary. "Sha Xiao, you have not seen those few enterprises in the county. To say the least, none employ over 100 workers, nor do they generate annual revenues exceeding 10 million. Even the vehicles are lackluster. I believe the best among them is a Santana worth 30 to 40,000. I suspect the total output of all enterprises in the county combined may not surpass that of my Wu group alone." "Indeed, Old Wu speaks truthfully," Chumeli chimed in. "Sha Xiao, during Old Wu's assessment, I accompanied him. That county is so impoverished it lacks even hotels. We had to settle for a guest house. To obtain hot water, we had to request it beforehand. Otherwise, we might as well have gone without." After absorbing Wu Bushou's description, Sha Pengfei formed a preliminary yet comprehensive understanding of Zhao Dabao's origins. Song Yuan County, a place marked by poverty and backwardness, harbored neither notable families nor enterprises. In the summer realm, there exists a custom that mandates large families, upon achieving prosperity, to invest in the development of their hometown. The rationale behind this is quite straightforward. Firstly, it serves to give back to the community that nurtured them. Secondly, it demonstrates to other factions the family's sense of responsibility, showcasing that even in success, they remain mindful of their roots. Thus, Zhao Dabao's lack of substantial backing from any formidable forces becomes evident. In such circumstances, Zhao Dabao's support from the Qin family can be attributed to 2 possibilities. Either he possesses certain unique abilities that the Qin family values, though upon entering the 8th floor, he displayed no remarkable abilities, appearing merely as an ordinary martial artist, comparable at best to Fat Long, or Zhao Dabao's has some connection to Lu Zhao, who advocates for him due to personal ties. The notion that offending Mr. Zhao equates to becoming an enemy of the Qin family is merely Lu Zhao's personal assertion, a mere facade of grandeur. Song Yuan County in Jie province? Sha Pengfei mumbled once more, then regarded Zhao Dabao's as if he were heir. With a slight focus on Lu Zhao, Sha Pengfei confidently remarked, "Mr. Lu, I am unsure of your thoughts, but if you intend to make a stand today, it may prove difficult. As an acquaintance, I advise you to heed my counsel and withdraw while the going is good." Allow me to mediate and propose a fair compensation of 1 million. What say you? Upon hearing Xia Pengfei's conciliatory offer, Wu Buxiu felt a surge of joy. After all, given their initial wrongdoing, especially towards the Qin family, settling for 1 million could be considered quite a bargain. Yet, he feigned reluctance as he replied, 1 million? Very well, I shall heed young Sha's suggestion. 1 million? Are you jesting? Do you presume Mr. Zhao's private booth is worth merely 1 million? The first to find the valuation intolerable was Wu Da, the leader of the criminal underworld in Suisha City. He had come to realize that their actions had already offended the Wu group and its ally, Xia Pengfei. Yet, even in the face of offense, he remained unperturbed. Those without shoes fear not the barefoot. Moreover, with Master Zhao present, the outcome was uncertain. The interjection from Wu Da provoked the wrath of the ghost hand, Shen Hong, who bellowed, Wu Da, it is young Sha's turn to speak. You have no place to interject. With a swift motion of his left hand, a cup of hot tea soared from the coffee table, propelled by a chilling gust, hurtling straight towards Wu Da's face. It was as swift as a meteor. A streak of black light. By the time Wu Da noticed, it was too late to evade. After all, who was Shen Hong? A martial artist of formidable inner strength. His heated tea attack, infused with internal energy, was not something a mere practitioner like Wu Da could hope to dodge. In an instant, Lu Zhao, ever vigilant, responded by striking the incoming hot tea with a powerful punch. The resounding impact sent the tea scattering, yet a shard struck Wu Da's forehead, instantly causing blood to gush from the gash. At this moment, Zhao Dabao felt a surge of anger. He had been treated as if he were invisible since entering the room. Wu Buxiu's inability to recognize him was one thing, but the likes of Shen Hong and Xia Pengfei treating him as inconsequential was intolerable. He was determined not to let this indignation slide, feeling that they had mistaken his restraint for weakness. However, Zhao Dabao had grown accustomed to maintaining a low profile, and despite his fury, he wished to bide his time. He believed that as a master-level figure, he should not resort to violence at the drop of a hat, as it would tarnish his dignity. Thus, when the ghost hand made his sudden move, he held back, only to declare, Lao Lu, do not hold back, unleash your full strength. At Zhao Dabao's command, Lu Zhao did not hesitate. His agile form surged forth like a black panther, shooting through the air akin to a glider. With an upward thrust of his palms, he unleashed a series of 12 consecutive strikes, each one seamlessly connected, creating a tempest of iron palms that bore down fiercely upon the ghost hand. The ghost hand, undeterred, merely pivoted on his toes, raising his palm like a blade, neither evading nor dodging, summoning his internal energy to withstand the barrage of strikes. The collision of flesh against flesh resonated with a metallic clang, echoing through the room as they exchanged 12 powerful blows. As Lu Zhao stumbled back slightly, the ghost hand transitioned from palm to fist, unleashing 18 devastating punches with the force of a mountain. The ghost hand was not merely a figure of elusive agility. He possessed the brute strength of a demigod. His relentless onslaught, infused with every ounce of his inner energy, epitomized his fighting style, giving his all against his opponent. Meanwhile, Lu Zhao, retreating slightly, thrust his feet into the ground with all his might, propelling himself forward at a sharp angle, transforming his palms into fists, meeting the ghost hand's punches head-on. The clash was a raw confrontation devoid of any flamboyant maneuvers, akin to two locomotives colliding at full speed. The continuous echoes of their fists striking one another reverberated like cannon fire, sending shockwaves through the air, creating a cacophony that reverberated in the minds of onlookers. Except for Zhao Dabao, everyone felt a piercing pain in their heads, akin to needles pricking their brains. The first to falter was the enchanting Chu Meili, an ordinary woman blessed with beauty, who found herself far less resilient than the steely Wu Buxiu or Wu Da. Her once charming visage contorted with pain, a web of agony etched across her face, as the sudden onslaught overwhelmed her senses. Though Wu Buxiu and Wu Da could withstand the oral assault of the martial artists' clash, the distortions in their expressions betrayed their anguish. After a series of exchanges, Lu Zhao, despite his best efforts, found himself continuously retreating, the disparity in their martial prowess glaringly evident. He recognized that against the ghost hand, a master of inner strength, victory was unattainable without resorting to desperate measures or secret techniques. In that moment of realization, Lu Zhao gathered his resolve, understanding that the outcomes of their actions were beyond his control. Whether in cultivation or combat, one must contend with fate and rivals. Without a heart of steel, it would be wiser to return home and plow the fields. With a fierce shout, Lu Zhao summoned his inner strength, propelling himself forward with the grace of a dragon, his body contorting into a bow-like posture. As he released a thunderous roar, he launched himself like an arrow, aimed directly at the ghost hand's chest. This was the essence of his martial arts, the arrow of life and death, unleashed with unyielding determination. An arrow released from the bow would not return without a target. It was either his life or the opponent's. With a piercing cry, Shen Hong found himself tumbling, his limbs curling like a cat, spinning in a flurry, desperately attempting to dissipate the force of Lu Zhao's formidable attack. With every rotation, he generated a swirling momentum to mitigate the arrow's power. Remarkably, in mere moments, he spun 9 times, showcasing the speed and rhythm of his movements. Yet, in the final rotation, Lu Zhao's ultimate technique left a deep gash in Shen Hong's chest, blood oozing forth as the flesh split, silently narrating a tale of near fatality. With a piercing scream, the ghostly hand struck the ground with furious kicks, its entire form vanishing into thin air. Its hands transformed into claws, bloodied and fierce, swirling as they lunged forward, each claw poised for attack. In the blink of an eye, the ghostly hand unleashed a staggering 49 strikes, each claw weaving an intricate web while its fingers rose like mountains, forming an unending chain of relentless force. This was indeed the signature technique of the ghostly hand, Shen Hong, the ghost claw assault. Though a single arrow may wound an enemy, the adversary's retaliation was akin to an avalanche, a cataclysmic upheaval. Yet, in the face of this tempestuous counterattack, Lu Zhao remained unperturbed, steadfast against the 1,000 waves of fury, resolutely standing firm. With a deep breath, Lu Zhao clenched his fists tightly, his feet firmly planted on the ground, producing an eerie grinding sound reminiscent of gnashing teeth. His fists pounded forward like a drum, generating a series of explosive impacts. As their strikes collided, flesh met bone, and the clash of inner strength erupted, showcasing a ferocity unmatched in the mundane realm. Around them, the furniture and greenery lay scattered as if ravaged by a tornado. Tables were in disarray, chairs were toppled, and the potted plants were reduced to mere dust, swirling in the air. A mouthful of blood erupted forth as Lu Zhao's agile form bent backward, forced to retreat by the overwhelming force of the ghostly hand. However, his indomitable spirit compelled him to lean forward defiantly, eager to confront Shen Hong's onslaught once more. Amidst the raucous laughter of Shen Hong, who exuded an air of regal arrogance, he proclaimed, "Indeed, Black Panther Lu Zhao, a practitioner of minor inner strength, has managed to compel me, Shen Hong, to unleash my ultimate technique. You have earned your reputation, but minor mastery remains minor. No matter your might, it pales in comparison to my lethal strike. Black Panther, will you submit today?" With a maniacal laugh, Shen Hong advanced again. With a wave of his hand, dark clouds enveloped the sky. With a flying kick, verdant grass seemed to spring forth from the ground, surrounding Lu Zhao entirely. In the midst of the howling winds, Lu Zhao stood resolute, bloodied spittle escaping his lips, yet his defiance shone through. "Ghostly hand, your words are meaningless. If you possess the ability, leave me, the Black Panther, here within the Wu group. Otherwise, I fear neither heaven nor earth, and certainly not you." As victory appeared within reach for the ghostly hand, Wu Basho began to revel in the moment, fawningly congratulating Sha Pengfei with a beaming smile. "Young Master Sha, it is your master's prowess that prevails. What are the Black Panther and the Qin family in the face of Master Shen? Observe, this so-called inner strength warrior, the Black Panther, is no match for Master Shen. One more strike, and he shall surely fall. If he persists in his stubbornness, he may become a lifeless creature." With a subtle wave, Sha Pengfei, maintaining his composure, replied, "Ah Wu, one should not speak so lightly. Lu Zhao, the Black Panther, is indeed a notable figure in T Province, though a practitioner of minor inner strength. In the grand scheme of T Province, he stands at the pinnacle, not to be underestimated. Had Master Shen not been present today, the outcome could have been quite different." Wu Basho, ever obsequious, nodded vigorously while taking a jab at Wu Da, saying, "Young Master Sha speaks truthfully. Although the Black Panther has fallen to Master Shen, he surpasses many a local underworld figure. Unlike certain individuals whose martial prowess is lacking yet boast with arrogance." As he spoke, Wu Basho cast a scornful glance at Zhao Dabao, conveying disdain. "What can you say now, little beggar? The Black Panther has faltered. What strength do you possess?" In a moment of audacity, Wu Basho even made a throat-cutting gesture, his contempt palpable. Amid the relentless advances of the ghostly hand, the brazen Sha Pengfei, and the mocking Wu Basho, Zhao Dabao remained unfazed, a gentle smile gracing his lips, like a refreshing breeze. He swept away the desolation surrounding Wu Da and the retreating Black Panther. With a subtle movement of his finger and a slight turn of his palm, an invisible force materialized like an iron wall before the ghostly hand. A ghostly cry escaped Shen Hong's lips as he sensed the emergence of an unseen, yet tangible mountain before him, an insurmountable presence. All attacks, all force, shattered against this colossal barrier, dissipating without a trace. The once beleaguered Black Panther Lu Zhao, akin to a fragile flower shielded by iron walls, found safety amidst the tumultuous waves. With a nimble flip, the ghostly hand was forced to retreat, the recoil sending Shen Hong back until he found himself against the wall, his face pale as death, reflecting his inner terror. A master of bright energy cultivation, he exclaimed in horror. Shen Hong had encountered such masters before, but the youthfulness of Zhao Dabao struck fear into his heart. A master of bright energy in their 20s was an anomaly he had never witnessed. As a seasoned practitioner of inner strength, he understood the gravity of what a master represented, not merely a force that surpassed their mundane peaks, but a harbinger of the ancient martial world. Both the master and the realm they represented were beyond the reach of worldly powers. Even the foremost factions of Xia country dared not provoke. Only the top-tier families, like the Wang family, might possess the audacity to engage with the ancient martial world. Yet even they could not guarantee success. As Shen Hong uttered the words cultivation master, Xia Pingfei, who had been lounging on the sofa, suddenly jolted to his feet. His mouth agape in disbelief as he gazed at Zhao Dabao, the fear in his expression overshadowing his earlier arrogance. Regret coursed through him as he recalled his previous dismissive demeanor, wishing he could slap himself awake. He had witnessed Lu Zhao's respect for the young man. Yet his own unfounded pride had led him to heed Wu Bashu's baseless analysis, provoking a cultivation master. What now? What could be done? If Shen Hong's claims were true, he had unwittingly stirred a hornet's nest, and the repercussions could be catastrophic for his family. Not only the esteemed Xia family of T province, but even the once prestigious Gu family of Xia country had faced ruin after provoking a mid-level cultivation master. The young man before him could hardly be over 30, and if he had already achieved such mastery at this age, it was a terrifying prospect. Even if he were merely a novice master, who could predict the heights he might reach in the coming years? Unless he could rally others to eliminate him. This thought flickered in Xia Pingfei's mind before being swiftly banished. The Xia family had no masters of bright energy, and even if they did, could they assuredly vanquish this young master of martial arts? To challenge a tiger was to invite peril, and the individual before him was no ordinary beast but a fierce deity. At that moment, Wu Basho, the owner of the Wu group, was equally astonished. As for Chu Meili, a long-haired beauty, she remained oblivious to the concept of a cultivation master, merely gazing with confusion at the stunned expressions of those around her. In her mind, she pondered, what is wrong with old Wu? Why does he look so pale? Why has young Master Xia stood up, looking so grim? Moreover, how did the once formidable ghost hand, Shen Hong, suddenly retreat to the wall? The series of events had left Chu Meili bewildered and confused. Wu Basho, pale as a sheet, stutteringly implored Xia Pingfei, Xia Xiao, what should we do? This Zhao Dabao is actually a master cultivator? Xia Xiao, what are we going to do? By the end of his plea, Wu Bashu's voice trembled, a mix of fear and profound regret overwhelming him. If given another chance to turn back time, he would never dare to provoke the Zhao family, not even for his mistress's shop, nor for his mother's. Would he involve himself in this matter? Faced with Wu Bashu's stammering request, Xia Pingfei's sense of regret was no less than Wu's. His fierce gaze shot daggers at the corpulent figure before him. If only his glare could ignite flames, Wu Basho would have been incinerated long ago. What to do? What to do? How the hell should I know? It's all this fat fool's fault. Why provoke a master cultivator of all people, dragging me down with him? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, unable to contain his fury. The sight of Wu's large, pudgy face only fueled desire. When anger reaches its peak, it erupts like a volcano. In a fit of rage, Xia Pingfei raised his hand, and with a resounding slap, struck Wu Basho across his round face. Wu Basho, adept at reading the room, let out a pained cry and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Lying there, he cried out in regret, Xia Xiao, I truly had no idea about that shop. It was all Chu Meili's doing. I only called Huang Ji at her behest. This really has nothing to do with me. Instantly, Wu Basho scrambled to his feet, running a couple of steps towards Zhao Dabao, bowing repeatedly, Master Zhao. This matter truly does not concern me. It was all Chu Meili's initiative. Please, Master Zhao, spare me. Wu was genuinely terrified now, fearing the presence of a master cultivator, an emperor-like figure who held the power of life and death over him. With a cold glance at the weeping Wu Busho, Zhao Dabao remarked icily, Wu Busho, had you remained defiant as before, I might have thought higher of you and possibly spared you. But now, while you may escape the death penalty, you cannot evade the consequences. With a slight motion of his finger, shards of a teacup rose from the ground like sentient beings and, with a swift whoosh, struck the pressure point at Wu Bushu's thigh. The sharp sounds resonated in unison with Wu's agonizing screams as his legs were rendered useless. Leaf flying, flower falling. Ghost Hand Shenhong exclaimed, his earlier doubts entirely dispelled. Indeed, the young man before him was undoubtedly a master cultivator at the Mingjin level. As for whether he was at the initial, intermediate, or advanced stage, that was beyond Shenhong's discernment. Witnessing the blood gushing from Wu Busho's legs and his anguished wails, Chu Meili fainted cleanly, whether genuine or feigned. The onlookers paid little mind. Particularly, after Zhao Dabao dealt with Wu Busho, he showed no interest in punishing Chu Meili. For an ordinary woman of the secular world, it would be beneath his dignity to engage in a dispute. While Chu Meili was indeed the instigator, Zhao Min had suffered no harm. The punishment for Chu Meili would be left to Wu Busho, and he would assign Wu to supervise the execution. After handling Wu Busho, Zhao Dabao turned his cold gaze towards Sha Pingfei and Ghost Hand Shenhong, indicating without words that they too must provide an explanation. Faced with Zhao Dabao's intangible pressure, Sha Pingfei forced a bitter smile, his lips twitching. He understood that if he did not make a statement, he would not be spared. A master cannot be insulted, and a grandmaster cannot be neglected. This is the respect accorded to cultivators at the Mingjin and Injin levels, a convention of the secular world. Taking a step forward, Sha Pingfei bowed deeply and respectfully, saying, Master Zhao, it is my fault for failing to recognize your greatness. My family is willing to offer compensation. Compensation? Sha Pingfei, what do you wish to offer? Do not mention money to me. Master Zhao, I possess a century-old saffron. Would that be acceptable? At the mention of saffron, Sha Pingfei's heart bled. Saffron, sourced from high-altitude regions above 5,000 meters, originally from south of India, is regarded in the Western world as a miraculous herb. Especially a century-old saffron is a rare treasure. This saffron was originally intended as a gift to an ancient martial arts family, which had promised that a century-old saffron could be exchanged for a request. But today was different. If he did not present a suitable offering, Master Zhao might unleash his wrath. His life was far more valuable than a century-old saffron. A century-old saffron? Zhao Dabao's heart stirred. It was one of the 3 primary ingredients required to concoct the Great Returning Pill, alongside the century-old ginseng gifted by the Qin family. Only the 3rd ingredient, a century-old astragalus, was still needed. Once all 3 main ingredients were gathered, he could initiate the process of refining the Great Returning Pill. The Great Returning Pill, as its name implies, possesses effects far superior to the Lesser Returning Pill. This elixir is the primary medicine for enhancing Injin cultivation and is particularly effective for Mingjin practitioners, especially when breaking through from the first transition of Mingjin to the second transition of Injin, serving an irreplaceable role. Contemplating this, Zhao Dabao calmly inquired, Sha Pingfei, where is the century-old saffron? Master Zhao, it is stored in my family's villa in the provincial city. With a slight frown, Zhao Dabao continued, is this century-old saffron owned by your family, or is it your personal possession? Understanding the implication behind the question, Sha Pingfei quickly replied, Master Zhao, the century-old saffron is my personal property and has no connection to my family. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dabao nodded in satisfaction. If it is your personal property, it can indeed offset this offense against me. However, this person, he gestured towards Ghost Hand Shenhong, who was leaning against the wall. This person injured Lu Zhao, so he must endure my strike. If he survives my blow, I may consider sparing him. At these words, Ghost Hand Shenhong's face paled. He understood the formidable power of a Mingjin master-esque strike. Even a fully matured Jin warrior like himself might not withstand it. Observing Shenhong's change in color and recalling the legends surrounding Mingjin masters, Sha Pingfei quickly wore a forced smile. Master Zhao, Shenhong is merely an Injin warrior. How could he withstand a strike from a master? How about this, Master? I will offer an additional 5 million, and I implore you to show mercy. Would that be acceptable? As a core disciple of the Sha family's 3rd generation, Sha Pingfei spoke with considerable poise. He did not dare to suggest using 5 million to buy Shen Hong's life. Instead, he requested Zhao Dabao to show leniency when striking. Sha Pengfei understood that Zhao Dabao, as a master, would inevitably retaliate with a blow. A master cannot be insulted, and a grandmaster cannot be neglected. This principle of the martial world is not a mere saying. Only by allowing Zhao Dabao to deliver his strike could this matter be resolved. Acknowledging Sha Pengfei's perceptive approach, Zhao Dabao nodded. Very well, 5 million. The condition is that I shall only use 3 layers of my internal energy. Ghost Hand, do you dare to receive my blow? As a matured Mingjin warrior, Ghost Hand Shen Hong was also a seasoned veteran. Master Mingjin's full-force strike was something he could never withstand. However, he believed he could endure the 3 layers of internal energy. With this thought in mind, the Ghost Hand, Shen Hong, stepped forward. His demeanor solemn as he clasped his hands together and declared, I, Ghost Hand Shen Hong, am willing to receive a palm strike from Master Zhao. I shall grant you 5 minutes to recuperate and gather your strength. Once the time is up, I shall see if your Ghost Hand can withstand my 3 layers of internal energy. Upon finishing this grand proclamation, Zhao Dabao slightly lifted his head. Gazing out at the azure sky from the 8th floor window, exuding an ethereal aura akin to that of a transcendent sage, the Ghost Hand remained silent, slowly closing his eyes to meditate, allowing his internal energy to flow gently through his meridians, gathering all kinetic energy within him as if he were a reservoir poised to unleash its stored power. After 5 minutes, he felt completely charged, ready to release his energy in an explosive moment. A glimmer of crimson flickered in his eyes as he sensed the pressure from the Master's aura, bringing his internal energy dangerously close to perfection. If only he had a pill akin to a small elixir. He believed he could break through to the pinnacle of internal energy. With fervor igniting within him, Shen Hong fixed his intense gaze upon Zhao Dabao, his blood boiling with the thrill of combat. He felt that this moment marked the zenith of his martial prowess. He was entirely capable and confident in his ability to withstand Master Mingjin's full-force strike. Amidst his excitement, Shen Hong nearly called out to Zhao Dabao to unleash his full power, eager to witness the magnitude of his own peak strength. Yet, before he could utter the words, he swallowed them down with formidable willpower and spoke in a husky voice. Master Zhao, I, Ghost Hand, am willing to receive your palm strike. Among the gathered spectators, apart from the fainted Chu Meili, the rest were keenly aware of Shen Hong's heightened state. Sha Pengfei, having grown up alongside this internal energy practitioner, understood his emotions deeply and felt a surge of confidence himself. He believed Elder Shen Hong could indeed withstand the full strength of the young man before them. Sha Pengfei glanced at Zhao Dabao, silently conveying that the prowess of a fully realized internal energy practitioner should not be underestimated. Conversely, Lu Zhao, who had previously sparred with Ghost Hand, cast a worried glance at the fervent fighter. He sensed that Shen Hong's strength had indeed surpassed that of Shui Dao Zhengjiejun at this moment. Could Master Zhao's 3 layers of internal energy truly defeat Ghost Hand Shen Hong? If he were to falter and fail to overcome Shen Hong, it would be a blow to Master Zhao's reputation. All the expressions and actions of the onlookers were under the keen observation of Zhao Dabao. He clearly perceived the fervor of Shen Hong, the confidence of Sha Pengfei, and the concern of Lu Zhao. Deep within, he felt a twinge of absurdity. No matter how much an accomplished internal energy practitioner adjusted themselves or reached their peak, they could not contend with a master of the Mingjin level, particularly one who had mastered the Taoist arts like Zhao Dabao. With this in mind, Zhao Dabao softly intoned, without entering cultivation, one cannot attain immortality. So be it. Today I shall show you mundane beings the might of true cultivation. As he spoke, Zhao Dabao gently waved his right hand, as if dispersing a cloud. Yet, as the image of his hand lingered in the eyes of the spectators, an immense, irresistible force surged forth. Mist and cloud swirled, and a white energy glimmered under the sun, radiating a spectrum of colors. In an instant, the white energy struck Shen Hong's palms, which were thrust forward with all his might. A deafening crash erupted, centering around his palms, unleashing a tempestuous force. Not only did all the tables and chairs shatter and scatter, but Chu Meili, who had fainted, was also swept into the air, landing with a scream. Apart from Lu Zhao, Wu De, and Sha Pengfei, the others were propelled backward by the shockwave until they were halted against the wall. As for Shen Hong, upon receiving the colossal internal energy strike, he realized how naive and foolish his previous thoughts had been. What he encountered was not merely a wave of internal energy, but the unstoppable force of a speeding train crashing into his palms. In that fleeting moment, Shen Hong understood that even doubling his internal energy would not suffice to withstand Master Zhao's seemingly casual wave. In a flash, he was thrust backward, his palms retracting as he attempted to employ a technique to dissipate the overwhelming force. However, despite his efforts, Zhao Dabao's formidable 9-turn internal energy surged through, crashing into Shen Hong's palms. With two chilling sounds of cracking bones, Shen Hong's body was sent soaring through the air, not by choice, but by the sheer might of the impact. As he flew, blood gushed from his mouth uncontrollably. Upon landing, he convulsed, revealing just how devastating Zhao Dabao's 3-layered palm strike had been against him, a peak practitioner. In the astonished and horrified gaze of Sha Pengfei, Ghost Hand Shen Hong suffered a humiliating defeat. At that moment, Zhao Dabao, whose previously ordinary and slender form now appeared towering and imperious in the eyes of Wu Pengfei and others, brushed off non-existent dust from his clothing and said softly, "Sha Pengfei, this concludes our engagement for today. Do not forget our prior agreement. And, Boss Wu, do not forget your compensation. If you forget, I will personally come to collect. Should that happen, it will not be in the same state as today." Though his voice was soft, it resonated in the ears of Sha Pengfei and others like the tolling of a giant bell, leaving them shaken. Wu Buxiu, utterly defeated, slumped to the ground, devoid of any strength, feeling entirely spent. When one is overwhelmed by fear, they often become as feeble as Wu Buxiu. The day's tumultuous events felt to him like a lifetime. If there were to be a next life, he resolved never to provoke Zhao Dabao again. The man was terrifying. Almost a deity. No, not a deity, but rather a devil from hell. As Sha Pengfei and Wu Buxiu expressed their sentiments, Zhao Dabao departed with Lu Zhao and Wu De from the Wu group. As they exited, Wu De, the leader of the underground forces, genuinely grasped the power of a cultivation master. This was no mere practitioner. This was akin to a nuclear weapon, a force of nuclear deterrence. Once outside the Wu group, Lu Zhao respectfully inquired, "Mr. Zhao, Yuan Zheng wishes to ask if you are available tonight. He and Xiang Yu would like to invite you and your family for dinner. Do you have time?" After experiencing the events at the Blue Ocean and the Wu group, Zhao Dabao's image loomed larger in Lu Zhao and Dabao's eyes, akin to an awe-inspiring mountain. For the young Zhao Dabao, Lu Zhao now regarded him with the utmost respect, acknowledging that cultivation transcends age and is judged solely by mastery. Understanding Lu Zhao's reverence, Zhao Dabao gently patted his shoulder and said, "All right, since it is getting late, let Yuan Zheng book a restaurant for us to have a simple meal." He then turned to Wu De, who was looking at him expectantly. "Boss Wu, you should join us as well. You performed admirably today." Upon hearing praises and invitations, the notorious underworld leader of Sui City, Wu De, was utterly elated. He felt as though this moment was incredibly beautiful and exhilarating. The sky appeared exceptionally blue and bright, heralding the arrival of his good fortune. His inner joy erupted in a hearty laugh, which manifested as an increasingly respectful demeanor on his face. Throughout the journey, Wu De drove himself, without relying on his subordinates, believing it an immense honor to chauffeur Master Zhao. The luxurious Mercedes-Benz arrived at the esteemed Haotsai restaurant, the finest establishment in Sui City, a 10-story independent hotel primarily serving Sichuan and Hunan cuisine. As the vehicle came to a halt in front of the restaurant, the lobby manager swiftly exited the building. Recognizing the plate number TS-8888, which signified a vehicle reserved for the underworld leader of Sui City. As a leading figure in the local dining scene, Haotsai Restaurant meticulously documented the cars of significant individuals, knowing their business depended on such matters. Maintaining good relations with both the police above ground and the underground world was essential for success in the culinary industry in Sui City. The plate number TS-8888 was among the top few associated with important figures at Haotsai. The moment the Mercedes entered the parking lot, the lobby manager was promptly informed via security intercom. Upon receiving the report, he hurriedly relayed the information to the general manager while racing towards the vehicle. TS-8888 represented the personal arrival of Wu De, the underworld chief of Sui City. As the car came to a stop, the lobby manager approached the rear door, extending his hand to open it respectfully. "Hold on," a clear voice interrupted, reaching the lobby manager's ears. To his astonishment, a well-dressed chauffeur emerged from the driver's seat. In an unexpected display of rudeness, the driver brusquely placed a hand on the manager's shoulder and, with utmost respect, opened the rear door, bowing slightly as he announced, "Mr. Zhao, We have arrived at the hotel. The lobby manager was taken aback, recognizing the familiar voice. When he finally glimpsed the chauffeur's face, he was nearly astounded into exclamation. Was this not Wu De himself? His mind momentarily faltered, struck as if by a heavy hammer. What was happening? The underworld leader was acting as a driver? In a fleeting moment, a thought crossed his mind. If the underworld leader was driving, then the passenger must undoubtedly be someone of utmost importance, perhaps the legendary big brother of the hierarchy. However, even if this were the case, there was no reason for the underworld chief to take on such a role. Could it be that someone even more significant than the big brother was present? This cascade of thoughts left the lobby manager utterly bewildered. Yet, one certainty remained. The passenger who warranted such an arrangement was assuredly the most distinguished guest Haotsai restaurant had ever hosted. In a mere 3 seconds, the lobby manager pressed the red alert button on the intercom, signifying the arrival of an exceptionally important figure who deserved the most grandiose welcome. Haotsai restaurant, being one of the largest in Sui City, demonstrated its well-trained staff and readiness at this moment. The grand automatic doors swung open, remaining ajar as the esteemed guest approached. A thick red carpet, measuring over 10 meters long and 3 meters wide, unfurled swiftly from the entrance, covering the steps leading to the restaurant. 12 elegantly dressed waitresses, clad in red kipayos, stood in 2 rows along the carpet. As Mr. Zhao disembarked, the waitresses raised their hands, showering petals of yellow and white flowers, which danced gracefully in the air, blanketing the red carpet. The sight was akin to a white and yellow froth erupting upon a crimson sea, radiant and mesmerizing from afar. Meanwhile, the restaurant's vibrant neon lights began to shimmer, creating a spectacle reminiscent of fireworks bursting into bloom. This series of events captivated the attention of onlookers nearby, particularly the shop owners adjacent to the restaurant, who gazed in astonishment at the grandeur of the reception. Having witnessed Haotsai's operations for several years, they had never seen such an elaborate welcoming ceremony. They understood well that Haotsai Restaurant, as one of the city's premier dining establishments, had substantial backing, allowing it to flourish in the competitive culinary landscape of Sui City. Having observed the restaurant's grand opening and the bustling atmosphere during peak hours, they were nonetheless taken aback by the scale of today's reception. Could a high-ranking official from the city or province be dining here? Yet, Haotsai had hosted government dignitaries before, albeit never with such ostentation. This left the crowd perplexed. Yet one thing was certain. The individual dining at Haotsai today was undoubtedly of immense significance. With curiosity piqued, the crowd craned their necks to glimpse the occupant of the parked Mercedes. In the golden light of dusk, their eyes first fell upon the vehicle's license plate. A person's status is often reflected in their choice of transportation. While the Mercedes was a luxury car, it was not uncommon in Sui City. Many affluent individuals could possess such vehicles, but the license plate was a different matter. Without influence, one could not secure a prestigious plate. The number TS 8888 reverberated in the minds of the onlookers. For the small business owners, such encounters were often a source of pride during their drinking sessions, boasting of their connections to powerful figures. The mere mention of TS 8888 invoked thoughts of the formidable underworld leader Wu De, a figure whose influence resonated throughout Sui City. It was said that a mere sneeze from Wu De could send ripples through the underground world. Was it possible that the underworld leader himself was dining at Haotsai today? However, it seemed unlikely, as the restaurant had welcomed Wu De before, but never with such fanfare. No, it could not be just Wu De. There had to be others of great stature involved. As the crowd speculated, the right rear door of the Mercedes swung open. Many anticipated that the occupant would be Wu De himself. However, as the figure emerged, the crowd was taken aback. This was not Wu De. Yet, the collective power of the crowd proved immense, as someone recognized the individual. Was that not Liu Zhao from the Qin family? As Liu Zhao was identified, curiosity rippled through the crowd, prompting inquiries about who he was. Recognizing Liu Zhao, the small boss proudly explained to the onlookers, "Are you not aware? Do you not know who Liu Zhao is? Let me ask you, have you heard of the Qin family?" "The Qin family, Brother Yin. Are you referring to our provincial Qin family?" "Indeed, it is undoubtedly our local Qin family." "Brother Yin, I know about the Qin family. They are a prominent family, right? I've heard that the third son, Qin Yuanzheng, has become the head of the city council in our Sui City. Could this person be the city council head?" "Qin Yuanzheng?" The bystanders, with their imaginations running wild, posed this rhetorical question. In response, Brother Yin looked at the imaginative fellow in disbelief. "I must say, my friend, your imagination knows no bounds. While it is true that Qin Yuanzheng is the head of our city council, think about it. Could someone in such a position be so ostentatious while dining out, especially in the vehicle of an underground leader? Clearly, he has no desire to continue in politics. Right. It cannot be the head of the city council. The imaginative one scratched his head in confusion and continued, Brother Ian, please stop keeping us in suspense. Who exactly is this person? Seeing that the question was crucial, Brother Ian surveyed the crowd with a sense of superiority and declared, Today, I shall enlighten you with some basic knowledge. You are aware that the Qin family is a leading family in our T province. But do you know how extensive their underground influence is within the province? Underground influence? Brother Ian, isn't the Qin family a red family? How does that relate to the underground? As soon as this question was posed, the previously imaginative one chimed in. You see, old Wei, you are mistaken. It is true that the Qin family has roots in the revolutionary past, but they possess considerable underground power in the province. According to reliable sources, their underground influence is quite substantial, occupying about 1/10 of the sphere. 1/10. That is significantly larger than the influence of Old Wu in Sui City. Of course, how large can Sui City be? It doesn't even rank in the top 5 among the prefectural cities in the province. If we liken Old Wu to a wolf, then the Qin family's underground influence would be a tiger, and a fierce one at that, like the most formidable northeast tiger. The imaginative one continued, his excitement evident. Brother Ian felt somewhat displeased with this interruption, thinking, Am I the one explaining, or are you taking over? He cleared his throat and remarked, If you know, then go ahead and share. I shall refrain from speaking. Upon hearing this, the imaginative one sensed Brother Ian's mood. Normally, he might not have cared about Brother Ian's feelings, considering they were all merely small business owners, but today was different. He truly did not recognize the person who had exited the luxurious sedan. With a forced laugh, the imaginative one said, Of course, it's Brother Ian who knows best. I couldn't possibly compare to your vast knowledge. Please, Brother Ian, continue. We are all eager to learn, the onlookers urged. All right then, I shall proceed, Brother Ian said, a hint of vanity in his voice. It is well known that Old Qin of the Qin family is an old revolutionary and a veteran cadre. But do you know that Old Qin has a personal bodyguard? A personal bodyguard? Brother Ian, who is Old Qin's personal bodyguard? The individual who just exited the vehicle is none other than Old Qin's personal bodyguard, Lu Zhao. It's him. He is Lu Zhao? Yes, indeed, he is Lu Zhao. Brother Ian affirmed. Lu Zhao, I know of him. He was originally a special forces instructor, exceptionally skilled in combat, reportedly capable of taking on dozens of opponents single-handedly. I also know that Lu Zhao is in charge of the Qin family's underground operations, someone added. Ah, the head of the underground operations. And he can take on dozens. Surely, Lu Zhao must be a figure even more formidable than Old Wu. Several individuals gasped in surprise. Look, who is that driver? A shout pulled the crowd's attention back to the sedan. Oh my, the driver is Wu Da. What? The driver is the underground leader Wu Da? What is happening here? The underground leader of the city has become a driver? Is Lu Zhao truly that impressive? Has the underground leader of Sui City turned into Lu Zhao's chauffeur? Wait, don't get too excited. While Lu Zhao may indeed be more powerful than Old Wu, he is certainly not the significant figure in the car. Did you not see that Wu Da is the one opening the car door? Yes, Old Zhang is right. Did you not notice that Lu Zhao remained stationary after getting out, seemingly waiting for the person next to him to exit? You are both correct. Wu Da is opening the car door. The individual emerging now must be the real significant figure. Everyone looked closely. At this moment, all eyes were fixed on the left rear door of the luxurious sedan, eagerly anticipating the revelation of this true important person. Mr. Zhao, we have arrived at the Haokai restaurant, Wu Da announced. The young figure of Zhao Dabao appeared beside the sedan, drawing the gaze of the restaurant manager and the surrounding crowd towards him. What? How can he be so young? Brother Ian was the first to voice the collective disbelief of the onlookers. Yes, how can he be so young? Brother Ian, with your wealth of experience, do you recognize this young man? The imaginative one asked incredulously. This young man. Brother Ian elongated his tone, repeating the question. In the expectant gazes of the crowd, he nodded and said, This young man? I must admit, I truly do not know him. Cut it out, Brother Ian. I thought you would recognize him. Exactly, Brother Ian. Why not if you do not know him? That seems a bit pretentious. A small business owner friendly with Brother Ian joked. Please, do not be so quick to judge. Although I do not know him, I can certainly take a guess at who he might be, Brother Ian replied, somewhat defensively. Who? Who is it? Brother Ian, can you guess who this young man is? This question piqued the interest of the onlookers once again, casting a measured glance at the surrounding small business owners. Brother Ian cleared his throat and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to share my analysis. First, the car belongs to the underground leader of Sway City, correct? Indeed. It is Wu Da's exclusive sedan. We all know that," Old Air responded. "Now, since it is Wu Da's exclusive car and he is personally driving." Opening the door, the young man inside must undoubtedly be Wu Da's superior. In other words, this young man's status is significantly higher than Wu Da's. Indeed. Old Ian, I concur with this line of thought. Please continue your analysis. Old Wei nodded in agreement. Secondly, Lu Zhao. As the head of the Qin family's underground operations, accompanying this young man unequivocally represents the Qin family. Furthermore, the fact that Lu Zhao exited the sedan first and waited beside it indicates that this young man holds a position of great importance in the eyes of the Qin family, one that far surpasses Lu Zhao's. Hearing Brother Ian's second point, the crowd nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of his analysis. Seeing the approving nods, Brother Ian, invigorated, continued his discourse as if imparting wisdom. Lastly, and most importantly, Wu Da represents the underground influence of Sway City, while Lu Zhao embodies the Qin family's underground strength, which can also be interpreted as representing the underground power of T province. Given the presence of two prominent representatives from the underground factions of the province and city, it can only signify one thing. This young man is also a member of the underground world, and indeed a significant figure within it. As Brother Yin's analysis resonated with the onlookers, they nodded in agreement, casting expectant glances towards him, silently urging him to elaborate. Faced with their eager anticipation for further enlightenment, Brother Ian found himself at a loss, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation, indicating that he had nothing more to add. Amidst the collective scoffs of the crowd, a hint of disdain flickered in their gazes directed at Brother Ian, accompanied by a shared thought. Is this truly the depth of Old Yin's insight? Nevertheless, there remained a kernel of truth in Old Yin's observations. Without a doubt, this young man was a person of great importance, one who could rival the foremost individuals of Sway City. As the multitude of spectators regarded him with keen interest, Zhao Dabao leisurely exited his vehicle. Once alighted, he surveyed the grand establishment before him. The 10-story luxurious hotel shimmered with a golden hue under the setting sun, resembling a figure adorned in a resplendent garment of jade. Prominently displayed on the façade were 4 gleaming crimson characters, Good Fortune Restaurant. A quick glance at the surroundings led Zhao Dabao to silently commend the prime location. Nestled in the bustling district of Area A, Good Fortune Restaurant was encircled by a plethora of shops, with the Sway City Economic Development Zone just a stone's throw away. It was evident that a hotel situated in such a prime locale would find it challenging not to prosper, provided its culinary offerings were at least satisfactory. Positioned as a leader in Sway City's dining scene, Good Fortune Restaurant aimed for an upscale clientele. The interior layout was meticulously crafted, with the first floor serving as a lobby adorned with lush greenery and vibrant flowers, devoid of dining tables. The second floor was designated for office space, while the third and fourth floors featured booths for casual patrons. The 5th to 8th floors housed private rooms, with no more than 6 on each level. The 9th floor boasted exclusive VIP suites, limited to just 2 rooms, whereas the 10th floor, known as the Emperor's Hall, occupied an entire level with only a single room. Extravagantly decorated, the restaurant's operational model could be summed up in one word: expensive. Without at least 10 to 8,000 on hand, one would do well to refrain from considering a visit to Good Fortune Restaurant. The minimum expenditure for the VIP suites on the 9th floor was set at 888 yuan, while the Emperor's Hall on the 10th floor had no minimum, as monetary considerations became trivial in such opulent surroundings. Today, the Qin family had reserved the Emperor's Hall. Amidst the clamor of gossiping patrons, Zhao Dabao, accompanied by Lu Zhao and Wu Da, advanced towards Good Fortune Restaurant with a smile and an air of ease. As he approached the steps, 12 beautiful attendants gracefully bowed in unison, warmly exclaiming, "Welcome, esteemed guests, to Good Fortune Restaurant." Their melodious voices and elegant postures painted a delightful tableau of hospitality. At that moment, a striking woman in her 30s emerged at the entrance, donned in a perfectly tailored beige suit that accentuated her graceful figure. Her high-heeled black leather ankle boots further enhanced her already statuesque height. This enchanting figure was Jiao Jiao, the general manager of Good Fortune Restaurant, although she was merely the nominal head, as the true owner remained undisclosed. Before she even reached the trio, her melodious voice, reminiscent of a charming nightingale, floated towards them as she called out, "Oh, isn't that Mr. Wu? What a pleasant surprise to see you at my humble establishment today. And may I inquire about the origins of these two distinguished guests?" Though her words were directed at Wu Da, her captivating gaze was unmistakably drawn to Zhao Dabao. Particularly now, Zhao Min was propped up on the berth, her ample breasts thrusting forward prominently. The once fastened buttons at her chest had unwittingly come undone during her slumber. Beneath the crimson blouse, two rounded mounds were revealed, instantly captivating the robber's gaze. The robber, engrossed in collecting money, found his very essence drawn to those semicircles, simultaneously igniting a fervent response within him. A lecherous grin crept across his face. "Don't trouble yourself with the wallet, madam," he said. "I desire your necklace at this moment." With that, a trembling hand, fraught with lust, reached out towards Zhao Min's bosom. It was evident that he was not after any necklace, but rather sought to explore the mountainous scenery. With an indignant cry, Zhao Min's hands flew to her chest, attempting to thwart the lascivious claw. Upon seeing Zhao Min's attempt to obstruct his path, an unhealthy flush spread across the robber's face, a sign of lust consuming him. He turned towards the two robbers at the front of the vehicle and shouted, "Boss, third brother, there's a dame here. Let's have some fun." At the moment when the robber's lecherous gaze fell upon Zhao Min's chest, Zhao Dabao knew that his intention to remain uninvolved was destined to fail. He held this congenial sister Zhao in high regard. Under no circumstances could he stand by and watch Zhao Min be humiliated. Since he intended to intervene, he would do so without delay. As soon as the robber turned his head, Zhao Dabao acted with lightning speed, swiftly seizing the robber's right index finger, which had yet to be withdrawn, and abruptly exerting force to bend it upwards at a 90-degree angle. The sound of bone snapping and a scream of agony occurred simultaneously. As the scream still echoed in the air, Zhao Dabao's curled legs forcefully propelled themselves into the robber's chest and abdomen. The tremendous elasticity propelled the robber into the air, crashing forcefully against the front of the vehicle. Like a leopard springing from its lair, Zhao Dabao felt a surge of trepidation as he witnessed the robber's airborne form. He understood that only by concealing himself behind the robber could he evade the ominous barrel of the gun. The armed assailant was peering into the vehicle, intrigued by the lecherous remarks of his accomplice, eager to ascertain the identity of the woman who had stirred such carnal desires. The intertwining of robbery and lust was not a novel endeavor for them. Suddenly, a shrill cry pierced the air, and as the second robber soared upwards, he realized that trouble had arisen. Someone was launching an attack. In the face of the descending figure, the armed robber instinctively twisted to the side, attempting to evade the airborne body, while simultaneously adjusting his aim, fingers tensing to pull the trigger. In that fleeting moment, the attendant, who had been crouched against the windshield, reacted with remarkable agility, colliding forcefully with the armed assailant, causing the gun to misfire into the undercarriage of the vehicle. The deafening bang echoed as the bullet struck the metal below. The robber attempted to raise his weapon and retaliate, but Zhao Dabao had already sprung forth from behind the second robber. With fists akin to iron hammers, he struck the armed brigand's temple with ferocity. Unfortunately, the cramped confines of the vehicle, coupled with the brevity of time, thwarted a direct hit to the temple. Nevertheless, the blow elicited a pained howl from the assailant. Before he could react a second time, Zhao Dabao's left knee shot upwards, crashing into the robber's face. In an instant, blossoms of crimson erupted from the assailant's nasal passages. As the robber slumped to the ground in a daze, Zhao Dabao swiftly seized the hunting rifle that had fallen from the brigand's grasp. As he pivoted the gun to confront the ruffian leader who had just raised a dagger, the once formidable bandit quailed before the menacing barrel, trembling as he relinquished his weapon. In an instant, the tides of fortune shifted. The driver and several passengers rallied their spirits, surging forward to administer a flurry of blows upon the three malefactors, who soon resembled nothing more than three feeble cats. Zhao Dabao refrained from participating in the subsequent retribution. Instead, he gestured for Zhao Min and her daughter to exit the vehicle. From the moment Zhao Dabao intervened, the duo had regarded this stranger as their protector. Without hesitation, they seized their handbags and followed him. Zhao Dabao retained his hunting rifle, holding it in his left hand while clasping Zhao Min's delicate, smooth left hand with his right. Striding swiftly towards a Santana sedan that loomed in front of the car, he opened the driver's side door, signaling for both women to enter. Once they were inside, Zhao Dabao expertly engaged the handbrake, pressed the accelerator, and with the roar of the engine, they sped into the enveloping darkness. At the moment he acted, Zhao Dabao had already contemplated the necessity of departing the scene immediately after subduing the robbers. An armed robbery on the highway would inevitably summon the police. Regardless of his heroism, he could not afford to engage with law enforcement, let alone return to the station to provide a statement. That would render him a mere mouse at the mercy of a cat. Thus, after the ordeal, he beckoned Zhao Min and her daughter to hastily depart. In the back seat of the car, Zhao Xiaoying's initial terror had dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming admiration for the heroic Zhao Dabao, her savior. She delicately inquired, "Brother Bao, have you practiced martial arts?" The endearing address of Brother Bao sent a jolt through Zhao Dabao, nearly causing him to slam on the brakes. He forced a wry smile and replied, "Xiaoying, could you refrain from calling me Brother Bao? It makes me feel akin to Jia Baoyu from Dream of the Red Chamber. Do I resemble that effeminate character in any way? Xiaoying, given that our ages are quite similar, just call me Daba, it sounds much better." Hearing Zhao Daba's exasperated explanation, Zhao Xiaoying burst into laughter. "Daba, we see each other every day. Brother Bao, you aren't the spokesperson for the Daba brand, are you?" Daba every day was a slogan from a popular television advertisement at the time. Before his imprisonment, Zhao Dabao had often been the target of jokes from acquaintances. The familiar phrase triggered a flood of memories, causing him to momentarily lose focus. He shook his head, striving to banish those recollections, and couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Indeed, the influence of an entrepreneur's mindset is formidable. Just a single hint could evoke a myriad of memories. Chuckling lightly, Zhao Dabao quipped, "If you were to see Daba every day, then I would have to apply it to your face daily, wouldn't I? Can your delicate visage withstand such intensity? Why wouldn't I be able to handle it? I just fear that you might hesitate." The unexpectedly risque remark slipped from her innocent lips, leaving Zhao Dabao momentarily stunned. I can't believe such a seemingly pure university student would utter something so bold. As soon as Zhao Xiaoying's words slipped from her lips, she felt a twinge of awkwardness. A faint blush gracing her cheeks, inadvertently revealing her unique charm. This light-hearted banter dissipated the originally tense and somber atmosphere. Zhao Min, a mature woman seasoned by countless experiences, discerned a subtle difference in Zhao Daba's decision to avoid the bus and drive off alone. Trusting him implicitly, she refrained from probing further, merely expressing her concern. "Daba, do you have any plans now that you've arrived in Suisha? I see you're all alone, without even a package. Do you have acquaintances there?" Gently shaking his head, Zhao Dabao replied, a hint of helplessness on his face, "Sister Min, to be honest, I haven't figured out what I intend to do in Suisha yet. It's just a matter of taking one step at a time." Upon hearing this, Zhao Min realized that this young man beside her must harbor many untold stories. After a brief moment of contemplation, she suggested with a tone of inquiry, "How about this? Daba, why don't you stay at my place for now? You can move out once you find your own accommodation." Zhao Dabao felt a stir of emotion at Zhao Min's suggestion. Indeed, residing with a local in Suisha would be the most prudent approach, sparing him the troubles of hotel regulations and potential police checks. Yet, he wondered if it would be convenient for Sister Min. Not one to be overly fastidious, he decided to inquire, thinking it best to ask rather than miss an opportunity. "Sister Min, staying at your home sounds wonderful, but I wonder if it would be convenient, considering I'm not family. Would your husband have any objections?" Upon hearing her brother-in-law's inquiry, a trace of sorrow graced Zhao Min's fair visage. "Dabao, there is no need for such concerns. Your brother-in-law passed away many years ago, leaving only Xiaoying and me in our home. Ever since I encountered you, and I hope you do not find it amusing, I have felt as though you were like a younger brother to me, truly providing a sense of reassurance. Moreover, had it not been for your intervention this time, who knows what Xiaoying and I might have faced." At this juncture, Zhao Xiaoying, seated in the back, chimed in with trepidation, "Indeed, Bao Gu, I cannot even fathom what might have transpired without you. Since you have no place to stay in Sui City, why not reside with us? I wholeheartedly welcome you. I have longed for an older brother. Now, should anyone dare to bully me, I shall summon my brother to teach them a lesson." Listening to these sincere and fervent words of welcome, Zhao Dabao felt a warm sensation enveloping his heart. "Xiaoying, regardless of where I dwell, you are undoubtedly my sister. Rest assured, if anyone dares to mistreat you, I shall stand up for you. I will not relent until they are unrecognizable, or I am not your brother." Zhao Xiaoying was charmed by this assertive declaration, bursting into delighted laughter as she clapped her hands in celebration of Zhao Dabao's arrival. Zhao Min's countenance also brightened with joy. She held her younger brother in the highest regard, not only for his remarkable eloquence but also for his extraordinary skills. To single-handedly defeat 3 fully armed robbers was no feat for the ordinary individual. The arrival of Zhao Dabao instilled Zhao Min with an unparalleled sense of security. Thus, Zhao Dabao found a genuine haven in Sui City, and he harbored confidence in his ability to forge a new path for himself in the future. The dawn gradually illuminated the sky, a delicate hue of fishbelly white unfurling across the summer heavens like a blossoming cloud. On the highway leading to Sui City, a Santana sedan sped along, carrying none other than Zhao Dabao and his companions. After more than 4 hours of travel, they finally arrived at their destination. As a prefecture-level city in Province T, Sui City boasts a population exceeding 1 million, qualifying it as a sizable urban center. Following decades of development post-establishment, Sui City has transformed into a bustling metropolis, characterized by towering skyscrapers and a constant flow of traffic. Zhao Min's residence is situated in the Hongxing community on Imin Street in District B, a modern complex comprising 12 high-rise buildings under contemporary management. Upon entering the city, Zhao Dabao found a secluded street not far from the community to park the Santana. He harbored suspicions that the vehicle he was driving might be stolen, and thus, he refrained from driving directly to Zhao Min's neighborhood. Yet, he was reluctant to abandon the nearly new Santana, especially since he was currently without resources. Had it not been for Zhao Min's hospitality, he might not even have been able to afford a night's stay in a hotel. Therefore, Zhao Dabao contemplated whether he could devise a plan to sell the car for some pocket money. Zhao Min quickly discerned her brother's intentions, but chose not to address them directly, mindful of Zhao Dabao's pride. Although she was not particularly concerned about finances and wished to support her brother, it was essential to have a valid reason for doing so. Otherwise, even if she offered assistance, Zhao Dabao might refuse it, potentially straining their sibling relationship. Thus, while they walked and conversed, Zhao Min casually mentioned a spontaneous second-hand car market on Anmin Street in District A, where vehicles of dubious origin frequently changed hands. In the summer country, the existence of unlicensed taxis, such as the one operated by Zhao Dabao, is hardly a novelty. There are often individuals who engage in the buying and selling of such vehicles. After acquisition, these illicit taxis can undergo a series of procedures to become legitimate, proudly cruising along the streets. Once they parked, Zhao Dabao and his companions leisurely made their way to the Hongxing community, where they also picked up some breakfast. Zhao Min's residence is located on the 26th floor of Unit 1, Building 13 in the community, encompassing a spacious area of over 180 square meters, featuring 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and 2 living rooms. Upon entering the home, Zhao Min and her daughter quickly washed up before preparing breakfast. Meanwhile, Zhao Dabao seized the opportunity to indulge in a refreshing shower in the bathroom adjacent to the living room. Since his escape from prison, he had not had the chance to thoroughly cleanse himself, and by his estimation, the sweat and grime accumulated on his body weighed at least half a pound. Entering the bathroom, Zhao Dabao eagerly stripped off his clothes, tossing them haphazardly onto the nearby washing machine. He stood under the showerhead, letting the water cascade over him, as if attempting to wash away the hardships and perils of the past 2 months. He spent a good half hour enjoying the soothing water before finally drying off his body with a sense of relief. However, he encountered a dilemma when it came to getting dressed. While his tracksuit was still wearable, his underwear and tank top had seen better days. After all, during those 2 months in the mountains, he had not washed them at all. What was once white had now transformed into a dingy gray. After a moment's contemplation, he decided against wearing them, opting to throw on his tracksuit instead as he turned to head out. Yet, as he spun around, his eyes were irresistibly dazzled by a vibrant array of colors before him. At the onset of his bath, Zhao Dabao did not initially notice the array of women's lingerie adorning the drying rack beside the bathroom. The delicate lace bras and intricately designed panties bloomed before him like a vibrant garden in full bloom. As a philosopher once remarked, after 3 years of absence from the company of women, even a boar could be mistaken for Diaochan. Although Zhao Dabao's imprisonment had not been protracted, he had nonetheless spent a significant duration, over half a year, surrounded solely by men. The sudden sight of such colorful garments stirred something within him, causing his manhood to stir restlessly like a sunflower drawn toward the allure of those exquisite undergarments. He couldn't help but slap his own face, scolding himself for his lack of composure. How pathetic to be stirred by mere women's lingerie. In the midst of his self-reflection, he heard the gentle call of Zhao Min from outside. "Dabao, are you done?" Come out for breakfast. Upon hearing the mention of breakfast, Zhao Dabao promptly responded and took a moment to compose himself before turning the bathroom door handle to step outside. Just as he emerged, Zhao Xiaoying hurried toward the bathroom, not out of urgency for her own needs, but rather a sudden realization that the lingerie left hanging might embarrass Daba. It reminded her of the time spent at home with her mother, when they each had their own bathrooms, her mother in the master bath, while she chose the guest bath. After washing her lingerie, she often neglects to put it away. When she desires to change, she simply retrieves a piece from the drying rack in the bathroom and wears it, intending to wash it later. This explains the abundance of undergarments that accumulate in the restroom. Upon hearing the sound of the sanitary napkin dispenser turning, Zhao Xiaoying instinctively walks toward the source, eager to tidy up the hanging lingerie. As she reaches the bathroom door, Zhao Dabao happens to be exiting. Faced with Dabao's presence, her mind is flooded with bashful imaginings of him observing her intricate lace panties, causing her to shyly lower her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. In that moment, her glance inadvertently falls upon the prominent outline of his masculinity, unwavering and erect between his legs, resembling a tall tent eager to convey its secrets to the enchanting beauty before it. The sudden sight of such a masculine emblem, especially belonging to the one she admires, sends a rush of crimson to Zhao Xiaoying's cheeks. She raises her head and casts a sultry glare at Zhao Dabao, murmuring in reproach, "It's all your fault, Baoga." With that, she dashes into the bathroom, leaving Dabao bewildered and muttering to himself, "How is it all my fault? What have I done? What does Xiaoying mean?" As he ponders these questions, he makes his way to the dining room. Hearing Dabao's murmurs, Zhao Min can't help but smile, fully aware of her daughter's flustered rush into the bathroom, undoubtedly due to Xiaoying hanging her intimate garments inside, leading to her shyness and embarrassment. However, she refrained from interjecting, understanding that the youth had their own lives and that, as an elder, it was best not to meddle, allowing them to navigate their affairs independently. Upon seeing Zhao Dabao enter the dining room, Zhao Min smiled and said, "Dabao, do indulge in your meal. After driving all night, you must be famished. This is the breakfast we purchased on our way back, and I have boiled a few eggs for you. Please eat heartily. And after finishing the eggs, do drink the milk. Then, you may rest in the bedroom. Your room is to the left of the guest bathroom." Listening to her gentle, persistent words, Zhao Dabao was enveloped by a warm sensation reminiscent of a long-lost home, a feeling both distant and comforting. In that moment, he felt as though he had returned to a cherished past. Observing Zhao Min's caring smile, he perceived an uncanny resemblance to familiar faces from his past, as if they had merged into one. With a slightly choked voice, he softly acknowledged her, then ravenously began to devour the food laid out on the table. One could not help but admire Zhao Dabao's remarkable appetite. What would typically suffice for both Zhao Min and her daughter was but a mere fraction of his singular consumption. The table cleared within 3 minutes. Witnessing the man's hearty appetite, Zhao Min's eyes brimmed with affection, as though she were gazing at a man from over a decade ago. During those mornings, the scene mirrored this one so closely, evoking a profound sense of nostalgia. Zhao Min softly advised, "Dabao, take your time, don't choke. No one is competing with you. If it runs out, I shall prepare more for you. There is plenty to eat at home. Slow down, look at you. You've got porridge all over your mouth." As she spoke, she extended her delicate hand to retrieve a tissue, gently wiping away a grain of porridge from Zhao Dabao's mouth. At that moment, a voice of astonishment rang out, "Oh my, Baoga, are you a pig? How can you eat so much? You finished my portion too." Subsequently, a beautiful face, adorned with a look of surprise and wonder, appeared before Zhao Dabao, her round, sparkling eyes filled with disbelief. Observing Zhao Xiaoying's exaggerated expression, Zhao Dabao felt an uncommon flush rise to his cheeks. Once again, this charming younger sister had caught him off guard. "Haha, mama, look, Baoga is blushing. How amusing. Baoga can be shy too. I thought such a formidable man wouldn't ever turn red." This sentiment echoed Zhao Xiaoying's true feelings. After all, they had faced the crisis of robbers on the bus and safely returned to Suisha. In the heart of this young girl, she had already envisioned her brother as a stalwart hero, a man of great loyalty, never expecting that he too could feel bashful. From this perspective, Zhao Dabao had unknowingly stepped into the sweet realm of her affections, though Zhao Xiaoying herself had yet to realize it. Watching the two children play freely before her, Zhao Min's heart brimmed with joy. She longed for such moments. Usually, it was just she and her daughter at home, which, while peaceful and warm, felt somewhat incomplete. It was only with Zhao Dabao's arrival that Zhao Min recognized the void in their home, a man who understood and cherished her. Her eyes involuntarily glistened with tears. But ultimately she reproached her daughter with a tone of affectionate indulgence, saying, "What are you doing, Xiaoying? Don't you know your Baoga has been exhausted all night? You must eat more to regain your strength. If you're hungry, go downstairs to the breakfast shop and grab something, but don't cause a ruckus here." Although the little girl was scolded by her mother, she remained cheerful, for her previous words were merely a playful banter with Zhao Dabao. "Mom, stop nagging. You're becoming quite the old woman. I know Baoga is tired from the night. I was just teasing him, right, my dear Baoga?" Zhao Dabao was now enveloped in sheer happiness, and regardless of what Zhao Xiaoying said, he remained silent, simply grinning foolishly. Zhao Xiaoying shot him an exasperated glance. "Look at your silly face. All you do is laugh. Don't forget that you owe me something. Tell me, how will you repay it?" Faced with this inquiry, Zhao Dabao was momentarily taken aback, bewildered. "What do I owe Xiaoying? I'm not aware of any debt." He gazed blankly at Zhao Xiaoying's beaming countenance, his confusion evident. Upon being looked at by this daft fellow, Zhao Xiaoying's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She had inadvertently expressed her thoughts, implying that Zhao Dabao had taken liberties upon seeing her intimate garments, thus incurring a debt. Now, under Zhao Dabao's clueless gaze, the young girl felt a mix of shyness and irritation. "If I say you owe me, then you owe me. What is the matter? Baoga, are you trying to weasel out of it?" Faced with her unreasonable younger sister, Zhao Dabao laughed and cried in exasperation while affectionately ruffling Zhao Xiaoying's long, dark hair. "All right, if you say I owe you something, then I do. Who told you to be my sister?" In response to Baoga's sincere admission of guilt, Zhao Xiaoying beamed with satisfaction. "Of course. Who told me I'm the sister? If you were the younger brother, you would enjoy such privileges too." Observing the playful banter between the two siblings, Zhao Min felt a bittersweet mix of joy and sorrow. She was delighted that their home finally resembled a family, yet saddened that the sense of home had come rather late. Even if it had arrived tardily, it was indeed present. With a cheerful tone, she intervened to halt their continued teasing, a blend of indulgence and authority in her voice. "All right, enough of that. Daba, once you finish eating, head back to your room and rest for a bit. Xiaoying, your mother is going to the mall shortly. Don't just sit around. Go pick out a couple of pairs of leather shoes for your brother. Daba, the shops in our community are too small and don't sell leather shoes. I've only bought you 2 sets of sportswear. Try them on in your room later. After your morning rest, you and Xiaoying can go to the mall to buy a few pairs of shoes or something." As Zhao Min expressed her concern, Zhao Dabao opened his mouth, eager to respond. But with a gentle wave of her hand, Zhao Min interjected, "Daba, don't say those formalities. If you're going to bring that up, then let us consider how I should thank you for saving me and Xiaoying." "Exactly, Baoga. If you keep being overly sentimental, I might just ignore you," she teased. "Haha, Baoga, just listen to my mother. Remember, in this family, Mom is Namboan, I am Nambotu, and you, Baoga, can only be Nambo Sirui. Isn't that right, Mom?" Zhao Min playfully chided as she playfully tapped her daughter's head with a teasing finger. You. What do you mean by Nanbozer? Dabao is your brother. If Nanbozer were also you, how could it possibly be your brother's turn?" Faced with the warmth and authority of this mother-daughter duo, Zhao Dabao responded with a mix of happiness and a hint of grievance. Upon returning to her room, Zhao Dabao was pleasantly surprised by the decor. The room, spacious at nearly 30 square meters, featured a grand bed measuring 200 by 180 centimeters adorned with sheer curtains that cascaded from the ceiling, creating a charming umbrella-like effect. The pink bed linens indicated that this was indeed a lady's domain. The entire space was enveloped in warm hues of pink, with a dressing table opposite the bed and a study desk beside it, cluttered with an array of books. Zhao Dabao casually picked up one of the volumes, discovering it to be a high school mathematics textbook. Glancing at the enormous Ani bear on the bed, she quickly deduced that this was Zhao Xiaoying's room. It turned out that after Zhao Dabao joined the Zhao family, Zhao Xiaoying had suggested that her brother temporarily occupy her room while she returned to their mother's. In a few days, she planned to go shopping for a larger bed to place in the study. Zhao Xiaoying's initiative indicated a considerable fondness for her brother, which was not uncommon for someone in her position. Such admiration and affection are entirely natural, were this in ancient times. A young woman who had been rescued by a heroic figure would often pledge herself in gratitude. Although the Xian nation had entered a modern era, many traditional views still lingered. This was particularly true for someone like Zhao Xiaoying, a sensitive woman who, having grown up without a father's love, was especially attuned to the presence of men. From elementary school to high school, Zhao Xiaoying harbored an inexplicable animosity towards all boys, perhaps a consequence of her single-parent upbringing. Yet, once someone entered her life, her emotions would transform into fervent passion. Zhao Dabao, a man possessing a subtle melancholy, rich life experiences, and profound depth, particularly stepped in to assist during a perilous time for Zhao Min and her daughter. How could he not penetrate the originally closed-off heart of Zhao Xiaoying? On the dressing table in the room lay 2 sets of men's sportswear and undergarments, which Zhao Min had specifically purchased from the community mall while Zhao Dabao was bathing. Donning the undergarments and drawing back the gauzy curtain, Zhao Dabao settled cross-legged onto the bed. He did not immediately succumb to slumber. Instead, he engaged in the practice of the 9 turns mystical arts, ever since he successfully cultivated the 9 turns inner strength in the Qinling prison. Daily training had become an unwavering routine. 3 hours swiftly passed, and Zhao Dabao rolled off the bed, performing a few simple joint exercises before stepping out of the room. In the spacious living room, Zhao Xiaoying was listlessly watching television. Upon seeing Zhao Dabao emerge, she joyfully leaped up, exclaiming, "Brother Bao, you're awake. Such a lazy pig you are. Let us go out." "Go out? For what?" Zhao Dabao inquired. "Brother Bao, you haven't forgotten, have you? My mom wants to allow me to accompany you to the mall to buy leather shoes and a suit." "Suit and leather shoes?" Zhao Dabao glanced at his sportswear and couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head as he replied, "Xiaoying, there's no need. This sportswear is quite comfortable. There's no need to purchase any suits." Zhao Xiaoying hopped over to Zhao Dabao's side, insistently shaking his arm. "No, Baoga, my mother said we must buy it, otherwise I won't be able to report back." Indulgently, he ruffled Zhao Xiaoying's hair. "Xiaoying, stop shaking. If you keep it up, Baoga might fall apart. How about this? I'll step out to handle a few matters, and we can discuss it when I return, all right? Baoga, what can you possibly accomplish outside? Don't you hardly know anyone in Suisha? Xiaoying, I need to take care of that Santana. It can't just sit there, can it? Oh, you're dealing with that car. Baoga, let me accompany you. You're not familiar with Suisha. I can guide you. Never mind, stay at home. It's better for you, a girl, not to involve yourself in such matters." With a tilted, adorable head, Zhao Xiaoying pondered for a moment. She understood that Baoga intended to sell the car on the black market for some quick cash. Being well-behaved, she nodded in agreement to stay home. Throughout her life, Zhao Xiaoying had always been a good girl, and she was eager to comply with Baoga, the one she admired. Gently, she adjusted his somewhat disheveled sports collar, expressing her concern. "Then Baoga, hurry back. I'll be waiting for you at home." Watching her tender gesture stirred a ripple of warmth within Zhao Dabao. At that moment, he truly regarded Zhao Min and Xiaoying as family. The feeling of having a home was delightful, and the sensation of being cared for was even better. He lowered his voice, speaking affectionately, "Xiaoying, don't wait for me for lunch. It might take several hours to deal with the car. You should prepare something to eat for yourself, all right? Do not leave your stomach empty." "Ah, I understand. Brother Bao, you need not worry about me. Just be cautious as you step outside. All right, cease your needless fretting. You are still unaware of my capabilities. I am akin to Popeye after consuming spinach. Do not underestimate me. I could easily send even an elephant flying with a mere swipe of my hand." As he spoke, Zhao Dabao pretended to sweep his hand dramatically. Zhao Xiaoying playfully swatted at the air, exclaiming with feigned annoyance, "Enough of the boasting. Hurry back. I shall prepare a delightful meal for you this evening." "Cooking? You?" Zhao Dabao remarked, his expression one of exaggerated astonishment, as if he had encountered an extraterrestrial. "What sort of expression is that? Brother Bao, do you not believe me?" Zhao Xiaoying responded with a playful pout, her delicate hand resting on the tender muscles beneath Zhao Dabao's ribs, her meaning unmistakable. At the prospect of Zhao Xiaoying's playful threat, Zhao Dabao involuntarily shuddered. Despite his ruthless and cold demeanor in battle, he became as timid as a mouse before the cat when confronted with someone as dear as Xiaoying. All right, Xiaoying, I believe you. Is that not enough?" He conceded, hastily donning his sneakers and dashing out the door. Zhao Xiaoying laughed and chased him to the entrance. "Calling, Brother Bao, remember our house number. Do not lose your way home." "Rest assured, I have it memorized. Unit 1, 12th floor, Building 13, Hongxin Community." "No need to worry," he replied confidently. Watching Brother Bao's swift movements, Zhao Xiaoying shook her head, murmuring to herself, "This Brother Bao runs faster than a rabbit." As Zhao Dabao emerged from the building, the warm summer sun radiated its comforting heat. Hongxin Community, as the premier residential complex in Sui City, boasts an exceptionally high greenery rate, presenting a verdant landscape that, despite the warmth, offers a refreshing coolness. Strolling leisurely along the tree-lined paths of the community, Zhao Dabao finds himself at the entrance. The parking spot is conveniently close, allowing him to walk a mere 10 minutes to his Santana vehicle. With a turn of the key, he unlocks the door and, after revving the engine, heads towards the second-hand car market located in Area A. This so-called second-hand car market operates without any formal management, formed spontaneously by local car dealers in Sui City. Situated beneath the Second Ring Bridge, it spans an impressive area of around 5,000 to 6,000 square meters. Under this overpass, an array of vehicles is parked. Ranging from large trucks used for hauling dirt to small human-powered tricycles, it truly encompasses a diverse assortment. Any vehicle parked beneath the bridge is implicitly up for sale. Zhao Dabao casually finds a spot to park, and immediately, inquiries about pricing arise. He is somewhat indifferent to seeking an appraisal, as the transaction is merely a matter of convenience. Whatever price he can fetch is acceptable, regardless of profit or loss. However, he exhibits a certain finesse. There's no rush to sell. Whenever someone inquires, he allows them to make the first offer, subsequently raising it by 50% based on their bid. Through this exchange, he quickly assesses the approximate value of his Santana, which is in about 80% condition. In the summer of the 1990s in China, automobiles were not yet widespread, and their prices remained relatively high. This particular Santana, when new, could command a price between 150,000 to 160,000 yuan. Even after depreciation, a vehicle in such good condition could still sell for around 100,000 yuan. However, since it is an unregistered vehicle, he must reduce the price by 50%. At that moment, a distinguished middle-aged man approached Zhao Dabao's vehicle. His confident demeanor and attire suggested that he was a person of success, likely an experienced car dealer. The middle-aged man approached Zhao Dabao without haste, meticulously inspecting the car's exterior, glancing at the odometer through the window, and finally lifting the hood to tap the engine with his hand. After this thorough examination, he formally introduced himself to Zhao Dabao. He casually produced a pack of cigarettes, offering one to Zhao Dabao, who accepted it with a nod. After lighting the cigarette, the middle-aged man smiled and inquired, "Brother, this car lacks proper documentation, doesn't it?" With a chuckle, Zhao Dabao nodded in agreement. The man's expression revealed no surprise at Zhao Dabao's nod, and he continued, "Brother, I've been here for a while and noticed several individuals have already inquired about your price. It seems you might not be familiar with this line of work, perhaps doing it for the first time. You likely have a rough idea of the car's market value. Allow me to make you a reasonable offer, 60,000. What do you say?" Zhao Dabao found the proposed price quite satisfactory, and thus the transaction was completed in a cordial atmosphere. As he exited the second-hand car market, he carried a briefcase commonly associated with office workers, filled with 6 bundles of 100 yuan notes. This briefcase was a gift from the middle-aged man, with the briefcase containing 60,000 yuan in cash. Zhao Dabao felt a surge of confidence, truly embodying the notion that money indeed fortifies one's courage. However, one cannot constantly venture out with a large bag filled with cash. It is essential to acquire a bank card for convenience in transactions. Gazing at the sign of the agricultural bank across the street, Zhao Dabao found himself in a quandary. To obtain a universally accepted bank card, one must possess an identification card. Particularly, in the event of losing a bank card, one would again require an ID for reissuance. Presently, Zhao Dabao was almost devoid of any identification. He first needed to deposit money, which necessitated obtaining an ID card. Although he contemplated procuring a counterfeit identification, he understood that such a solution was not sustainable. After all, he aspired to embark on an entrepreneurial journey, and only with a solid economic foundation could he return to Songyuan to seek vengeance. Engaging in business under a false identity was fraught with risks. Should any complications arise, he would find himself in a dire predicament without recourse. As he pondered, a spark of inspiration struck him. Why not establish a legitimate identity? In the summer of the 1990s in Xia country, there existed numerous unregistered citizens for 2 reasons. First, the implementation of family planning policies leading to instances of unauthorized births. Second, the residents of remote mountainous areas, particularly those who had never ventured beyond their confines, had never acquired identification cards. For these mountain-dwelling individuals, upon emerging from their secluded lives to conduct business or work, local police stations would facilitate the reissuance of identification cards. Zhao Dabao's current idea revolved around this very process of aiding the mountain residents in obtaining their IDs. He recalled hearing on the bus that Min Jie's family originally resided in Dadao town, which was part of the local registry and possessed considerable influence. This matter could be entirely entrusted to Min Jie, who could assist in procuring a complete household registration for mountain residents, thus simplifying future endeavors significantly. The distance from the second-hand car market to Hongxing community was over 30 minutes on foot. Zhao Dabao looked up at the sky, estimating it to be around 10 o'clock. He had no desire to dine out for lunch and decided to return to the Zhao residence to prepare something for himself. As he stepped out, he was pleasantly surprised by how smoothly he had handled the Santana issue. He had anticipated it would take at least half a day. Since the matter was resolved, he thought it best to head home for lunch. Increasingly, he regarded the Zhao household as his own, a sentiment he cherished deeply after such a long absence from the warmth of family. Unbeknownst to him, his pace quickened, and in about 10 minutes, he would arrive at the Hongxing community. Suddenly, he spotted a gathering of 30 to 50 people near the entrance of a nearby high-rise, their chatter creating a lively uproar. Since arriving in this world, Zhao Dabao's naturally inquisitive nature had resurfaced, contrasting sharply with the indifferent demeanor he had adopted during his days as an entrepreneur. With plenty of time before heading home, he decided to see what the commotion was about. Approaching the crowd, he glimpsed a security guard slumped on the ground, surrounded by 3 men and 1 woman, who were vociferously berating him. Behind the guard stood an elderly man leaning on a cane, likely in his 70s. With graying hair, yet a vibrant spirit, standing tall and straight, exuding a military demeanor, he appeared to be a retired soldier. From their words, Zhao Dabao quickly grasped the situation. The security guard, stationed at the entrance of the building, had been on duty today. 20 minutes prior, a Mercedes-Benz had arrived at the entrance, attempting to access the underground parking lot. According to the building's management regulations, vehicles without parking permits were strictly prohibited from entering. The security guard is a diligent and conscientious individual, recently assigned to his post, and is unfamiliar with the residents of the building. In contrast, the owner of the Mercedes is an alluring woman who claims to be a tenant of the building. Today, she returned home to retrieve some belongings, but had forgotten her parking permit. The security guard maintained a courteous demeanor, politely requesting that she present her parking credentials. However, the enchanting woman asserted that she had forgotten them and insisted that the previous guard was familiar with her Mercedes, her tone dripping with impatience, implying, "Why should a mere guard concern himself with such trivialities? Do you really think I, a wealthy individual, would deceive a lowly security guard?" In light of this, the guard requested that the woman contact the building management for verification, assuring her that he would allow her passage upon confirmation. For reasons unbeknownst to anyone, the captivating woman erupted in a tirade of vitriol against the security guard, issuing threats and demanding that he immediately raise the barrier, warning him to bear the consequences otherwise. Although the guard was indeed a man of integrity, he possessed a stubborn streak, and on this particular day, he chose to stand firm in his principles. In the heat of the moment, he resolutely refused to grant her passage without the management's verification call. As the argument escalated, a man adorned with a gold chain featuring a fish tattoo emerged from the passenger seat of the Mercedes and brazenly raised the barrier. When the security guard attempted to intervene, the Mercedes suddenly lurched forward, the steering wheel twisted, and the vehicle violently knocked the guard to the ground. Even then, 2 more men exited the car, their attire suggesting affiliations with unsavory elements, and they proceeded to assault the security guard with fists and kicks. Despite the presence of over 30 onlookers, none dared to intervene in the face of the Mercedes occupants' brutal actions. An elderly man, leaning on a cane, emerged from the building just in time to intervene in the violent antics of 4 individuals. At that moment, Zhao Dabao arrived. Witnessing the old man's furious reprimand directed at the group, the occupants of the luxury car paid no heed to his admonitions. Initially, they displayed a semblance of restraint, for the old man's attire and demeanor suggested he was no ordinary person. However, as time passed, their true nature revealed itself. With an air of impatience, one of the men, known as Wensheu, sneered, "I say, old man, a few words will suffice. What do you think? Are you here to give us a lecture? Just stop it." Another chimed in, "What's this old fool making a fuss about? Keep it up, and we'll take you down too. I swear. What is wrong with you, old man? Why aren't you staying home at your age?" The taunts continued, as one of the men barked, "I'm talking to you. Old man, where are you looking? What is it to you? You think you can call for help? Let me tell you, in this area, My brother is the law. No one can stand against us, understand? As the verbal onslaught escalated, the old man, his mouth trembling and words faltering, retorted, "You scoundrels. I will put an end to you." With that, he raised his cane, his temper igniting like a spark to dry tinder. Yet, he underestimated the audacity of the ruffians before him. As the cane lifted, Wenhei stepped forward, seizing the top of it, and shouted, "Let go of that, old man." With a sudden exertion of strength, he attempted to wrench the old man's cane from his grasp. The old man, possessing a stubborn temperament, instinctively yanked the cane back with all his might. However, he was unprepared for the unexpected audacity of the slippery fish. Observing the old man pulling with determination, the creature abruptly released its hold, letting out a shrill cry, "Old man, it's yours now." The sudden recoil caused the old man to stumble, colliding forcefully against the wall of the guardhouse with a resounding thud. Given the old man's advanced age, this unexpected jolt was quite a shock. Coupled with the force of inertia, the impact was severe enough to nearly leave him breathless. The violent collision triggered premature contractions in the old man's already troubled heart, and his once healthy complexion turned a deep shade of crimson. Seeing the old man crash against the wall, Zhao Dabao noticed his breathing had become erratic, rapid inhalations and exhalations, a clear sign of impending cardiac distress. He hurried forward, employing a gentle yet potent internal energy technique to massage the old man and Appo's chest, hoping to alleviate the strain on his heart. Thankfully, this infusion of energy proved effective in reducing the cardiac pressure. Within moments, the old man's breathing stabilized. Yet, the ordeal had taken a toll on his vitality, leaving him considerably weakened. Observing the battered security guard and the old man, whose near heart attack had ignited a fire of indignation within him, Zhao Dabao carefully seated the old man beside the guardroom. He then turned to exit, his expression tinged with a shade of discontent, and remarked, "Gentlemen, one must not overexert themselves. It is wise to leave room for oneself." As the cold, menacing figure approached like a harbinger of doom, the alluring woman expressed her disdain for Zhao Dabao's interference. With a half-raised brow, she contemptuously remarked, "Oh, who might you be? What a peculiar sight, a flea emerging from a sunflower seed. What business do you have meddling in our affairs?" "Affairs? To be honest, I have no desire to meddle. However, your actions are far from trivial. They are nothing short of a disturbance." "A disturbance? Am I truly causing a ruckus?" The man retorted angrily. "What do you intend to do about it? Don't let my appearance deceive you. I'm not afraid to confront you." The man with the patterned fish tattoo boasted with an unrefined tongue. At that moment, another security guard gently tugged at Zhao Dabao's sleeve, speaking in a hushed tone. "Young man, it's best not to challenge them. These individuals are not to be trifled with. It would be wise for you to leave." "Indeed, young man. You may not realize, but Boss Mao is a figure of renown in this underworld. The average person cannot afford to provoke him. You should depart quickly. It's been quite some time, and not a single police officer has arrived. You're clearly from out of town. It's best to steer clear of this mess." An elderly woman advised kindly. Even the fallen security guard recognized the danger posed by this group. Although the incident originated from his actions, he feared for Zhao Dabao. This well-meaning stranger, struggling to his feet, the fallen guard, with a look of contrition, addressed the man with the fish tattoo, saying, "Brother, I apologize for my lack of insight. Please, as a person of greater stature, let this matter slide." Hearing the fearful whispers surrounding him and witnessing the aggrieved expression of the fallen security guard, an overwhelming sense of superiority surged within. The boisterous figure, with a large head resembling that of a ribboned fish, shook his head and exclaimed, "Damn it, you little security guard. You won't shed tears until you see the Yellow River. So, do you now comprehend the might of Master Mao? Let me tell you, it's not just you. A mere security guard. Even your superior would bow and scrape before Master Mao. Indeed, Brother Mao is the reigning authority in our area, the top dog. Anyone who encounters Brother Mao must show him some respect. You, a mere security guard, think you can challenge him?" One of the younger followers chimed in, while another, more audacious one, shouted angrily, "What a bizarre situation today. You, security guard, old fool, and yes, that rural bumpkin your sister-in-law mentioned. How dare you even think of standing up to Brother Mao? Damn it, if we don't teach him a lesson. He might actually believe Brother Mao's reputation is a fabrication. Brother Mao, shall we call for reinforcements? If so, I can make the call right away." Listening to the security guard's pitiful apologies and observing the fearful crowd, along with the obsequious inquiries from the younger followers, The imposing figure of Brother Mao exuded an air of triumph, as though he had reached the pinnacle of life. Arrogantly, he shouted, "Old four. Do we even need to call anyone? Just the three of US brothers can handle this kid swiftly and decisively. I advise you, Bumpkin, to leave while you still can. Go as far as you can. Do you understand? I will show you just how far you can go today." Regarding this motley crew, Zhao Dabao did not wish to engage in needless discourse. While the resonance of his words still lingered in the air, he advanced with his left foot, and with a sudden, forceful motion, his right foot soared, producing a sharp whoosh as it struck the abdomen of the foul-mouthed individual. The astonished gaze of the fish-headed man lingered momentarily on the phantom of a sneaker before his corpulent form was propelled into the air by the force of the kick. As he tumbled, he collided headfirst with a Mercedes-Benz. The impact of the fish head against the luxury vehicle resonated loudly, startlingly revealing that the weight of the fishhead boss had indeed jostled the car. Witnessing their leader being struck, the two henchmen behind him erupted in fury. In this area A, who was not aware of the infamous reputation of Mao the Boss, today, someone had the audacity to provoke him. A blatant disregard for their own life. With cries of rage, the two henchmen charged forward, fists raised. Zhao Dabao, amidst his hearty laughter, met their advance head-on. Before the henchman could close the distance, Zhao Dabao forcefully kicked the ground with his left foot, propelling his body into the air. In that fleeting moment, his right foot traced a half-circle like a windmill, sending the henchman to his left staggering. Utilizing the reaction force from the contact with the henchman, Zhao Dabao's body momentarily paused in midair, and with fists clenched like a spear, he launched an assault on the left henchman. The sound of two muffled impacts echoed as Zhao Dabao's fists collided forcefully with those of the henchman. Amidst the henchman's muffled groans, Zhao Dabao thrust his forehead forward, crashing it into the henchman's brow. One was an aggressive downward strike, while the other was a passive upward reception. The interplay of their forces and momentum was starkly contrasting. With a resounding thud, the lackey on the left was sent reeling, disoriented, and struggling to retreat. However, by the time he wished to withdraw, it was too late. Zhao Dabao's feet coiled and sprang forth, sending the lackey soaring amidst his anguished cries, arcing like a projectile before crashing onto the roof of a speeding vehicle. Meanwhile, the lackey on the right, just regaining his senses from the whirlwind of the sweep kick, pondered how his companion had also taken flight. Zhao Dabao's assault descended like a torrential storm, a relentless barrage of hooks and straight punches raining down upon his face. In a state of panic, the lackey raised his fists and extended his forearms in a futile attempt to shield himself from the deluge of blows. The sound of fists striking flesh echoed like raindrops on banana leaves, a commendable reaction, indeed, for the lackey managed to block 80% of Zhao Dabao's strikes. Yet, unbeknownst to him, this flurry of punches was merely the prelude to the main course yet to come. In an instant, as Zhao Dabao unleashed his punches, his feet left the ground, delivering a series of kicks to the lackey's chest and abdomen, targeting the vulnerable spaces between his legs. Before the left foot could return to the ground, the right foot followed suit, unleashing a relentless volley of 6 kicks in rapid succession. This was still only a glimpse of Zhao Dabao's capabilities, as he had yet to reach the advanced stage of Ming Jing, where he could unleash 24 kicks in a heartbeat. Even this seemingly simple display of 6 kicks proved too much for an ordinary lackey to withstand. With a pained howl, the lackey was sent staggering backward, resembling a bent shrimp, until he landed heavily upon the still recovering leader of the group, eliciting a long, anguished wail from the unfortunate fish boss beneath him. However, the howl was abruptly cut short. In the astonished gaze of the onlookers, a mud-stained sneaker struck him forcefully on the mouth, sending 2 yellowed teeth flying. In that instant, the battered fish was knocked breathless. The impact was instantaneous. By the time everyone regained their composure, the 3 brazen thugs were left dazed, some scattering while others pretended to be unconscious. Only a stunningly beautiful woman remained, her mouth agape in a stunned expression, adhering to the fundamental principle of not striking women. Zhao Dabao approached the enchanting figure with a frosty countenance. Terrified, the woman collapsed onto the ground, her once meticulously adorned face trembling as she stammered, "Please don't hit me. I haven't done anything." Zhao Dabao, unperturbed by her feeble excuses, interrupted her, "It matters not to me. I see it is indeed your doing. I want to strike you. But tell me, how shall we resolve this? I will compensate you, whatever the sum." "All right, since you are willing to compensate, I shall refrain from striking you. Now, quickly hand over all the money in your pockets to the security guard, If there's even a penny missing, I shall slap you. Faced with the intimidating Zhao Dabao, the woman was thoroughly terrified, her senses overwhelmed. Trembling, she hastily thrust all the money from her purse into the arms of the security guard. Just then, an elderly man emerged from the security room, his complexion having nearly returned to normal. "Excellent, splendidly done," he exclaimed, his voice robust despite his gray hair. "Young man, that's how it's done. If I were 20 years younger, I would surely teach those rascals a lesson. If they were my soldiers, I would have shot him without hesitation." In response to the elder's praise, Zhao Dabao stepped forward to assist the old man, chuckling as he spoke. "Please, no need to flatter me, elder. Those ruffians were truly outrageous, and I merely stepped in to educate them." He continued with a grin. "Isn't our party's policy primarily focused on education, advocating for minimal use of force?" The elder's lips curled into a smile at Zhao Dabao's jest. "Get lost. You clearly are a belligerent fellow, and yet you speak of education as the priority. Are you trying to fool me, old Chin? But I must admit, your skills are impressive, swift, and powerful. If I weren't retired, I would certainly recruit you to serve alongside me." "Serve in the military?" Zhao Dabao thought to himself with a bitter smile. "With the police searching for me everywhere, how could I possibly enlist?" As he recalled the police, Zhao Dabao cast a vigilant glance around, only to spot a police car swiftly approaching from several hundred meters away. It seemed the alarm had indeed been effective, albeit a bit too late. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Zhao Dabao turned to the elder and said, "Elder, I must take my leave. I have matters to attend to." He picked up his briefcase and pivoted to exit the crowd. "Wait, young man. You haven't told me your name or provided a way to contact you. We should have a proper chat when time permits." Without looking back, Zhao Dabao waved his hand dismissively and replied, "My name is Lei Feng. Regret has a time limit." The elder was thoroughly amused by Zhao Dabao's response, thinking to himself, "That impudent lad, calling himself Lei Feng?" However, he couldn't help but acknowledge the young man's impressive skills. He contemplated mentioning this to old Liu, wondering if it would be possible to investigate the boy's background. If he could bring him into the military, he would undoubtedly be a valuable asset. As the elder mumbled to himself, Zhao Dabao swiftly vanished down the street. Although he had briefly intervened in an unrelated matter, it did not consume much time, and he arrived home at precisely 11:30. Using the key that Mingjie had given him, Zhao Dabao easily entered the living room. As noon approached, the spacious hall was exceptionally bright, with warm sunlight streaming directly into the room, enveloping it in a comforting glow. The house was eerily quiet, suggesting that Xiaoying had gone out, while Mingjie would not return until evening. Zhao Min owned a boutique in the Central Mall, the largest shopping center in Suisha, where she represented a domestic cosmetics brand. It was said to be quite profitable, with annual earnings reaching over 1 million, placing her in the upper echelon of earners in contemporary Xia country. Zhao Dabao casually grabbed a pair of slippers from the shoe rack, returned to his room, placed his briefcase on the desk, and then headed into the kitchen. Having worked hard all morning and even engaged in a scuffle, he felt somewhat fatigued and hungry. He rummaged through the cupboard, finding 3 packets of instant noodles, which he set to boil on the gas stove. Just before they were ready, he added 2 sausages and paired the dish with pickled vegetables and beer, devouring the entire bowl of ham noodles in no time. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Zhao Dabao lazily returned to the living room, reclining comfortably on the chaise longue while watching television. At midday, the television offered little in terms of entertainment, featuring only news and advertisements. Nonetheless, Zhao Dabao remained engrossed. It is hardly surprising that he has lost track of time after spending over half a year in Qinling prison. He had long forgotten what a television looked like. Now that he finally sees one, he finds enjoyment even in the dull news and the incessant advertisements. Bathed in the warm glow of sunlight and reclining on a plush sofa, he drifts into a lazy slumber, lulled by the intermittent dialogue emanating from the screen. Indeed, it has been an eternity since he last experienced such comfort. When was the last time he fell asleep like this? A year ago, or perhaps 3. Not even during the inception of the Daba group did he indulge in such leisurely, cozy domesticity. In that half-awake state, Zhao Dabao feels as if his soul is swirling, gently ascending and blending, as if myriad elements are transforming and twisting within him. If one were to find a fitting metaphor, it would be akin to a rich cup of coffee, into which milk and sugar are continuously poured. Initially, there are distinct layers, but over time, the milk and sugar gradually meld into the coffee, resulting in a deliciously fragrant concoction, rich with myriad flavors of sweet milky coffee. With a contented sigh, Zhao Dabao lets out a satisfying burp and slowly opens his eyes. At the moment his eyelids flutter, a faintly deepened hue of red flickers in his pupils. Astonishingly, he has nearly advanced a quarter of his mastery in the early stages of his cultivation while asleep. As he feels the powerful energy coursing through his meridians, Zhao Dabao is filled with profound reflections. In the Qinling prison, the arduous and relentless cultivation, coupled with over 20 days of enhancement amidst the mountains, barely allowed for a breakthrough to the initial stage of the first transformation. Yet, after merely dozing on the sofa for a while, he astonishingly elevated his Mingjing to nearly a quarter of its capacity. Could the fusion of souls possess such tremendous power? Upon reflection, Zhao Dabao found himself somewhat relieved. This recent relaxation and fusion of souls occurred after more than half a year of intense strain, akin to a sudden enlightenment in the realms of Buddhism and Taoism. Although the duration was brief, the impact was profoundly formidable. Particularly noteworthy was the merging of an entrepreneur's mindset with Zhao Dabao's spirit, which significantly facilitated the enhancement of the 9 transformations of profound arts. From this perspective, integrating an entrepreneurial way of thinking would yield unparalleled benefits in the cultivation of the 9 transformations. What extraordinary outcomes might arise once Zhao Dabao fully merges with the soul of an entrepreneur? The anticipation is indeed thrilling. At the moment Zhao Dabao rose, a melodious voice akin to that of a lark echoed from the kitchen. "Brother Bao, you're awake. You truly can sleep, having dozed for over 4 hours." It turned out that Zhao Xiaoying had returned just as Zhao Dabao was drifting off. Noticing him asleep on the sofa, she quietly turned off the television, concerned that its sound might disturb him. She then fetched a blanket for him before retreating to her room to read. She ventured out twice to check on him, ensuring he was resting well. It was not until 4 o'clock that Zhao Xiaoying entered the kitchen to prepare dinner, her gaze frequently drifting towards the living room, keeping a watchful eye on her beloved brother. As the comfortable sound of Zhao Dabao's burp resonated through the air, Xiaoying discerned that her brother had awakened, prompting her earlier joyful inquiry. Upon hearing her question, Zhao Dabao lifted his gaze to the wall clock, which indicated it was already 4:52. Remarkably, he had slumbered for nearly 5 hours. In his perception, it felt as if no more than 10 minutes had passed. This phenomenon echoed the notion prevalent in the cultivation realm, where a fleeting moment could equate to the passage of an entire day. Zhao Dabao ambled into the kitchen, where he observed Xiaoying bustling about. He casually inquired, "Xiaoying, what is for dinner?" "I'm quite hungry." Xiaoying, with her sparkling eyes, playfully rolled them at the kitchen entrance, muttering in jest, "Hungry, hungry. Brother, all you ever think about is food. You've slept through the afternoon, and upon waking, your only concern is your hunger. Isn't it peculiar? Does sleeping consume more energy than exercising?" With a silly chuckle, Zhao Dabao flattered her. "Isn't it the aroma of your cooking that has me so ravenous? I only felt hunger upon catching a whiff of the delightful scent wafting from the living room." "What does this signify?" "It attests to your exceptional culinary skills, dear sister. Truly, I am fortunate to have such a talented sister like you." Since encountering Zhao Min and her daughter, Zhao Dabao had unconsciously reverted to his original exuberant disposition. This transformation illustrates the profound impact one's living environment can wield over an individual. In response to her brother's flattery, Xiaoying playfully retorted, "Oh come now, brother. Don't indulge in fanciful exaggerations. I haven't even begun cooking, so where would the delightful aroma come from? If you're going to compliment someone, do make it credible. Whoever claims I lack discernment is mistaken. I possess an extraordinary ability to detect the flavor of a dish merely by its appearance. Of course, this varies from person to person. If it were someone else, I could instantly tell if the taste was abysmal. But who is Xiaoying? She is my beloved sister, Zhao Dabao. The aroma of her culinary creations is unmistakably delightful, even without a sniff. Xiaoying, wouldn't you agree?" Zhao Dabao, with his playful antics, brought forth peals of laughter from Xiaoying, who, in a light-hearted manner, tossed a freshly sliced piece of red sausage towards him, chiding, "Brother Bao, go watch television in the living room and stop causing mischief here." With agility, Zhao Dabao caught the flying sausage slice in his mouth, promptly chewing it a couple of times before swallowing, all the while extolling, "Delicious, simply delectable. The red sausage sliced by my sister Xiaoying is truly delightful." He then scampered back to the sofa to resume watching television, while Zhao Xiaoying busily prepared dinner in the kitchen, the sounds of clattering utensils filling the air. Before long, the enticing aroma of the meal wafted from the kitchen. Zhao Dabao reclined contentedly on the sofa, his gaze fixed on the screen, as he admired his sister's diligent efforts in the kitchen. By 6 o'clock, the dining table was laden with an array of dishes, and Zhao Min had returned home from the market. Zhao Min operated a spacious boutique spanning over 30 meters in the central mall, employing 4 sales attendants who worked in 2 shifts, morning and evening. Although it was unnecessary for Zhao Min to personally attend the counter, she often stayed until 5 or 6 in the evening, for it was her own venture, and she felt uneasy being absent. Through her years of business acumen, Zhao Min had inadvertently nurtured Zhao Xiaoying's exceptional culinary skills. Simply gazing at the 8 exquisite dishes prepared for tonight reveals the essence of the occasion. As soon as mother returns home, Zhao Xiaoying invites Baoga to the table to commence the meal. She even takes the liberty of opening a bottle of Maotai for him. Upon pouring a glass, Zhao Dabao immediately discerns the uniqueness of this Maotai. In his previous life as an entrepreneur, he frequently indulged in such spirits, however. The Maotai served back then was often of a younger vintage, lacking any remarkable characteristics aside from its sauce-like aroma. This particular bottle, however, is markedly distinct. From the moment it is poured, the viscous liquid emanates an ethereal fragrance that stirs the dormant energies within him. As the wine cascades into the glass, the pale yellow liquid glides along the walls, releasing a delicate scent reminiscent of orchids, akin to a pebble disrupting the stillness of a lake, creating ripples of inviting fragrance. Zhao Dabao lifts the colorless glass, scrutinizing its hue. The majority of the Maotai is a translucent, pale yellow, astonishingly pure. When gently swirled under the incandescent light, fine bubbles form and dissipate, resembling meteors dancing across the night sky. Appreciating Maotai is an art in itself, adhering to 3 essential techniques. The first is to sip, the second to smack, and the third to exhale. These 3 methods intertwine seamlessly, embodying a tranquil and harmonious experience. During the tasting, one must cultivate a still mind and focused spirit, fully engaging the senses of taste and smell to capture and savor the essence of each aromatic molecule, thus attaining a profound aesthetic pleasure. To sip is to bring the glass to one's lips, delicately and slowly taking a small mouthful, savoring it thoroughly. To smack involves gently parting the lips, allowing the wine to be swallowed with a natural sound of smacking or popping. Finally, to exhale follows the smacking, releasing the fragrant vapors through the nasal passages. The 3 steps merely signify the completion of the tasting ritual, culminating in the act of inhaling the fragrance of the empty glass. The lingering aroma within the vacant cup is yet another distinctive characteristic that sets Maotai apart from other renowned spirits. This essence not only rivals the palate but, for those unaccustomed to drinking, may even surpass the taste experience. The olfactory pleasure derived from the empty glass and the savoring of its flavor complement each other beautifully, each offering its own unique delight. After savoring a glass of Maotai, one can carry the lingering aftertaste to the nose, drawing the glass closer, focusing intently while inhaling gently, followed by a deep breath that fills the lungs, as if entering an entirely new realm. Today's glass of Maotai transcends mere tasting. It is akin to a magnificent work of art. Merely observing its hue and inhaling its fragrance evokes a sense of ethereal spirit. This is no ordinary Maotai. It is veritably a divine elixir. Gazing at this exceptionally rare Maotai, Zhao Dabao could not help but raise his head and inquire, "Minjia, this Maotai must be extraordinary. Does it not have an intriguing backstory?" In response to Zhao Dabao's question, Zhao Min reflected thoughtfully, "You are indeed correct, Dabao. This bottle of Maotai is even older than I am. It was purchased by my father from an acquaintance on the day of my birth, and he buried it beneath a fruit tree, stating it was to be unearthed on my wedding day. In total, 2 boxes containing 12 bottles were buried, and over the years, only one has been consumed, during my return to Dadao town after my wedding. At that time, I had just emerged from the mountains and encountered Xiaoying's father in the provincial capital. Upon returning to Dadao town in the first year of my marriage, my father retrieved a box of Maotai and opened a bottle, cheerfully proclaiming that we would drink Maotai every year upon my return. Unexpectedly, the following year, Xiaoying's father departed from this world, leaving the Maotai untouched. This particular bottle was one I brought back from Sui City 2 years prior. Part of a total of 5 bottles, the very ones I unboxed. An additional crate remains buried at my hometown, and I wonder how it has fared." Upon hearing the origin of the Maotai, Zhao Dabao seemed momentarily taken aback, stammering, "Minjia, this wine is far too precious. Perhaps we should refrain from consuming it, and instead opt for a more ordinary bottle. Wouldn't it be a shame to waste it?" Zhao Min's face briefly registered a hint of melancholy as she sighed softly. What do you mean by wasting it? What is so precious about this wine? It has merely aged a bit. Neither Xiaoying nor I indulge in alcohol. It merely occupies space in the storage room. If you drink it, we would be pleased. Wouldn't we, Xiaoying? Indeed, Baoga, I'll fetch it for you. Once it's finished, I can retrieve that crate from my grandfather's house. At Xiaoying's response, Zhao Min shot her a disapproving glance. Silly child, encountering your Baoga makes you so willing to share? Have you forgotten? 2 years ago, when your second uncle visited us, you insisted we not touch that crate of Maotai, only allowing your uncle to drink the ordinary Jian Nanshan. How is it that now, with your Baoga, you are so casual about it? You even wish to procure your grandfather's cherished Maotai. Truly, what a display of imprudence for a young lady. Feeling embarrassed by her mother's words, Xiaoying grasped Zhao Min and Appo's left arm and shook it gently. Mom, what are you saying? What do you mean by being imprudent? Isn't Baoga also your brother? Besides, my second uncle is a wine enthusiast. Isn't he drinking whatever he can? Brother Bao is quite different. It is his first day drinking at our home, and naturally, he deserves something of quality. Zhao Min, amused by her daughter's demeanor, affectionately caressed the delicate face of Xiaoying, saying, You little rascal, I was merely jesting with you. Mother wouldn't part with such Maotai for you. She then turned her gaze towards Zhao Dabao. Dabao, please don't take offense. I was just playing around with Xiaoying. Drink freely, as Xiaoying mentioned. Once these few bottles are finished, I shall bring you some of her grandfather's stock. He is quite elderly now and no longer consumes white liquor. It would be a shame for it to go to waste at his place. Zhao Dabao was genuinely moved by the words of Zhao Min and her daughter. Being a man with an entrepreneurial mindset, he was well aware of the market value of nearly 50-year-old Maotai, which is indeed priceless. Taking a deep breath, he replied, Sister Min, once this bottle is opened, I shall indulge without reservation. However, please refrain from opening any more. This Maotai is too precious. I suspect its market value exceeds 100,000. Consuming it would be rather extravagant. Upon the mention of money, Zhao Min's expression soured, and with a hint of irritation, she retorted, Dabao, do not speak to me of money. Can it truly buy everything? Can it purchase the safety and lives of me and Xiaoying? If you wish to discuss money, then tell me, what is the worth of me and Xiaoying? How much should I compensate you? This unexpected reprimand left Zhao Dabao momentarily speechless and deeply touched. He opened his mouth to offer an explanation, but Xiaoying interjected, playfully asking, Brother Bao, what is your assessment of my worth? Is it not worth these few bottles of inferior Maotai? Faced with the wrath of the mother and daughter, Zhao Dabao's head swelled as if it were the moon. He hastily clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and said, Ladies, I was merely speaking in jest. Merely speaking in jest. Please do not take it to heart. Do not take it to heart. Xiaoying, let us not discuss money. How can you compare yourself to it? You are priceless. Not just a few bottles of Maotai. Even the Maotai distillery cannot match your worth. You are the fairy of spirits, the finest among them. Zhao Dabao's timely capitulation and flattery swiftly assuaged Xiaoying's ire, and in an instant, she was smiling brightly, serving him dishes and urging him to savor her culinary skills. Observing Xiaoying's affectionate demeanor, her mother, Zhao Min, keenly sensed her daughter's attachment and enthusiasm towards Dabao's. Could it be that her daughter had developed feelings for him? Zhao Min felt no opposition to this transformation. In fact, she was quite pleased. Yet, amidst her joy, a subtle sense of loss and bittersweetness lingered, reminiscent of the feelings she experienced during every parting from her beloved in her youth. Zhao Min gently shook her head, secretly amused, pondering how she could harbor such youthful sentiments when she considered herself an old woman. Let the pursuits of youth be experienced by Dabao's and Xiaoying. Casting aside such intoxicating thoughts, Zhao Min lifted a glass of red wine and glanced at Xiaoying, clearly noticing her daughter's newfound vivacity and sunshine. A stark contrast to her previously quiet and listless demeanor. With an inward sigh, she hoped that Xiaoying would not suffer for her choices. From that day on, during her journey back to Suisher, Zhao Min had already discerned that Zhao Dabao's was no ordinary man. An exceptional intellect, superhuman strength, and a calm demeanor in the face of peril embody an indomitable spirit and extraordinary courage, particularly manifested through remarkable martial prowess. Such individuals are the quintessential heroes amidst chaos. Yet, in contemporary society, what trajectory might they follow? No one can ascertain. It is hoped that, with her unwavering support, the one dear to Xiaoying may embark on a path of righteous development. Nevertheless, it is imperative to acknowledge that since it is the choice of her daughter, She shall provide her utmost support. Furthermore, having spent time together, Zhao Dabao's character has proven to be commendable, rendering him a reliable companion. Thoughts swirled in Zhao Min's mind. Yet in reality, only a few seconds had passed. With a loving gaze, she addressed Dabao's and Xiaoying, saying, "Come, Dabao's, allow me to toast to you. I shall refrain from uttering words of gratitude, for henceforth, we are family. In a family, we do not speak as strangers. Should you require anything, please voice it openly. Do not conceal your needs, understood?" As a practitioner who has lived 2 lives, Zhao Dabao's, with his meticulous nature and worldly wisdom, comprehended the underlying meaning of Zhao Min's words with clarity. He recognized that within this abode, he was indeed akin to Zhao Min and her daughter, a brother. Her home was now his, and all that she possessed was also his. The long-lost warmth of familial affection began to thaw the once icy demeanor of a cultivator from his past life, gradually softening and blending harmoniously. The rigidity of ice and the tenderness of kinship merged seamlessly, embodying both strength and gentleness. In an instant, Zhao Dabao's spiritual fortitude achieved a harmonious balance, surging to unprecedented heights. In the celestial sphere, even when Zhao Dabao's 9 transformations of the mysterious skill reached the advanced stage of the 3rd transformations, his mental prowess had yet to attain such a realm. In an ephemeral moment, Zhao Dabao seemed to graze a thin membrane, a veil that symbolized the division between 2 entirely distinct worlds. Surpassing this barrier would usher him into a new realm. The instant of stillness enveloped Zhao's household in a delicate mist, within which a faint whisper of ancient melodies emerged, elusive yet tantalizingly close to comprehension. At that moment, both mother and daughter of the Zhao family were shrouded in this nebulous ambience, their expressions a blend of confusion and clarity, as memories flowed through their minds like a gentle stream. Was it merely a second, or perhaps a minute? Upon awakening from this hazy reverie, both women found their minds remarkably lucid, even the indistinct recollections of their childhood appearing as vivid as the previous day. An invigorating comfort coursed through their beings, producing a subtle warmth that ebbed and flowed within them. Although they could not discern the source of this soothing sensation, they instinctively recognized its profound connection to Zhao Dabao's before them. By then, Zhao Dabao's had already emerged from his trance, and upon observing the duality of confusion and clarity etched upon their faces, he realized that they had experienced a moment of enlightenment during his breakthrough. Such an occurrence was indeed rare throughout the ages, indicating the latent potential for cultivation possessed by Zhao Min and her daughter. The mere presence of such an opportunity suggested that they too could embark upon the path of the mysterious arts. With this thought, Zhao Dabao's swiftly rifled through his memories from a previous life, and a particular technique known as the mysterious maiden's art surfaced in his mind. A method exquisitely suited for the cultivation of the Zhao mother and daughter. Certainly, the endeavor for Zhao Min and her mother to cultivate their skills is not an instantaneous affair. It requires careful planning. A significant factor contributing to this is the scarcity of spiritual energy on Earth. Moreover, Zhao Dabao's current level of cultivation is insufficient to establish a foundation for Zhao Min and her mother. He must first advance his own cultivation to at least the 2nd tier of dark energy before this can be realized. Upon awakening from her epiphany, Zhao Min immediately turned her gaze towards Zhao Dabao, who greeted her with a gentle smile, pointing at the wall clock. When Zhao Min followed his gesture, she was taken aback to discover that the clock had advanced to 7:20, indicating that she had been lost in thought for a remarkable 50 minutes. Though she could not fully comprehend the nature of this ethereal sensation, she recognized its profound impact on her. Her weary body, once fatigued from a long day, now felt extraordinarily rejuvenated, more refreshing than a lengthy slumber. Zhao Xiaoying, equally astute and perceptive, realized that such an insight was indeed a fortuitous occurrence. However, respecting Zhao Dabao's silence on the matter, she refrained from inquiring further. The 3 exchanged smiles, a warm current of affection flowing among them. Zhao Dabao raised his glass. Addressing them, "Minjia, Xiaoying, as I mentioned earlier, we are family, and family doesn't speak of separations. I, Zhao Dabao, toast to my 2 beloved kin with this drink. Let us indulge." With that, he downed the contents of his glass. Seeing him partake, Zhao Min and Xiaoying, feeling joyous, followed suit and emptied their own glasses. As the Maotai liquor coursed through their bodies, a fiery warmth ignited within, swiftly traversing their meridians, surging with invigorating heat through the Ren and Du channels. According to Zhao Dabao's estimation, the energy boost provided by a single cup of Maotai could reach an astonishing 0.5%. Calculating based on a serving of 2 taels, an entire bottle of Mauta could enhance energy by 5%. Such a ratio is simply remarkable. However, when converted into monetary terms, it becomes less surprising. The market price of this nearly 50-year-aged Mauta is incalculable. The figure of 100,000, mentioned by Zhao Dabao, is merely his personal conjecture, and its accuracy remains uncertain. Even if we consider the minimum estimate of 100,000, it nearly constitutes 5 years' salary for an ordinary citizen of Xia country. Moreover, this nearly 50-year-aged Mautai only serves to invigorate Zhao Dabao at the initial stage of his cultivation. Once he advances in his 9 transformations of profound skills, how much more efficacy will it possess? Only heaven knows. After savoring a cup, Zhao Dabao recapped the bottle and turned to Zhao Min, saying, "Sister Min, I can only indulge in 1 cup of this Mautai each day. Anything beyond that would be a waste. Do you have any other spirits? I would like to try something different." In response to Zhao Dabao's request, Zhao Min and her daughter did not question the rationale. They understood that this relative was no ordinary person. Since he had a request, they promptly fulfilled it. Zhao Xiaoying even personally led Baoga to the storage room, allowing him to choose for himself. Ultimately, Zhao Dabao selected a bottle of ordinary Jian Nanshan. Although it belongs to the esteemed 8 famous liquors of Xia country, it contains almost no spiritual essence, and its flavor is markedly inferior. Even so, Zhao Dabao felt quite content, for this bottle of Jian Nanshan still commands a market price of 200 to 300 yuan, far surpassing that of ordinary spirits. He was aware that Zhao Min represented a renowned foreign cosmetic brand at the Central Mall, earning a considerable income each year. However, it is quite astonishing that a female entrepreneur's storeroom holds such an abundance of white liquor. Yet, Zhao Dabao does not inquire. When the time comes, Mingjie will surely speak up. As dusk settles, the restaurant's lights illuminate, and the family of 3 gathers around the dining table, engaging in lively conversation and laughter, creating an atmosphere of warmth and joy. Unbeknownst to them, dinner has extended for over 2 hours. At this moment, Zhao Dabao, with a gentle smile, addresses Mingjie, "Sister Min, I would like to ask for your help." "Help?" Mingjie responds, slightly flushed from the consumption of a bottle of red wine. "Dabao, just tell me what you need. There's no need to speak of help." Despite her commendable tolerance for alcohol and buoyant spirits, the wine has ignited a fervor within her. After years of navigating the complexities of society, this dinner has been the most gratifying and enjoyable. "Sister Min, to be honest, I have a case pending against me, and thus I can no longer use my previous identity. I wish to acquire a new one, which would facilitate matters. Could you possibly assist me in obtaining a mountain dweller's identity from Dadao town?" Zhao Dabao candidly shares his predicament, causing Mingjie's heart to blossom with joy, for it signifies that Dabao truly regards her as family. Growing up in the mountains, she has never considered illegality a significant concern. In this society, who has not transgressed? Take her own experiences, from her business ventures to the present, evading taxes alone could merit several years of imprisonment. Not to mention, even if Zhao Dabao had committed murder, she would unreservedly protect him, for he is her brother. Slightly intoxicated, Zhao Min gently tapped Zhao Dabao's shoulder with her delicate hand and said, "Dabao, leave this matter to your sister. It will be resolved in half a month, so rest assured and wait." She paused and inquired, "By the way, Dabao, what shall we call your new identity? And how shall we determine your age?" Zhao Dabao pondered for a moment and replied, "Sister Min, I shall still be called Zhao Dabao, and as for my age, let us say 23. 23? Zhao Min murmured, her mind slightly foggy yet reflecting that at 23, he was merely 4 years older than Xiaoying, which seemed quite reasonable. What would be an insurmountable challenge for an ordinary person was but a trifling matter in the presence of someone as affluent as Zhao Min. Dinner concluded after Zhao Dabao consumed an entire bottle of Jian Nanshan, and Zhao Min, feeling somewhat dazed, returned to her master bedroom to rest. Zhao Dabao, rolling up his sleeves, volunteered to wash the dishes, only to be gently persuaded and nudged by Zhao Xiaoying into the living room to watch television instead. Ultimately, it was Zhao Xiaoying who tidied the dining room and kitchen to perfection. The day passed in harmony and warmth, enveloped by the beauty of the night. In the following month, Zhao Dabao underwent a complete transformation into a quintessential of the 1990s in Xia country. This metamorphosis was primarily attributed to the 50-year-aged Matai, complemented by 6 additional bottles procured from Dadao town. Over the course of that month, he converted all 11 bottles of Matai into the 9 transformations inner strength. Coupled with 2 months of rigorous training, Zhao Dabao's mastery of the 9 transformations had nearly reached the initial stage of the first transformation, a feat he had never anticipated. Previously, he had estimated that reaching the pinnacle of the initial stage of the first transformation would require at least 2 years of dedicated effort. In a mere month, he remarkably elevated his cultivation to a level that was almost at the initial stage of the first transformation of Ming Jin, underscoring the significance of resources. During this period, while Zhao Dabao's remained at home, Zhao Xiaoying devoted herself entirely to domesticity, washing clothes and preparing meals for her beloved Baoga, akin to a newlywed wife. Meanwhile, Zhao Min endeavored to grant the couple more time together. Under such favorable circumstances, the bond between Bao and Ying blossomed rapidly. Although they had yet to pierce the final veil of unspoken affection, both were tacitly aware of their feelings. After cultivating the 9 turns profound skill to the intermediate stage of the first transformation of Mid-Jane, Zhao Dabao's found his progress noticeably hindered due to the depletion of the 50-year-old Mao Dai. This abrupt change left him quite unsettled. Akin to the incessant scratching of a cat's paw within his heart, he frequently lamented, "It is indeed easier to transition from frugality to luxury than to revert from luxury to frugality." He now pondered ways to amass wealth. Should he acquire sufficient funds, he could procure a substantial quantity of 50-year-old Mao Tai in the market, and his 9 turns profound skill would surely soar like a rocket. Zhao Dabao's was well aware that this was merely a wishful thought. Not only was he lacking in funds, but even if he possessed the means to purchase the aged Mao Tai, it might not yield the desired effect after advancing to the intermediate stage of the first transformation of Mingjin. However, at the initial stage of the first transformation, the 50-year-old mount still held considerable efficacy. It is indeed true that cultivation requires substantial financial investment, whether for vengeance or for the sake of personal advancement. Earning money had undoubtedly ascended to the forefront of his priorities. Although Zhao Min has mentioned more than once that she can provide financial assistance, the pride of masculinity still holds sway. Furthermore, in Zhao Dabao's mind, the pursuit of wealth is not particularly daunting. This morning, he was intently examining an invitation card brought back by Sister Min. This invitation, extended by a renowned cosmetics manufacturer, was to attend an international exhibition taking place in a foreign gambling city, Macau. Macau is situated to the north of Province Qi. To the west it faces the Bay Area of Zhuhai, and to the east it gazes across the sea at Hong Kong, a mere 60 kilometers away, with the South China Sea to the south. Moreover, Macau serves as an international free port and ranks among the most densely populated regions in the world. Its gambling industry is exceptionally prosperous, earning it a place among the world's four major gambling cities alongside Monaco's Monte Carlo, Las Vegas in the United States, and Atlantic City. Within the compact area of 32.8 square kilometers, Macau boasts several prominent casinos, including the Venetian, City of Dreams, and the Lisboa Casino. Upon seeing the invitation to Macau, Zhao Dabao's eyes sparkled with excitement, as it seemed like an opportunity had presented itself effortlessly. He could certainly venture into the gambling city. With his current skills and remarkable gambling techniques, winning would be a matter of moments. Since advancing to the initial stage of the first transformation, Zhao Dabao has become increasingly adept at utilizing his 9 turns inner strength. Notably, the rotational properties of this extraordinary skill enable him to manipulate even the tiniest of objects with remarkable ease. The most significant characteristic of the 9 turns inner strength, a legendary technique, is its ability to control the movement of objects. In the realm where Zhao Dabao originally existed, upon his breakthrough to the second tier of dark energy, he attained the ability to manipulate the trajectory of weapons mid-air. Among his array of extraordinary techniques, the illusory eye is executed through the mastery of the 9-turn inner energy. This peculiar skill applies the 9-turn inner energy instantaneously to a dagger, utilizing the spiraling motion of the energy to elevate the dagger's velocity to its zenith, thereby creating a visual illusion that culminates in a fatal strike. At present, with his rudimentary proficiency in the first tier of bright energy, Zhao Dabao cannot achieve the rotation and striking of weapons. However, he is fully capable of controlling small objects such as dice without direct contact. As his cultivation progresses, the range of his inner energy control will continually expand, currently encompassing a radius of 3 meters. This mastery over objects through the 9-turn mystical art has led Zhao Dabao to firmly believe in the legends regarding breakthroughs in the cultivation realm. A breakthrough in interface is unequivocally not achieved through the rupture of a weapon. Rather, it requires the inner energy to reach an unparalleled intensity, resulting in a sudden release that shatters the surrounding space. The non-contact control inherent in the 9-turn inner energy embodies this external release characteristic. Upon reaching the second tier of dark energy, Zhao Dabao's will be able to freely manipulate light weapons such as daggers. One wonders what heights will be reached when the 9-turn mystical art ascends to the 5th tier, and what will it entail upon reaching the 9th tier. Contemplating the invitation, Zhao Dabao's resolved to accompany Zhao Min to the city of Ao for a chance at securing venture capital. However, the pressing issue at hand is the insufficient amount of cash in his possession. After accounting for recent expenditures, he barely has 60,000. While 60,000 is a considerable sum for the average person, it is trivial when venturing into the gambling scene of Ao. Thus, it is imperative to gather a substantial amount of funds before embarking on this journey, even if Sister Min were willing to lend. He found it impossible to broach the subject. To ask Sister Min for a loan of 1 or 200,000 to gamble in Australia seemed utterly implausible. Thus, the idea of borrowing money was rendered unfeasible. After much contemplation, Zhao Dabao resolved to resort to the most primal method, thievery. Why was it termed thievery rather than mere stealing? Zhao Dabao held a personal rationale for this distinction. Stealing was the act of the lowly and unscrupulous. As a cultivator reborn into a new life, he felt compelled to engage in something more sophisticated. Thus he referred to his actions as thievery, akin to the fable of the man who covered his ears while stealing a bell. If he were to engage in thievery, it must be on a grander scale. After several days of observation, Zhao Dabao set his sights on the tax bureau in District B of Sui City. Why not target District A? The reasoning was simple. One does not eat the grass around their own burrow. During his time as an entrepreneur, he had ample dealings with the tax bureau. A generous red envelope often resulted in significant reductions in corporate tax liabilities. In the 1990s, taxation generally fell into two categories, one based on sales volume, where taxes were levied as a percentage of sales, resulting in a hefty tax burden, and the other a fixed-rate system, where regardless of sales figures, a relatively average tax amount was imposed. The intricacies of the fixed-rate system were numerous and convoluted. During Zhao Dabao's entrepreneurial ventures, a mere 10,000 in bribes could save a company hundreds of thousands in taxes over the course of a year. Particularly now, it was a critical time when the tax bureau was establishing the annual tax plans for companies. Logically, this period marked a peak season for corporate gifting. The reason for not selecting the Taxation Bureau of Sui City primarily stems from the stringent security measures enforced at the municipal level. Zhao Dabao, with his current capabilities, feared he would be unable to navigate such an environment with ease. In contrast, the security at the district-level Taxation Bureau is relatively lax. Since his arrival on Earth, although his cultivation has advanced to the initial stage of the first transformation of mid-gene, his understanding of martial prowess on this planet remains confined to the consciousness of the entrepreneur Zhao Dabao. As for the concept of the initial stage of the first transformation of Ming-gene on Earth and its corresponding level, Zhao Dabao finds himself utterly in the dark. Time, moving at a snail's pace in his cultivation, has brought us to a Friday afternoon. At this moment, Zhao Dabao, clad in an exquisite athletic ensemble, strides confidently towards the office building of the B District Taxation Bureau. Upon entering the lobby on the first floor, he disregards the reception area entirely and ascends to the second floor with an air of nonchalance. In government offices, the reception area often serves a security function. Based on Zhao Dabao's past experiences, it is imperative not to show any deference to the staff in the reception area, should one approach them with excessive politeness. Inquiring about the location of a particular office or expressing a desire to meet someone, it would undoubtedly result in strict adherence to protocols. Not only would one be required to register, but a phone call from the office in question would also be necessary, showcasing an unwavering adherence to rules. For individuals seeking to voice grievances, a moment's hesitation upon entering the office building could lead to being halted by the reception staff, subjected to an interrogation without the slightest chance of entry. However, those like Zhao Dabao, who are well-dressed and exude confidence, often pass unnoticed, unbothered by inquiries or scrutiny. As Zhao Dabao's had anticipated, he navigated unobstructed to the second floor amidst an air of solitude. The B District Tax Bureau is a 5-story office building, each floor housing a dozen or so offices. Zhao Dabao's entered the building at 4 o'clock, with merely an hour left until closing time. He ascended from the first to the 5th floor, leisurely observing that both the offices of the director and deputy director were located on the 3rd floor. Ultimately, he discreetly slipped into the restroom on the 3rd floor, pulling the stall door to indicate occupancy. Among the 5 floors, The third is designated for the director and deputy director. Aside from a few rooms occupied by personnel from the branch office, there are no other operational departments, suggesting that the third floor has a minimal number of occupants, making it conducive for hiding in the restroom. Conversely, the other floors are bustling with activity, and the restroom foot traffic would be significantly higher. Should the stall door indicate that it is occupied for an extended period, it might arouse suspicion among others. After lingering in the restroom for nearly an hour, Zhao Dabao surmised that the staff must have begun to leave. According to the responsibilities of security personnel at government offices, nighttime patrols may occur, with restrooms being a focal point of inspection, as security is wary of potential hiding places for thieves preparing for nocturnal heists. Glancing at his watch, it was already 5:10. Zhao Dabao emerged from the restroom, scanning his surroundings. The corridor on the third floor was eerily quiet, suggesting that the personnel in the various offices had already departed for the day. Choosing to act on the weekend was also a strategic consideration, given that the following day would be a day off. Typically, in the minds of ordinary individuals, when a holiday approaches, the day's work is often handled in a haphazard manner. People are eager to return home or dine out, with few adhering to a strict end-of-day schedule, let alone working overtime. Zhao Dabao casually selected an office belonging to a deputy director and gently knocked on the door. After waiting for 5 or 6 seconds, he knocked again softly. Holding his breath, he leaned in to listen intently, confirming the absence of anyone inside. He swiftly extracted a remarkably flexible wire and inserted it into the keyhole, giving it a slight twist. With a soft click, the lock was effortlessly disengaged. Zhao Dabao quickly scanned the room, and upon assuring himself of no imminent danger, he hurriedly slipped inside. This office, approximately 30 square meters in size, featured a large desk positioned against the left wall, with a pair of sofas facing it. Near the door, there was a single bed. Such sofas and beds were standard for leaders in the bureaucratic offices of the Summer Nation during the 1990s. The sofas catered to visitors, while the single bed was intended for leaders to work late or take a midday rest. After locking the door behind him, Zhao Dabao leisurely settled onto the sofa. It was still early, and he needed to wait until darkness enveloped the surroundings before commencing his task. As time steadily passed, around 6:30, the familiar sound of footsteps echoed from the corridor on the third floor. Security was patrolling the entire office building. By 8 o'clock, the sky had completely darkened, and from his vantage point on the sofa, Zhao Dabao observed the streetlights illuminating along both sides of the street. He rose to his feet. It was time to get to work. His first stop was the spacious desk. The drawers and small cabinets yielded little of interest, merely serving as a repository for the deputy director's miscellaneous items. His next destination was the metal filing cabinet beside the desk, which, as anticipated, was locked at both the top and bottom sections. Yet, this posed no challenge for Zhao Dabao, the nocturnal thief. With casual dexterity, he inserted a fine steel wire into the keyhole, gently maneuvering it up and down, effortlessly unlocking the metal cabinet. Within, he discovered a substantial bounty, nearly 50,000 xia currency tucked away in the 4 sets of cabinets.